A massive pillar of light appears at the entrance to the demon realm. A person with a megaphone announces, Demon Realm Raid Team. Everyone please check your supplies, formation, and positions. Everyone is laughing and talking happily. This is the first time so many people have gone together, right? I'm so nervous. We have the Flying Tiger Clan. What's there to worry about? They said this raid is just a training session for them, so there won't be any casualties. I hope they notice me. A man sits in the front, wiping his sword. Suddenly, someone asks, what is your class? Seol Gangrim is a bit flustered. The Flying Tiger Clan doesn't select members based on anything but class. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be here. Information, Seol Gangrim. Class, Insect Rank 3. Affiliation, Flying Tiger Clan. The story goes back 5 years. After the Day of Awakening, everyone's abilities were determined based on their 8 characters of destiny. This destiny is something tied to each person from birth, based on the date and hour they were born. He utterly loathes this. Destiny really is trash. Someone behind him pokes his shoulder. He starts and wheels around. Hello. You're from the Flying Tiger Clan, right? I think we're on the same team. The young man shyly rubs his neck. This is also my first time participating in an extermination mission, so I'm really nervous. He says warmly, but I'm really glad to be fighting alongside someone from the Flying Tiger Clan. Seeing this, Gangrim is bewildered. Why is he talking to me? Is he a rookie? The group from earlier waves their hands. Hey, you over there. Come here for a second. The boy points to himself. Huh? Me? The other person whispers, be careful. That's Seol Gangrim. He looks back in fear. Seol Gangrim? Why? Then he immediately turns away. We already made eye contact. Gangrim sits gloomily in a corner, just as expected. There are rumors about him. That Seol Gangrim killed his teammates and stole their power. His expression remains emotionless. Many people return injured when they're teamed up with Seol Gangrim. It is written in his destiny that death follows him. If you're on his team, you'll face misfortune. Those rumors spread because of his power. He pulls something out, the window of destiny. All the information appears. Seol Gangrim. Class, Insect Rank 3. Affiliation, Flying Tiger Clan. Power, Destiny Exploration. Dragon Class, Rank 3. You can check your own window of destiny or that of others. A common system power, Destiny Exploration. Dragon Class, Rank 3. You can extract a portion of your opponent's destiny when they die and make it your own, but it will increase your karma. Gangrim thinks to himself, an ominous power that allows me to steal destiny from corpses. And it's true that many of my former teammates were injured. He lowers his face. They were all affected by my unlucky destiny. Things are becoming clearer. Classes of destiny are divided into 5 tiers. The highest tier is God, followed by Dragon, Demon, Human, and Insect. Each tier is further divided into Rank 1, Rank 2, and Rank 3. My class is the lowest. The bottom of society, the Insect class. He understood the issue early on. In other words, he doesn't have enough strength to take down other awakened ones, and certain conditions must be met for him to use his power. But he bows his head even lower. So I've never killed anyone or stolen destiny from a corpse. He frowns. Damn it. Why am I getting all depressed now? Yuharang rests her chin on her hand and looks at him. Seol Gangrim, what are you doing here all by yourself? He is startled. Yuharang? The girl smiles brightly. There's a dinner party after the conquest. You're coming, right? Information on Yuharang. Class, God, Rank 3. Affiliation, Flying Tiger Clan. Jiang Tehan reminds him, hey, we didn't go last time, so you have to show up this time. Yang Tohan. Class, Demon, Rank 2. Affiliation, Flying Tiger Clan. Gangrim stands up decisively to leave. I'm not going. The boy is surprised. Huh? Why? He replies calmly. I'm lazy. Even if I go, I'll just be treated like trash by the other clans. The girl is a bit disappointed. Seol Gangrim, I even skipped my school field trip to come here. Is it because of those losers who are always scared of you? She puts her hands on her hips. Who is it? Tell me. He sighs. Are you even aware that I'm 10 years older than you? She pouts grumpily. But you're weaker than me. Tehan steps forward to persuade him. Everyone is here, so you have to come too. Harang chimes in, that's right. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat them up. A voice rings out from behind. Yuharang. Yang Tohan. Quan Duhyun sternly requests. I understand you two want to chat with Seol Gangrim, but the mission is about to start. Both of you, get back to your positions. Gonduyu. Class. Human, Rank 2. Affiliation, Flying Tiger Clan. The girl sighs. Alright, coming. The boy doesn't forget to remind him. Hey, promise you'll come to the night party. Then both of them leave. See you later, Seol Gangrim. Duhyun pats his shoulder. Seol Gangrim, take care of yourself, okay? He replies, the vanguard are the ones in danger. I'll just be in the back. He says worriedly, I'm still a bit concerned since you won't be near me. He smiles gently. It's fine. Thanks. Afterward, both head in different directions. I also wish I could fight alongside him. The megaphone announces, the special mission, Demon Realm Raid, is about to begin. All groups, please strictly follow your assigned duties. Gangrim looks up seriously, listening. A powerful light envelopes the space. He closes his eyes and tells himself, I just need to stay in the back and clean up the remaining demons. It'll be fine. I won't hurt anyone. He grips his sword tightly. Right ahead, many monsters appear. Numerous high-ranking monsters show up. Vanguard groups move in. The rear groups wait at the entrance. Everyone charges forward with high spirits. The monsters open their mouths wide. Hyang attacks immediately. Taehan rushes in and swings his fist at it. Hyang charges forward riding a creature. A monster hunches over. Solis is preparing to summon. Rear groups prepare for combat. It expands its body, and a barrage of objects is fired out. The leader orders front groups, ignore the low-level monsters, and hold your positions. 3 monsters stand together in one spot. Their eyes glow a terrifying red. Gangrim moves forward and delivers a slash. He continues to raise his sword to fight. Blood splatters high up onto the tree branches. He stops, panting heavily. This is harder than I expected. We've gone too deep, and it's getting harder to breathe because of the demonic influence. A monster runs toward him from behind. I need to leave here soon. He leaves a long claw mark across his back. Other monsters seem to wake up and look at him simultaneously. They rush in from all sides. The one from before pins him down, restraining him. Gangrim shuts his eyes helplessly. A bright light appears. Shin Sua quickly takes care of the monsters. Everyone is immensely grateful. That's the clan leader of the Flying Tiger clan. She's even helping the rear groups. He also raises his hand and says softly, thank you. She waves back. Shin Sua. Class, God, rank 3. Affiliation, clan leader of the Flying Tiger clan. Suddenly, a mass of rocks and debris falls. She looks toward that direction in surprise. Everyone panics. What? Is it the boss? No. Isn't there still a long way to go before we reach the boss? A giant monster roars. It slowly approaches them. The real boss is here. Fire attribute hunters, get to the front. Its eyes flash with a beam of light. Then it opens its large mouth wide as it gets slashed. A deep gash is torn across its back. Blood sprays out from the wound. The people around cover their faces and close their eyes. Dust and smoke fill the air. The monster collapses in a pool of blood. From within the smoke, the silhouette of a woman is reflected. Hyang, radiating murderous intent. Where is Seol Gangrim? Everyone looks at her in silence. Then someone wonders, what the hell is going on? Who are you? Gangrim is completely confused. That woman killed the boss by herself? Why is she looking for me? She coldly raises her sword. She closes her eyes. Fine. Then she swings her sword at the people nearby. The scene becomes horrific. The people who were slashed have all collapsed. Their blood splattered onto his horrified face. The cold-blooded Hyang declared, I just need to kill all of you, since Seol Gangrim is among you. Smoke and dust filled the air as blood flowed from the monster's body. The pool of blood reflected Hyang's figure. She stood in the haze. Where is Seol Gangrim? Gangrim looked down in a daze. This woman just killed the boss alone? Why is she looking for me? He hid in a tree, his body emitting a faint light. Should I use Destiny Exploration to check first? The system appeared, activating Destiny Exploration power. All information was available. Hyang. Subclass. Minor God level. This person's destiny is classified. He was shocked. Minor God level. I've never seen this level before. The system continued. Regression class. Minor God level. Allows you to bring all current memories back to the past. This power cannot be used if you're already dead. He marveled inwardly. A top-tier regression power like that. Let's head down. She probably came here because she has information on me. Suddenly, a tree branch shot out to block him. A voice rang out. Stay there. He gradually realized it was a telepathy technique. I guess I shouldn't interfere with what's happening down there. Sua stepped out coldly, sword in hand. What do you want? Upon seeing her, Hyang interrogated, Are you Seol Gangrim? She proposed. He's a member of my clan. You can deal with me instead. She closed her eyes. No need. Forget it. With that, she swung her sword and cut down 2 more people. Their blood splattered on her body and face. I just need to kill everyone here. Assuming Seol Gangrim is hiding among you. She stated firmly, I won't show any mercy. Sua gritted her teeth and lunged to attack. Elsewhere, Gangrim was struggling to cut through the giant branch. I'm the one that woman is looking for. He decided he should step out before things went too far. He slashed while shouting, Let me go, Shin Sua. The people below fled in panic. A murderer. Everyone run. The 2 women continued their fierce duel. Hyang coldly offered a condition. I will spare their lives if you hand over Seol Gangrim. She refused without hesitation. I won't let you murder any member of my clan. She parried her blow. She was pushed back quite a distance. Suwa coughed up a mouthful of blood, her face contorting in pain. As Baek Hyang raised her sword to finish her, 3 people rushed in from behind. She keenly sensed them. She spun around to counterattack. She and Du Hyun clashed. He started as the sharp blade came right up to his neck. Suwa lay there, severely injured. Suddenly, someone jumped down near her. Taehan aggressively aimed a punch at her face. You bastard! But his fist was quickly caught by her, followed by his agonized scream. The others gathered in one spot to watch. Damn it, you're my way. Baek. Hyang stood before them, radiating murderous intent. Gangrim's cries echoed. Help me. He tried to drive his sword down. I have to get out of here. Still the same question. Where is Seol Gangrim? By now, he had successfully cut through the branch. He encouraged himself just a little more. He panted. All right. Then he immediately rushed out. Gangrim fell straight into the pool of fresh blood below. He propped himself up and slowly sat up. His eyes were wide with horror. His teammates had all been defeated. Baek Hyang slowly walked toward him. Still in shock, he stared intently at her. She coldly stepped over the bodies of everyone. The cruel scene unfolded before his eyes. His face turned pale with fear. I'm too late. Loss and self-reproach broke through in 2 streaks of tears. I should have been the one to die. His tears fell uncontrollably. It's all because of me, a mere insect-level person. But Baek Hyang remained expressionless. You must be Seol Gangrim. Suddenly, Sua's large tree branches erupted from the ground. She appeared forcefully. How dare you? She also reacted in time, touching a member of my clan. She spoke up. I don't understand. Baek Hyang looked at her indifferently. If you had handed over Seol Gangrim, you could have saved the others. Then she was pierced through by her sword. She struggled to explain, the duty of a clan leader is to protect. Suwa used all her strength to shout, hands still gripping her wrist. The clan members. A burst of light appeared. Gangrim blinked helplessly as he watched her get stabbed. The barrier was released. His tears flowed freely as a thought entered his mind. I'm going to die. He realized clearly that he couldn't win against her. He stared at her. She's going to kill me too. She came here to kill me. I was supposed to be the only one to die, but why? His gaze shifted towards Suwa. Why is it Shin Suwa who dies? The familiar system window appeared, checking corpses in the vicinity. He saw it as a last chance. Do you want to use the Destiny theft power? Gangrim looked at her with resentment. The system asked carefully, activate Destiny theft power? Using this power will accumulate karma. There are currently 421 corpses in the vicinity. Whose destiny do you wish to steal? He bit his lip in anger. His lip bled and his eyes glowed brilliantly. All 421 of them. Now, his aura had completely transformed. The system updated, checking which destinies can be stolen. It's all because of this person with an insect-class destiny. Gangrim shut his eyes in guilt. Your basic magic level is too low. Only a portion of destiny can be extracted. So many people died because of me. After a moment of checking, he received the result. Due to too many targets, destiny is being extracted randomly. Painful memories flooded back. They were right. Your magic has increased after absorbing a portion of the target's magic. You have obtained the power, blooming white flower. Wherever you go, death follows. You have obtained the power, stealth. Then came the happy memories. Your water attribute endurance has increased. If anyone dares bother you, I'll take care of them. It's all my fault. Don't worry, no one is kinder than him. You have obtained the power, 1,000 gene weight. You have obtained the power, airwalk. Gangrim held his head, dizzy. My destiny killed everyone. It's all my fault. A voice rang out. You have an interesting destiny. He looked up with soulless eyes. You have obtained the power, with leaf method. Baek Hyang coldly uttered 2 words, die now. The system concluded. You have successfully stolen the destiny of 421 people. Immediately after, he delivered a powerful horizontal slash across her body. This is all your fault. She couldn't help but be astonished. She quickly retreated. Gangrim told himself, I can't let it end like this. Then the 2 rushed into battle. I must have my revenge on this woman before I die. The swordsmanship master power has been activated. His eyes clearly reflect her silhouette. The eagle eye power has been activated. He rushes forward without hesitation. The reflection power has been activated. He delivers another slash before she can even react. The golden Buddha power has been activated. Baek Hyang immediately counters right after. The steel body power has been activated. His body is struck by several sword slashes. The pain resistance power has been activated. He leaps upward. The airwalk power has been activated. He grips his sword tightly, aiming straight for her. The 1,000 gene weight power has been activated. He seizes the opportunity as she leaves an opening. She looks back, her eyes glowing intensely. A massive surge of energy descends. The Ice Soul summoning power has been activated. Gangrim coughs up a mouthful of blood. He is slammed straight down onto the ground. He clenches his fist in anger. Damn it. Even with these powers, I don't know how to use them. His sword has broken. Fortunately, some powers activate automatically, but he realizes I can't unleash the full potential of these powers with a body and weapon like this. Even after stealing the destiny of 421 people, he still couldn't get his revenge. Another wave of attacks targets him. Gangrim shuts his eyes. If only I understood how to utilize these powers. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. That's it. There's one power that I understand best. One of Baek Hyang's weapons embeds itself in his leg. He falls in pain, struggling to pull it out. He squints his eyes at her. She mocks him arrogantly. It's useless, Seol Gangrim. You are destined to die. He uses all his strength to pull the shard out. His gaze is incredibly determined. I've watched this for years. He summons a series of Sua's branches. If it's this power, the large branches then fly straight toward her. Then I understand it well enough. The Woodleaf method power has been activated. Baek Hyang quickly raises her sword to block them. Gangrim begins to evaluate. Compared to before, she is struggling to slash through each branch. I thought he was just a swordsman, but it seems he's proficient in magic too. She unleashes a massive slash. However, with magic like this, all the branches are cut down. She is certain she will make it difficult for him to maintain the technique. Right at that moment, Gangrim rushes in from behind her. He raises her own weapon from earlier high in the air. Then he stabs it straight into her. Time seems to slow down. Her blood splatters. Baek Hyang slowly falls downward. He flashes a victorious smile. Then he also falls along with the momentum. I killed her. I've finally had my revenge. Both of them hit the ground at the same time with a thud. Gangrim exhaustedly clutches his wound. I killed Baek Hyang. He spits out a bit more blood. It's over. But then, the wounds on his body begin to heal. The system updates. The recovery power has been activated. He sits up. Don't activate it. The system stops immediately. The power activation process has been cancelled. He has fallen into despair. What's the point of living? Gangrim tries to force a smile, but tears have already gathered in the corners of his eyes. He struggles to stand up. It doesn't change anything anyway. The past, and even the present. There's nothing left. He recalls his childhood. Words from Baek then flood back. But destiny is tied to perseverance and death. You will be orphaned from a young age, and your life will be filled with misfortune. Fragmented memories pieced together exactly as the man said. My parents passed away before I could even grow up. He blames himself. Wherever I go, accidents follow. He talks to himself. Everyone around me encounters bad luck. I was destined to be this miserable and weak. Familiar faces appear, and yet they still welcome me. They died because of me. His hands are covered in blood. If only I had sought out Baek Hyang first. If only I had been the first to die. If I had done that, things would be so much better. Gangrim closes his eyes. If only I could turn back time. Suddenly he remembers. Wait, the system message. Power. Regression class. Minor god level. You can bring all current memories back to the past. Cannot be used if you're already dead. His eyes brighten slightly. Destiny theft power activated. Regression power has been acquired. He thinks to himself, I don't know which point in time I'll return to, but finally, the system's voice rings out. The regression power has been activated. He tells himself, even if I return to the exact moment Baek Hyang appears, I will face her. He waits with great anticipation. So please, lines of text appear, will activate. Your activation. Regression successful. He slams his hand down on the table. The surrounding space returns to normal. Gangrim opens his eyes in bewilderment. A quiet living room. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. The person outside opens the door and walks in. Hello, I'm here to get my horoscope read. The moment he hears the voice, he wheels around. His hands cannot stop trembling. The corners of his mouth turn up. A healthy Sua appears with another person. Hello. He is overjoyed. I'm back. As soon as he enters the house, the man brags, we finally had our first date. I'm looking forward to seeing how compatible we are. Sua's face is incredibly beautiful. She isn't wearing a mask. He gazes at her intently. He tells himself, I really am back. Shin Sua isn't dead, and she hasn't lost her eyes yet. He sets the folder down. I see. I won't let that happen again. Gangrim gives him a piece of paper and a pen. If you could, both of you please write down your names, ages, and birth times here. The man happily hands the paper back. Done. But she sighs. Huh. She seems a bit uncomfortable. He remembers. Come to think of it, she once mentioned being involved with a weird guy. I need to make sure she stays ahead of her time. Then he takes back the two papers. Allow me to see the compatibility of you two. He begins the reading. It shows that this gentleman's element is gold. And yours, miss, is wood. He concludes, this kind of horoscope is known as gold-splitting wood. He explains warmly. This is an ill omen because an axe can chop down a tree. Both are shocked to hear this. What? Suwa seems very happy. Is that so? I guess we have no other choice, since our fate is so terrible. But someone gets annoyed. Are you kidding me? What the hell do you think you're doing? Where's the owner? He points his finger. He's out at the counter. The man frowns and demands Suwa leave. I don't trust this guy. She lingers. I want to hear more about my destiny. This person is very good. The man trembles with rage. You'll regret this. Do you think a woman like you could ever meet someone as amazing as me? She doesn't even spare him a glance. It seems she has no intention of seeing you. Please leave. Hearing that, the man gets even angrier. The man leaves, slamming the door. You'd better not try to find me again. Suwa quietly watches the door close. Only then does she speak up. I thought places like this only mention the good things in life. He replies, usually that's true. Sorry about the previous life. She makes a friendly request. It seems you're very talented. Could you read my fortune some more? He immediately agrees. Ah, sure. Suddenly, his attitude shifts. A flash of light sparks. The space becomes chaotic. Your stats are being calculated based on your destiny. Gangrim holds his head, dizzy. Even though I knew it would happen, I guess I couldn't avoid the tremors and vertigo. She asks, what are you doing? She hurriedly taps the table, signaling him. Hide under the table, quick. With that, Suwa grabs his hand and pulls him down. In the previous life, Shin Suwa also protected me. Both of them crawl under the table. Focus. Didn't you think you could change the future? The space gradually returns to normal. She looks around in confusion. He quietly walks away while she is still wondering. What was that strange notification just now? Destiny? Stats? Then she realizes he's leaving. Wait for me. I think it's best not to get involved with Shin Suwa. He walks out of the room. Gangrim scans the area. I hope there's something good here. He reaches out happily. Here it is. Just then, Suwa walks up. Where are you going? He hurriedly hides the item. She grabs his sleeve. We have to evacuate immediately. She drags him along. Wait a second. Suddenly, a frantic cry rings out. A scream. People from outside rush in. Run. Monsters. She's puzzled. Huh? Monsters? A giant worm bites someone's leg. A person yells, get away from me. Help me. The bitten area immediately gushes blood. Suwapanix. Wait. I can't help you. Gangrim calmly pulls out a knife. Then he decisively slices it in two. The corners of his mouth curl up. I knew they would appear. The remaining worms crawl toward them. Giant worm. SSS-Class, rank 3. A large worm that normally eats grass, but will now consume both poisonous creatures and humans. He bravely charges in to exterminate them. Everyone get to safety. One by one, they are all defeated. Gangrim grabs one by the head. This is the last one. He wheels around when he hears a scream. Help me. There are even more over there. He demands if you don't want to die, everyone grab something. These bugs aren't that strong. He suddenly stops in his tracks. Suwa is holding a fire extinguisher covered in green fluid. She smiles brightly. They're actually quite weak compared to how they look. I managed to take one down too. Everyone is stunned. What? He smiles gently. It's actually funny to see someone who could take down a dragon being this happy about it. Gangrim leads the group. The floor is clear for now. We should head down before more of them show up. Then they leave one by one. Thank you. He fumbles for something inside the worm's belly. I need to collect spirit orbs whenever I get the chance. He pulls out a lot of orbs. Even though they're low rank, they're more than I thought. Suwa is curious. Hey, why haven't you come down yet? He quickly puts the orbs in his bag. Why haven't you left yet? She replies, I couldn't leave you here alone. He asks, are you worried about someone you just met yesterday? She sighs. Yeah, I am. He reaches out to her, even when she doesn't know what else will happen. How dangerous it is. She's still the same. She explains, that's why we should. He cuts her off. Scene Suwa. That's why I need to tell you. His expression turns solemn. I have something to tell you. Suwa is a bit flustered. What is it? He leans his head on his hand. Name, Scene Suwa. Class, Dragon type, rank 3. Hearing that string of info, she's confused. Wait, what are you saying? He continues, your attribute is wood, and you have a power called wood leaf method. Immediately after, the window of destiny appears right in front of her. Seeing this, he asks, did the window of destiny just open? She looks at it in surprise. The window of destiny? I'm seeing something, and I see the wood leaf method power. He holds up a finger to remind her. Do you remember the notification we got in the room? That strange announcement? It seems we've gained superpowers. He thinks to himself, since we've awakened, we won't die unless we encounter that thing. Gangrim reminds her, let's head down. The two follow the railing down. Hey, what about your destiny? He advises, it's better if we don't tell each other about the contents of our windows of destiny. He looks back. It's like other people could read it. Suwa says, okay. He falls into deep thought. My window of destiny is exactly the same as 5 years ago. I didn't keep the powers I stole in the previous life. The window of destiny remains the same, seal, Gangrim. Class, Insect rank 3. Attribute, Fire. Its function also appears, Destiny Investigation. Cruel class, rank 3. You can steal a portion of the target's destiny and make it your own. However, karma will increase when doing so. He continues his line of thought. Only one thing has changed. The system concludes. You currently have a massive amount of karma points. He lowers his head. This is likely the result of stealing the destiny of 421 people. If I want to change the future, I need to use the destiny theft power, but accumulating too many karma points right now is not good. Gangrim returns to his thoughts. Karma points increase when committing a great sin like murder, or I will bury your destiny, when a specific power is used. But one thing is certain. If karma points are too high, the target will cross the boundary. The two of them are still using flashlights to find their way. Those who have gone outside the boundary have all suffered terribly. Suwa speaks up. Wait, I think someone is here. A hidden figure appears in the hallway. The person is wrapped up tightly, so it's impossible to tell who it is. She kindly runs over. I'll help you. He urgently stops her. Wait. A giant worm lunges from behind that person. Gangrim stabs it directly with his knife. It is quickly finished off. Luckily, there was only one. She asks curiously, is someone in there? His hand slowly touches the other person's body and begins to glow. The easiest way to check if they're still alive is. The system immediately appears. Destiny theft power has been activated. He shakes his head. Currently, the number of surrounding survivors has decreased by 1. They're dead. He reads the window of destiny intently. It seems they had a strong power. If they had awakened, they would have lived. It reads, Fire Manipulation. Class, Insect rank 3. You can summon and control a small flame. The user can attack targets from a distance if they are within sight. A flame flickers above his hand. I'll take it. The system records his decision. You have obtained the power, Fire Manipulation. However, it comes with a penalty. Penalty. You have received karma points. Gangrim clenches his fist happily. Perfect. I need powers like this. Suwa runs in one direction. There's something over there. The giant worm's blood sprays out. Dako Jun excitedly uses his weapon to slice its body. Huh, is this the new guide? Is it really this easy? He confidently challenges. Let me just fight the boss already. Then he notices the two of them. The giant worm's torso flies toward them. He rests his weapon on his shoulder and approaches. Oh, survivors? He probes. Are you characters on the same team as me? Gangrim readily moves to shield stuff. Contrary to expectations, he is very friendly and extends his hand. I'm Dako Jun, nice to meet you both. He realizes, right, this is where he started too. He politely responds, I'm Seo Gangrim. He tilted his head. Now, what is this heroine's name? She stammered, heroine? Aim Shin Suaf. He shook hands with Seo Gangrim. Seo Gangrim and Shin Suwa. Great, I'll remember that. Now that the Gathering Teammates event is over, it will start soon. She was confused. What are you talking about? He explained dismissively. Don't all game tutorials follow this pattern? His window of destiny appeared. Class, Divine, Hyang. Attribute, Metal. His rank, Dreamer, Saint System, Level 1. The boundary between dream and reality becomes blurred. The user is less affected by demonic energy. Willpower, pain resistance, and fear resistance are pre-adjusted. Dragon System, Level 1. Gangrim looked down with a grim face. Dako Jun would soon become the leader of one of the 5 major cults. However, he looked toward the scattered giant worms. Seeing this, even though he hadn't awakened yet, Go-Jun elaborated. Don't you two usually defeat the boss with teammates? Or everyone gets a strong teammate mid-battle or something like that? He patted his shoulder. Awaken, thanks to the sacrifice of your teammates. He silently evaluated. I know you're a famous novelist, but you're a bit too delusional. Then all 3 looked in one direction as a scream rang out. A person rushed forward in panic. Help me. Monsters. The great giant worm was chasing after them. Great giant worm. Insect class, rank 1. A monster formed from many insects. It will be killed if all other insects are defeated. It has the same eating habits as the giant worm. The person tripped and fell into the pile of worms. The person's face was filled with terror. Suwa watched the scene in shock. Then, the person's blood began to flow. Go-Jun speculated, it looks like the boss we have to defeat in the opening, right? Gangrim quickly stepped to the front. She advised him, do you want to kill that thing? We have to run right now. He unleashed a massive flame forward. The great giant worm was hit. Magic? I knew I could count on you. He looked at him. What do you think? Can we kill it? He replied bluntly, no. He stated firmly, at this moment, we cannot kill that thing. Gangrim explained, right now I can only block it with fire, so... But before he could finish, it escaped the fire and lunged. He stood his ground and ordered the other 2 to run. Then he ran after them, not forgetting to use a skill to try and restrain it. He realized his attack wasn't effective. The other 2 ran in front, he ran in the middle, and the great giant worm was at the end. An explosion occurred just as he ran clear. Suwa called out anxiously, "See old Gangrim." She urged, "Come over here quickly." Gojun grabbed her wrist and pulled her away. "Don't stop, Shin Suwa." She demanded crossly, "Ah, wait. Let go of me." The great giant worm gradually crawled closer to him. He felt dizzy once again. "So Gongrim." The great giant worm crawled toward Gangrim. The other two called out worriedly, "See old Gangrim." The shout immediately attracted it. He quickly drew its attention. "Where are you looking?" A wave of fire shot straight at it. "You shouldn't take your eyes off me." He jumped out of the explosion, assessing where the monster came from. "I'll have to buy more time." The other two had made it outside. "See old Gangrim. I will never forget your sacrifice." "Wait, let's go." He encouraged himself. "I can do this. I just need to hold on until the Destiny Protection Agency arrives." Gangrim tumbled to the ground. I didn't expect to deal so little damage to it, but its wide-open mouth began to glow. This gave him an idea, right? If it's the mouth. He shot fire directly into its mouth. Would this work? The great giant worm trembled and collapsed. Its blood-red eyes flashed with a beam of light. It continued to approach him. I guess not. Now what? Suddenly, a long wooden beam flew straight into its head. Suwa appeared holding a bundle of wood. "Run quickly." He was surprised. "Me seen Suwa?" Immediately, a swarm of giant worms rushed in. She struggled to block them using the wooden beams. Gangrim reminded her, "Use the wood leaf method, quickly." She looked back and replied, "I can't. I need plants around here." He suggested, "I'm sure those pieces of wood will work too." Because of that, she realized it. She placed the wooden beams on the ground. Sprout. She concentrated on expanding her power even further. Then the trees simultaneously surged toward the great giant worm. The two watched the result with bated breath. Without waiting another second, she grabbed his hand. Quickly. Suddenly, Sua's eyes widened in shock. The giant worms weren't dead. They were even more aggressive. They crawled along the tree branches toward them. She fell to the ground in terror. "It's over." She blamed herself through tears. "I came here to save Gangrim." Gangrim spoke up. "What will serve as fuel for the fire?" The system announced. "The destinies of Seol Gangrim and Shin Suwa are combining." She stopped crying. Shin Sua's destiny is giving vitality to Seol Gangrim's destiny. He quickly shot fire toward the branches, causing them to burst into flames. The system window appeared. Fire manipulation power is ranking up from Insect Class Rank 3 to Insect Class Rank 1. He panted, observing everything carefully. Our powers are based on the 8 characters of Destiny. The logic of the 8 characters is applied to the battle. He was exhausted and sweating. He thought to himself, what gives life to fire? The worms were incinerated. You have defeated the Rank 1 great giant worm. The system is operating non-stop, calculating achievements. Seeing this, Suwa rejoiced. "We did it." She asked him anxiously, "Seol Gangrim, are you okay?" He forced a smile. "Yeah, I'm Fine. You have received a bonus reward for defeating an opponent stronger than yourself." Afterward, she helped him out of there. "This is the first floor. The exit is still safe. Anemia due to mana depletion." She grabbed the doorknob. "We're finally getting out." As soon as the door opened, a gust of wind rushed in. The space behind the door was pitch black. Suwa was utterly bewildered. "Where are we?" A green light enveloped them. This building should definitely be in the city center. Gangrim keenly noticed the totem pole in the hall. "I didn't expect the first floor to connect to this place." The 4 statues emitted light. Power. Totem pole. Dragon system. Rank 3. A totem pole that contains energy to overwhelm and complete. It heals humans who come near it and prevents monsters from approaching. The door disappeared, startling her. The door. She was uneasy. "What do we do?" He replied calmly, "We'll rest first. At least there are no monsters here." At that moment, Gojun suddenly walked out. "How are you guys still alive? That's impressive." As soon as Suwa saw him, she couldn't hide her anger. He rubbed his chin. "How strange. The heroine Shin Suwa left me. That means..." She pointed at him crossly. "Heroine, my foot. You're a villainous criminal who betrayed your friends to save your own life. You did everything regardless of the cost." He froze upon hearing that. "What?" He held his head and denied it. No way. "Well, it's true, but I can't be a villain." Gangrim broke the tense atmosphere. "He's even worse than before. Miss Suwa, over here." The people over there were in a state of confusion. "Where are we?" "We just encountered monsters." They were dazed as their wounds gradually healed. "Huh, my wounds." Everyone scrambled to check their phones. No service. It just suddenly broke. Everything fell into chaos. "Is it safe here?" Everyone was panicked. "Fire? Why?" No one understood the situation. What was happening? And suddenly, someone appeared on the podium. The person began to speak. "It seems all members of this sector are present." She introduced herself formally. I am Anna Viticasia from the branch pillar headquarters of the Destiny Protection Agency. She glanced over the crowd. From now on, I will. Her eyes glowed brightly. Manage everyone here. Everyone was confused. What? What is the Destiny Protection Agency? They all protested simultaneously. Manage us? What are you talking about? This is kidnapping. Let's out right now. What is the meaning of this? Gangrim was different. He already knew all of this. This was the official beginning. In his past life, he had been a failure. He clenched his fist. But this time will be different. I will become as strong as possible before leaving this place. Everyone was in a panic. What? What exactly is the Destiny Protection Agency? Anna Viticasia addressed their concerns. Our job is to protect the citizens from the coming disaster. People still didn't believe her. Manage us? What on earth are you saying? How is this any different from kidnapping? Let's go now. They all condemned her. What is the point of this action? She ignored them and continued. The demon realm will open in a few seconds. They interrupted her. Those insects earlier. You were the ones who released them, right? She went on. The director's prophecy. The space was in total chaos. Umans. I'll sue you. Let me out. Gojun gritted his teeth. Then he couldn't take it anymore and barked. Shut up. You stupid background characters. Everyone immediately shifted their attention to him. He reproached them. Can't you see this is a rare opportunity? How can you be so stupid? You'll always be just background extras. Gangrim silently evaluated. He's the same as ever, but he's right. He shot a quick glance at him. Being chosen for this place is a privilege. And aside, I think it would be faster to let you see the current situation outside. Everyone, please sit down calmly. She snapped her fingers, and a screen flickered to life. On the screen was live footage of Seoul. A horrific massacre was happening outside. The gates to another dimension, the demon realm, had opened across the country. The image of the giant worm was zoomed in. Monsters from the demon realm will pour out. The Destiny Protection Agency prophesied this disaster. That's why, a few years ago, the Chasia, several masked individuals, similar to her, were shown fighting. That awakened our powers before everyone else. They used various abilities to exterminate them and began preparing for this day. She spread her arms. However, in this chaotic world, we need more awakened ones. We summoned you here because we believe your potential is superior among those who haven't awakened yet. We will help you awaken and become stronger under the management of the Protection Agency. Anna pulled out a talisman and burned it. If you wish, you may leave. But please check what your power is first, then decide. When you do, perhaps you will change your mind. The window of destiny appeared again. Soul Gongrim. Subclass. Insect Class, Rank 3. Attribute, Fire. Powers, Destiny Exploration, Destiny Theft, Fire Manipulation. Everyone was stunned. What is this? Is this my power? Human Class, Rank 1? What's that? As for Gangrim, he was all too familiar with this. He was quite certain of his thoughts. This is definitely not Anna's power. I want to explore her destiny, but she's wearing a mask. Anna continued to guide them. You've seen your powers. You can view them as supernatural abilities or magic. She explained, awakened ones will use their powers to hunt monsters. She elaborated in detail and attacked the demon realm to eliminate the threat. But this is an extremely dangerous job while on duty. She stated coldly, you might end up dead. Everyone looked at her in fear. It's the same during training. If you want to avoid danger and be protected, Anna specified, you must give up your power. Someone without the will to fight does not deserve to possess power. Then she clapped her hands. I will give you exactly 1 hour to think. The space began to blur. You can rest on the second floor. We will provide instruction manuals. You should read them. After 1 hour, those who wish to stay should return here. Flashes of light enveloped everyone. Those who do not wish to stay can leave through the emergency exit on the 3rd floor. As I said, once you leave, you will never be able to see your window of destiny again. With that, Anna turned to leave. See you later. She checked her watch. It's time. I will assume those who have returned here agree to participate in the training. A door gradually opened. This is the first trial. Everyone turned toward it. The door looks very mysterious. Up to 3 people can enter at a time. If you complete the challenge and step out through this gate, the trial ends here. She explained the rules. The mission to clear each room is different. You can check the requirements once you are inside. A hologram appeared. Exterminate monsters. No more than 6. Anna continued. There is no limit to the number of attempts for the first trial. However, if you leave without completing the mission, you will have to restart the mission from the beginning. Then she took out a small box. This is the item box provided to everyone. You just need to take one and then proceed to the supply center. She introduced, if you're injured, you can use healing items. Or return to the waiting room for the totem pole's healing. She carefully reminded them, we want you to sign an agreement stating that the Protection Agency will not be held responsible in the event of your death. Of course, we will try to support you as much as possible to prevent the worst-case scenario. Then she bowed. Good luck. The space fell silent. One person boldly raised their hand. The person said, does anyone want to go with me? My ability is Demon Class, Rank 1. Gongrim quietly. Who want to join? He moved away from the crowd. My subclass is. He remarked, it's exactly like a recruitment fair. Suwa called it back, Mr. Seal Gangrim. She ran after him. Earlier at the building. She expressed her gratitude. Thank you. She awkwardly scratched her head. You don't have a group yet, right? Neither do I. Suwa reached out her hand, offering, would you like to go with me? He just stood there looking at her. Mr. Seal Gangrim? He kept staring at her, which made her feel embarrassed. Gangrim bit his lip. His hands were trembling. Thank you? Why? That terrifying memory flooded back again. Only when Seal Gangrim dies. How can everyone else survive? He held his head in despair. It's all my fault. Suwa asked worriedly, are you feeling unwell somewhere? He covered his face and pushed her away. I'm Yufine. Then he turned away decisively. I refuse. He looked back at her one more time. Gangrim intentionally added, going alone will be more comfortable for me. Hearing that, she looked sad. Ah, I see. I thought you and I, Seal Gangrim, work quite well together. He reassured her. Miss Shin Suwa, you'll coordinate well with others. She felt motivated. Then she said loudly, Mr. Seal Gangrim, even if we can't hunt together, I still want us to look out for each other. Okay. He didn't turn back, walking straight ahead coldly. Yeah. An advertisement board was placed in a corner. Training sword, HP potions, mana potions. Gangrim slowly opened the provided item box. His equipment immediately appeared. Training sword, SSS-Class, Rank 1, HP potion X2, mana potion X2. He strapped the sword to his hip. It's very hard to collect 10 items in the early stages. So being a trainee is quite profitable, right? HP potions are very expensive, but they provide them continuously for trainees. Gojun waved his hand. Seal Gangrim wait. He smiled brightly. You shouldn't leave your only companion behind, should you? He was flustered. Huh. This never happened in my previous life. I'll just pretend I didn't hear him. He ran up and patted his shoulder. Seal Gangrim, wait a second. He replied, what is it? He proposed, if things continue like this, the two of us will be the main characters of this story. So, let's clear the first trial together, okay? Gangrim shook his head vigorously. I prefer going alone. He insisted, don't worry. I'm different from those background characters who only drag others down. He confidently smoothed his hair. I am strong. I am a protagonist. Protagonists, supporting roles, and background characters. Dako Jun categorized everyone as if they were characters in a novel. He remembered. Protagonist? In the previous life, he treated me like a common background extra. I think he's misunderstood and thinks I'm strong. He rubbed his chin, thinking carefully. Having a strong companion is quite comfortable. Shin Suwa is very strong, but if she's near me, she'll have bad luck. That's why I don't want her to come along. But what about Dako Jun? He was lost in thought. It doesn't matter if something happens to Dako Jun, right? Gojun spoke up. What are you thinking? Change your mind yet? He replied, all right, let's go together. He was surprised. Really? Then he ran back to get a box. Wait for me a moment. I'm going to get a supply box. Gojun grabbed a box right from the mascot's hand. Is this the supply box? I'd love to chat more with a mascot like you, but let's talk later. Suwa looked at him with annoyance. Why are you looking at me like that? He mocked her. Is it because you're not the protagonist? She remained silent, and he left excitedly. Seal Gangrim, I've got it. Let's go. The door glowed. I can feel the presence of death. I can feel the presence of gold demons. Both of them pushed the door open and stepped inside. Seal Gangrim and Dako Jun have entered. You have entered the Mountain of Blades underworld. The rules are announced. All rooms are connected to 4 corridors. There will be monsters, traps, and safe zones in each room and corridor. Find the exit and depart. The system announces, the first trial, Mountain of Blades underworld, begins. Gangrim repeats. So the mission to clear the trial is to find the exit. Gojun exclaims excitedly, great, let's start. He looks around. I wonder if the layout is the same as in my previous life. This path. He's curious. Monsters and traps, huh? I wonder what's going to show up. He's completely oblivious to his surroundings. I'm looking forward to. A blade thrust straight up, causing him to tumble. Gojun isn't afraid at all. Instead, he seems a bit happy. So this is a trap? Nothing new at all. He grins widely. But I like these classic styles. He props himself up. Hey, Seal Gangrim, let's go together. Torches are lit along the walls. He praises, no more traps now? Seems like you're really lucky, Seal Gangrim. He immediately denies it. No, I'm very unlucky. The two discuss. Huh, I think I heard something. You've already distributed your stat points, right? Yeah, I did that while reading the manual. A large group of demons gathers ahead. Bone Demon. Rank. Insect Class, Rank 3. A monster composed of human bones. It craves human flesh, has poor hearing, and is sensitive to light. Go-jun is ready to fight. They look stronger than insects, don't they? After training, they'll probably get even stronger. He looks back. There are quite a few of them, but if we join forces... Gangrim hurls fire toward them. One bone demon is incinerated. The others simultaneously turn to look at them, then they leave one after another. The entrance is quite small. If they gather here, they'll have no way out. He exclaims, "Seal Gangrim, you're quite a clever character, aren't you?" He draws his sword. "If you keep talking nonsense like that, go back." The two begin fighting the bone demons. Gangrim drives his blade deep into the wall. He uses the momentum to kick a bone demon straight in the head. Go-jun charges arrogantly. "I can't let you take the lead." The two work together to exterminate them. He happily raises his sword. "That was a great fight." After a while, the bone demons are all destroyed. Seal Gangrim. "Every room we go into has demons." He complains, "It's getting boring. I think we've killed over 100 now." He asks, "Are you tired?" He sheathes his sword. "Not really. These monsters aren't very strong. I learned to fight with a sword in case I was suddenly transported to another world or a book." He wonders, "Hey, Seal Gangrim, honestly, when I first saw you, I was curious about one thing." He looks at him indifferently. "What is it?" He leans in and whispers, "Perhaps you're a regressor, a reincarnator, a time traveler, or something like that." Gangrim freezes as he hits the nail on the head. He warns, "If you keep talking nonsense like that, go somewhere else." He smiles brightly. "I think I guessed right, didn't I?" He pushes his back. "Stop wasting time and let's go." "Go ahead, please." He still teases intentionally. "I'm not joking. You know you're very unique, right?" Go-jun continues, "You're always strangely calm. You adapt incredibly fast. And you aren't afraid of monsters at all." He avoids his gaze and makes up an excuse. "When I was young, I used to see ghosts often, so I'm used to it." He replies, "Oh, really? Then I'm also very curious about your past." He offers, "Tell me about it." But before he can finish, he's pushed forward hard. The floor shatters. Gangrim falls down with the momentum. He's startled. "So Gongrim?" He reminds him seriously, "Run, quickly." Go-jun hurriedly runs outside. He looks back at the chaos inside. He seems worried. "So Gongrim?" But then he coldly turns away. Is he not the protagonist? He leaves just like that. I like stories with regression plots. That's not very lucky. What will happen to the story now? Elsewhere, Gangrim falls into a mysterious place. He carefully draws his sword for defense. Then he stabs the sword into the wall. Thanks to that, he lands safely. The system announces, "You have entered a secret area." The corners of his mouth curl up. Warning. Monsters in the secret area are stronger than in regular areas. Gangrim looks around. Every path has a trap or monster you must face. The path leading to the regular area has been activated. Once you return, the secret passage will be sealed. He steps forward bravely. You can request a rescue. Do you want to give up and return? Rescue request time. 2 minutes 58 seconds. No way I'm giving up like that. A group of bone demons gathers. I might gain more stats than expected. He creates a flame. "Man, I'm grateful to have come with Go-jun and entered all these monster rooms. I need a chance to grow on my own." Shin Suwa would probably be a different story. Then he raises his hand, focusing his aim on them. The bone demons charge simultaneously. Gangrim defeats them one by one. Your stats have increased by 10 points. Your stats have increased by 10 points. The bones of the bone demons lie scattered. Your strength has increased to stage 4 after using stat points. They are completely destroyed by him. Your strength has increased to stage 5 after using stat points. He walks past with his sword. Everything is easier than the beginning once I raise my stats. I can't believe I received this many stat points. System update. See old Gangrim. Strength, stage 5. Stamina, stage 4. Agility, stage 4. Sense, stage 4. Magic, stage 3. He rubs his chin. I wonder how strong they'll become. Regardless of stats, everyone starts at stage 1. Gongrim thinks carefully. The difference between each rank is the amount of time and effort required to reach the next stage. Cute illustrations appear, even if you receive the same amount of experience. The growth rate will be higher if you're in a better subclass. He continues his thought. A divine class person like Go-jun will grow much stronger at a faster rate. Since I've been dragging him around with me, he must be much stronger than before. Didn't it take me 3 whole days in my previous life? Congratulations on being the first to clear the mountain of Blades Underworld. Gangrim goes to find something. This time, I'm the first to win the first clear reward. Oh, it's here. He slowly reaches out his hand. In order to do this, he crosses his arms and tells himself, I need to complete everything before today ends. Before him is a long, deep tunnel. It seems it's time to encounter the boss. He looks up to observe. It could be said that this place is different from the other areas of this location. A drop of sweat rolls down his cheek. It feels like I'm truly in the Mountain of Blades Underworld now. Gangrim creates a flame to light the way. Red and blue lights entwine around the swords. Two monsters appear. The general couple of the Mountain of Blades underworld. Human class. Rank 3. These monsters are masters of swordsmanship. They move as if they were one. Unless both are destroyed at the same time, they will continue to recover. You hide behind the door. They are the general couple. I already knew, but seeing them this close is very different. He can't control his body from trembling. Damn it, stop trembling. The general couple has discovered him by now. He's already prepared. I can defeat them if I follow the plan. It thrusts its sword toward him. Gangrim is not to be outdone and counters the blow. It howls in pain. Gangrim takes the opportunity to run away. I knew they would look for me first. At least I have to catch their attention. He looks back to observe its movement. Because their attribute is metal, it seems fire attribute attacks will work well. He has calculated carefully. I'll gain a little more time with that move. The blood of the general couple sprays out. The other one has decapitated it. The system appears to explain this phenomenon. Unless destroyed simultaneously, they will continue to recover. He's surprised. It's unpredictable that they would kill each other to recover. Gangrim gripped the hilt tightly. Fighting head-on is meaningless. Your speed has increased to stage 7 after using stat points. Multiple blades appeared, slashing his hands and cheeks. He still pushed himself to run. I'm almost there. Suddenly, he stepped on a bone demon's bone. Because of that, he slipped and fell. Those two also appeared right in front of him. He tried to unleash 2 waves of fire. The one who was attacked earlier used the same method to save its partner. They chased him frantically. The general couple is recovering. Gongrim ridchurst inwardly. Perfect, I can hear the wind. He accelerated, running faster. It kept chasing after him just like that. The system updated continuously. The young general couple is recovering. The old 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 general couple is recovering. The general couple bared their terrifying fangs. The system continued. Your strength has increased to stage 7 after using stat points. He threw a kick aimed straight at it. Then he jumped up and struck it, causing it to drop its sword. He commanded, "Get in there." After he spoke, it was defeated. Lines of system text appeared. Rank 3 classification. The general couple has been defeated. Your rewards are being calculated. Gangrim slumped to the ground in exhaustion. You receive extra stat points for defeating enemies stronger than yourself. He wiped away the sweat with his hand. Everything I needed to do was escape the insects, and I've finished clearing the stage. Before that, he stated firmly, there's one thing I must confirm. An idea struck him. If the monster's destiny is to take human form, then shouldn't I steal it? He knelt on one knee. The Destiny Theft ability has been activated. Currently, there are 2 corpses within the activation range. Gangrim smiled brightly with joy. I knew it. Just like monsters, humans like me can also steal destiny. Memories of his previous life flooded back. In the past, the reason I didn't use Destiny Theft before I met Hyang was because I didn't want to, or to put it bluntly, I couldn't. The Destiny Theft ability has been cancelled due to insufficient mana. Hyang scratched the back of his neck. Are you sure you can't? No, I've only been dead for 3 hours. He was helpless. I'm sorry. There is a restriction. The longer the target has been dead, the more mana it costs. With my pathetic magic level. The death of his teammate was shown again, dying right in front of me. Otherwise, I couldn't activate that skill. Gangrim was very conflicted. That was when I questioned whether I should steal human destinies like those monsters do. He continued his train of thought. But at that time, I couldn't even withstand the powerful aura from the demon realm. He looked disappointed. I didn't have a chance to try. He slowly drew his sword. You have stolen a portion of the opponent's strength. You have stolen the weakening ability. Stability ability. Demon class. Rank 3. Skill activated when the sword leaves the sheath. While using the sword, the swordsman can improve their rank to a minimum degree. Gangrim swung the sword a few times. Let's see. He touched the sword excitedly. The blade fell as if it were glowing. The system turned bright red. Warning. You have received a massive amount of karma points. He thought to himself, that's fine. Instead of stealing it from the living, the karma points I get from their destiny will be reduced to a minimum. He clenched his fist. More importantly, it's a worthy result. He once again stepped into that corridor full of blades. When humans accumulate too much karma, they cross the boundary, and it's called the Sea of Suffering. Gangrim touched the wall in front of him. I wonder how much longer until I cross that boundary. He officially left. The first gate, Mountain of Blades Underworld, completed for the first time. Goal, Seol Gangrim, the sole finisher. As soon as the people saw him, they were stunned. It's been cleared already. The atmosphere immediately became chaotic. He cleared it all by himself? A familiar call rang out. Seol Gangrim. This voice made his face turn pale with dread. Gojun ran over excitedly with open arms. I knew you could do it. That's why you're my ally. He tried to hug him, but missed. You're even faster than last time. He crossed his arms in protest. I'm not your ally. Don't trust me. Anna stepped forward. Mr. Seol Gangrim. She politely offered, congratulations on being the first to complete this stage. Would you mind sparing a moment? At the training facility, Seol Gangrim's private room. Gangrim looked at his spoils of war happily. It seems the reward for completing the first round was given by Anna. Storage pouch. An item used to store items with no limit on weight or volume. He strapped the pouch to his hip. It's very hard to get a storage pouch. I couldn't miss this chance. He took out a card and entered the password into his phone. When I think of its owner, I don't want to draw attention from the Destiny Protection Agency. Another bonus reward. The news was reporting heavily. A magnitude 5.8 earthquake has shaken the entire country. The strongest earthquake since 2017. Massive damage, countless casualties increasing from aftershocks. They concluded the death toll is still rising. Gangrim wondered. No response from the Destiny Protection Agency? In the comments, people were talking animatedly. I heard something very strange before the earthquake. Something about stats? Anyone like me? Me too. The video looks like the Protection Agency is teaching us something. Link please. A girl then appeared on the screen. First squad leader of the Protection Agency, Seol Moon Yoonhee. Announcement from the Destiny Protection Agency. She smiled gently. To protect the common people, we at the Protection Agency have been and are trying our best. He used his power again. Destiny theft ability activated. He received the report. The target's destiny is being protected. Gangrim clicked his tongue in disappointment. It seems they have items to protect it. The sound from the phone continued steadily. These activities will continue. Do not worry too much. We, the Destiny Protection Agency, will protect your future. The corners of her mouth curled up. Please trust the Destiny Protection Agency. He lay on the bed thinking. Trust the Destiny Protection Agency? They say. He fell into deep thought. The Destiny Protection Agency is an organization that gathers the strongest awakened ones. All members of this force hide their faces behind masks. The familiar silhouette from his previous life appeared. He speculated if that woman is a member of the association. His expression darkened. It only accounts for the inability to assess her strength. Gangrim held his head. I can't say it right now. Geometry Do slammed a stack of documents onto the table. Is this how you do your work? He scolded angrily. Didn't you say this stage would take at least a week to complete? Jean du. Destiny Protection Alliance, Squad de Leader, Seoul. Everyone bowed their heads in silence. But now what? They cleared it in one day, even the secret area. And yet you told me their destiny level and skills were only insect rank 3? He pointed specifically at you, Sungtae. He startled. Yes. He ordered deal with it. He was extremely fuming. Write the announcement, then clear out the trap Seol Gangrim said. The rest of you, prepare to clear the remaining monsters. The meeting ended. Dismissed. Everyone put their masks back on. Understood. Sungtae rubbed his forehead helplessly. He sat alone in a dark room. He wondered how, while he was herding the monsters into traps, his face went dark, but he managed to clear the second gate on the very same day. He typed diligently and continuously on the keyboard. Sungtae couldn't hide his fear. What if the superiors find out that the gate clearer is only an insect rank? It's impossible. At the cafe in training facility number 1, Gojun asked, Seol Gangrim, do you plan on going to room 2 today? He started the conversation brightly. Do you still remember our bet? Their previous conversation was shown. Don't you trust my skills? Let's see who clears room 2 first. He teased, if you don't try, I might just finish room 2 before you. Gangrim replied coldly, I'll do things my way, so do whatever you want. And also, I'm not your ally until you beat me. Go somewhere else. He joked back. No, I want to be close to you. Just then, Sua's group walked past. Thanks to you, I'm alive again. She said modestly, no, it's all thanks to you blocking the attack. A group member suggested, I think we should go in next time. Seeing that, he felt relieved. Shin Sua seems to be doing well. Gojun also noticed her. I hate people who are too nice, Seol Gangrim. He threw a piece of cake at his head. Get lost. The group of girls were still laughing and talking happily. Let's go eat together. Totally. Their conversation drifted into his ears. Wow, your hands are so small. They're so cute. Really? I don't. Gangrim grimaced and turned as John Gunam extended his hand. Do you want to compare with mine? It looks like I'll have to endure this again. He smiled brightly. See? They are small. The girl was surprised. Wow, you're right. He opened up a conversation. Actually, I know how to read palms. The girl next to him added, he read mine last time. He was spot on. Sua focused on the cup of hot water in her hands, paying them no mind. Gunam actively called out, come on, Shin Sua, let me see your hand. She politely declined. I don't need that. He still intentionally leaned in, touching her hand. Come on, you won't always get this chance. I might change my mind next time. Come on, Suwa, I'm serious. She pulled her hand back just as Gangrim's hand landed on the table. She looked at him in surprise. He looked extremely grumpy at being interrupted, but he quickly regained his smile. Gunam invited him, "See old Gangrim. Do you want me to read your palm?" He answered flatly, "No." He reached towards Suwa. "I have something to tell you." He pointed behind him. "Can we?" "Yes." She was dazed for a moment before agreeing. "Yes, of course." Gangrim and Suwa left together. "I want to talk somewhere more private." "All right." Suddenly, two people walked up. "Hey, Soul Gongrim." They smiled brightly. "Thanks for letting us use the Wi-Fi." A piece of paper with a network password was stuck on the wall. "After I struggled to finish the Mountain of Blades underworld room alone and share the Wi-Fi, one of the rewards." He looked at them thoughtfully. "Everyone is becoming friendly with me. Go with us next time." But this friendliness. His expression was gloomy. I'm not used to it. Memories of his previous life surfaced in his mind. Last time before the regression, everyone started avoiding and shunning me. If CO Gangrim is there, I'm not going. "Hey, if you say that, then." He bowed his head shyly. "I'll go so I don't bother anyone." "Is it because my subclass is too low?" Gangrim detached himself from the crowd. Gunam was the only one who smiled at him. "Gangrim, are you okay going alone today?" He replied yes. He remembered even then. John Gunam treated me differently. He patted his shoulder. "If there were space in the group, I would have let you join. Be careful." He laughed it off. "It's fine." The two were very close then, even after learning about his ability. "That's amazing. Give me 5. His hand glowed with a strange light. He looked at the window of Destiny connivingly. "I can't believe it." One day, Gangrim was walking down the hall and overheard a conversation. "I almost died going to the demon realm with CO Gangrim." "What's up with Gangrim?" "His ability is stealing skills from the dead." They spread malicious rumors about him. "You mean he plans to kill someone and steal their skills?" "Exactly. You should be careful too." He bit his lip, not daring to show himself. "This is insane." Then he burst into Gunam's room. "You promised not to tell anyone." He played dumb. "What? I don't understand what you're talking about." He reproached him. "You revealed my ability to everyone." He answered shamelessly. "Do you have any proof?" Gangrim was stunned. "Why? You clearly did it, you bastard." He gave a snide laugh. "You don't, do you?" "Palm reading. Rank 3 Ghost class. You must match your palm with the targets to check their window of destiny." He tilted his head. "You're the only one who knows my ability." Back to the present. "Because John Gunam has that ability, you should keep your distance. Don't let him see your palm or touch your hand." Suwa sighed after hearing everything. That's why he kept. He quickly turned to leave. "Anyway, I just wanted to warn you. I'm going." She reached out. "Soul Gongrim." She mentioned, "I've also finished the Mountain of Blades Underworld Challenge." She put her hand to her chest and offered, "Do you want to go to the second room with me?" Gangrim shook his head. "It's still too hard for you, Miss Suwa." She was flustered. "Why is it too hard for me?" He avoided her gaze. "Right now, you lack combat experience." Suwa froze upon hearing that. She tried to show strength. "I don't think I'm that weak." He continued, "But your ability will be weakened in the next room because it has the fire attribute." He explained thoroughly, "Golden energy will suppress Shin Sua's wood destiny. That room won't suit you because the metal attribute suppresses your wood attribute. Wood leaf method won't be useful this time." With that, Gangrim turned away. "I'm sure you understand what I'm saying." She rubbed her chin, thinking, "The second room is clearly a disadvantage for me." He grabbed the doorknob. "Do you understand?" She replied, "Yes, to some extent." Suwa lightly touched his shoulder. "Soul Gongrim." His pace became hurried. He walked away alone with sadness. "Why?" He bit his lip, thinking, "Even after I said all that." She smiled brightly. "Thanks for the advice." She pushed the door open, intending to enter. Suwa remembered his words from before. "I prefer to be alone." She wondered, he rejected me, but he's going with Dako Jun. She speculated, "I guess he's trying to keep a distance between us." One thing bothered her, but he had called her out just to tell her about John Gunam's ability. Suwa was pensive. He could have refused to team up with me for another reason. She watched his back through the glass. But why did he tell me so honestly? Could it be he's worried about me? A call rang out. "Soul Gongrim." Gunam leaned against the wall and asked, "Are you planning to go to the second room with Shin Suwa?" Gangrim put his hands in his pockets. "No, I'm going alone." Then he just walked up the stairs. "I have to deal with this bastard before he harms me." He proposed. "Wait, do you want to team up with me?" He persuaded him. "It'll be better for you since I'm in a higher subclass. I'm Dragon class." He was full of killing intent. "Liar. What's your ability?" "Destiny Exploration ability activated." He found a random trick to show him. "Water bomb. I can fire extremely powerful water bullets." But his window of destiny was in the palm of his hand. "Zon Gunam. Rank 1 human class. Water attribute." He cut him off. "All right." Gangrim agreed. "Let's go. We can go now." He seemed surprised. "Really?" He smiled brightly. "I'll get ready and come down right away." He quietly looked back at him. He thought to himself, it's lucky he approached me first. At the second training area, the Hellfire room, the door flashed. Completion condition. Find the ice crystal and return to the hall. No time limit. The system window appeared. Confirmed. Seol Gangrim and John Gunam have entered. Gunam was surprised by the surrounding scenery. He remarked, it doesn't look much like hell. The system announced, you have entered the Hellfire room. Everything around was glowing with the color of fire. He spoke confidently. I didn't expect you to agree to go with me so easily. I guess it's because my water attribute is good for this room. Both moved forward. Anyway, did you see the completion condition? One of them asked, is there ice in this place? Gunam wunda. He created a sphere of water. It's too hot here. How the hell? Gangrim's eyes grew sharp. But because I'm with you, we'll find it soon, right? He raised his sword and stared at him. Gunam startled and spun around. The system appeared, activating unsheathing ability. Blood splattered immediately. A fire frog was sliced in half before his terrified eyes. He spoke slowly. I didn't expect to meet monsters right from the start. He interrupted, they're coming. He was surprised. Huh? What? Then a swarm of fire frogs approached them. They aggressively stuck out their tongues and jumped as if hunting. Fire frog. Rank 3 insect class. Monsters born in the hottest spring. Although their attack power is weak, they move in swarms. They hunt creatures that aren't as hot as them. Gunam looked down on them. These frogs are a piece of cake. He fired several water jets piercing through their bodies. One by one, they were taken down. Seeing this, he became smug. Excellent. My power has proven effective here. He turned to Gangrim and said, it'll be easier once we find the ice crystal. He replied, that's the only way. He remained very calm. I already know where it is. We don't need to hurry. What should I do with him? He was surprised to see him smiling. Huh? Is he smiling? Gunam crossed his arms and deduced. Is he thinking that going with me in this stage was a good choice? The fire frogs were piled on top of each other. He held his head in exhaustion. Is this the state people call mana depletion? There are too many monsters here compared to the mountain of blades underworld room. Gangrim continued to fight while he slumped down. I have no other choice. I'll have to fight with a sword. Thinking that, he drew his sword just like Seol Gangrim. A fire frog aimed for him. It pinned him down, and he cried out in pain, it's so hot. Get away from me. Then Gangrim helped him kill the fire frog. Go back if you can't continue. He stated firmly, I can wipe them out by myself. Gunam sat up. I'll be fine if I rest for a moment. He coldly turned his back. Fine. He gritted his teeth in anger. Arrogant bastard. Do you think you're everything just because you can wipe out the monsters here? He slowly stood up. I teamed up with him to see his subclass and abilities while fighting, but I can't check him with my ability because his hands are bandaged. He was extremely curious. Even evaluating from the abilities he has shown, it's still not enough. It seems he is hiding something. His eyes narrowed. I'll have to check carefully again. There must be a moment when he lets his guard down. I'll aim for that time. Gunam flopped down onto a nearby rock, but the rock had two glowing eyes. He was attacked suddenly and fell backward. The monster gradually revealed itself. So Gongrim. Gunam jumped in fright seeing it. Gangrim saved his life once more. He couldn't help but be shocked. There are other monsters besides the frogs. I let my guard down because I was lost in thought. He called out, John Gunam. He looked up with a start. Yes. He glanced at him. As of now, I've saved you twice. He delivered one more stab to finish the monster. These monsters are hard to kill, so move fast before more arrive. What? He forced a smile. Is he intentionally reminding me that he helped me escape trouble? Fine. Gunam squeezed a handful of dirt. Don't think you're so great, you bastard. He frowned in annoyance. Once my mana is recovered, I can easily take down these monsters. Gangrim suddenly looked back. Do you have something to say? He put on a fake smile. Thanks for the help. Scene change. Gunam pointed toward his sphere. Is there something there? He quickly realized. Is that? He was excited. Is that the ice crystal? The sphere glowed brilliantly. He smiled radiantly. It really is. We just need to take it back to the hall to pass this challenge, right? He calculated. Is it just us here? Then I guess we're the first to complete this challenge. But suddenly he thought of something. No. When I return to the training center, will everyone think I completed this challenge only because Seol Gangrim was with me? Gangrim was about to say something. John Gunam, that is. But he dashed away. He ran headlong toward it. If there's only one ice crystal, then the first person to get it is the first to complete this room's challenge. He thought he had victory in his hands. Gunam thought of many things. Rewards. He was lost in his own thoughts. Honor, respect, and admiration. He reached out for the object. Everything will be mine. Just a little more until he touches the sphere. I am the first to complete the challenge. But as soon as he grabbed the sphere, it went limp. He was stunned. A sponge? Fire frog egg pouch. Rank 3 insect class. A pouch containing countless fire frog eggs. There are always fire frogs nearby. Immediately, many fire frogs emerged. They swarmed around him. They pushed him, causing him to lose his footing and fall. He screamed in panic, "Seol Gangrim." He looked at him coldly. "That's karma for trying to stab me in the back." Gunam kept cursing, "Save me. Seol Gangrim. Seol Gangrim, you piece of trash. Stop." The scene shifts inside the Hellfire room, Crystal Cavern. Gangrim happily picked up a block of ice. Crystal ice. Rank 1 ghost system. A crystal made of ice. Possessing it increases the water element. He sat on the ground. Shop window. A system board appeared. The condition to open the shop is to possess an initial spirit jade. At first, I didn't know about the existence of the shop or spirit jades. He remembered the battle with the giant worm earlier. He had sliced its body in half. After that, he collected a few jades. But this time, I could open the shop because I obtained some spirit jades before coming here. Gangrim clicked a slot on the screen. You have purchased an item, Wishing Chest. He immediately obtained the item. Man, I had to trade achievement points because I didn't have enough money. Wishing Chest. Rank 1 ghost system. If you put in an item and pray, you will receive the desired item. However, if your offering is insufficient, you will receive nothing. He opened the lid and put the ice block inside. What a funny name. In the end, they just want us to put in a precious and expensive object. He closed his eyes and put his hands together. The crystal ice is a rank 3 ghost item. He thought to himself, what I want is a higher grade ghost item. You are praying. A glow emitted. There's a slight difference, but since they are both from the ghost system, it's still possible. Gangrim looked at it in shock. An item was taken out to his disappointment. You have received rank 3 insect class, insect honey. He casually smashed a few more blocks of ice. Then he just collected them. If I can't get quality, I'll take quantity. With this much ice, there's no way I won't hit it. I'll keep trying until I get what I want. A tooth was thrown onto the ground. Gunam had been severely burned. Seol Gangrim, you piece of trash. He crawled with his broken body. You think by leaving me alone, like this, you can be at peace? Once I find you, he muttered to himself, I'll stab that arrogant face with this sword. A glowing object caught his attention. Huh? What's that? An egg? His eyes widened. No, that's... A door gradually opened. Gunam then excitedly carried the fire frog as he opened the door and stepped out. The second gate leading to the Hellfire room has been completed. I did it. I am the first to pass the stage. Jalindo, Zun Gunam. Everyone admired him. Gunam, you've already completed this stage? Incredible, and in just one day. He grinned. Yes, exactly. This is the reaction I was waiting for. With this, I am more amazing than that idiot Seol Gangrim. He approached him with killing intent. Seol Gangrim, so here you are. He reproached, how could you run ahead by yourself? I waited for you for a long time. He was flustered. About that. His face was cold. Thought about you leaving me alone. Anna appeared, interrupting him. John Gunam, the first person to complete the Hellfire room. Gunam smiled and waved. Yes, that's me. He reached out his hand. I'll forgive you just this once. We should shake hands to reconcile, right? Gangrim already knew his intention, but he still agreed to shake his hand. Activating palm, reading ability. He gripped his hand tight. Don't be so scared. Reading the opponent's destiny. Seol Gangrim. Gunam was excited as he received the window of destiny. Being the first to pass and seeing that bastard's pitiful look makes me feel better. Seol Gangrim. Rank 3 insect class. Fire element. Fire control. Rank 3 insect class. Unsheathing. Rank 1 human class. After reading, he turned around in surprise. He's rank 3 insect class? I thought he was human class. He scowled in frustration. I had to go through all this just to befriend someone of the insect class. Gangrim looked at him with feigned unease. But then, his attitude became relaxed. He placed his hand on his chest. Luckily, I used this just in time. A talisman appeared. Rank 1 Ghost System Amulet. Protects a portion of one's destiny in the window of destiny so others cannot read it. He recalled that he couldn't get many other things because he didn't have much crystal ice left after unlocking this talisman. But it seems he found one of the crystal ices I placed inside a fire frog. Gunam introduced himself cordially. I'm a water type and I have the ability. Anna went straight to the point. Can you tell me how you found the crystal ice? Gojun was extremely curious. Even Seol Gangrim came out looking exhausted, yet he completed that room's challenge in a single day. After receiving the necessary information, she left. Thank you for your cooperation. He smiled brightly. Of course. He called out to John Gunam. He praised him. You're amazing. He looked back at Dako Jun. Like him, a rank 3 divine type. He clicked his tongue. I tried that room a few days ago, but kept failing. Seol Gangrim seems weaker than I thought. Hearing this, Gunam chimed in. He's a rank 3 insect type. Of course he's weak. He was astonished. Really? He added, he ran ahead on his own, just because of a swarm of monsters. He spoke up joyfully. Then you're more like a protagonist than he is. Flattered by the praise, he replied arrogantly, well, you're not wrong. He continued, right? Shall we keep talking about this? Gangrim seemed satisfied. The destinies of Dako Jun and John Gunam had become intertwined. He left quietly. Dako Jun won't be able to pay attention to me for a while. The worst destiny combination. Dark energy was creeping into John Gunam's fate. He had calculated it beforehand. He'll take care of John Gunam for me. Things are going better than expected. Scene changes to a dim room. Squad 2 emergency meeting. Geometry Do asked Anna, is John Gunam about to reach the ghost system? Anna shook her head. No, he's still human system. He continued the investigation. Was anyone with him? She quickly replied, trainee Seol Gangrim. Sung-tae was startled. So was him. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking. He went in with that guy. But Gunam was the one who finished the challenge first. Strange. She tilted her head and recounted. Yes, but trainee John Gunam mentioned something quite strange. He said he killed the fire frogs and discovered one of them had swallowed the crystal ice. He was suspicious. But shouldn't monsters be unable to approach the crystal cavern? We set up a magic barrier there. She replied, I checked it earlier. The scene of the second trial appeared on the screen. The magic barrier had vanished. The monsters had eaten all the crystal ice. Geometry Do trembled with rage upon hearing this. He barked, you Sung-tae, what kind of job are you doing? He tried to justify himself. No, I checked many times. There definitely shouldn't have been a problem. He explained awkwardly. Furthermore, clearing the trial faster than expected proves we have potential trainees. He slammed his hand on the table. His expression darkened. You Sung-tae, do you dare take responsibility for those words? He scowled. Do you dare say your plan had no flaws? And, with many potential trainees, can they even reach the third floor? He was speechless. He couldn't say anything and looked down. Do you dare take responsibility if they all end up dead? Geometry Do's tone was very serious. From the third gate onward is the true demon realm. They will all die if they go in there without proper preparation. He made a decision. We must train them to be even stronger than they are now. He concluded, and keep a closer eye on Seol Gangrim. Scene changes to Gangrim looking confused in front of a door. It was covered in talismans and tightly sealed. I can't participate in it. A bright red system board appeared. We will postpone the opening of the third gate. The duration is undetermined. An announcement will be made as soon as details are decided. Squad 2, Destiny Protection Organization. Returning to a few days ago, Gangrim looked back as he overheard conversation. Are you sure the method John Gunam mentioned to pass the trial is correct? I'll become a frog dissecting expert soon. What if he's lying to us? The blonde guy asserted, no way. What would he gain from lying? The other guy was skeptical. But it's so strange. The people who passed the challenge weren't even close to John Gunam. The other person realized. That's true. Before that, Dako Jun and Seol Gangrim cleared the trial much slower than him, even though they were in the same group. The other guy added, after that, those two didn't go together anymore. The blonde guy looked up. And should we just keep scouting first? Gangrim could only chuckle. I guess he spread false information everywhere. Dako Jun must have abandoned him. I could have killed 2 birds with 1 stone if they had stayed together. A bright red system board became clear in front of him. He read the notice intently. Gather everyone. Please assemble at the hall at 1800 hours tonight. Anna Vidikasia. It's time. Anna stood before the sealed door. Hello. She guided them. I've summoned everyone here to announce the third gate. She reached out. First, starting now. The talismans were immediately removed. You are permitted to enter the third trial. Everyone became excited at the sight. She continued, from the third trial onward, you will truly set foot into the demon realm. It is no longer a training ground set up by the protection agency as before. She concluded, therefore, from now on, everyone will clear the trials together. Anna specified, in the true demon realm. The environment will be much harsher, and you will face a series of stronger monsters. More formidable ones. She went on. The gods will watch over everyone's slaughter in the demon realm. She took out a phone. When you hear a god's voice, do not respond immediately. Check for the latest updates in the instruction window first. Everyone opened it to check. We've added measures for various situations in the demon realm to the instruction window. We suggest you read it carefully before entering the gate. Anna politely clasped her hands. That is all the advice we have for you. She frowned. Please. Everyone looked at her in fear. Don't die. One person couldn't help but tremble. Did she just tell us not to die? People began whispering. If there's no limit on group size, we should gather as many people as possible. We should read the instructions first. Suddenly, a little girl jumped up from behind Gangrim. Hello. He looked back with a start. Hello. The 2 sisters clung to him. Can you tell us apart? It's no fun at all. Other people always get confused by us. He looked at them affectionately. How can I tell you apart? In my past life, you and Shin Sua were the only ones willing to talk to me when John Gunam was spreading false rumors about me. He smiled. Furthermore, even though you are twins, your destinies are different. Eunbom suggested. People would tell us apart easily if I cut my hair. Eungyo adamantly refused. My hair is my choice. He used his ability. Activating Destiny Exploration. Yong Ilbon. Rank, Dragon Class, Rank 1. Attribute, Gold. Power, Perfect Marksman. Subclass, Ghost, Rank 1. When using a power or long-range weapon, you will always hit the target. Mana consumption varies by distance and target level. The little girl's window of destiny also appeared in full. Yoon Eungyo. Rank, Dragon Class, Rank 1. Attribute, Gold. Power, 100 shots, 100 hits. Subclass, Ghost, Rank 1. When using a power or long-range weapon, you will always hit the target. Mana consumption varies by distance and rank of the target. Gangrim looked down. I guess things won't change. Memories flooded back. In the past life, Yoon Eunbom survived. Yoon Eunbom was helpless then, while Yoon Eungyo would die at the third trial. The system turned red. You sensed the presence of the white fox spirit from Yoon Eungyo. She will face a life-threatening danger in the coming days. Thinking this, he proposed, Yoon Eungyo, would you like to go with me in the third trial? The little girl excitedly agreed. Sure. I didn't want to hunt with this older sister anyway. The other girl pouted. What? He tilted his head. Yoon Eunbom too. This time, I'll definitely help them survive. He placed his hand on the door. The rules quickly appeared. Third training trial, Frozen Room. Clearance condition. In the Ice and Snow Valley, hunt at least one of each type of monster. Number of types killed, 0 out of 10. Time limit, 14 days. The space inside was submerged in ice. Strong winds lashed at the players. Currently, water energy surrounds the demon realm. Water energy suppresses Seol, Gangrim's destiny. Stats are reduced by 10. A mechanical sound rang out. You have entered the Frozen Room. The two sisters were bewildered. It's so cold. Yoon Eunbom reminded. Hunting monsters is the mission to pass this trial. Yoon Eungyo squeezed her eyes shut. I can't see anything. Suddenly, some rabbits appeared, catching their attention. Look over there. The rabbits are so cute. But the rabbits' sparkling eyes turned bright red. They transformed into a terrifying form. A stream of blood sprayed. The rabbits were quickly destroyed. One-horned rabbit. Insect class, rank 1. What on earth? They look much weaker than rank 1 insect class. The two girls happily opened the system to look. This shop is cruel. It has so many items, but no search function. The little girl asked curiously, how do you find items so easily? He thought to himself, well, I've used it for years. Then he made up a reason. Its design is similar to a game I used to play. The girl pleaded, Big brother, help me pick a weapon. I was thinking of buying a bow and arrows. Afterward, both had their own weapons and were fully equipped. Gangrim continuously killed the one-horned rabbits. The two sisters kept bickering. I killed one more than you. He looked at the little girl. Eunbom is a shooter. Then he turned to look at the younger one. Eungyo used to be an archer competing for the national team. He made an assessment. Their hunting efficiency is increasing as they use weapons they are familiar with. He recalled the past. In his previous life, Eunbom became a top-tier sniper. Gangrim fell into deep thought. If Eungyo were alive, she would have achieved something similar. The two of them would be even stronger working together. The sense of loss flooded back. In his previous life, Eunbom turned into a completely different person after Eungyo's death. Eunbom became gloomy. She never smiled again. Later, to avenge Eungyo's death, Eunbom focused entirely on hunting monsters. The girl was very cold after every battle. Subsequently, Eunbom grew stronger rapidly and was recruited into the Sura Guild, one of the 5 most powerful guilds. She was always somber, and she was never happy. Gangrim looked up. Both of them have good destinies. They can become much stronger. He told himself he must help Eungyo survive to save Eunbom. I will help them join the Flying Tiger Guild. He calculated carefully. That way, the members of the Flying Tiger Guild who died at the hands of Eunbom, the Sura Guild sniper, would survive. Thinking this, he looked back at them. All right, I'll definitely keep a close eye on Eungyo. But suddenly, his expression darkened with fear. Gangrim stepped outside in panic. Only Eunbom was there fighting. Where did Eungyo go? Gangrim and Eunbom ran everywhere. Eungyo, where are you? Eungyo. The girl looked around anxiously. She just went to the restroom. Why did she go so far? He spoke up. I heard a scream from over there. The girl was surprised. Huh, but I didn't hear anything. He ran in that direction. I'm certain. A young voice called out, Sister, Brother Gangrim, I'm here. The girl gasped, Yo. Eungyo was down in a pit. She explained, the ground suddenly gave way. The girl looked down. We'll get you up right away. Gangrim didn't hesitate and jumped right down. Eungyo, are you okay? The little girl replied, I'm fine, but this person. He turned to look at the person beside her. He quickly recognized John Gunam. Gunam gnashed his teeth in irritation. Damn it, her teammate is Seol Gangrim. He sighed. Need help? He roared angrily now. I don't need help from someone like you. Gangram heard this and led the girl away. All right then, let's go. The girl looked up at him. Huh, we're leaving just like that? He and Unbom pulled the girl out of the pit. He said his legs are paralyzed now because a scary monster attacked him. He wondered, paralysis venom? He looked back coldly. It's probably just the rabbits. The toxin will disappear on its own. Gunam lay trembling at the bottom of the pit, hearing the entire conversation. Rabbits? They're the weakest ones here. Ungyo, you don't need to say that. That bastard Seol Gangram. He slammed his hand on the ground. He must taste this feeling too. His voice was full of malice. That's right. Bad people must pay for what they've done. A voice rang out. Do you need help? He was suspicious. Who are you? Scene change. Gangram led the two girls to the door. Let's go back now. The difficulty will spike when it gets dark. They seemed reluctant, but I raised my stats to get stronger. I also collected quite a few achievements. He reassured them. No need to rush. Today is only the first day. The girl asked, so you'll come with us tomorrow too? He made a promise. Yeah, let's stay together until we complete this room's challenge. Okay? The girl was excited. Great. Let's finish this room together. That's... Suddenly a roar echoed. A terrifying sound. That voice, Gangram ran toward it. You guys go back to the waiting room first. Unbom was worried. Huh, what about you? He replied, I forgot a few things. I'll be back soon. A pack of wolves was surrounding Sua's group. Every single one of them was in a predatory state. She fought with all her might. Everyone stay calm. She grew anxious as she saw her teammates being attacked. She suggested, everyone get behind me, activating with Leaf Method. Sua used her sword to fend off the fierce attacks from the wolves. She didn't give up. With Leaf Method is protecting everyone. Shin Sua, she reminded herself. I have to kill as many as possible, so it'll be easier later. A wolf suddenly bit her shoulder. Blood sprayed out. She gritted her teeth in pain. If only we had just one more person who could fight. At that moment, Gangram appeared, transferring achievement points and fire control ability. Fire control has leveled up to rank 2 insect class. He helped her escape the wolves. So Ugongrim, every one of his sword strokes was extremely skillful and precise. She also contributed by taking down a few stragglers. The battle ended. She was panting. That ended so fast. Thank you, Mr. Seol Gangram. Gangram's expression didn't look very good. Back at the waiting room. Why didn't you run away? Everyone looked in that direction, confused. Gangram scolded her sternly. You should have known that situation was too disadvantageous for you. He instructed, you should run if you see you can't win. You're capable enough to escape without getting hurt. Sua wasn't satisfied. You always say I'm weak. But he denied it. This time you're just lucky. He was worried to the point of irritation. What if those monsters had hidden abilities you didn't know about? What if no one came to help you? The events of the past surfaced in his mind once again. Such a meaningless death. Sua's death in his previous life always haunted him. It must not happen again. He shouted, do you intend to risk your life to protect others? Saving others is something only the strong can do. Then he coldly turned away. Don't forget that. He added, if you let your guard down, you'll leave this place as a corpse. The two girls approached Sua to comfort her. Sua, are you okay? Seol Gangram is a bit harsh. Does he mean she should have let us all die? She gave an awkward laugh. She explained, he's just worried about me. The other girl was surprised. Huh. She added, he still came to help after all. She watched his back. I don't know why he keeps trying to play the villain. He's actually a very caring person. Then Sua called out his name loudly, Mr. Seol Gangram. Gangram stopped. Thank you for worrying about me. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh. He thought to himself, anyway. Scene shifts to a battle at the third gate. First to complete the frozen room. Dako Jun monsters killed. 10 out of 10. The sister looked disappointed. You have completed the frozen room. Someone already finished the room. I thought we'd be first. I just finished too. Really? That was close. The two asked, so are you leaving now? Gangram affirmed, I'll stay and wait for you two to finish as well. He quietly watched the innocent demeanor of the two sisters. No one returns to this place once they've finished, so I can come back later. Gangram considered carefully. His goal was the hidden reward obtainable by hunting all 11 types of monsters. Yeonbong bolted. Ungyo, stop stealing my kills. Go hunt those first. He was still uneasy. I'm a bit worried that the raid was completed a bit faster than in my previous life. Activating Destiny Exploration. System notification. The energy of the white fox spirit is near. The energy of death is near. He looked around. Is someone else besides Ungyo about to lose their life? The system continued. Worst destiny combination. Demonic power is clinging to John Gunam's fate. He thought, it'll be a problem if I get involved with him again. Gangram rubbed his chin. Should I just kill him now? Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind them. I'm going to look around that hill for a bit. Keep hunting. Stay together to avoid getting lost. The girl obediently replied, yes, sir. Then he left with his sword. I assume there won't be a problem as long as those two stay together. Gunam was standing right ahead waiting for him. Finally found you. I've been looking for you, CO Gangram. He was suspicious. Why is he controlling a floating crystal? I think it's time to pay you back. His eyes turned bright red. Pay back everything you've done to me. Gangram remained calm. And are you capable of that? You bastard. He arrogantly raised his hand. A great light emitted. Of course, because I'm the protagonist. You can hear the voice of God, John. Gunam raised his hand to summon a sharp ice shard enveloped in frost. He said with a smile, "Get ready, CO Gangram." After speaking, he launched ice arrows at Gangram. Gunam shouted, "This is the power of the divine." CO Gangram gripped his sword tight and blocked them. He gritted his teeth and thought, I knew it. Gangram recalled what Anna Vidakasia had told him. The gods will watch over your journey into the demon realm. His face darkened as a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. Gangram told himself, you've become too obsessed. The system suddenly announced, activating Destiny exploration skill. An information board appeared above the white-haired man's head. Zone Gunam, rank 1 human class. God of Plague's little guest. He said smugly, I'm the protagonist. Of course I've been blessed by the gods. An image of John Gunam kneeling before the divine appeared. Those who walk alongside the gods are called mages. Watching Gunam lose control as he used power to manipulate tens of thousands of sharp ice shards before his eyes, Gangram realized his power was multiplied through the blessing. His gaze darkened, feeling a bit lucky. At least this is a low-ranking god, perhaps John won. Gangram ran his hand over the blade. Wherever his hand moved on the sword, a blazing fire appeared. Gangram continued his train of thought. His mana has increased slightly, and he has also gained a new skill. An ice shard covered in freezing frost launched forward. An information board appeared. Smallpox. Rank 1 human class. Borrows the god's power to infect opponents with smallpox when hit. Upon activation, the area hit will be exposed to the plague. Gangram glanced at the smallpox shard. He sighed softly, thinking to himself, will I be infected with smallpox if that touches me? What an annoying skill. Gangram secretly decided, I'll wear down his mana first. Instantly, he swung his sword forcefully against a tree trunk. Gangram turned and ran deep into the forest. On both sides of the path he took, tree trunks were burning with fire. Gunam ran behind him, controlling the smallpox to launch towards CO Gangram. He roared, running is useless. A part of the forest was submerged in the glow of the blazing red fire. John Gunam absorbed the surrounding frost into his hands. He closed his eyes and shouted, the god's punishment will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Suddenly, from within the forest, a herd of red-eyed black pigs appeared and charged through. They cut across the space between Gangram and John Gunam, startling him. The pigs running across couldn't avoid Gunam's ice arrows and fell to the ground. John Gunam didn't stop controlling the smallpox to chase CO Gangram. He shouted angrily, damn it, stop right there, CO Gangram. John Gunam frowned and yelled, get out of the way, you annoying pigs. With that, he leaped into the air, wanting to jump over the herd. Suddenly, a giant boar with a wide-open mouth appeared. Gunam, caught off guard, slammed full force into its tusk. His face turned pale with pain as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Immediately after being attacked, Gunam fell painfully to the ground. The boar ignored him and ran off. Suddenly, a somber voice rang out. I came here because I heard a human had been blessed by the gods, but he's far too weak. Indeed, it's fitting for a low-ranking god. Hearing this voice, Gunam's glowing red eyes flickered. He struggled to breathe and looked up. There was no one in front of Gunam. He thought, it's not just Johnson. Are other gods watching me too? The voice spoke with amusement. Watching such a weak human is quite captivating, isn't it? Gunam gritted his teeth, his nails clawing at the snow. He spoke up in frustration. Is this what you find attractive? Another voice admitted, exactly. Suddenly, a blade stabbed hard into John Gunam's shoulder, making him scream in pain. Gangram sat on Gunam's back, his hand gripping the sword hilt. That somber voice said in surprise, heavens, he lost. John Gunam bowed his head helplessly and pleaded loudly. Master John won. Please save me. Gangram pulled the blade out forcefully. He called out softly, hey, John Gunam. CO Gangram's gaze was ice cold as he questioned him. Are you done with your revenge? He pressed the tip of the blade near John Gunam's ear. His other hand pinned him down. He continued, you've been chasing me for a while. Since you did that, you must be clear on the consequences, right? Suddenly, from the opposite direction of the two, a small figure ran toward them, calling out, Big Brother, Brother Gangram. Gangram plunged his sword into the cold ground and spoke in a chilly voice. You're lucky, John Gunam. He stood up and sheathed his sword, giving a warning. Next time, I'll definitely kill you. Get ready. Gangram ran toward the small figure, his voice softening. I told you not to go anywhere. Yunbom didn't seem to hear him, She ran up frantically and said, "Big brother, something has happened." Yunbom ran while screaming. A herd of snow pigs escaped. They trampled Eungyo. Hearing this from Yunbom, Gangrim froze. "What?" Yunbom screamed. "She's disappeared." The voice of a mysterious person suddenly echoed. "Your child's destiny, unfortunately, is enveloped in dark energy." The frantic scene of the two appeared in Gangrim's head. Many people were injured while on the same team as Seol Gangrim. Even his parents are dead. Everywhere he goes, people fall. Yunbom saw his darkening expression and called out in a panic, "Brother Gangrim, brother, are you okay?" Gangrim thought in fear, "It's all because of me." A voice filled with malice rang out. "I knew it. You, saving people? Keep dreaming." Breaking free from the voice's enchantment, Gangrim hurried past Yunbom. He shouted, "I'll go find her," making the little girl surprised. "Huh?" Yunbom immediately ran after Gangrim. She called out, "Wait for me." Suddenly, Gangrim stopped her. "Go back, Yunbom." The girl was momentarily shocked. "Huh?" Then she immediately grabbed his arm and shouted, "I'm going too." Gangrim suddenly raised his voice at Yunbom. "But if something happens to you too?" Hearing him raise his voice, Yunbom's eyes welled with tears. She spoke up resentfully, "You told me not to wander around alone." Yunbom's hand clutched Gangrim's cloak. "How can I go back by myself when Eungyo might be in danger?" Gangrim suddenly proposed, "I'll let you go back if it gets dark or if something dangerous happens." Seeing the girl remain silent, he pressed, "Aren't you going to answer?" Gangrim saw Yunbom's determined look and compromised. "All right then." The two walked on the white snow amidst the howling wind. Seol Gangrim thought, "I don't know exactly how Eungyo died in my previous life, but she's in danger now. So must be here. Please don't die." Yunbom looked around fearfully. She said, "There are no monsters here, right?" Gangrim didn't answer her. In his head, he thought, that's because low-level monsters wouldn't dare step into a predator's territory. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed. Yunbom asked curiously, "What's that sound?" Gangrim quickly grabbed her wrist. He said, "This way." As the two hid behind a large rock, a giant, hairy figure appeared. The creature turned its head toward the rock. It was a Yeti, rank 3 ghost class. A humanoid monster covered in hair that only appears to humans on snowy days. It wants to fight any opponent stronger than itself. Gangrim glanced at it in horror. He realized with a shock that the figure being held in the Yeti's hand was Eungyo. Suddenly, Yunbom lunged out from the side, terrifying Gangrim. He reached for her as she held a 6-shooter in her hand, aiming it straight at the Yeti. This move immediately caught its attention. Gangrim quickly pulled Yunbom back behind a rock. The Yeti turned around, but seeing no one, it looked confused. Suddenly, a faint violet aura surrounded Seol Gangrim's body. He whispered to himself, "Wait." The system suddenly announced, "Activating Destiny Theft Skill." A mark appeared with Gangrim at the center, scanning the surroundings. After a while, a notification rang out. "No dead people in this area." Gangrim broke into a sweat and sighed softly. He said, "We'll put her in more danger if we attack it now." Gangrim watched the giant Yetis retreating back and continued, "I think it's going back to its cave. It seems to be carrying a snow pig, too." The two reached a tall, rocky ledge. Gangrim added, "We need to wait for it to put Eungyo down first." Yunbom asked carefully, "Will we attack once it puts her down?" Gangrim immediately stopped her. "No, it's best to avoid combat." Gangrim threw a gun and 3 bullets toward Yunbom. He instructed, "When it puts Eungyo down, fire this to lure it away and then run straight for the exit. Keep firing as you go." Seeing the item, Yunbom was surprised. "A flare gun?" Gangrim asked carefully, "You can't fight. Just lure it and then run. Can you do it?" Yunbom replied firmly, "Yes." Gangrim continued, "I'll go save Eungyo while you're running away." With that, he jumped down from the icy ledge. Gangrim thought, with Yunbom's agility, she should be able to outrun the Yeti easily. Plus, we have the terrain advantage. Yunbom used binoculars with one hand and saw the Yeti had put Eungyo down. With her other hand, she raised the flare gun high. Immediately after, a patch of the sky lit up brightly. The change accompanied by the gunshot caught the giant Yeti's attention. It gritted its teeth and clenched its fists. Just as Gangrim predicted, the Yeti ignored Eungyo and chased after the source of the flare. At the same time, Yunbom also ran off. Gangrim took the opportunity to run toward Eungyo. He called out loudly, "Eungyo." Gangrim kept urging, "Wake up, Eungyo." He held Eungyo, thinking she's in an unconscious state. Gangrim told himself, "I can't give her medicine right now." He lifted the little girl onto his shoulder. "I'll take her back to the hall." Suddenly, Gangrim looked up in shock. A giant Yeti stood towering in his path. Gangrim cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I didn't think there would be another Yeti here." Its red eyes glared at Gangrim. Suddenly, it reached out its hand. Gangrim also quickly controlled the fire in his hands. He secretly pitted his own fate. He was just too unlucky. Yunbom ran while firing flares into the air. The Yeti's foot stomped hard onto the snow. Suddenly, it turned around and stopped chasing Yunbom. This surprised her. What? Why did it? Yunbom remembered that Gangrim and Yunjayo were still in the cave and kept firing flares into the sky. She screamed to get its attention. Hey, where are you going? You're supposed to be chasing me. She frantically shouted, come back here. The remaining Yeti inside the cave stared at Gangrim with glowing red eyes. It tossed aside the prey in its hand and lunged toward Gangrim. He thought to himself that his destiny truly had no luck. He summoned a fireball, but as Gangrim moved, fire energy also enveloped his feet. As the Yeti lifted its foot, Gangrim slid underneath it. He quickly positioned himself behind its back. Suddenly, a sound caught Gangrim's attention, making his eyes widen in shock. Gangrim turned his head and saw the Yeti that had been lured out of the cave earlier running toward him. Gangrim, carrying Yunjayo on his shoulder, was being aggressively charged by both giant Yetis. He gritted his teeth and glanced at them. Gangrim agilely dodged the Yeti's attacks. He lowered Yunjayo to the ground. Gangrim sat by the Yeti's woodpile, his fire-filled hand touching the wood. He thought, fine, I was planning on hunting anyway. Yunjayo lay gently on the snow. Gangrim drew his sword and whispered to the little girl, just hold on a little longer. Yunjayo. Gangrim's gaze turned sharp as he looked at the approaching Yetis. I'll kill you all soon. The two Yetis opened their mouths wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth as they lunged. Their feet stomped down hard. Gangrim held his sword forward, ready to charge into battle. Suddenly, he started and glanced to his side. Gangrim suddenly flashed a smug smile. I see. This might work. With that, he lunged toward the two Yetis with his flaming blade. The system announced that his ability had increased to level 18. The two Yetis kept punching the ice on the ground. They tried to crush Gangrim, but he quickly dodged, causing the ice surface to shatter. No matter where the Yetis struck, Gangrim managed to avoid it. The red-skinned Yeti slammed both fists down at Gangrim, but he quickly leaped up. He swung his flaming blade upward. Gangrim flew over the red Yeti's shoulder, aiming for the Yeti behind it. Suddenly, he vaulted through the air, causing the second Yeti to strike the red one's shoulder in confusion. From the impact, the red Yeti collapsed to one knee. Taking this chance, Gangrim swung his sword and slashed the Yeti. The blue-skinned Yeti looked on in shock. The ice beneath their feet, under the pressure of the two giant Yetis, began to crack. Before long, one fell and sank into the freezing water while the other struggled to cling to the edge of the ice. A red streak appeared in the dark space. The system announced, you have defeated a rank 3 Ghost-class Yeti. Gangrim thought, all right. In the demon realm, many terrains are made entirely of ice and snow. Gangrim remembered when Yunjayo fell into the pit and shouted, Sister, Brother Gangrim, I'm here. He continued his train of thought, and they often collapse easily, like where Jayo fell. Looking at the giant Yeti struggling to climb up, he thought, these damn monsters won't be able to climb back up. Suddenly, it slammed its hand hard against the ice. This caused the surrounding ice surface to shatter completely. As he fell, Gangrim cursed inwardly, damn it. Suddenly, a series of tree branches appeared and caught Gangrim. A figure appeared at the edge of the cracked ice, watching Gangrim. It made him look up in surprise. Shin Su'a spoke flatly. If you lower your guard, you'll leave this place as a corpse, see old Gangrim. I'm glad I wasn't late. Gangrim gave a forced smile and said appreciatively, thank you. Shin Su'a smiled and reminded him, say that to the one who want to find me. Yunbom's figure darted out from behind her. Shin Su'a offered, I'll pull you up, hold on tight. But Gangrim refused and told her no, put me down first. I need to check something. Later, when Gangrim climbed up, he saw Yunbom calling out frantically, Jayo. Yunjayo, open your eyes. Yunjayo lay still and motionless. Seeing this, Gangrim rushed over. He thought, am I too late? Gangrim couldn't accept it, gritting his teeth. Can we really not fight against the destiny we were born with? Shin Su'a, standing beside him, was equally worried. Suddenly, there was a soft groan. Yunjayo gripped her arm, shivering. Her voice trembled as she said, it's so cold. Sister, can you turn on the heater? Seeing the little girl wake up, Shin Su'a and Yunbom were overjoyed. Yunjayo was still dazed. Where are we? Shin Su'a shouted happily, she's alive. Yunjayo is still alive. The little girl was confused. Of course I'm alive. Was I supposed to die? Hearing this, Gangrim froze. The system announced, the aura of the white fox spirit has vanished from Yunjayo. The sound of the two sisters bickering echoed. You dummy. You're injured. The system board displayed. A destiny has been changed. Gongrim rushed over. His eyes widened as he looked at the text on the system board. Destiny change has been activated. Seol Gangrim's Destiny subclass has been upgraded from rank 3 insect to rank 2 insect. Gangrim's info board appeared. Seol Gangrim. Rank 2 insect subclass. Fire attribute. Destiny exploration. Rank 3 dragon. Destiny theft. Rank 1 dragon. Fire control. Rank 2 insect. Unsheathing. Rank 3 ghost. Reading the info board, Gangrim was stunned. Impossible. I thought there was no way to change a Destiny subclass. Yunbom rushed over and hugged him. She shouted, Yoon Jae-oh is alive because of you, big brother. Yunbom's ears turned bright red as her voice grew smaller. Thank you. Gangrim waved his hand to clear the info board and looked gently at Yunbom as she wiped her tears. He thought, I'll save the complicated stuff for later. Beside Jae-oh, Shin Sua kindly asked, how do you feel? The girl replied, it hurts less, but the pill was too big. Gangrim smiled and stroked Yunbom's head. He thought, the important thing now is that she's okay. He said softly, what a relief that Yoon Jae-oh is alive. In contrast to the happy scene with Gangrim, John Gunam was running headlong through the snowstorm. The somber voice spoke again. Are you okay? What should I do? What should I do? Wait a moment, I'll try something. Gunam angrily raised his middle finger to the air. He shouted, you fraud. What kind of god are you? I shouldn't have trusted a sick god in the first place. Suddenly, the voice reminded him, Gunam, you're going too far. He shouted in panic, huh? Young Master John 1? Young Master John 1? Young Master John 1? Gunam turned his head. He saw Go-jun and shouted in surprise, Dr. Go-jun. Gunam, stuck in an ice crevice, pleaded for help. Dr. Go-jun, save me. Seol Gangrim attacked me, so I ran away, and then... He cursed Gangrim furiously. I'm sure that bastard Seol Gangrim is a villain. Stop the nonsense about being a hidden awakened, or whatever, and let's defeat him together. You said we share the same goal. Dako Jun spoke flatly. If you were the protagonist, you should have handled this easily. But you lost to Seol Gangrim. Gunam continued to shout. Regardless, he's just a coward, and... Gojin sighed helplessly and interrupted him. I thought you couldn't reveal your true power because I was with you, but now I guess you aren't the protagonist after all. Gunam lay on his back in the snow, his eyes wide as he shouted, I told you, I am the protagonist. Now save me. Gojun interrupted with a question. If you're the protagonist, you can get out by yourself, right? Hearing him ask that, Gunam was stunned. What? He frantically screamed, excuses, no, I'm not the protagonist, so please save me. Gojun asked indifferently, you aren't? Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp as he looked at Gunam. If you aren't the protagonist, then why should I bother with you? Seeing Gojun turn to leave, he shouted in panic, wait. Dr. Gojun, don't leave me. Please save me. Hey, you crazy bastard, stop. John Gunam's screams echoed across the snowy mountains. Dr. Gojun. Gangrim swung his sword, killing the monsters around him. With every stroke of his sword, a monster was taken down. But their numbers were overwhelming, and soon Gangrim was surrounded. After defeating the monsters, he slowly wiped his sword. Suddenly, someone shouted, Brother Gangrim, we're finished here. Yoon Jae-oh spoke confidently. I did it all, big brother. Hearing this, Yunbom laughed and exposed the truth. You were just standing in the back providing support. Hearing her say that, Yoon Jae-oh retorted, what are you talking about? You only got one hit in at the start, but I... Suddenly, Gangrim's eyes widened in horror. He shouted a signal, get down. Immediately after, someone swung a sword toward them. Yunbom yelled angrily, what the hell? Who are you? She didn't answer Yunbom, but called out coldly. Baek Yang's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he glared at the girl, commanding in a cold voice. If you hand over Seol Gangrim to me, I will grant you a peaceful passing. Yunbom angrily raised her gun. Behind her, Eun-gyo had already drawn her bow. Yunbom questioned, what the hell are you talking about? Seeing the twins' actions, Gangrim frantically tried to stop them. No, stop. Gongrim shutet, Eunbom. Eun-gyo. He ran toward them, but the swarm of monsters was right behind him. Gangrim shouted stop, then suddenly froze as he saw sharp claws reaching out. Gangrim was suddenly seized by a hand. His face jerked backward. Thousands of other hands erupted from the ground, grabbing his legs. Before him, he saw Yunbom and Eun-gyo being struck by a sharp blade. They lay in pain on the ground, their eyes wide and fixed on Gangrim with reproach. Why did you appear in our lives? We could have lived in peace without you. Restrained, Gangrim stared at the scene as accusations rang out. Why didn't you save us? We shouldn't have brought you into the Flying Tiger Guild. Suddenly, a somber voice echoed. Don't forget, Seol Gangrim. Yunbom, clinging to his shoulder, spoke coldly. You killed us. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water rang out. Gangrim leaned over his sink, reminding himself it was just a dream. He splashed water on his face to wake up, looking down and muttering, that future won't come. I won't let it repeat itself. Gangrim's expression darkened. He thought, is this an omen that is approaching? He recalled the joyful faces of Yunbom and Eungyo. The system chimed. Yunbom thinks of you as a savior. The fates of Seoul Gangrim and Yunbom have begun to intertwine. Eungyo thinks of you as a savior. The fates of Seoul Gangrim and Eungyo have begun to intertwine. Gangrim kept the tap running, gloomily telling himself, I need to keep my distance from them. Yunbom appeared behind the door, asking worriedly, Big brother, do you hate us? Gangrim replied, I just have some things I need to do. Hearing this, Yunbom retorted, but Sister Suwa is coming too. Gangrim thought sadly, they've grown closer to Shin Suwa already. I won't have to worry about them anymore. He said aloud, that's good. She's a wonderful person. Yunbom shouted, then you have to come too. Gangrim compromised, yeah, next time. With that, he shut the door. Eungyo looked at the door, confused. Has brother Gangrim been distant with us since that day? Yunbom said, he probably has his reasons. The two went down the stairs, giving a X sign to Suwa. She spoke helplessly, there's nothing more we can do. Let's head to the fourth room ourselves. With that, Suwa opened the mystical door. Behind her were Yunbom and Eungyo with her bow. The fresh scenery of the sword forest, the fourth training room, left the three of them dazed. Clearance conditions. In this room, hunt monsters and collect 10 soul orbs in the sword forest labyrinth. Current soul orbs, 0/1, 000. Eunbom spoke happily. It's a forest this time. Eungyo added, the air is so fresh. Shin Suwa warned, be careful, girls. Something's coming. Yunbom pulled out her revolver and asked loudly, is it a monster? Where is it coming from? Shin Suwa raised her sword to deflect falling yellow leaves. One leaf grazed her other hand, cutting it. Suwa said, no, it's not monsters. I think the forest itself is the danger in this room. A map and a spatial portal appeared. The sword forest is a demon realm with an endless forest. The terrain never changes. Once you reach the end, you return to the starting point. The brittle branches suddenly turned into sparkling crystals in the sunlight. Yunbom adjusted her gun, staring at the info board. She muttered, 1,000 soul orbs will take some time. Shin Suwa spoke vigilantly. Let's scout the surroundings first. Yunbom crossed her arms and instructed, let's stick together this time to avoid getting lost. Eungyo waved her off. I'm not a kid. Yunbom reminded her, brother Gangrim said we must stay together. Eungyo spoke regretfully. It would be great if he were here. Yunbom agreed, yeah. Shin Suwa listened to them and thought, I guess he's really kind of children. She recalled her conversations with Gangrim. You're still not good enough. Do you plan on risking your life to save others later? Saving others is something only the strong can do. Suwa's expression darkened. She rubbed her chin, thinking, he doesn't show in words, but he's definitely a good person inside. Suddenly Yunbom spoke, there's something over there. Shin Suwa turned around. She saw Jayo heading deeper into the forest and shouted, Jayo, stop. The girl looked down at her feet curiously. Suddenly, a streak of red blood appeared. On Gangrim's side, he sat with his chin in his hand, looking at the egg in front of him. He muttered, oh boy. As the egg opened a mouth full of sharp fangs, Gangrim spoke in surprise. It's even more hideous than I heard. The egg's info appeared. Unidentified egg. Subclass decided after hatching. Will hatch if cared for over time. Appearance changes based on what it's fed. What will hatch is still unknown. The egg was a question mark. It could hatch into one of 6 creatures. An unidentified egg. I received this as a reward after killing the Yeti, the 11th monster type. What hatches depends on what I feed it. Gangrim wrapped the egg in cloth, thinking, I know what I want to hatch. I can't just feed it everything. Not that I'm afraid of being bitten. This wasn't the only thing I received. He recalled the image of the 2 Yetis collapsing into the abyss. Along with the system notification, you have defeated a rank 3 Ghost Class Yeti. A faint purple light radiated from Gangrim's body. He thrust his sword down. Activating Destiny Theft skill. Stole combat instant capability. Stole water attribute. An info board appeared. Soul Gongrim. Rank 2 insect subclass. Fire attribute. Gangrim spoke. Change attribute to water. The system immediately complied, changing Seol Gangrim's attribute to water. Gangrim felt a distinct change in his body and opened his eyes in surprise. Water triumphs over fire has been unlocked. He looked at the stat board. The reduced stats had returned to normal. Soul Gongrim. Rank 2 insect subclass. Water attribute. Gangrim sat on his bed, holding the wrapped egg, thinking, I couldn't afford a proper weapon in the ice room because I had to keep buying water attribute food. The good thing is now I can even steal attributes. I'll buy a weapon in the next demon realm. Fire will be useful there. I'll need to change again. Later, he walked through the portal and appeared in the 4th gate. System notification. Entry check. Seol Gangrim. You have entered the sword forest. A somber voice suddenly echoed. The ice room was too boring. Perhaps this room will be better? It paid little mind to Gangrim and babbled on, probably not. These guys are still such amateurs. But watching amateurs grow slowly is also fun. Gangrim thought irritably, babbling as soon as I enter. Were there subclasses that they talk like that? He tapped the control panel and muttered, "Set. Disconnect communication." The mysterious voice gasped, "Huh? I think he noticed us." Gangrim thought, what should I call these guys? Lesser spirits? Ghosts? Another voice rang out. He isn't even surprised. The system suddenly announced, "You do not have enough mental strength." The mysterious entities were intrigued by Gangrim's actions. He's daring. Gangrim, do you want to possess me? Gangrim frowned in anger. Immediately after, the system announced, "The Guardian of the Sword Forest has offered you ownership." Gangrim read the text and thought, that must be the Earth God of this demon realm. He called up the shop window. Info on the Sword Forest room appeared. Earth gods are gods that manage a specific area. With Earth God ownership, I can become stronger than anyone within that god's demon realm. But since an Earth God is bound to the land, it's useless once I leave this place. Gangrim calculated. This room was also called the Sword Forest Labyrinth. I won't have to worry about getting lost if I accept ownership. He spoke, "Purchase item." Instantly, a scroll appeared in his hand along with a notification. "You have purchased the Demon Realm map item." Gangrim immediately unrolled the scroll, telling himself, "This is all I need to find my way." A system message appeared, using Demon Realm map. "You have explored one." A map appeared with a small spatial gate. Gangrim thought, only basic outlines are visible for now. The system noted the dot was the marked entrance, but the more he moved around, the more locations would be marked. The system reported multiple entrances leading to the Demon Realm. Gangrim pondered, am I approaching the second area? He recalled the teleportation gates at the Trainee Protection Agency. He thought, the agency is divided into many areas. But in the later rooms, as people start dying, trainees from other areas will join the raids together. The system board appeared. The marked entrance has changed to Area 2 entrance. The Sword Forest Guardian spoke, "Gangrim, are you looking for something? I can help you find it if you accept my ownership." Gangrim put the map in his bag, thinking they might be controlling the number of people entering to force us to fight each other. The Guardian asked again, "Gangrim, do you hear me?" Gangrim flatly refused. "I have no intention of accepting it, so give up." The system suddenly flashed a series of notifications. The Master of Eternal Fire has used the God's Traces item. A powerful message will be activated in 10 minutes. A bright red light shone on Gangrim's face, making his eyes widen in shock. A burly man with bright orange hair appeared, reaching out toward Gangrim with an offer. "The King of Eternal Fire requests you to accept him. Do you accept ownership?" A glowing gold board appeared, surprising Gangrim. "The Master of Eternal Fire says that the other gods currently connected are nothing." The man with bright orange hair appeared. "The Master of Eternal Fire says he can make a human with the fire attribute grow even more powerful." Gangrim sighed, thinking this is actually quite touching considering I'm an insect class. See old Gangrim's subclass. Rank 2 insect. Fire attribute. Gangrim remained firm in his decision. "But I still won't accept it." Despite the tempting offers appearing repeatedly, the Master of Eternal Fire asked, "Why haven't you answered yet?" The Master of Eternal Fire says this is a very good opportunity. Suddenly, a line appeared. "The Master of Eternal Fire is watching you." A giant grasshopper appeared. Gangrim swung his sword directly and attacked it, causing purple blood to spray out. He took a gem out of the grasshopper's mouth. At this time, current soul orbs 36/1000. Gangrim thought, I need to collect 1,000 soul orbs. This doesn't mean I have to hunt 1,000 monsters because soul orbs have different ranks. The insect rank chart appeared. Guide to collect 1,000 soul orbs. Rank 3 insect, giant worm. Rank 2 insect, blade mantis. Rank 3 human, imp. Gangrim sheathed his sword and walked leisurely. He thought, in my previous life, I killed a bunch of mantises because I lacked skills, but this time I don't need to do that. Gangrim told himself, each imp is 10 orbs. I won't aim for them. Suddenly, he stepped into a pool of blood. Gangrim looked at his feet in surprise. He thought, signs of trap, but why? Gangrim looked around in a panic and discovered the area near him was full of giant grasshopper corpses. He couldn't help but doubt, why is there this much blood? Could it be? A lion's head with glowing red eyes appeared, holding a sword. Gangrim thought in fear. He has already started moving. He recalled his past struggle with Su-Ah when fighting that beast man and felt terrified. In my previous life, I became the target of a masked murderer. Shin Su-Ah saved my life because she was also in this area. But Shin Su-Ah, the scene of her sword being knocked away appeared, along with the murderer swinging his blade across her face, causing blood to splatter. She lost an eye while saving me. At that time, Gangrim frantically supported Su-Ah as they returned to the Sword Forest room. Gangrim ran headlong in fear, thinking, after that he fled and I never discovered his identity. It's supposed to be only Shin Sua's group and Dr. Jun here, right? He dashed through the forest, his mind racing. Then this blood, could it be? After running for a while, Gangrim looked to the side and discovered Yoon Jae-oh collapsed on the ground. Around the little girl was a group of strangers, which made him panic. Gangrim saw a man holding a strange water bottle sitting down near Yoon Jae-oh. The little girl's pained face reminded him of Yoon Jae-oh's shocked expression in his previous life. Gangrim gritted his teeth in anger. He rushed forward quickly, swinging his sword. Gangrim shouted, "Get away from Yoon Jae-oh." The man was startled by Gangrim's shout. Elsewhere, Gongdu spoke in a stern voice. "Has the trainee who went missing in the ice room returned yet?" Someone replied, "Not yet. Trainee John Gunam has still not returned." Gongdu sat at the meeting table and drew a conclusion. Then he must be dead. The person sitting to his right spoke up. "I had high expectations for him since he was the first to complete the Hellfire room." But Anna Vitakasia suggested, "Should we go look for him?" Gongdu heard this and decisively refused. "No, we cannot interfere in matters within the demon realm." He continued, "At the first location, everyone signed an agreement regarding the risk of losing their lives." Hearing Gongdu say that, Anna Six frowned in annoyance. Gongdu added, "Anyway, regarding the next demon realm, someone from another area has already completed the room." Suddenly he shouted, "It's someone from Area 1. Gongdu spoke firmly, "The first person to complete the room, no matter which area they are from, must be one of ours. We cannot lose to Area 1. Sungtae saw Anna Six's darkened expression and stepped forward to advise her. "Anna Six, why do you keep doing this job when you get so distressed just because one person dies? You must know by now others will end up the same way." Anna Six said, "The thing is, I'm thinking about something else." Hearing her say that, Sungtae was surprised. "What?" Anna Six revealed what she had done for him. "I've been checking the trainees from other areas because I finished organizing the files." While looking up information, she discovered a strange line of red text. Anna Six recounted in horror, "Among the trainees, there's a serial killer." Back at the Sword Forest room, Gangrim held his sword to the stranger's neck. He shouted, "Get away from Yoon Jae-oh." The man spoke hurriedly, "Calm down. Let's talk." A pale yellow light radiated around Gangrim. System notification. Activating Destiny exploration skill. Nam Yuyun Lang Tai Homain Sukles. Fire attribute. He held up the medicine bottle in his hand and explained urgently, "We are helping her recover. This is an antidote I bought from the shop." He suggested, "Put the weapon down first." Behind Yujun were people of various ranks. Rank 3 human, Rank 2 human, Rank 3 ghost. Yoon Jae-oh lay in pain on the ground, gasping for breath. Gangrim looked at the little girl. Jae-oh's info appeared. Yoon Jae-oh. Rank 1 Dragon Subclass. Metal Attribute. Status, Poisoned Fever Paralyzed. Seeing her struggle, Gangrim thought, he's right, she needs an antidote. Even so, he remained cautious. "How can I trust you?" He secretly decided he needed to take her away from here. Suddenly Shin Sua ran up. "Mr. Seal Gangrim." She explained, "Mr. Seal Gangrim, they aren't enemies." Gangrim questioned Sua. "Then what is this situation?" The girl behind Shin Sua spoke up, "Let me explain." She explained, "Actually, she stepped on a trap we set to hunt monsters. We didn't know anyone from another area was here. We sincerely apologize." The one who just spoke was Ju Hyrim. Rank 2 Ghost Subclass. Metal Attribute. Guardian Spirit of the Ju family. She continued, "Anyway, we brought her here to take care of her. I just returned after disarming all the traps we set around this area." The girl named Ju Hyrim turned out to be the trap setter. Rank 1 Human Subclass. The higher the subclass, the more traps one can set to attract prey without needing bait. Gangrim frowned, thinking that killer was also skilled in using poison and traps. This woman might be the strongest in this group. She even possesses a guardian god. Gangrim watched Yujun giving Jae-oh medicine, thinking to himself, but based on abilities, he's even more suspicious. Sneaker. Rank 3 Human Subclass. Stopping your breath will make your body invisible. The effect ends when you breathe again. Learning Yujun's subclass made Gangrim less suspicious, but he's too weak to harm Shin Sua. Later, Yoon Jae-oh woke up, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Gangrim said, "All right." He was inwardly vigilant because he didn't know who the real killer was. "I'll be cautious with all of them." He asked, "Is the treatment over?" Yujun replied, "Yes, it's done now." "Then I'll take her." Gangrim carried Yoon Jae-oh on his shoulder. He thought, even if none of them are the killer, it's still too dangerous to wander around with people from Area 4. The 4 of them camped in the forest. Shin Sua was starting a fire, and suddenly said, "It gets dark fast here, doesn't it?" Yoonbom hugged Shin Sua's arm and gave a nervous laugh. "I've never slept in a wild before." Yoon Jae-oh appeared behind Yoonbom and called her a coward. Yoonbom indignantly questioned, "Aren't you scared? There are tons of monsters here." Hearing her sister's question, Yoonjae pondered. Well, about that. Suddenly, a sphere wrapped in fire rolled over. Shin Suwa asked in surprise, what is that? Gangrim explained, it helps ward off monsters. I got it from the shop. Hearing him, Yoonbom and Yoonjae couldn't help but admire. You really know a lot. Yeah, you're strong and knowledgeable too. Yoonbom spoke excitedly. Regarding this, can I be your apprentice? Gangrim was stunned by her question. You're what? Yoonjae cut in, me too. I'm much better than my sister. Yoonbom snapped, I asked first. The two started bickering nonstop. I'm definitely better than you. Oh yeah? I have 2 more soul orbs than you. You stole a bunch of my monster kills. Gangrim watched this and thought, how noisy. He spoke up to stop them. I don't plan on teaching anyone, so stop fighting. Suddenly a voice rang out, making Gangrim start. Why don't you join everyone? Shin Suwa saw Gangrim stand up and wondered why. Yoonbom asked, Big brother, where are you going? Gangrim didn't look back. He said, it's too noisy here. As he walked further away, he added, I'm sleeping far from here, so don't wait for me. Seeing Gangrim's sudden change, the other 3 were very confused. Gangrim frowned and put his hand to his face, thinking, what the hell am I doing? I decided to keep my distance from them. What he did next, Gangrim took out the carefully wrapped egg from this morning. He thought, I still have things to do. Gangrim brought a branch near the egg's mouth, waved it a bit, and said, all right. You must be hungry. Here, eat. The system chimed. The unidentified egg has rejected this. Immediately after, the egg angrily spat out the leaves. A series of notifications appeared. Unidentified egg demands meat. Unidentified egg is determined to go on a hunger strike. Gangrim ignored it and pushed the egg's mouth against a nearby branch, forcing it to eat. Eat it. System notification. Growth progress 0.4. Gangrim urged, eat more. Gangrim stood on a branch looking down at the 3 below. The mysterious voices rang out again. Gangrim, why did you go back? He must care about his teammates a lot. I know. This is what they call it Sundara. What's it Sundara? Those voices kept babbling. It means someone whose feelings are warm inside, but cold outside. If you praise their potatoes as the best, a Tsundere kid will give you a whole basket. I see. That's just like Seal Gangrim. Gangrim clenched his fist in annoyance, vowing to improve quickly and turn off this damn communication function. He sat down on the branch and sighed. Those voices continued. He could stay with them, but he pushes himself away again. Hey, that's just Gangrim style. I find it stimulating. By the campfire, Suwa rested her chin in her hand and smiled at the twins bickering. Jayo, why weren't you careful at all? Don't nag me. I'm already reflecting on my actions. A mysterious voice said, Quiet, everyone. I can't hear what Gangrim's teammates are saying. Yoonbom below barked, You shouldn't just reflect, you have to act too. Hearing the girls say that, Gangrim recalled his past with his teammates. He thought, It reminded me of the Flying Tiger Guild. Yuharang and I used to bicker like that all the time. The image of Suwa looking at them affectionately. Gangrim thought, and Shin Suwa would always just watch us and smile. Gangrim recalled the old memory with a bit of joy. He thought, that was our daily life before. Soon things will get busy, but I think the Flying Tiger Guild in this life will be just as lively. Gangrim leaned his head against the tree trunk, feeling nostalgic and bittersweet. The scene was warm and sweet. Suddenly, a sweet scent drifted past. Gangrim smelled it and was startled. He frowned, thinking, wait, what's with this sweet scent? A mouth full of sharp teeth appeared. It had also smelled the same scent as Gangrim. Unexpectedly, 3 giant bears emerged from a spatial portal and charged forward, following that sweet scent. They bolted toward the campfire where Shin, Suwa, and the others were. Gangrim jumped down from the branch, startling Suwa. Good heavens! She cried out in confusion. Gongrim? He didn't answer and swung his sword at the branches before him. Shin Suwa asked, Are you looking for something? Gangrim's expression suddenly darkened. He questioned her. Did anyone leave this spot while I was away? Suwari played. No. Gangrim leaned down to pick up a peach that was emitting a heavy, sweet aroma. He stared at the peach in his hand and pressed. Did anyone pass through here then? An info board appeared. Demon peach. Rank 3 insect. A type of peach beloved by demons. It attracts them with its scent. It has no specific flavor. Gangrim looked at the long trail of demon peaches spread out before him and grew suspicious. There are no peach trees around here. Someone just left these here. High chance it's that crazy killer. He put the demon peach in his bag, thinking, is it that bastard with the invisibility ability? Yoonbom spoke up from behind. Dr. Gojun passed by here earlier. Hearing that, Gangrim turned back curiously. He asked, Isn't Dr. Jun a stranger from another area? Yoonbom replied, Yes, about an hour ago. Yoonjae chimed in. Why? Did he do something? He looked at us strangely back then. Gangrim thought in disbelief. Dr. Jun is the killer? He remained cautious. Who knows what that psychopath is thinking? He turned back and said, There are plenty of fruits here capable of attracting demons. Shin Sua immediately caught his drift. You mean someone is trying to put us in danger? Yunbom also wondered, who would do such a thing? Gangrim said, who knows, but there is one thing I'm sure of. His eyes were full of vigilance as he continued. We need to be careful of everyone. Gangrim told the three of them, I'll go dispose of the rest of the peaches. Suddenly, behind a distant tree, the lion-masked man appeared. Gangrim's intuition picked up on it just now. He stared at the bears, leaving them confused. Gangrim suspected I felt someone there, but they suddenly vanished. Elsewhere, Dr. Go-jun decisively swung his sword. Blood splattered onto his face. Go-jun thought, this is truly boring. He walked deep into the forest, leaving a trail of blood behind. Dr. Jun thought dejectedly, the script is trash. No rivals, teammates, or enemies. Not even a god or a hero is interested in me. I'm just hunting low-level demons. He looked up at the sky helplessly, wondering, what is my role here? Dr. Jun recalled the conversation between the twins. How is brother Gangrim so strong? I didn't think he could even defeat a Yeti. He frowned, repeating the name in his head, Seol Gangrim. Dr. Go-jun thought in shock. He defeated a boss-level demon that I haven't even encountered, despite me being the first to clear the ice room. And he rescued someone. Go-jun was filled with doubt. Then why was someone that capable defeated by John Gunam in the Hellfire room? Suddenly he realized, wait, what if directing my attention to John Gunam was Seol Gangrim's plan? He remembered Gangrim's sharp gaze. It made Dr. Jun wonder, what if Seol Gangrim is a returner from the future? Then he would know all the strategies and rewards. And he just wants to stay away from me, so he can take all those rewards for himself. His eyes lit up, so every piece of the puzzle fits together perfectly. Instantly, Dr. Jun dashed off, thinking excitedly, I need to find Seol Gangrim. Gangrim opened a map he bought from the shop. The system notified him that current exploration progress was 35. He followed the map, heading further into the forest. The Guardian's voice rang out. Hey, are you going hunting? You've only collected 200 soul orbs. Why do you keep staring at the map? That's my specialty. Make a contract with me. Gangrim replied flatly. You wouldn't even tell me who left those demon peaches. The Guardian heard his retort and coughed. We couldn't see them either. Gangrim rolled up the map, thinking I highly doubt that. The Guardian asked curiously, what are you looking for? Are you looking for that red thing? What is that? It's a secret. After a moment, the system showed a notification. You have focused on searching for a long time. Your senses have increased to level 25. Your senses are being sharpened. As soon as he received the notice, Gangrim's eyes widened. He smelled something passing by, the scent of human blood. A pale purple light radiated from his body. Gangrim looked around as the system activated a capability. Destiny theft. Searching for deceased individuals within the available area. Gangrim gripped his sword tightly and cautiously approached the corpse on the ground. Suddenly his brow furrowed and his pupils constricted. Gangrim decisively swung his sword. He instantly blocked an attack from a masked person. The two blades scraped against each other, creating sparks and a piercing sound. The system reported the number of deceased in the available area was 0. The masked man lectured Gangrim loudly. If you see someone down, you should check on them first instead of swinging your sword like that. Gangrim shouted angrily, Shut up, you damn murderer. The mask on the man's face showed a crack after being hit by Gangrim's strike. The person reached up to remove the mask and praised him. You found me so soon. How did you know I killed them? As soon as the mask was removed, the face behind it shocked Gangrim. He said, You understand that I can't leave any witnesses behind, right? The murderer's info appeared. Nam Yu-jun, rank 3 human. Fire attribute. Holy title, fear of life and death. With a crazed look in his eyes, Yu-jun lunged to attack Gangrim. He asked, right? System alert. Murderous impulse. Rank 1 ghost. Absorb stats from those killed by the user's own hands. Creates karma upon use. Gangrim gritted his teeth, struggling to resist. He thought, damn it, this bastard's stats have doubled since the last time I saw him. Yu-jun used his strength to shove Gangrim back. Gongrim shuted angrily. How many people have you killed during this time? Yu-jun heard the question and mocked him. You even know that I've killed many? Gangrim's gaze turned razor-sharp as he glared at him. He questioned, Are you that happy about it? Is hunting demons not enough? Yu-jun spoke leisurely. Hunting demons is fun too, so I try to keep a low profile for a bit. He clutched his chest with pride and continued. But Lord Nachon gave me this power to kill people. It would be a waste not to use it, wouldn't it? Hearing Yu-jun say that, Gangrim grew furious and gripped his hilt. He shouted just for that. Seeing Gangrim's expression, the man spoke provocatively. Why are you so angry? If you had a power that only activated by killing. Yu-jun's entire body suddenly became like a phantom. He said, then you would become just like me. Gangrim took a combat stance. He frowned in disgust and retorted, "You talk as if everyone would be like you, but you're wrong." The system suddenly announced, "His sensation is awakening." Gangrim looked at the blurred figure before him and thought, "Sneaker." He closed his eyes and frowned in thought. An ability that makes the body transparent. It just makes you invisible. While Gangrim was thinking, he hasn't disappeared if he's emitting this much killing intent. Yujun suddenly appeared behind him. Gangrim said, "Did you think I couldn't find you?" And instantly swung his sword to block Yujun's strike. He praised him. "You blocked it? Not bad." In a flash, he appeared behind Gangrim again and shouted, "Do you want to die?" Yujun swung his sword down and questioned Gangrim, "If I kill you, just how much stronger will I become?" Gangrim gritted his teeth, thinking, "I can't go on like this. I'm nervous because I've never used it before." He recalled the moment he defeated the two giant yetis, thinking of the ability he took from that yeti. Kumbasta, rank 3 ghost, boiling battle spirit. If the opponent is stronger, the difference increases the user's stats. The larger the gap, the greater the increase. Suddenly, a pinkish light flashed in Gangrim's eyes. The system announced, activating combat skill. Confirmed, opponent is stronger than user. Yujun saw Gangrim's change and opened his eyes wide in shock. Along with the system notification, battle spirit begins to simmer. Gangrim was suddenly enveloped in a terrifying power. Seeing his state, Yujun panicked. "What? Why suddenly?" Gangrim's eyes were hollow. He said, "You are strong." Yujun was terrified. "What?" Suddenly the atmosphere. As Gangrim swung his sword at him, he thought, "If I kill someone stronger than me." Yujun struggled to block Gangrim's attacks. Gangrim's other hand summoned fire energy. Gangrim didn't hesitate to punch Yujun square in the face. He thought with grim satisfaction, "It'll feel pretty good, right?" While Gangrim was distracted, a sword stroke slashed across his chest. Yujun, pinned to the ground, cursed angrily, "You bastard." He looked. In Gangrim's eyes, a murderous intent flared as he raised his sword to strike. Terrified, Yujun screamed, "Enough. Get away." When suddenly Dr. Gojun appeared from the bushes behind them. He waved happily and shouted, "See old Gangrim. I've come to help you." His abrupt intervention caught Gangrim's attention. He looked at the abundant surge of power radiating from Gojun, unable to hide his shock. Gangrim thought excitedly, "Another strong one." Instantly, he reached out and lunged toward Dr. Gojun. Seeing Gangrim charging at him, Gojun asked in a panic, "Is this some kind of recruitment event for teammates?" He noticed something was off about Gangrim. While raising his sword to parry the attack, he asked cheerfully, "What should I do?" Suddenly, Gangrim lowered his sword and spoke flatly, "You're being swept up in the wrong battle and losing your mind." Gojun took the opportunity to punch Gangrim hard in the shoulder. He shouted, "Let me help you wake up." Hit by the blow, Gangrim collapsed backward. Dr. Jun's eyes lit up as he asked, "Are you okay now?" Looking at Yujun's figure fleeing for his life in the distance, Dr. Jun told himself, since the villain is running away, it's better to just let him escape. Gangrim took a pill out of his bag. Gojun asked caringly, "See old Gangrim, are you alright?" He inquired, "We're teammates, right?" Meanwhile, Gangrim put the recovery pill into his mouth. He was currently using a recovery item. With a sharp gaze fixed on Gojun, he replied coldly, "Go find someone else." Dr. Gojun didn't care in the slightest. He shrugged and retorted, "I like you. The others are just mediocre accessories." He spoke while picking up Gangrim's sword. No personality, nothing to talk about. Gojun tossed the sword back to Gangrim and suggested, "I want to become the top 2 with you." Noticing Gangrim's gloomy expression, Gojun added, "So let's make peace." Yujun, in his blurred form, sprinted through the forest. He clutched his face, his eyes wide with terror. "Damn it. I have to eliminate the target, but there are 2 of them now, and both are too strong to handle." Yujun thought worriedly, "What should I do?" When suddenly a group appeared in the distance. The leader called out, "Yujun, where are you?" As soon as he saw them, a devious smile spread across his face. He thought to himself, "Not as long as I become stronger, it's fine." Then he shouted, "I'm here." They were overjoyed to see him. "Yujun, thank goodness. We were worried sick when we couldn't find you." One person in the group said, "I saw corpses in the forest. Someone must have done it." Yujun added, "I was looking for you all too. The killer is over there." Suddenly, he slumped down, causing the others to cry out in surprise. "Yujun." The group scrambled toward him. "You're injured. I have a healing skill." Yujun replied with difficulty, "Thank you, everyone." As he finished speaking, blood suddenly sprayed. Yujun's voice went cold. Truly, the group member from a moment ago collapsed. Yujun stood among the corpses he had just slaughtered. A bright red notification board appeared. Serial killer skill activated. 10 of the opponent's stats absorbed. Karma points gained. Suddenly, a cord appeared around Yujun's neck. A notification surprised him. The fear of the dead and the living is satisfied with Nam Yujun's actions. The fear of the dead and the living gives the blade necklace to Nam Yujun. The blade necklace activated, increasing strength by 10. Yujun's power. He continued excitedly. With this, I can kill CO Gangrim. Thank you, Lord Rakshasa. Suddenly, a drop of water hit Yujun's face. It was starting to rain. He walked past the corpses on the ground. The system announced, ambient water energy is increasing. Nam Iudun Kuset, Dam I, Zen. A long list of notifications appeared. Water energy conflicts with Nam Yujun's element. Strength stats decreased by 10. The fear of the dead and the living says not to worry. The fear of the dead and the living says Seol Gangrim's 5-element attribute is fire. The opponent is surely weakening as well. Reading those lines, Yujun told himself, the same element? How lucky. Looking at the gloomy sky, he reminded himself, I must find him before the rain gets heavier. In the forest, Gangrim swung his sword and chopped down a tree. A foot appeared behind him. Gangrim raised his hand to wipe away the rain. He told himself, just one more tree. While Gangrim was distracted, Yujun appeared from behind and swung his sword. As the blade came down, Gangrim quickly reached back to block the strike. Yujun was shocked. What? You? He laughed loudly and attacked relentlessly. What is this? Gangrim's expression darkened. Yujun's eyes flashed as he spoke in a cold tone. Have you grown weak? Yujun looked hollowly at Gangrim, who was struggling to block his attacks. He leaped backward and shouted. If I'd known you were this weak, I would have killed fewer people. As he fought, he mocked him. How did you get this weak? Where did your teammates go? Wandering around all alone like this. At this point, you're practically begging for death, aren't you? Hearing his last words, Gangrim smiled, seeing that expression on his face. Yujun wondered, why are you laughing? Gangrim's hand holding the sword suddenly erupted with a blue light. That surge of power spread out, enveloping his body. Water droplets suspended in the air. System notification. Seol Gangrim's attribute has been switched to water. The reduced stats have returned to normal. As this notification appeared, Yujun gritted his teeth, trembling as he struggled to block Gangrim's attack with his sword. As the two fought back and forth, the system continuously updated Gangrim's status and Yujun's body. Water energy in the surrounding area is rising. Seol Gangrim's stats increased by 10 due to the water type attribute bonus. Surrounding water energy is overlapping. Nam Yujun's stats have decreased by 20. Feeling Gangrim's overwhelming power, Yujun thought in shock, what? I thought Seol Gangrim would get weaker too. He frowned and screamed into the void. You said Seol Gangrim also had a fire attribute. Just as he struck the tree trunk behind Gangrim. Gangrim's gaze turned razor sharp as he questioned Yujun. Did Nachan tell you that? Yujun didn't answer him. He gritted his teeth and trembled while blocking. System notification. The fear of the living and the dead advises you not to believe in lies. The fear of the living and the dead says that even with attribute restrictions, Nam Yujun is still stronger than Seol Gangrim. Seeing the text comparing their power, Yujun wondered, is that really true? Gangrim was distracted by a strange noise. Taking advantage of the lapse, Yujun broke free from the restraint. He said, I don't know how you can change your own attribute. Yujun summoned his strength and swung his sword at Gangrim. Gangrim raised his sword to block, but it shattered instantly. His eyes widened in horror. Yujun quickly lunged and kicked Gangrim hard. He shouted triumphantly, but I'm still much stronger than you. Gangrim was sent flying by Yujun's kick, slamming hard against the tree. Before he could steady himself, Yujun flew toward him and pinned him against the tree, pointing a sharp blade at his cheek. Yujun said autocratically, that was fun just now, Seol Gangrim. You won't be alone. He thought of Shin Sua and the twins. His face distorted with glee as he shouted, because I'm going to send every single one of your friends after you. Suddenly, a sharp object pierced through Yujun's abdomen, dragging him backward. Gangrim was holding that sharp object tightly in his hand. His eyes were filled with rage as he questioned Yujun, who's sending whom? Caught by the counterattack, Yujun gasped, impossible. Yujun fell backward, looking at Gangrim who was controlling the iron bar that stabbed him. He said, just with a piece of that sword. Gangrim held one end of the iron bar and spoke coldly, it's not what you think. This isn't just a piece of a sword. Yujun cried out in terror, damn it. Lord Natha, save me. Gangrim's eyes, filled with hatred, raised the iron bar high. He said coldly, too late. System notification. The fear of life and death has temporarily cut off communication. Lightning flashed in the sky as blood sprayed at the same time. Gangrim stepped into a puddle, hesitating, and Gangrim's eyes lit up as a deathly aura radiated from him. He spoke coldly, I have it too, the power that only works through killing. A notification appeared, activating Destiny Theft skill. Gangrim swung his sword and severed a grasshopper's leg. He thought, the benefits gained from this demon realm have truly exceeded my expectations. Gongrim suddenly gasped for breath. He recalled, first is this 7-branched lightning sword. The info for the lightning sword appeared. Unforged 7-branched lightning sword. Rank 3 dragon. A sword made from an ancient tree struck by lightning. Gangrim remembered the hard work he put into searching. I turned this whole area upside down to find it. He thought, cutting down countless trees in this area. I even installed lightning rods on the trees. An image appears of Gangrim hammering a lightning rod into a tree trunk. While exterminating the giant grasshoppers, Gangrim thought, I also took Nam Yujun's stealth skill and his equipment. And somehow, my destiny level has also increased. Just as he drove his sword into a grasshopper's head, a thought crept in, and Gangrim collapsed. He clutched his head. A reproachful voice echoed in his mind. You killed them, Seol Gangrim. Suddenly, someone approached. The person called out, Seol Gangrim is here. Dr. June, holding a grasshopper's head, spoke in confusion. Why did you keep killing these stupid things? And what about Nam Yujun? Gangrim didn't answer him. June continued. Shouldn't you be guarding the gate to the 4th zone right now? What are you doing here? Gangrim recalled the moment he angrily held his sword to Go-jun's shoulder. He spoke to make peace. I just lost track of a killer because of you. Dr. Go-jun, completely unfazed, gently pushed Gangrim's blade aside. He said, what if I bring him to you then? What do I have to do to earn your trust? Gangrim frowned and thought, I predicted he would act like this since John Gunam died. I guess I can bring him along as a form of insurance. After a moment of thought, Gangrim sheathed his sword and said to Go-jun, if that's the case, then do as I say. Go-jun replied excitedly, all right, what should I do now? Gangrim ordered him, take out your map. The two compared their maps. System notification, investigation completion percentage has been updated. Gangrim spoke, there's an exit leading to another area here. Go block it so he can't possibly escape. Dr. June watched Gangrim intently as he took a gem from a grasshopper's head. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he said, I haven't heard from you for a few days, so I came to check if everything was finished. Gangrim replied, I couldn't find him either, so I shifted my focus to my mission. I assume he has escaped. At this, Dr. June placed a hand on Gangrim's shoulder and said sinisterly, you're joking, right? I'm certain you killed him. Hearing this, Gangrim's face darkened as he glanced at Go-jun. The man continued to ramble, and I assume this is the gear you looted from him? You even changed your weapon. Gangrim brushed Go-jun's hand off and explained, a god gifted me this necklace. I bought this sword from the item shop because the other one broke. Dr. Go-jun asked in surprise, really? Gangrim cut him off. Stop indulging in the imaginary scenarios in your head. I'm telling you again that I really don't know what happened to him. Dr. June finally gave in. Fine, if you say so. He looked at Gangrim and continued. But if you actually did kill him. Go-jun placed a hand on his chest, his face beaming, that you can tell me. I'm on your side. Seeing Go-jun's expectant face, Gangrim was speechless. He turned away abruptly and said coldly, I didn't do it. And don't act like we're friends. Go-jun stood up, bracing his knees, and replied, well then I guess I'll go collect some soul orbs too. As he walked in the opposite direction, he added to Gangrim, it looks like Shin Suwa was the first to complete the raid. Congratulations. Gangrim said nothing, only staring at Go-jun's departing back. System notification. Number of soul orbs collected. 1000/1000. The blood on Gangrim's hand was sticky and glowing. You have completed the quest Sword Forest. Good then. A loud shout from Yunbom and Yunjio drew everyone's attention. Master Gangrim, please accept us as your disciples. Gangrim, who was drinking water, decisively refused. No. The twins didn't give up, insisting, we'll do our best. We'll do whatever you say. Is it because we're too weak? We've even been blessed by the gods. Hearing Yunbom mention the gods, Gangrim asked in surprise, gods? At that moment, a brilliant golden light radiated from him. System notification, activating Destiny exploration skill. An image of a strong woman drawing a bow appeared. Yunbom answered proudly, I am blessed by the goddess of the moon and the hunt. Along with that, the burly silhouette of a man appeared. Yunjio said, and I am blessed by the sun god. Hearing them, Gangrim thought, that must be Apollo and Artemis. He said, those two gods suit your attributes perfectly. Hearing this, the twins asked excitedly, then will you take us in? Gangrim didn't answer, only saying, instead of that. He then pointed upward and continued seriously, ask your gods. Yunjio slumped onto a chair in disappointment. What? Yunbom asked curiously. So which god blessed you, brother? Gangrim replied honestly, I haven't been blessed by anyone. Yoon wondered, why not? Gangrim sighed and replied, no god is interested. Yoonbom suddenly suggested excitedly, really? How about the father of gods and men? She babbled on, among those blessed by gods of the same faction. But there are synergy effects on skills. Yoon suddenly covered Yoonbom's mouth. The girl giggled and said, Sister Sua isn't interested in divine blessings either. Are you the same? Gangrim waved his hands dismissively. Yeah, I have no intention of accepting a god's protection right now. And I don't want to take disciples. But Yoon thought in shock, did I hear that right? The girl remembered Gangrim's terrifying expression and wondered, is there a reason he doesn't want to be blessed? Gangrim sighed and explained, that I told you before. I'm not good enough to teach you yet, so... Before Gangrim could finish, a noise caught the twins' attention. The door opened, and a figure collapsed inside. All three were shocked. Yoon was the first to speak. The girl looked in surprise at the priest lying on the ground, gritting his teeth. Isn't this the first room? Gangrim helped him sit up and asked, are you all right? The priest replied, I'm fine. Thank you for asking, Gangrim. Are you still having trouble defeating monsters? The priest held his forehead and admitted, yes. He sighed, I still feel afraid every time I face those monsters. Gangrim crossed his arms and smirked, thinking perfect timing. The priest was still depressed. What kind of awakened am I, unable to take down a single monster? How pathetic. Gangrim suddenly called out, priest. Gangrim's face brightened as he reached out toward the priest and suggested, would you like me to give you a hand? The priest was surprised. You'll help me? The twins behind him shouted excitedly in unison, Master, we'll help too. Gangrim reminded the girls, you two go practice more. I'll consider letting you come along if you behave. Hearing him, the two ran off happily. Seeing their joy, Gangrim crossed his arms and thought, I said I'd only consider it. The priest asked again, are you sure? I feel like I'll only be a burden to you. Gangrim recalled his previous life and thought, a burden, huh? I plan to do exactly what Dr. June did in my past life. His eyes darkened, and a golden light radiated around him as he said, nonchalantly, people should help each other. The priest clasped his hands in joy. Oh, my child. His info appeared. Johann Ritter. Rank 3 Dragon Apostle. Earth Attribute. Blessed by the god of medicine and travel. Gangrim said, shall we go then? Another info board appeared. Hand of the Divine Physician. Rank 1 Spectre subclass. Heals wounds such as bleeding, paralysis, and poisoning. The higher the skill quality, the less mana it consumes and the shorter the healing time. In the office, Anna6 spoke, Leader, you seem to be in a good mood today. Gong du rapide. That because the first person to clear the stage is from our area. Ju Sung-tae, sitting next to Anna6, added, the clear time was much faster than Area 1. Gong Du couldn't help but admire, that is indeed great. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. A voice rang out, the beautiful team leader is here too. Hearing the tone, Gong Du frowned and irritably crushed the cup in his hand. He questioned the person at the door, what are you doing here? Team leader Seol Moon. The girl giggled and replied, I heard the news, so I thought I'd come and congratulate you. I heard the first person to successfully clear the stage came from Area 2. Congratulations. Team leader Gong Ionio crossed her arms and informed them that, so next time, Area 1 and Area 2 will clash. Gong du replide indifférently, yeah. The girl's info appeared. Seol Moon Ionio. Affiliated with the Destiny Protection Agency. Ionio asked, so, shall we make a bet? Gong Du asked in confusion. A bet. Ionio replied. On which side will be the first to complete the next level at the highest difficulty? She continued between your trainees. Ionio added triumphantly, and mine. Who will win? Gong Du, refusing to back down, accepted. Fine. What are we wagering? Ionio suggested. The loser must grant one wish to the winner. What do you think? Gong Du won't a wish? Ionio smirked provocatively. What's the matter? Scared? Gong Du asqué d'engridi. But are you crazy? Why would I be scared when it's an obvious victory for my trainees? Ionio asked nonchalantly. So you accept the bet, right? Gong Du replied firmly, of course. Ionio turned to leave. All right then. I'm really looking forward to it. See you later. As soon as the door closed, the room fell silent. Gong Du's expression became terrifying as he looked at the other two. You heard her, right? We must win. His gaze turned sharp as he told himself, I'll have to issue a special warning. Back with Gangrim, he poured all the soul orbs out of his bag and said generously, here, take these. According to the amount of orbs falling out, notifications appeared. Soul orbs collected. 1-135/1000. Soul orbs collected. 1-597/1000. Soul orbs collected. 11-000/1000. Johan looked nervously at the notification on the screen. You have completed the Sword Forest stage. He was amazed. Unbelievable. In just 2 days. You've worked hard. Gangnam replied politely. You worked hard healing me, too. At that moment, the system chimed. You have healed wounds caused by the snow weasel. Johan replied dejectedly. That was nothing. Gangnam stopped him. That's enough. He encouraged Johan. Everyone just needs to fulfill their role. It's just that others haven't recognized your value yet. Johan exclaimed joyfully, Oh, my child. Gangnam clenched his fist with determination. Are we ready to enter the 5th room? The two walked through the gate back to the base. Gangnam asked, Did you receive the message from Anavidikasia? Johan replied, Yes. Gangnam continued, It won't be as fast as this room, so prepare yourself well. System notification. Hello, trainees. Since someone has cleared the Sword Forest, we will open the 5th room. This demon realm requires you to stay inside longer than the other rooms. Please prepare thoroughly before entering this room. Gangnam said, The first team entered 5 days ago, so we'll head in tomorrow morning. Johan replied excitedly, All right, let's meet in front of the totem pole tomorrow morning. The two stepped through the teleportation gate. Johan looked around curiously. His jaw dropped in amazement. Looking at the majestic scenery before him, Johan shouted, This place is beautiful. I can't believe this is a demon realm. A mechanical system voice rang out. You have entered the room of oral karma. This room has special conditions. First, the reward for the first person to clear it will depend on the difficulty. Second, use of the item shop is prohibited. Third, you cannot leave the room until the stage is completed. Reading the conditions for room 5, Gangnam thought to himself, that third condition really made my life miserable in my previous existence. Completion condition, obtain 30 items to return to the lobby. Johan spoke up, It won't tell us what the completion conditions are. Gangnam replied, We probably just have to pick up whatever we see. Johan added, Everything is a secret. Is that why this room is named Oral Karma? Hearing Johan's remark, Gangnam explained to him, It's not that kind of oral karma. Gangnam stuck out his tongue, his face turning terrifying as he continued, It means your tongue will be cut off. Gangnam used a rock to hammer a stake firmly into the ground. He also prepared a spot for the fire. Before long, the shelter for Gangnam and Johan was finished. Johan, holding a bundle of firewood, said, I was quite worried when I saw the conditions, but with this we don't need to head back. Gangnam wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, Buying this before coming here was definitely a right choice. He tossed the sphere into the fire and left with a final word. I'll go scout the surroundings. Please wait here. As Gangnam turned to leave, he thought, the shelter is taken care of. Standing before a crystal clear stream, Gangnam thought, Next I need to find food. Looking at the plump green fruits on a tree, Gangnam said suspiciously, These things look too fake. His gaze shifted to 2 fierce beasts in the forest, and he remarked in surprise, There are monster guards here too. Looking at the heavy clusters of sweet fruit, Gangnam wondered, Are they really the problem? At this rate, we'll starve. We should have gone to Shin Sua's camp instead. Suddenly, Choi Sing-won emerged from the tall grass, frowning irritably and shouting, I told you not to mention Shin Sua's name again. I'd rather bite my tongue and kill myself than ask for that person's help. He recalled Sua's words. I see. Since we don't get along, we can't do anything together. Those words made Sung-won flinch as he thought, How could I ask for help from the woman who rejected me? Shin Sua had said, I have no intention of dating you, so please leave. He thought resentfully, Just thinking about it makes me furious. Sung-won, hiding in the bushes with 3 others, ordered, Whatever, just kill all the monsters and pick the fruit. We have to do it while we still have energy. The person next to him asked, Are we the ones going again? What on earth did you buy those weapons for? Someone shot back, If I had to fight myself, why would I hire you guys? With that, he shouted, Go. I'm paying you to do this. At Choi Sing-won's command, the group rushed out to attack the guard dogs. Watching them get taken down and spitting blood, he shouted joyfully, All right, these monsters are weaker than they look. Sing-won stepped forward cautiously and asked, They're all dead, right? The man in the lead replied, Looks like it. He immediately ordered, Pick all the fruit we can before more of them show up. One man climbed a tree and bragged confidently, My nickname as a kid was Little Monkey. Someone below teased, Because of your face? Suddenly, Sing-won noticed something beneath his feet. He thought, What's this? Looking at a monster's corpse with its bones exposed, Sing-won wondered, Why is this monster so skinny? He frowned and said worriedly, There's so much fruit here, so why? Suddenly, a dark voice rang out. Because if you eat the fruit without the owner's permission, the master of the garden will take your tongue. Sung-won repeated suspiciously, The master? Immediately, a swarm of red-eyed, frenzied monkeys rushed toward Choi Sung-won. His guardian spirit scolded him, You were so rude, and urged him, Run fast, Sung-won. As he looked closer, the monkeys' faces became even more bizarre. The dark, warning voice rang out. before your tongues disappear. The monkeys charged toward Choi Seung-won's group without hesitation. Choi Seung-won screamed in terror, "Run." At his word, the group fled headlong. As Choi Seung-won ran, a thought flashed through his mind. Watching the people he hired sprint past him, he shouted in a panic, "Hey, wait, you're supposed to protect me." Just as Seung-won cursed them as useless bastards, a monkey lunged and pried his mouth open. Suddenly, it was distracted by a noise ahead. The monkey was impaled through the neck by a sword and fell backward from the momentum. Seung-won's eyes widened in terror, his pupils constricting. In his line of sight, a figure appeared and said, "I see your life was destined to be helped by others." Gangrim praised him with a smile. "You're lucky, but you should be more careful from now on." He continued, "Destiny has also arranged for you to ruin your own life." Seung-won looked at Gangrim's face and thought his name. "Seal Gangrim?" He wiped his tears and yelled, "What? Who needs your help?" Seung-won frowned and shouted, "Do you think I'll forgive everything you've done just because you helped me?" Gangrim retrieved his sword and remarked sarcastically, "Don't worry. Even if you got on your knees and begged, I wouldn't help you." Seung-won was stunned and cursed loudly, "What? You bastard." Gangrim saw a group of people running toward them and glanced at Seung-won. He asked, "Choi Seung-won, shouldn't you be running?" Immediately after, Gangrim plunged into the swarm of monkeys, taking them out one by one. Seung-won was caught by the group from earlier. They asked worriedly, "Choi Seung-won, are you okay?" "I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were left behind." One person said, "It's lucky Seol Gangrim saved you." Hearing this, Seung-won gritted his teeth in rage. His eyes turned hollow and dark as he muttered, "I won't forgive you, Seol Gangrim." In the forest, Gangrim swung his sword relentlessly against the monkeys, his blade creating orange-gold arcs in the air. Two monkeys took advantage of Gangrim's distraction and lunged from behind. Without turning around, he reached back and released a spark that incinerated them. Gangrim looked around and took the egg from his bag. He thought, "Is that all of them? I should feed it while no one is around." Gangrim brought the egg near the dead monkeys on the ground. It began to salivate greedily. However, contrary to the egg's expectations, Gangrim shoved an apple near its mouth and said, "Here's your food." The egg obediently nibbled the apple. Gangrim sighed and said, "As for my food." Gangrim returned to the shelter and grilled meat with Johan. Johan asked curiously, "Is this the monster from last time?" Gangrim replied, "Yes." He smiled and recalled, "Remember when I asked for your help last time?" The priest replied, "I remember, but how can I help you?" Gangrim didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took a bite of the meat in his hand. Suddenly, Gangrim's face turned grim, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Johan cried out in terror, "Seol Gangrim." He slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smirked. "Every monster in this demon realm is poisonous. Yuan Gol Spid, Poisonous." Gangrim's condition worsened. He placed his hand on his chest and requested, "Please heal me." He handed a mana recovery potion to Johan and said generously, "Drink it if you need to. I trust you, Father." The system notified. Healing Hand skill activated. While Gangrim ate the meat, Johan healed him. However, the poison caused him to hallucinate, and he kept saying, "There's someone waving at me on the other side of the river." Seeing his delirium, Johan barked, "No matter what, do not follow that person." Feeling pity for Gangrim, he cried out, "Why do you have to do this, you poor child?" The system notifications kept chiming. "Please stop." Healing Hand skill activated. Healing Hand's skill activated. A moment later, Gangrim spoke to stop him. "I think this is enough." Johan asked excitedly, "Really?" Gangrim replied honestly, "I think the toxins are weakening because I'm getting used to them." Hearing this, Johan was dejected. "What?" Gangrim picked up a piece of bloody meat, startling Johan. He said calmly, "Now I have to eat the meat raw." A while later, the system repeated a single line. Healing Hand skill activated. Healing Hand skill activated. Healing Hand skill activated. You have obtained a poison resistance skill. Gangrim looked at the info board with a dark expression and said, "It's fine now. Are you done?" Just as he was about to say, "Thank you, I'm finished," he saw Johan collapse from exhaustion. Gangrim shouted in alarm, "Father!" Gangrim supported Johan inside the tent. Looking at him with a warm gaze, he said, "Father, you did a great job." He stared at the info board and thought, "It took longer than I expected." Poison resistance. Rank 3 insect subclass. Ability to resist various types of poisons. The higher the enemy's rank, the lower the skill's effectiveness. Gangrim recalled before they set out and remarked, "Luckily, I gave Father mana-boosting food earlier." At that time, the table was full of food for Johan. Cordyceps, max mana plus 10. Ginseng extract, mana recovery plus 5. 5-color dumplings, mana recovery rate plus 5. Otherwise, you would have passed away from mana depletion. Gangrim shook Johan and called out, "Wake up, Father." His gaze suddenly turned cold as he thought, "I want to let him rest because he worked so hard." Watching the tent zipper being pulled, Gangrim thought, but the others won't leave us be. He quickly drew his sword and stabbed it hard into the chest of the raider. Yuharang was awakened by the loud noise and sat up, asking in a panic, "What's going on?" Gangrim said, "I knew they would come." He looked at the group outside the tent and said calmly, "We're being raided." Gangrim turned back to Yuharang and instructed, "I'll go out and fight them. Don't come out no matter what happens. Scream if anything goes wrong. You underplead. Okay." Looking at the group armed with swords and ready to attack, Gangrim thought, "I don't recognize these guys. Are they from Area 1? A rank 1 human type said arrogantly, "Hey, we'll let you go if you hand over the food." The one next to him, a rank 3 ghost type, added, "We're robbers, not murderers." Gangrim's face darkened, his pupils glowing golden as he mocked them. "We'll die if we don't have food here, but you're saying it's not murder to take our food?" He thought, "I heard the conflict in Area 1 was bad in my past life." He asked, "What if I don't hand it over?" The leader replied halfway through, and then suddenly shouted, "Then we'll take it by force," and immediately led the group to charge at Gangrim. The leader swung his sword, but Gangrim quickly ducked. He placed his hand on the side of the man's face. Then he suddenly slammed the man's head into his knee. Gangrim frowned and thought, something is a bit strange. While hitting one of them with his sword hilt, he mused, with these skills and types, they should have easily found food here. Seeing others running toward him with swords raised, Gangrim wondered, do they just want to cause trouble? One person standing in the back suddenly shouted, "Hey, this bastard is too strong." He yelled, "Damn it, retreat and report to the captain." Hearing him, Gangrim asked in surprise, "Captain?" Suddenly, a small sphere was thrown toward Gangrim's flaming hand. Inside the tent, Yuharang was trembling uncontrollably with his eyes shut tight, his hands clutching the crucifix on his necklace. Suddenly, smoke began to drift into the tent. It made him panic. He looked up and thought to himself, an explosion? Yuharang crawled out of the tent in worry. He asked caringly, "Are you all right?" "I'm coming." Suddenly, Yuharang remembered what Gangrim had said. Don't come out no matter what happens. His eyes widened and his pupils constricted in terror as he thought, what can I do if I go outside? Think, why'd he tell me not to go out there? Yuharang bit his lip and clenched his fists, thinking helplessly, it's because I'm just an obstacle or a burden to him. Outside, thick smoke surrounded the tent. Inside, Yuharang hesitated and wondered, but is it really okay to keep hiding like this? Suddenly, a hand grabbed the tent fabric. Yuharang looked up in surprise. Gangrim unzipped the tent while covering his nose and said, "They used a smoke bomb to get away." Yuharang asked worriedly, "Are you injured anywhere?" Gangrim replied, "No, I'm fine." Yuharang wondered, "Why do you think they raided us?" Gangrim, still covering his nose to avoid the smoke, explained to Yuharang, "They want to take our food." Hearing this, Yuharang was confused. "Food?" Looking at Yuharang's bewildered expression, Gangrim said, "Conflicts between areas have been bad since the previous demon realms. I think it'll be the same this time. We should be wary of people we don't know." Yuharang suddenly had negative thoughts. He lowered his head, frowned, and asked softly, "Would it be better if I didn't go with you?" Gangrim didn't catch Yuharang's drift and asked for clarification. "Huh? What do you mean?" Yuharang replied gloomily, "I'm holding you back and being a burden. Besides, what's the point of completing the training with someone else's help? Do you think Anisix was right when she said those who lack the will to fight are useless?" Hearing Yuharang's long speech, Gangrim frowned in confusion and thought, what the hell is he talking about? He placed a hand on Yuharang's shoulder and called out softly, "Father." Gangrim repeated, "Do you remember what I told you? Others just haven't recognized your talent yet." The totem pole appeared along with dark red pills in paper packets. Gangrim continued, "Right now, people can only return and be healed by the totem, and recovery pills are distributed daily. But what about after the training? From then on, it will be the real challenge." Hearing Gangrim's explanation, Yuharang was stunned. Gangrim spoke to him confidently. When those people realize how expensive recovery medicine is, the ones who kick you out of the party will regret it. Then he retracted his hand from Yuharang's shoulder and spoke with determination. "Anyway, I will do the fighting, and you just do the healing." Gangrim said sincerely, "I don't like things related to destiny or fate, but I guarantee that you will save many people in the future." He looked at Yuharang kneeling on the ground and asked softly, "Do you still want to give up?" Yuharang looked up at Gangrim in surprise, asking himself, "I can save people?" Yuharang, filled with enthusiasm, clenched his fists and replied, "No, I won't give up." He requested, "So please help me." Gangrim replied, "Of course." Outside the tent, thick smoke still lingered. Inside, Gangrim and Yuharang spoke together. "I still need your help, father." "Huh?" 3 days later, in another forest, a tent had also been set up. Yunbom and Yunjayo ran over happily. "Sister Sua, we're back." Shin Sua greeted them warmly. "Welcome back, girls. Did you get the items?" Yunbom replied, Not yet. I think we need to go deeper into the forest. Yoon added, everyone is so weak, they couldn't help at all. Hearing her sister, Yoonbom reminded her, you shouldn't say that. Everyone is just trying to help us. Yoon replied, you think so too, sister. Yoonbom scratched her ear awkwardly. Well, of course if we went with him. Recalling the times Gangrim taught her new things, she continued that we would be able to learn more and be more comfortable. Though he's probably deep in the forest by now. Hearing Yoonbom, Shin Sua rubbed her chin thoughtfully and said, we have to do our best on our own until Brother Gangrim finishes observing everything around here and finds the best way to act. Yoonbom wondered, when do you think he'll be back? Shin Sua smiled and replied, I don't know. Maybe today. Suddenly, someone outside shouted in surprise. How did you get in here? The three inside the tent looked out in surprise. A hand pulled back the tent fabric, and a voice called out, Shin Sua. Sua was surprised to see the person. Dr. Jun asked with a smile, have you seen Seol Gangrim? Before Shin Sua could answer, he added, I guess not. Yoon shouted, how could you enter with all the traps set out there? Go Jun replied, I disarmed them. Shin Sua asked warily, what are you doing here? You always go solo. Dr. Go Yoon replied honestly, he rubbed his chin and said, I think Seol Gangrim is here because the gods told me he's nearby. Shin Sua crossed her arms and replied seriously, we haven't seen him at all. He pointed at the twins and joked, do you think he'll show up if I get rid of some of the extra weight here? Yoon shouted angrily, are you talking about us? Seeing her anger, Go Jun corrected himself. Oh no, you girls are in support roles. He continued mockingly, but there are so many useless things out there. Shin Sua stepped in front of the twins and questioned him. Dr. Go Jun, is that how you look at and judge others? Go Jun threw an apple to Shin Sua and said, here, Shin Sua. A system sound chimed. You have received the item, 3-cent fruit. You have completed the Oral Karma Room quest, low difficulty. Holding the apple in her hand, Shin Sua glared gloomily at Go Jun and said, I already have enough of these. He spoke with a smile, so you already knew about it. I want to cooperate with you all. Shin Sua was surprised. What? I can't find Seol Gangrim, but you all are at least support roles, so. Before he could finish, an arrow grazed Dr. Go Jun's face, cutting him off. Yoon said gloomily, I have no intention of becoming your teammate. Shin Sua quickly reached out to stop her. Jayo, stop it. Dr. Jun was suddenly enveloped in a blue-black aura. He said, I guess I'll have to convince you by force then. Suddenly, splashes of green fluid hit his hand. Shin Sua angrily crushed the apple in her hand and warned, you should stop before we make you bleed. Dr. Jun licked the apple nectar off his hand and asked, are you okay? He reached back thoughtfully and grabbed the hilt of his sword. Then he drew his two swords and spoke provocatively, fine. I also think. Both of them channeled their powers and glared at each other. Dr. Jun continued mockingly, that fighting you will be more interesting than fighting that guy. Dr. Jun's power transformed into a roaring tiger, directed at Shin Sua's dragon. He said, fighting you might be more interesting than that kid. Yoonbom, seeing this, panicked and tried to stop them. Calm down, everyone. Suddenly, a girl ran up, pulled the tent flap, and pointed behind her, shouting, Miss Sua, I think someone nearby is cooking monster meat. Shin Sua asked in surprise, cooking? Dr. Go Jun spoke joyfully, coming here was the right choice. Where's that person now? Over at Gangrim's side, he was constantly stirring the pot in front of him. The scent drifted with the wind deep into the forest. Gangrim thought, today is the 10th day since the first teams arrived. The others have likely run out of the food they brought. Looking at the apples on the trees, he mused, the only food around here is wild fruit. Besides that, there are only fierce wild boars with mouths full of sharp teeth and toxic flora and fauna. Gangrim sat by the cooking pot and thought, the value of edible food will probably skyrocket for trainees who earn about 100 soul orbs a day. Suddenly, Dr. Go Jun and Shin Sua's group ran up. He called out loudly, Seol Gangrim. Gangrim smiled and replied, hello, Miss Sua. Shin Sua screamed in panic, Seol Gangrim. You can't eat that. She reminded him, most things in this demon realm are poisonous. If it's made from things found here, then. Gangrim ladled a bowl from the pot and replied, don't worry, I've removed the toxins. Shin Sua looked at the bowl of hot soup handed to her and wondered, you removed the toxins? Dr. Jun quickly grabbed a bowl and said joyfully, thanks for the meal. Gangrim held out his hand. The price is 1,000 soul orbs per bowl. Dr. Jun chuckled and said, that's expensive. Here, take it. Shin Sua added, I'll buy some too. Gangli quoted here, 200 orbs. Seeing the price difference, Go Jun asked, why the different price? Gangrim replied arrogantly, I decide the price. Hearing him, Dr. Go Jun sighed, well, Miss Sua is the female lead after all. Suddenly, a group arrived from afar and shouted in surprise, a hot meal for 200 soul orbs a bowl right here. Before long, they each had a bowl. Gangrim then asked, "Are both of you looking for items higher than intermediate grade?" Sin Suadiplaiv. Yes, and I hope you'll help us. Gangrim looked over at Dr. June and asked, "What about you?" He scratched his head and replied, "Things haven't been smooth due to the issues in Area 1, but I feel like if I go with you, nothing is impossible." Dr. Gojun glanced at the other group and said, "We could finish everything faster if we didn't have to look after these side characters." Shin Suwa countered, "In a situation like this, we should work together." The two of them began to argue. Have you ever seen a protagonist in a group of more than 10 people? We aren't characters in your novel. Gangrim suggested. You two should cooperate with each other instead. Hearing him, both competed to say, I want to work with you. He returned to Shin Sua's tent. Gangrim placed his hands on the table and said firmly to both of them, "No matter what you say, I have no intention of cooperating with you." Shin Sua said worriedly, "It will be hard for you to defeat the people from Area 1 on your own. They're interfering with us in strange ways." She recalled being raided and warned. Every time we encounter them, we end up in a fight. Gangrim rubbed his chin and said, "Really?" He thought to himself, "I should reconsider the situation in Area 1. If I take the priest with me, it'll be complicated." Gangrim then decided, "So, I think you should stay at this camp." Johan said worriedly, "I can't leave you." Before he could finish, Seal Gangrim cut him off. "Actually, it's hard for me to focus if I take you with me." Johan was taken aback. Gangrim asked softly, "Can I leave him at your place?" Shin Sua replied happily, "Of course." Gangrim crossed his arms and told Johan, "It'll be safer for you to stay here, and there will be more opportunities to use your abilities." He was worried, but Gangrim shook his head and cut him off again. "I'll handle it myself." Shin Sua reminded Gangrim, "All right, but if anything happens, please let me know." He nodded to show he understood. Deep inside the fruit forest, the Guardian Spirit spoke. "Hey, Seal Gangrim, you become much stronger, haven't you? These monsters are too weak. Go deeper. The monsters there are strong, very strong." Gangrim held an apple in his hand and nibbled it leisurely. He thought to himself, "Finally, the sixth one has appeared. They should have shown up sooner." Suddenly, a pinkish-purple light appeared behind him. The system notification rang out. "Your senses are being sharpened." Gangrim looked to the left in shock, thinking, "It's right next to me." He remained stunned, looking at the creature. How did it get this close without me noticing? Gangrim quickly gripped his sword hilt, wondering, where did it come from? Looking at the giant gorilla lunging toward him, the system notification appeared, activating Lone Wolf. The gorilla frowned in confusion. It looked back and forth, but couldn't see where Gangrim had gone. The gorilla had no idea that Gangrim was just a blurry silhouette clinging to the tree trunk it held in its hand. Suddenly, the tree branch caught fire and flared up. The gorilla looked in panic at the tree in its hand. While it was off guard, Gangrim swung his sword and slashed down at its shoulder. He thought in surprise, is this the benefit of owning a high-quality item? He jumped down to the ground, calculating in his head, it seems I can't use this against those people from Area 1 yet. Gangrim put the iron rod into his bag and asked himself, now what should I do first? Should I check where it came from, or? He held a purple fruit in his hand. System notification. You have received the item, Celestial Scent Fruit. You have completed the Confession Room mission, intermediate difficulty. Gangrim took a bite, his mind still racing. What should I do first? I'll finish maxing out my poison resistance. I wonder if Area 1 has reached this stage yet? The Guardian Spirit watched Gangrim's casual demeanor and asked curiously, why is he eating the raid item? The system notification rang out. You have consumed the Celestial Scent Fruit. Mana and experience have increased. Poison resistance enhanced. The Guardian Spirits kept arguing, so it increases mana, and poison resistance. I think that's why the Destiny Protection Agency chose this place. They watched Gangrim continue to munch on the fruit and wondered, anyway, how many more is he going to eat? Just watching him eat is making me sick of fruit. A notification suddenly appeared before Gangrim. Poison resistance has leveled up to rank 1 insect class. As soon as he saw this notification, Gangrim slumped down. He dropped the fruit, which hit someone below. A voice rang out. What the hell? Where did that thing that hit you come from? You're Seal Gangrim from Area 2, right? Gangrim was curious that the guy knew him. How do you know my name? The other person didn't answer directly. He said, that's not important. The red-haired man pointed to the person wiping his face next to him and said, I think our captain has something to say to you. Will you come with us? If you follow us, we'll act like this never happened. I'm the one who decides that. The guy repeated, don't you remember the guys from Team 1 ran away after meeting him? Hearing him, Gangrim thought, the captain? Is he one of the ones who ambushed me on the first day? The Guardian Spirits interjected, Gangrim has pride too. Like he just followed them like that. Gangrim jumped down from the tree and said, fine. The red-haired man replied, all right, let's go then. The Guardian Spirit exclaimed in surprise, he's actually going. Arriving at a clear spot in the forest, the guy said, "This is where we're camping." Suddenly someone said, "We have to go a bit further." Gangram glanced at them, thinking, "It seems there are twice as many people here compared to my area." He walked in front, but could still feel them watching him, though they didn't seem to be on guard. The person beside him pushed Gangram inside and ordered, "Get in." The person sitting inside, cleaning a weapon, asked, "You're Seal Gangram, right?" Gangram felt a bit anxious. "And you are?" The burly man spoke up to introduce himself. "Area 1, Hong Dahan." The man smiled and said, "Nice to meet you. I am Hong Dihun, rank 1 demon class, metal attribute." Looking at the weapon emitting energy in the man's hand, Gangram thought, he even has such a good weapon. The system displayed information on the weapon in Dahun's hand. Heavenly Fire Spear. Rank 3 dragon class. A long-range weapon with multiple uses like stabbing, slashing, and bludgeoning. Possesses immense attack power. Gangram realized, now I understand how Area 1 always led the way in conquering all the demon realms in my past life. Seeing Dahun stand up and approach him, he grew alert. "What do you want?" The man's eyes flashed with a faint pink light as he stared aggressively at Gangram. Dahun swung the spear in his hand toward Gangram and said, "We were a bit rude, weren't we?" The tip of the spear stopped right between his eyebrows. The man said in surprise, "All right." Looking at the angry Gangram channeling his energy, Dahun proposed, "Cooperate with us, Seal Gangram." Gangram wiped the blood from his forehead and spoke calmly. "Is that it? It seems you haven't thought of a more convincing condition." Gangram turned to leave, waving his hand at Dahun. "Regrettably, I plan on being the first to conquer this room." As soon as he stepped outside, he was blocked by 2 intersecting sword blades. Looking further out, the entire team, one had their swords pointed at Gangram. Dahun spoke up, "Hey, it seems you've misunderstood something. Since you're here, you'll have to leave your life behind." Dahun placed the spear blade on Gangram's shoulder. "If you don't cooperate with us." His eyes turned vicious as he threatened, "Then you must die here." Gangram held a wooden tag in his hand and turned back to Dahun, warning him, "If you kill me, you'll be in a lot of trouble." Seeing the tag in Gangram's hand, Dahun was surprised. The tag in Gangram's hand was engraved with the word revenge. The item info appeared, "Souvenir of Revenge, Gongju." If the owner of this item is killed by another, a mark of revenge will be imprinted on the killer. That person will become a target of Captain Gongju of the Destiny Protection Agency. Dahun thought in shock, "Captain Gongju will come and kill me if I lay a hand on this guy." He hesitated, wondering, so those two have equal status? The person who sent me this weapon also sent a message saying I'd be rewarded if I conquer this room first. Then Dahun shoinked. "So you received the message too?" Hearing him, Gangram asked, "The message?" Gangram recalled the moment he was moving supplies. A line of information appeared. "A message from Gongju has been sent. A challenge for the trainee with the most outstanding performance. Conquer the Oral Karma room at the highest difficulty and become the first to complete it. 0/1. A wooden tablet appeared and fell into Gangram's hand. "You will receive a reward if successful. And to assist you, I will provide a temporary item. Seoul Destiny Protection Agency, Team 2, Captain Gongju." Remembering this, Gangram thought, so this guy received that weapon from the Area 1 captain? While he was lost in thought, realizing there was competition between captains, Dahun announced loudly, "Wait. Attention, I have an announcement." He said to the crowd in front of him, "No one is allowed to kill Seol Gangram here." Dahun continued, "He has a strange item, and if we accidentally kill him, the killer will lose their life too." He ordered Group 4 fall back. Gangram called out to Dahun, "Hey, can I go now?" Suddenly, he shouted, "And the rest of you, beat this bastard within an inch of his death." As soon as Dahun gave the order to capture him, Gangram quickly ducked to avoid his attack. Gangram said, "I wouldn't have come here if I were that easy to catch." What? He disappeared. He slammed his elbow into the ribs of a guy lunging at him. He then tackled another person, pinning them on top of the first guy. The system notification rang, activating Lone Wolf. The group trying to catch Gangram was shocked when he vanished. What? He's gone. Surround him so he can't escape. Gangram suddenly appeared and struck a man near the back of the neck. Seeing him, the crowd panicked. "Over there. What? Is it teleportation?" Seeing his subordinates being taken down one by one, Dahun barked, "Damn it. Stop spreading out. Stand close together." He continued loudly, "He's not disappearing. We just can't see him. Don't give him any space to move." Hearing Dahun, Gangram smiled and thought, too late. He dropped the peach in his hand. A scent immediately wafted up. "What is this on the ground? It smells so good." Watching the dazed crowd in the distance, Gangram thought, "I came here because I was curious why Area 1 in my area had such a grudge in my past life." However, the reason was entirely due to the Destiny Protection Agency. Soon, Dahun's small camp burst into flames. Team 1 screamed in terror, "Fire!" Monsters are approaching from the other side. Put out the fire first. Gangrim left, gritting his teeth. He thought, Shin Suwa once said they took hostages and even killed people, but all of that. Gangrim's eyes turned sharp, and he frowned. That was simply for the reward. His pace quickened. Gangrim was determined. I can't let the past life repeat itself just for a reward. So what should I do? Several fruit from the gorilla fell out of Gangrim's bag. Gangrim called out, everyone, please pay attention. As you know, there are people from other areas here as well. Gangrim recounted, last night, I accidentally overheard that they're planning to ambush us here. Shin Suwa asked in shock, ambush? Gangrim held the gorilla fruit in his hand and confirmed, yes, I'm making a proposal. I will give everyone what's called celestial scent fruit. They will help us. Hearing Gangrim, the people on the ground were shocked. For free? Why don't you guys get out of here before they arrive? Gangrim said, I have plenty, so please inform those who aren't here too. Hearing him, everyone was extremely grateful and shouted, thank you, Seal Gangrim. Shin Suwa suddenly called Gangrim back. Wait, she asked worriedly, do you intend to conquer this at only intermediate difficulty? Gangrim shot back at Suwa. What I plan to do is none of your business. He thought to himself, Shin Suwa is not the type to put her teammates in danger for just one person. Gangrim turned his back and left with one last word. I'm not even a member here. As he spoke, he thought, so you just take everyone and get out of here. Shin Suwa silently watched Gangrim's back. Deep in the forest, blood splattered onto a tree, trunk heavy with fruit. Gangrim walked past the gorilla he had just killed. He thought, last time, I encountered monsters here. Gangrim remembered the gorilla that had ambushed him. It had appeared suddenly out of nowhere. Gangrim stood behind a tree trunk, watching a gorilla crawling toward him. He thought, however, monsters don't always appear suddenly like that. They are living creatures within the demon realm. Gangrim suddenly remembered the Yeti he met at the previous gate. So they must have a home, just like Zito's nest. He approached the giant gorilla, wondering, where did these things come from? Suddenly, Gangrim spotted a small opening at the base of the tree and said, found it. Gangrim forced his way inside, thinking, but how did it get in here? Gangrim unexpectedly fell into a massive underground cavern. He thought in surprise, this place is much bigger than I imagined. Gangrim used the fire in his hand to illuminate the surroundings. His hand touched the earthen wall beside him. A beam of light reflected onto Gangrim's face. His jaw dropped in awe at the sight before him. The guardian spirits following him couldn't help but exclaim, what a magnificent view. Oh, there's a place like this here? Looking at the sweet fruits on the trees, a guardian spirit wondered, isn't this where the monsters live? Another spoke up warily, be careful, they could appear from anywhere. Gangrim replied internally, no, they only use this place as a passage, they don't fight here. A dark aura enveloped Gangrim as he thought. This place is the most dangerous, a location deep within the demon realm. Gangrim approached the base of a tree where another hollow appeared. He wondered, are the monsters deep inside there? Gangrim plucked a fruit from the tree. The system notified, you have received the item, myriad scent fruit. As soon as he grabbed the fruit, Gangrim jumped down to the ground, thinking, that now I just need to get out of here without being detected. Suddenly, a loud blast interrupted his thoughts. En explosion, the smoke from the blast gradually cleared. Dahan led his group forward with a despicable smile. Thanks. Because of you, we found this place. Gangrim frowned and questioned, you followed me? Dahan replied without hiding it. Yeah, I found this person. Yunjin was being held upside down by them. Dahan continued, on the way to Area 2. Looking at the little girl, Gangrim's face turned dark. The apple in his hand fell to the ground. On the way to Area 2. As the man finished his sentence, the image of Yunjin being held upside down flashed before Gangrim's eyes. Dahan spoke despicably, I can't kill you, but I'll butcher your friend. How's that for plan? He grabbed Yunjin's collar and held his spear tipped to her neck, threatening, Gangrim, give me the scent fruit if you want the brat to live. Seeing Yunjin suppressed in the man's hands, Gangrim was horrified, his face darkening with rage. He spoke calmly, I don't have it. Gangrim stepped forward and crushed the scent fruit under his foot. His gaze turned razor-sharp, his face shadowed as he pointed toward the giant tree behind him. If you want them, go get them yourself. There's as many as you want over there. Hearing this, Dahan turned and ordered his subordinate. Listen, I'll keep her here. You go find the scent fruits. The men shouted excitedly, let's go. They cheered. Finally we can head back. Hong Dahan, you'll pay us when we return, right? Dahan replied, fine. Gangrim ordered Dahan to let Jine down. The man replied, put your weapon down first. Immediately after, Dahan dropped Jine to the ground and told Gangrim, come and take her yourself. He blocked Jine's head with his spear and provoked despicably, if you have the courage, then do it. Gangrim put his sword down and replied nonchalantly, fine. Seeing him so decisive, Dahun was taken aback. Gangrim ran over, pried Yoon Giant's eyes open, and called out, Giant! Yoon Giant! He took out a pouch of herbs and poured them into Giant's mouth. Dahun asked curiously, what did you just feed her? Gangrim replied, while supporting Yoon Giant, an antidote. Dahun chuckled and said, I didn't poison her. Suddenly, he looked toward the tree and saw his subordinates collapsing one by one. He asked in a panic, what's wrong with you guys? The men clutched their eyes, crying out, my eyes. I'm so dizzy. Dahun screamed, what the hell did you do? Suddenly, the system notification appeared. You have been exposed to the scent of the myriad scent fruit for too long. Gongrim lukt glumeli ot dihun. You can feel the effects now, can't you? Soon, the space inside the tree hollow was filled with toxic fragrance. The system notified that the scent of the myriad scent fruit was invading. Dahun thought, the toxicity is spreading. Dahun smelled the scent and thought, how do I cure this? Does he know? He recalled Gangrim pouring herbs into Yoon Giant's mouth. I see. Dahun swung his spear at Gangrim in a rage. He lunged madly, screaming, see old Gangrim. Give me the antidote. Gangrim gritted his teeth and dodged Dahun's attack, thinking, damn it, why hasn't he been affected yet? He frowned as the spear blade grazed his shoulder. A notification appeared. Toxins are entering the body through the wound. Gangrim was horrified, his pupils constricting. The notifications continued. Toxin level exceeds resistance. You are being poisoned. While dodging the attacks, Gangrim thought, I can't wait for him to pass out. His eyes went pale as a small flame appeared from Gangrim's hand. He lunged and attacked Dahun, making him cough up blood. The system notified, the toxicity of the myriad scent fruit is increasing. Dahun stared aggressively at Gangrim and cursed, damn it, do you want both of us to die? Gangrim took out his iron rod and replied flatly, no, just you. Dahun screamed in terror, save me. I have to live to negotiate with those attacking Area 2. Gangrim spoke up if you want to live. He looked at the man with cold eyes and continued, then don't ever threaten me like that. Gangrim's iron rod was soon stained with blood. System notification, activating Destiny theft skill. Exhausted, Gangrim slumped to the ground, panting heavily. The system voice rang out, seizing a portion of Hong Dahun's power. Update notifications appeared, seizing a portion of Hong Dahun's mana. Seizing a portion of Hong Dahun's speed. Old Gangrim's destiny has been upgraded to human rank 3. Gangrim held Giant's small hand and said, you shouldn't have followed me. The Guardian Spirit called out, hey, now's not the time to be lying down. Seeing what Gangrim took from his bag, the Guardian Spirit was shocked. What is he doing? Hatching an egg? They immediately realized, damn it, he's using burning mana to force it open. System notification, growth progress 100. The mysterious egg is hatching. Immediately after, a white deer appeared. Seeing the creature, the Guardian Spirit was surprised. Is this a Kirin? How is that possible? It slowly approached Gangrim. The small creature pressed its forehead against his. The system rang out, activating purification skill. Instantly, a shimmering aura appeared on Gangrim's forehead. The surrounding toxins gradually dissipated. The fresh scenery of the forest returned. The system notified, the toxins from a myriad scent fruit have been neutralized. Gangrim looked at the small creature before him and praised it. Good job. Gangrim looked up at the scent fruits on the tree and told the little deer, I have to get them before they all burn up. Gangrim saw Yoon Giant wake up and called, Yoon Giant, you're awake? Come here. The girl cried out, brother. A hand appeared, gripping the ground from the tree hollow. Shin Suah and Yoonbom ran over breathlessly. Shin Suah said loudly, I was so worried about you. Seeing her, Gangrim called, Shin Suah, what happened? Is everyone okay? She explained, yes, Priest Johan has healed everyone. Yoonbom added, the enemies from Area 1 have all fled. A girl crossed her arms and scolded Yoon Giant seriously. Yoon Giant, why did you go alone? I thought you'd been captured. Gangrim spoke up. She was captured by the Area 1 captain. Yoon Giant grumbled, I told you not to say anything. Yoonbom shote angridi, Yoonjeon. Shin Suah then spoke, I should have gone after you. Gangrim said, this wouldn't have happened if you completed it at intermediate difficulty. Why didn't you leave? Suah heard him and asked back, Gangrim, how could we leave without you? He replied, Shin Suah, helping others is a good thing, but not if it puts yourself and your teammates in danger. She smiled and said, you aren't someone else. Johan and Go Jun arrived as well. Shin Suah continued, everyone here considers you a member of the team. She smiled brightly at Gangrim. So let's fight together next time. Gangrim was a bit surprised. The system suddenly notified, the destinies of Seol Gangrim and Shin Suah are being linked. Yoonbom sees you as a savior. Gangrim recalled the system saying this before. The destinies of Seol Gangrim and Shin Suah are being linked. Yoon Giant sees you as a savior. Even the time he carried Giant, The destinies of Seol Gangrim and Yoonjaeon are being linked. Gangrim scratched his head shyly, thinking it was too late to leave them. He said, "I'll think about it." Gangrim calmly stepped through the door. "You have cleared the room of oral karma. You have cleared it at the highest difficulty." He reached into the system panel for the reward given to the first person to clear the room and pulled out an item, the Compass of Destiny. He tried spinning its needle. The Compass of Destiny is a piece of equipment that predicts the future. It activates randomly, so he can't use it whenever he wants. Suddenly, Gangrim was startled by something. The needle spun rapidly. The Compass of Destiny was activated. He stared in stunned silence as Seol Gangrim's destiny began to shift. Gongju scanned the screen. "That's strange." He rubbed his chin. Seol Gangrim's results are very peculiar. He connected the dots. He cleared the room of the Mountain of Blades in just one day. And what happened in the Inferno room is also very suspicious. Each event flashed through his mind. He even killed the Yeti and completed the hidden quest in the Frigid room. Gongju tilted his head back and removed his mask. How could a mere rank 3 SSS-Class accomplish so much? He speculated. Perhaps he is also the one behind the disappearance of the 7 hard swords from the Sword Forest. He adjusted his glasses. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to defeat Hong Dahun in the room of oral karma. But what bothers me most is, Ionio let out a sigh. "I bet you're happy now that your wish came true." Huh? But no matter how he won, wasn't telling him how to hatch the Kirin egg a bit too much? She couldn't help but be suspicious. Hatching a Kirin is extremely difficult. The chance of a natural hatch is nearly 0. Gongju tossed his gloves onto the table. Whether it's a coincidence or the will of God. Even though he's an atheist, neither reason makes any sense at all. He took out a talisman. "I have to check if he has the ability to foresee destiny." Gangrim entered the room and looked around restlessly. "This way, Mr. Seol Gangrim." Gongju held the key. "I will give you the reward I promised." He was surprised by what was happening. Just a moment ago, this was a blank wall. He looked back and introduced the space. "Are you surprised? This is the spatial storage where I keep my weapons." He replied, "That's cool." He spoke warmly. You can choose one thing from his pile. He felt a bit confused. "Anything is fine?" Gongju confirmed, "Yes, anything." Hearing that, Gangrim went to take a look. He thought to himself, this is a test. He looked down at the key. "I made some adjustments." He calculated. Low-tier items with fancy descriptions will be displayed like high-end gear. His plan was devious. Real high-tier items will have lazy descriptions and their hilts swapped for common ones. They'll be placed like ordinary junk. The corners of his mouth curled up. I'll see if Seol Gangrim actually has the power to predict the future. Gongju thought that without any ability, he wouldn't be able to tell the rank of the weapons. The info for a sword appeared, Great Ruler's Blade. Rank 1 Dragon Class. Legend says it was used by King Isong Juwai when defeating the Goryeo. Stats are very high, but most effective against royalty. The Great Ruler's Blade terrifies those of royal blood. Decorated with a dragon head. The description has been simplified to the extreme, so he can't possibly recognize its value. He crossed his arms and watched Gangrim. But if he can foresee the future, it's a different story. He picked up a sword and carefully read its information. He looked happily at the other information. He probably hid all the masterpieces, but there are still many items above the Phantom rank. Gangrim tilted his head, his eyes shining. This manager is quite generous. Then he found an item that caught his eye. A polished sword on display caught his attention. It looked rare, Superior Blade. Rank 1 Insect Class. But then he quickly noticed something unusual. Rank 1 Insect Class? Seeing that, he scanned the room. Now that I look at it, why is the display layout so strange? The Destiny windows gradually disappeared, canceling Destiny discovery. Gangrim pursed his lips suspiciously. He caught a glimpse of Gongju. Is he testing me? He seemed to have known beforehand. I knew something was off. Why would he be so generous? He wants to test me, of course. He sighed. I put myself in a difficult position. Gangrim considered carefully. Only a few people have the ability to foresee destiny. And the Destiny Protection Agency would monopolize all of them. He was a bit torn. Hiding my skills or getting top-tier equipment. Which one is more important? He changed direction and walked to the side. Gongju asked, have you made a choice? He slowly approached and pointed in a certain direction. The thing I want is. He opened his eyes in shock. He was startled. Me? Gongrim froze. What the hell is he saying? He tried to explain quickly, but he was cut off. You truly are very intelligent. Gongju looked proud. You actually realize that I am the most valuable thing in this room. He praised himself. I know I'm very attractive, but you can't have me. He replied helplessly, what I'm pointing at is. Gangrim clarified. The key you're holding. Then he proposed, lend me all of these weapons. That way, you'll benefit more too. He skillfully persuaded him. You won't have to lose a single item, and District 2 will achieve the highest rank. Gongju rubbed his chin in thought. The scene shifted to Gangrim's room. He was feeding the Kirin. Kirin, it's time to eat. The little one bowed down happily to eat. He assessed, it'll take about 3 days to make another key. In the meantime, I'll make you as strong as possible. He tore open a food packet. Anyway, he felt a bit of a sting in his wallet. I never thought the day would come when I'd spend 12,000 soul pearls in a single day. Raising a Kirin is expensive. Gangrim continued to pour more food for the Kirin. Is it good? All right, then eat a lot and grow up fast. But suddenly, his expression changed to one of surprise. System update. Kirin has become a rank 2 Phantom class. Kirin has acquired the water manipulation skill. He read the little one's destiny window. Water manipulation. Rank 2 Phantom class. Moves freely in water and can control water. It can control water now? Gangrim pointed to the side. Kirin, try controlling that water. Kirin bowed, and a small sphere of water was created. Small blocks of water floated up, much to his surprise. Huh? Gangrim suddenly turned pale. Wait, a block of water shot away. A large amount of water splashed onto his face. The wall had been smashed, leaving a giant hole. Choi Seung-won was drenched and soaked. He shouted angrily, hey, Soud Gongrim? Gangrim didn't know what to do either. In the dining hall, a group of young men were talking to each other. Excellent. One person praised the food while eating. This meal is a true delicacy. He complained, I'm sick of eating fruit all the time. He sighed. If it weren't for the ones Gangrim sold. One person spoke up, he seems cold, but he's actually very kind. He confirmed, Gangrim has always been a good person. You just didn't notice. He recounted a past event. The last time we were surrounded by monsters, it was him who helped us. And that time we were bitten by Colax monsters in the building before coming here for training. Someone wondered, really? Why didn't you team up with him? He looked confused. Probably because he's too icy. I don't know. He looked down guiltily, but we only cleared the medium difficulty stage and got free fruit. I feel bad because I used to think he was cold. Suddenly, Gangrim opened the door and walked in. I'm glad you like this new room. He looked back and affirmed, oh, but I'm still paying for this meal. Someone crossed his arms. I'm only being nice because you guys are the first to clear the stage, just like me. Gangrim was surprised. You were also the first to clear a stage? He proudly pointed to himself. I was the first to clear that low difficulty oral karma room. He gradually realized. So that's why I didn't see him afterwards. He praised him. Oh, that's impressive. Even though it was low difficulty, someone's ego remained high. He looked up. I find talking to you acceptable. Others aren't on my level. He enthusiastically invited him. Hey, let's go for a drink after eating. Then he held up 2 fingers. Give me 2 glasses. A clay doll waved its hand. Own soul pearls. He quickly cut in. Don't be like that. Just give it to me directly. Someone promised. I'll pay next time. Before he could finish, he was smacked in the face. He slammed the table angrily, clutching his painful cheek. You're hilarious. Do you even know who I am? He leaned in and scolded. You dare look down on me? You're just a filthy puppet. Gangrim helplessly held his shoulder. Mr. Choi Seung-won, I'll pay for this meal. Stop scolding that poor thing. He replied dismissively, you have money? He ruffled his hair. You have to remember that soul pearls are the currency here. He leaned down and asked, how much is it? The clay dolls happily prepared a glass of water. Someone wondered, VIP? He explained, they said I'm a VIP guest because I spent 12,000 soul pearls here yesterday. Gangrim remained calm. No need, just 1 glass for him. He was still staring at him, jaw dropped. 12,000? The clay doll pushed the glass toward him with its foot. Seeing that, his face went dark. Someone bit his lip in frustration. He flew into a rage and punched the clay doll. Do you know who I am? Everyone was startled by the brawl. Gangrim intervened. Hey, what are you doing? The guy yelled, shut up. Who do you think you are? He left in a huff. A voice called out, Clay Puppet, are you okay? The twin sisters arrived. One asked, Master, are you close with that guy? He waved his hand, no. Yoon Jae-oh asked worriedly, why were you with him? He replied, he's in the room I created, but the Kirin I'm raising broke the wall, so I'm treating him to a meal to apologize. The girl's eyes lit up. A Kirin? The 2 sisters were delighted upon seeing Kirin. So cute. What's its name, brother? Gongrim replied, Kirin. Yoon Jae-oh asked why. He explained simply, because it's a Kirin. The 2 looked at him. Yoon frowned. It's a divine beast, not a common Kirin. The younger one chimed in. Do you like it when people just call you human? He rubbed his neck awkwardly. You want me to name it? Then he decided, let's call it Lan Ni then. Lan Ni's rank has changed to beginner ghost class. Lan Ni has acquired the magnetic horn skill. Kirin's destiny window appeared. Magnetic horn. Beginner ghost rank. Ability to attract metal attribute attacks, or change their trajectory. The girl asked, what happened? Did it evolve, or something? The little one nuzzled his hand. Out of all the Kirins, this one was his. Yoon put her hands on her hips. Master, you know we're your teammates now, right? He replied gently. Yes, I know. Gangrim hugged Kieran and smiled brightly. Thank you, girls. Yoonjae covered her mouth. Master, if you want to thank us, come with us to the next demon realm. He looked at them. The next one? The two sisters nodded. The door was tightly sealed. He was puzzled. Aren't we going in any way once it opens? Time jumped to 1 week later. Everyone gathered at a location. The room of the 6 snakes was about to begin. Protection. 0/168 hours. Someone asked, what are we supposed to protect? That person speculated, maybe that container or the tree. Seol Jongmin waved his hand warmly. Hello, you're the trainees from District 2 Seoul, right? I'm Seol Jongmin from the Destiny Protection Agency. I'm in charge of this demon realm. Suwa was surprised. A messenger? Yoonjae explained, we have a target window, just like in the Inferno Room and the Room of the Mountain of Blades. She gradually understood, meaning the target is set by the Destiny Protection Agency. Gongrim frowned suspiciously. Why isn't it Anna 6? In my past life, she was the one. Seol Jongmin excitedly raised both hands. I've updated the details in the manual, so I'll explain briefly. One person was confused. Manual? The person next to them took out an item. The thing we were holding when we got here. He held a creature. The mission in this room is to protect this white snake. People didn't seem to like the snake. He denied it. No, each person will protect one. He held out a piece of red cloth. You will use this seal of friendship. Just wrap this cloth around the snake. Jongmin held the cloth forward. Here, everyone take one and go. Find a snake for yourself. Let's begin. The system panel appeared. Rules for the room of the 6 snakes. 1 snake per person. Use the seal of friendship to tame the snake and protect it for 168 hours. You are free to leave the demon realm, but if your snake dies while you are gone, the mission fails. Snakes cannot leave the demon realm, but you can leave them with Seol Jongmin for up to 6 hours a day. He will protect the snake during that time. If anything happens, you can find a new snake and continue the mission. If you encounter the giant serpent, do not call it a snake. Yoonjae searched through the bushes. Are there any here? Yeonbong replied. No. Gojun boredly lifted 2 snakes. Aren't there any bigger ones? Johan was frightened by a snake. Suwa hurried over. Father Johan. Sungwon tied a piece of cloth to a snake. Stay there. Immediately after tying it, the snake's body glowed. You are protecting a snake. 3 seconds/168 hours. He named it. All right, from now on, your name is Fun. Take care of it. The others were dissatisfied. Aren't we supposed to be protecting you? He stated calmly, yeah, so protect my snake too. Sungwon crossed his arms and laughed. I got here before Seol Gangrim, so I definitely caught it before him, right? The person holding the snake replied, half-heartedly, I guess so. He confidently declared, I'll be the first to clear this, just watch. People in the group gossiped, why does he keep mentioning Seol Gangrim lately? He talked to himself, you won't be able to look down on me anymore, Seol Gangrim. Gangrim walked across a bridge with Kieran behind him. He thought pensively, I wonder what the Destiny guide is trying to warn me about. He felt uneasy. I don't know if it's because the room of oral karma was cleared earlier than my past life, but since this demon realm has been closed for a while. And having a new spokesperson is also something to think about. Gangrim looked down with knitted brows. Too many things are different compared to my previous life. I'm not sure what the problem is. The system reminded him. Seol Gangrim's destiny has changed. He paused. Could it be? The system continued. Take action to return destiny to normal. Everything will proceed according to your will once destiny is corrected. He held up the red cloth. Does it have something to do with what I'm doing now? The destiny window appeared again. Seal of friendship. Beginner human rank. If worn by a beast, it will no longer fear you. Effects depend on the rank difference between the beast and the user. A deep voice rang out. Gangrim, what are you doing? Aren't you looking for the snake? If you don't want to find it, why don't you let me take over? Kieran kept running around him, making him lose focus. Gangrim looked up. All right, worrying won't solve anything. I have to go. He took off his jacket and put it in his bag. He took off his inner shirt. Let's go, Lonni. He jumped straight into the lake, and Kieran followed. Gangrim took a deep breath. He dived down with the little one. Seol Gangrim dived deeper into the sea. The two searched for something deep within the ocean. I think he's looking for a water serpent. How long can a mortal hold their breath? A system notification. Lung capacity increased by 20 due to bonus points from water attribute. Kieran began to absorb and activate the water control skill. The system continued. Seol Gangrim has received an effect from the water control skill. You can now move and breathe freely in water. Now, both could move freely underwater. A snake suddenly glided past Seol Gangrim. It was startled when he stared at it. Gangrim quickly chased after the snake. Hey, where are you going? The water serpent is over there. He kept searching around. There are no water serpents down here. Seol Gangrim thought to himself, do you think I travel all the way down here just to catch a few common snakes? Why one is? Just then, behind him, a great serpent opened its mouth wide. Oh my god, it's a great serpent! Then Seal Gangrim used his strength to resist it. Glad I brought the heavenly fireblade with me. He stabbed it hard in the throat. He easily defeated the great serpent. It was too big to be considered a snake, but too small to be ranked as a dragon. He excitedly grabbed its tongue. This is the great serpent I was looking for. I'm quite lucky. Now, I have to put the seal of friendship on its tongue. He rapped the red cord around the great serpent's tongue. An orb appeared from inside its mouth. At that moment, Kieran's move knocked Seal Gangrim back, activating water control skill. He praised, well done, Kieran. The great serpent looked at Seal Gangrim with fierce eyes. It looked angrily at Kieran and opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow Kieran. Seal Gangrim quickly charged, using the seal of friendship item. He hugged the body of the great serpent. The great serpent was resisting the effect of Seal Gangrim's seal of friendship. He struggled to hold the thrashing body of the great serpent. The friendship seal cord was finally tied. The great serpent submitted to Seal Gangrim. The gods were astonished. Did he just tame the great serpent? I'm not sure, but look at its eyes. It doesn't seem to view him as an enemy anymore. Seal Gangrim excitedly pointed toward the surface. Both of them surfaced together. Seal Gangrim stroked the great serpent's head. Good job. Now my job is to protect you for a week. He amusedly ordered the serpent, but you'll be fine without me, won't you? We'll meet again in a week, so don't come out of the water and just live comfortably as before. The great serpent looked at him, confused, but it obeyed and returned to the sea. The gods were a bit shocked. He tamed it just 5 minutes ago and already abandoned it? Well, it is a great serpent. It'll be fine. Gongrim laughed heartily. Now I can go on vacation for a week, right? A god scolded him. Is this why you went looking for the great serpent? You damn scheming bastard. Seal Gangrim continued to slay monsters. System notification. Power points have increased to rank 26. Seal Gangrim. Power rank 26. Stamina rank 23. Speed rank 26. Senses rank 26. Magic rank 23. Soul Gongrim site. Increasing stats is very hard just by hunting, even with my high job density. He turned to Kieran. Lon Ni, let's rest a bit before continuing. They thought Kieran's didn't like blood, right? Well, it still gave the effect to Seal Gangrim earlier. Seal Gangrim understood that too. I guess it's a bit hard since it doesn't like killing much. Suddenly a voice rang out. You bastard. Seal Gangrim looked in that direction. Trainees don't usually fight each other in the demon realm. Seal Gangrim's face suddenly panicked. Could it be? He hurriedly ran off with Kieran. Lon Ni, let's go. The screaming grew louder. What did you even do? Give me back my money. Sol Gongrim listened intently. I can't do this anymore. The guy shouted in Choi Sing-won's face. I'll refund you as soon as we get back, so do it yourself. What? The rest of them left all at once too. I'm quitting too. You're always insulting us and comparing us to Seal Gangrim this, Seal Gangrim that. Why don't you just hire him instead? Seal Gangrim heard this and felt helpless. What? Hire me? The gods advised him, Seal Gangrim, try talking to him. It looks like he's in trouble. If you're lucky, you might get some soul pearls out of him. Sol Gongrim hesitated. Right? You need money to raise Lon Ni. He suddenly recalled the last time. But he's dirt poor. Who is it? Choi Sing-won quickly rushed over to Seal Gangrim. He screamed in a panic, Seal Gangrim, help me save my snake. The two of them quickly ran toward the location. So your snake is being attacked, but you don't know where it is because you lost it? Yeah. Seal Gangrim asked calmly. What do I get out of this trip? Choi Sung-won yelled. You still haven't paid me back for that meal yet. He immediately stopped in his tracks. Seal Gangrim quickly refused. I don't work for free. What? Choi Sung-won screamed helplessly. Soul pearls. I have 2,000 soul pearls. You're a bit surprising. You really collected quite a lot, didn't you? Was it from your teammates? System notification. Transaction complete. The HP of the target with the seal of friendship has dropped below 50. Seal Gangrim was very satisfied. The soul pearls are back. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-won was in a total panic. If it's done, then hurry up and save my snake already. At that moment, his snake was under attack. A student shouted excitedly, this is the end for you. Seal Gangrim quickly blocked the attack. The student barked in dissatisfaction. What? Are you from another area? I found this snake first. Get lost and find another one. He quickly replied, I can't do that. Choi Sung-won rushed over and gathered his snake into his arms. He cried out in agony, don't die, Gucci. Open your mouth. Take this medicine. The student was confused. Choi Sung-won shouted agitatedly. Who do you think you are, coming here to kill my snake? The student was even more confused. Your snake? He grew even more furious. Do you see the seal of friendship here? Go find another snake to protect. The student looked annoyed. Why should I protect a snake? Seal Gangrim asked in surprise. Isn't the mission in this demon realm to protect snakes? The student grew even more puzzled. What are you talking about? The student confusedly checked his own mission. My mission is to kill snakes. Both of them gasped in shock. What? Seol Gangrim felt a sense of unease. The mission for District 3 is different from my past life. I guess this is the will of destiny. He remembered that in his past life, the missions for both districts were focused on protecting snakes, and they cooperated to protect them from monsters. That's why that bastard in Shinsuwa. Seol Gangrim's expression suddenly changed. Wait a minute then. The system notified him. The target with the seal of friendship is under attack. Seol Gangrim was stunned. It's under attack. At that moment, Jiang Taehan was standing before the Great Serpent. If it's someone from District 3, his face was filled with excitement. Then must be that guy. The powerful attack force sent Jiang Taehan flying back. The Great Serpent growled angrily at him. Is it a dragon? Seeing it, Jiang Taehan became even more excited. Let's test this out. He quickly lunged toward the Great Serpent. Will killing this one complete the mission? At that moment, Seol Gangrim also arrived, running in a panic. His expression turned grim as Jiang Taehan attacked the Great Serpent's body. He raised his fist. Nice. Almost had to. Gangrim charged in and attacked him. The two of them clashed. Who the hell are you? Seol Gangrim looked satisfied. I knew it was you. The other was surprised by Seol Gangrim. Hyang Taehan. Seol Gangrim remembered the past. Hyang, last time. You didn't come, so you have to come this time, okay? Hyang Taehan. Rank 2 Demon Class. Flying Tiger Gang. Then the two of them quickly departed. Alright, I'm off then. I'm leaving. You promised me you'd come to the party tonight. And that event took place. Everyone returned to reality. He was part of the Flying Tiger Gang too. Who would have thought I'd meet him here? This is great. Jiang Taehan gritted his teeth in anger. I'll let you off this time because I've never met you before, but I called dibs on that thing first. Gangrim instructed the Great Serpent dive deep down. If anything happens, just stay still down there. The Great Serpent returned to the depths. It got away. Jiang Taehan grew even angrier. Get out of the way. You're blocking my path. I still have to kill that thing. He was still looking at him with satisfaction. I never met him when he was young. Then Seol Gangrim began to reminisce about how different the feeling was. Brother Gangrim, and Jiang Tae. The Han had once confessed, I'm so glad I didn't run into you in the demon realm. Why is that? He looked a bit embarrassed. Back then, I was a bit impulsive. He thought that if they had met here in his past life, they probably wouldn't have become friends. Are you even listening? So Gongrim smiled amicably. Why don't you go find another snake? That Great Serpent is mine. Jiang Taehan's face was stunned. Yours? He suddenly attacked Seol Gangrim, but he nimbly dodged. Then I'll beat you first. Jiang Taehan continued his assault. So he's going to dodge? Then Seol Gangrim quickly countered. His hands trembled as he held back the other's strength. Seol Gangrim's eyes softened as he looked at him. He really is strong. Yeah. Jiang Taehan sneered. What's so funny? Why are you smiling? He was surprised when Seol Gangrim replied leisurely. Yeah, I am happy. He drew his sword, ready for battle. How could I not be happy, seeing you standing here alive in front of me like this? System notification. Seol Gangrim's attribute has switched to fire. Seol Gangrim quickly lunged toward him. He thought to himself, Jiang Taehan's power ranking is rank 2 Demon Class. Both his subclass and stats are higher than mine. Jiang Taehan was terrified by the tip of his sword. You're confused because you don't understand why you're stronger yet still can't beat me, right? Feeling ashamed, he raised his hand to attack Seol Gangrim. Don't judge others by your own standards. How could you even know me? Seol Gangrim quickly struck him in the abdomen. Jiang Taehan fell unexpectedly, making him smile with fulfillment. It's because I know every single one of your attacks. He was in pain, his whole body trembling. I think I win. Yang Taehan grimaced in anger. Then he quickly ran off. I'll come back for my revenge. So Gongrim happily waved good day. Wait, this isn't good. His expression soured. If things go on like this, he won't meet Shin Suwa. Seol Gangrim couldn't help but worry about the future progression. It meant he wouldn't join the Flying Tiger Gang. In another scenario, Seol Gangrim feared would happen. Instead, what if he joined the Azura Gang? Life or death? His face suddenly turned grim. I can't let that happen. Scene change. They should have told us sooner that the goal for the other districts was to kill snakes. At this moment, Choi Seung-won was constantly questioning him. But protecting snakes from monsters or humans isn't that different, is it? What? For real. He angrily picked up a snake and left. Let's go, Gucci. Seol Gangrim walked over and waved to him. Excuse me, may I ask a question? Seol Yongmin chuckled. What do you want to ask? He voiced his concern. Isn't the goal of the Destiny Protection Agency to create as many awakened as possible? I don't understand why you're making us fight one another. He replied that it was to weed out those who aren't good enough and that one gets stronger if others are strong. Seol Gangrim was a bit confused. Stronger if others are strong? What does that mean? Seol Jongmin answered calmly. For example, using someone else's extremely powerful item to clear a demon realm gate. He couldn't help but be shocked. Are you saying this is my fault? He smirked. Anyway, we didn't provide many snakes this time. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth in anger as he listened to his words. So cooperating to clear this gate will be nearly impossible. System notification. Protect the Great Serpent. 22 hours, 17 minutes, 58 seconds, /168 hours. The gods are gossiping. It's Gangrim. I've been waiting for a while, and I'm really excited. He looked around in surprise. Did something happen while I was gone? Seol Gangrim walked to the bridge where the Great Serpent was. I didn't receive any notification saying the Great Serpent was under attack. Suddenly, he felt something approaching. An explosion occurred in the distance. A figure slowly appeared before his eyes. Another explosion followed, attacking right where Seol Gangrim was standing. A fist struck the ground, causing it to crack. Jiang Taehan had returned. Seol Gangrim, I finally found you. Found me? Do you have some business with me? He approached excitedly. That's right. Jiang Taehan lunged toward him with delight. I've always believed that if I take a hit, I have to give one back. Seol Gangrim managed to block his strike. He suddenly remembered a battle from the past. Seol Gangrim thought to himself, I'll only fight him for a little while. Suddenly, he kicked towards Seol Gangrim, catching him off guard. He struggled to block the strike. Damn it, that's my own fighting style. Seol Gangrim quickly realized he had improved it. He definitely noticed that I knew his moves. His hands suddenly trembled. Changing old habits must have been difficult. I am impressed. Jiang Taehan smiled with delight. Finally a hit. Seol Gangrim asked, puzzled, why do you want to fight me so badly? Jiang Taehan replied bluntly, because I lost last time. His face was full of determination. I don't like losing. Seol Gangrim was a bit surprised by his attitude. He recalled the past and thought, that's right. You always loved fighting people stronger than yourself. That's why in my past life, I never even thought about fighting you, because I wasn't strong back then. Seol Gangrim sighed helplessly. Is it crazy that I'm enjoying us being enemies? He reasoned. That anyway, if I lose, the Great Serpent dies. So Seol Gangrim spoke up. I believe in you, Jiang Taehan. What are you talking about? Bring on. His eyes burned with intensity. If that's what you want, fine. Just don't die. Activating skill, Battle Instinct. 33. The system notified that the skill was activated. Battle Instinct. Do you think someone like you can kill me? Jiang Taehan lunged forward excitedly. If you think things will go the same as yesterday, you're dead wrong. Seol Gangrim's eyes showed a hint of astonishment. He charged forward happily. You look pretty strong yourself. Jiang Taehan was thrilled. I like strong opponents. Gangrim ducked to dodge his strike. His expression turned terrifying. Kill the strong. Gangrim struck him directly. He seemed to have turned into a different person. It was very intriguing. Jiang Taehan began to feel fearful. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He struggled to dodge Seol Gangrim's madness. He's been aiming for my vitals this whole time. Is he actually trying to kill me? Is he insane? Looking at his excited face, Jiang Taehan was horrified. He wasn't like this yesterday. He began to run out of steam. No, at this rate. Jiang Taehan used all his strength for a powerful blow. I'm going to lose again. Jiang Taehan struck him in the pelvis. Blood sprayed from Seol Gangrim's mouth. I have to kill him. Yang Tan attaqued fronti kali. A sentence repeated constantly in Seol Gangrim's mind. I want to kill. 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 Seol Gangrim's face became emotionless. How could someone like you do this? The system repeatedly notified. Battle Instinct skill has evolved to rank 2 Spectre class. He temporarily regained his senses. Seol Gangrim's face returned to normal. Finally, I'm sane again. Jiang Taehan was left in shock. Flames erupted from Seol Gangrim. What? Seol Gangrim was full of momentum with flames burning around his body. I figured out how to kill you. Jiang Taehan waved his hands in fear. How? I already broke your bones, yet you can still move? Doesn't it hurt? Ignoring him, he swung his sword at Jiang Taehan, who immediately ran away. A little pain like this won't stop me. Are you crazy? Gangrim couldn't help his excitement. Jiang Taehan still looked at him in awe. He backed away in fear. All right, I lose. Seol Gangrim shouted excitedly. Then die. Battle Instinct skill removed due to lack of mana. The system continued to notify. Firebird skill removed due to lack of mana. I won't kill you. That's a wise decision. Seol Gangrim turned to leave. Now give up and go find another snake to kill. Jiang Taehan shouted in shame. I'll be back tomorrow. If I lose tomorrow, I'll keep coming the day after. Gangrim glanced back. Don't bother. In the end, I'll be the winner. The gods discussed. Are they fighting again tomorrow? So exciting. They're truly evenly matched. It seems only one of them can complete the mission. Jiang Taehan could just find another snake. Gosh, he won't do that. Gangrim thought to himself, that's right. That's not in Jiang Taehan's character. But I can't let either of us fail. At that moment, people were questioning her. Seriously? That's not fair at all. All District 3 has to do is kill snakes? Can't we just find another snake to protect? Anastasia explained, District 2's goal is to protect the snakes, and you have failed. When the mission time ends, you will be sent back. Please keep this in mind. Seol Gangrim listened to them in silence. District 2's goal. He suddenly thought of something. Seol Gangrim urgently asked Anavi. He whispered into Anastasia's ear, do you think? She smiled with satisfaction. Seol Gangrim was excited when she replied, it's possible. All right. He walked away, thinking, now there's even more reason why I can't afford to lose. Then Seol Gangrim summoned Kirin. Come here, Lani. It's time to hunt. The system displayed, protect the Great Serpent. 49 hours, 3 minutes, 52 seconds, / 168 hours. The two of them continue their battle. Protect the Great Serpent. 73 hours, 31 minutes, 2 seconds, / 168 hours. New moves were unleashed. Protect the Great Serpent. 100 hours, 1 minute, 48 seconds, / 168 hours. Jiang Taehan tried his best to defeat him. Protect the Great Serpent. 119 hours, 10 minutes, 37 seconds, / 168 hours. Finally, he collapsed from exhaustion. Protect the Great Serpent. 145 hours, 17 minutes, 26 seconds, / 168 hours. Jiang Taehan's exhausted body. It's so unfair. How is it fair for you to cover your whole body in flames? Seol Gangrim replied calmly, this is my skill. I'll use it however I want. Do you really have to act like a madman? He hurried away. Your mind isn't normal either. No sane person fights someone on fire all day. I'll be back tomorrow, just wait. The gods and the Great Serpent witnessed their battle. I think both of them are crazy. Just let them be. It's fun. Even the Great Serpent is nodding. Gangrim glanced at the Great Serpent. I told you to stay in the water. The Great Serpent got excited when he asked, are you hungry? Seol Gangrim poured a box of food into the Great Serpent's mouth. I'll give you this, so go back down. Humans are many times more dangerous than monsters. He whispered to the Great Serpent, don't let Lani know about this, okay? The Great Serpent was a bit confused. You can go down now. I don't think that's enough to fill it up. At that moment, the twin sisters ran over. Master, what are you doing there? Both were exasperated. You're feeding the Great Serpent? I'm so jealous. I want one too. What's wrong with your face? So Gongrim left. Was it that District 3 bastard? Why doesn't he just find another snake? Fighting him is actually fun, and it's good for training too. The hot-tempered Yunbom grabbed Seol Gangrim's collar. Fun. Who are you? A UFC fighter. Where's my master? They chatted together by the river. The Great Serpent accidentally overheard something. I'll have to decline your offer. Discussions were being held. If we have your help, we can easily defeat the District 2 people. Even if they're strong, we can win with numbers. I don't care. I need to defeat one person. He replied confidently, don't worry about that. The Great Serpent was surprised to hear the name. There's a way to defeat Seol Gangrim. It quickly dived into the river. Jiang Taehan heard the noise and looked over. He turned back on guard and asked, so what's the way? Gangrim stood before the snake. Leaves rustled in the wind. As the leaves flew toward him, he spoke, today is the final day. He asked a serious question. What do you plan to do if you suffer another defeat today? He questioned him. Are you going to find another snake to kill? Tahan Frulvnid. I won't do something that pathetic. If I lose one more time, I'll simply accept failure. He felt a bit satisfied hearing that. I knew it. Really? Gangrim slowly drew his sword. Then do you want to bet? Since this will be our last match, if I win this time, you have to follow one order of mine. He put his hands on his hips. And if I win? He affirmed confidently, that won't happen. Taehan was furious, his face darkening. He sighed. So you think you're going to win? He quickly took his stance. That's skill. Gangrim held his sword horizontally in front of him. He lunged fiercely. It won't work anymore. He triumphantly punched toward him. He immediately blocked it with his sword. Is he planning to punch right through it? Could it be? Activating skill, Destiny Detection. His Destiny window appeared. Jiang Taehan. Rank 2 Spectre Class. Earth Attribute. Title. 1 against 100,000. Gangrim read it intently. As he had guessed, he had acquired fire resistance. Taehan had broken his sword with a punch. What are you going to do now? That was your ultimate skill, wasn't it? He arrogantly declared. I told you that I would be the final winner. Suddenly, a source of dark energy appeared. He was slashed in the leg by it. Damn it, what the hell is that? Gongrim smiled deviously. I'm going to win. He broke into a slight sweat. This bastard has gone crazy again. Taehan slowly stood up. That must be your secret weapon or something. Huh? He spread his palm out. But did you think I'd come here with only one trick? He pulled out a spear. You're the one who started this. Activating skill, formless spear. Gang Rim was startled. His senses felt the immediate danger right in front of him. He realized, no, isn't it the Jamba snake spear? That's the one. He must have been gifted that by a god, like the one from the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Taehan swung his arm forward. A massive wave of attacks lunged toward him. He struggled to hold his ground. Activating skill, battle instinct. Gang Rim gritted his teeth. Damn it, don't cancel. Activating skill, battle instinct. He parried the direction of the attack. I must win today at all costs. Battle instinct. That has reacted to your competitive spirit and evolved to rank 1 Phantom class. A strange light appeared before his eyes. It swirled around where Gang Rim and Taehan stood. What is this light? He speculated a path. He began to familiarize himself with the skill. I can see the direction of Jiang Taehan's attacks and his openings. The next second, Gang Rim stepped closer to him. He was highly focused. Taehan panicked a little. He still has another skill he hasn't used yet. Before he could react, he was slashed across the body. He looked up in agony, his eyes rolling back. Then Taehan collapsed to the ground. A voice rang out. Holy crap, see old Gang Rim won? Gang Rim turned pale and gasped for breath after that strike. The voices continued. What? How could he win? He won despite facing the Jamba snake spear. I guess using a weapon you're not used to isn't such a great idea. He whipped his head around. But isn't he about to die? Damn it, I went too far. I have to take him to Father Johann. Suddenly, a bullet grazed his neck. An ambush! A group of people appeared from nowhere. Attack him. He must be exhausted by now. They charged all at once. People from District 3. Gang Rim calmly opened a potion bottle. I have to give Jiang Taehan some healing medicine first. But then the potion in his hand was knocked away by an invisible force. He was caught off guard. Mud? He looked toward the two. Earth attribute magic? Gang Rim struggled to escape the mud. Damn it, I have to get out of here first. The flames on his hands gradually weakened. Who are they? Fire control skill deactivated due to lack of mana. He grew impatient, trying to find a way. Is Seoul Gang Rim going to lose after coming this far? Suddenly, the serpent lunged out and headbutt one person away, then decisively snatched another into its mouth. It aggressively opened its mouth wide. What the hell is this? How can a snake be this huge? Is it even a snake anymore? The group panicked. It has to be a snake. If not, what else could it be? Gang Rim turned pale and warned them. What do you think you're doing? That's a great serpent. Didn't you guys read the manual? He remembered telling it to stay underwater because he worried this would happen. I'll release you after a week, so don't come out of the water for a week and just live normally. One of the rules appeared. 4. If you encounter a great serpent, never call a snake. The serpent trembled. Seeing this, one man ran forward with a sword. You can't call a great serpent a snake? This must be Seoul Gang Rim's snake. Kill it. Gang Rim tried to warn him out of kindness. No, run. Fussed. Because. Thought the man stubbornly struck down. You snake. The serpent's body began to transform. Wait, something's very wrong with this snake. He finally escaped the mud. A great serpent that is called a snake can never become a dragon. The serpent caught fire and was consumed by rage and resentment. Its form shifted. It became a monster called a Gankyori. Gongrim supported Ton. Protect the Gankyori. 155 hours. 1 minute 49 seconds / 168 hours. He looked toward it thoughtfully. I think I still have a chance if it recognizes me. The Gankyori bared its teeth fiercely and breathed fire toward him. Everyone ran for their lives. That's not happening. Gossip spread. Did those idiots not read the manual? I've never seen a Gankyori before. Detailed info. Gankyori. Rank 3 Dragon Class. A great serpent that fell into despair because it couldn't evolve into a dragon. It has poison and fire attributes with a body as hard as steel. The Gankyori repeatedly breathed fire into the sky. They're doomed. Totally doomed. A person with a megaphone announced, "This is the Destiny Protection Agency. A dragon-rank monster, Gankyori, is present." Yunbom and Yunjio began to realize it too. Everyone was still fleeing with all their might. Wherever it went, the fire spread. It's coming this way. One person spoke urgently. Wait, I don't have enough poison resistance to. The announcement continued, calling all recruits. Evacuate to the holy tree immediately for your safety. Large branches reached out for Shin Suwa. Suwa created a safe path for everyone. Hurry, run to the holy tree. The megaphone repeated the announcement to everyone. Gang Rim thought while carrying Taehan. I guess the agency is starting to take action. Jongmin was startled to see all the recruits at the VIP room. He continued, never mind. A new mission has been set by the Destiny Protection Agency. Killing the Gankyori will count as mission completion. Gojun noticed and additional rewards will be granted. He looked excited. You heard that too, right? Johan was confused. You mean? He marched aggressively toward the Genkiori. Looks like it's time for a boss raid. Gangrim finally reached the holy tree where everyone was gathered. He asked urgently, is Father Johan here? Johan raised his hand. Right here. He laid Taehan down. Please heal him. He was surprised. What happened to him? He covered his face guiltily. I did it. Sua ran up worriedly. Seal Gangrim, are you okay? He looked back. Seen Sua. He pointed toward Taehan. I'm Fina. He's the one who's hurt. She leaned down to look. Is this the person from District 3 who's always challenging you? He replied, yeah. She asked warmly. Then, I guess your great serpent is okay. What do you plan to do about the mission to kill the Genkiori? Gangrim stood up to leave. I think I'll have to see the situation for myself first. He didn't hide it and spoke directly. That Genkiori is the great serpent I was protecting. She was shocked. That was the same serpent? Sua advised him anxiously. Then you can't kill it. He looked up at it. Exactly. But I can't let it run wild like this either. So then Tom bolted upright. No. He turned to look at him. You're awake? He clutched his wound and struggled to speak. You can't kill it. Gangrim was puzzled. You were going to kill it anyway. He replied. It's different if I'm the one who does it. He looked at him thoughtfully. Is it because you value loyalty? Then I'll have to find a way to. Zhangmin suddenly appeared. That won't work. He was a bit surprised. The messenger? He explained. A fallen great serpent must be destroyed. The heat and poison spreading from its body will destroy the entire demon realm. He sighed. Usually the agency would handle this, but I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. Taehan's face went dark as he listened. A failure that cannot transform into a dragon is indeed a major problem. He looked down. A failure? Gangrim and Zhangmin continued to discuss. Regardless, it must be stopped. This isn't a problem you can solve alone. I understand. Then he proposed. I think I'll have to handle the Genkiori. Can I ask for everyone's help? Sua's eyes were firm. Of course. Behind her were the Yoon sisters. She affirmed, we are teammates. Teammates? Tan Frulvnid. Then what about the great serpent? Does it mean nothing to you? He stood up abruptly. Wait, you're really going to kill it? He was sweating with worry. That's your great serpent. He gritted his teeth. Taehan couldn't hold it back and yelled, you shouldn't be the one to kill it. With that, he dashed off. Gangrim called after him, hey, Yang Taehan. He watched helplessly as the other's back receded into the distance. Everyone was still gathered in a large crowd at the holy tree. Taehan's expression was extremely grim. He recalled what Zhangmin had said. A failure that cannot transform into a dragon is indeed a major problem. He sat alone on a branch, lost in thought, eyes squeezed shut. A failure. Memories of the past flooded back. Are you trying to disgrace my name? His father's scolding echoed in his mind. I'm ashamed to have a son like you. Taehan thought to himself. I lived 25 years doing exactly what he said, but I guess it still wasn't enough for him. Every time he was beaten, he could only endure in silence. He wondered why this was all he could do. People said he was destined to be a great man. Then he answered himself, it's not that I can't achieve those things. I'm simply not the perfect son my parents wanted. Taehan slowly sank into despair. To them, anything less than perfect was a failure. I'll never escape this cycle of failure. Past events replayed, one after another. That inferiority complex made me rebellious and start fights constantly. I saw everyone as an enemy. His thoughts drifted back to the present. Maybe that's why. I feel empathy for the great serpent. Taehan felt disappointed. I thought you, at least, were different, Seol Gangrim. He remembered when Gangrim tried to carry him away from danger. Back then, he had asked, why are you helping me? Aren't you afraid of being betrayed by someone from District 3? I don't think you'd do that. He replied firmly, you're not that kind of person. He added, I know what kind of person you are. I trust you. Taehan wiped away a tear. Just hearing those words lifted a massive weight off his shoulders. Back to the present, he watched the Genkiori quietly. I know we can't let the serpent run wild and destroy the demon realm. But if possible, it would be great to save the Genkiori, just like how you saved me. He was holding Ki. Yoon Jae wondered, you can borrow weapons? Yoonbom showed clear excitement. If so, can we kill the Genkiori? He reminded them seriously, let me be clear. I will be the one to handle the Genkiori. He gripped the key tightly, without killing it. Gangrim intently explained, that's my plan. Suya, Rubit Harchin. Seems worth a try. Yoonbom suggested, should we tell the others not to kill it? Hearing that, he was confused. He didn't know someone wanted to kill it, that bastard. Then all three thought of. Dr. Yoon Jae shook Johan's arm upon hearing the news. How did he react? He whispered he was very excited, saying he's going to boss raid. Gangrim turned away impatiently. Where's he now? Gojun tilted his head with a terrifying smile. Where are you guys going? Sungwon clutched his snake, frowning. To the hallway, obviously. Do you want to fight that thing? He ran with arms wide. He tried to stop them. The mission will be over after today, so why bother? He walked right past him. I'm heading to safety with Gucci. If you want to fight it, go ahead. He coldly grabbed the other's snake. Really? Gojun crushed it with his bare hands. But what will you do? Activating skill, decomposition. He let go. Your snake is dead. He panicked. No. Gucci. He waved his hand. Don't be so pathetic. He threatened them with a murderous aura. The rest of you too. Everyone warily clutched their snakes tightly. Gojun lunged, killing them one by one. My snake. Why are you doing this? Their carcasses were scattered everywhere. No, don't kill it. Someone criticized him. It's not fair. Why does your snake get to live while ours must die? He replied. Oh, my snake? He indifferently killed his own great serpent. You failed to protect your snake. 155 hours, 24 minutes, 1 second / 168 hours. It was sliced in half and fell to the ground. Everyone was horrified. Satisfied now? Gojun smiled. Now there's no choice but to kill the Genkiori. Let's fight side by side. Gojun's group quickly found Seal Gangrim. Hey, let's go kill the Genkiori. Gangrim looked back. I was looking for you. He wondered, why are so many people following you? He explained, they're the protagonist support army. He leaned in excitedly. You have a plan to kill it, right? The people behind him kept signaling, say yes, Gangrim. Don't let this guy be the leader. Gangrim replied, yeah, and I need your cooperation. I have a way to handle the Genkiori. Gongju's group entered the demon realm. I really can't understand the director. Zhongmin patted the trainees' heads. They could actually die. He replied, that's why we have to go to them now. Ionio greeted him warmly. Leader Gong, you're late. He snapped. Why is she here? Then he turned to Leader Ian. Long time no see. Leader Ian yawned. Oomph. The Genkiori was being attacked on this side. Gongju wondered, who's fighting the Genkiori? He opened the system. Leader Gong's trainee, Seol Gangrim. He continued, and all the members of District 2. He looked down on Seol Gangrim, boredly waving a talisman. They won't be able to kill it anyway. Let's finish it and get out of here. Ionio spoke up. Wait a bit. The director said we have to wait. She looked ahead, observing intently. I hope they give up soon. She happily held up a finger. If Seol Gangrim fails, I'll recruit him to District 1. Gongju was annoyed. Is that why you're here? Ionio said in a fawning voice, I just want to see where such a strong awaken came from. Imafan. Someone nearby gritted their teeth upon hearing that. The Genkiori was pelted with bullets. Yunbom gripped a ghost-killing gun, a large-caliber rifle for hunting thick-skinned monsters, borrowed from Gojun's arsenal. It irritably breathed fire in response. Johan quickly blocked it. Activating skill, protective barrier. An arrow grazed it. Yunjio appeared to distract it. Hey, over here. The girl aimed straight at it. Blood bow. A replica of the bow and arrow used by the hero who shot down 9 suns, borrowed from Gojun's arsenal. Kirin was also present to activate the water control skill. Gongju watched in shock. What are they doing? Why do they keep missing? He pursed his lips. How do these weaklings have those weapons? At this rate, they can't defeat the Genkiori. The Genkiori prepared to attack again. But then the fire in its mouth sputtered out. Everyone seized the opportunity to lunge forward. It's out of fire. Everyone charge. Toxic fumes and high heat still lingered. Someone raised a shield. The heat and poison are still too much. Those who can resist poison and fire move to the front. Everyone huddled together. Can we do this? Should we corner it against a wall? Ice blocks immediately surrounded it. Activating skill. Ice wall summon. Alright, keep pushing it toward the mark point. They charged, but it failed. This is too hard. Suwa seriously led the water attribute users. I'll try to restrict its movement. Everyone, try to put out the fire. Leaves and water attacked the Genkiori simultaneously. Activating skill, leaf gathering. Activating skill, water bomb. Keep going. Don't let the fire reach the trees. Activating water cannon. Everyone fought with all their might. Hang in there. Activating monster strength. Activating physical enhancement. They encouraged each other. Almost there. Just a bit more. The Genkiori opened its massive mouth wide. It stomped its feet, causing the ground to shatter. People saw this and became frantic. We can't push it anymore. What do we do? Gangrim said we have to push it into the abyss. Gojun stepped forward aggressively. You side characters, hide behind my back. He slammed his hands on the ground. Activating decomposition. The Genkiori was immediately pushed over. It lay sprawled on the ground. A crow flew across the sky. The crow's eyes glowed. Leader Ian was startled. Huh? Gangrim's image was displayed on the screen. So Seol Gangrim is there? Gongju became excited. I knew it. What do you think? They could take it down, right? Ionio scowled. Damn it. She bit her nails. I was planning to lure Seol Gangrim to my side when he failed this mission. She calculated. Since I've lost several useful trainees from District 1, I need to recruit some from other districts. She tried to find a way. The plan will fall through if they successfully kill the Genkyori. Should I do something to make him fail? Director Gongju was confused. Wait, what is he trying to do? Gangrim was feeling around the Genkyori's body. Fire breath was still steadily rising from its body. He gently wiped the sweat from his face. There's a depression in the middle of its head. I need to. He joyfully raised his sword. Found it. Scene shifts to the past. Gojun rubbed his chin. I think this is worth a try. Gangrim was worried. The problem is it's lost its mind, so it won't recognize me. He replied confidently, I have a solution for that. Just stab directly into its Baekui point. It'll recognize you then. Back to the present. The Genkyori painfully lifted its head. Gangrim reassured it. It's okay. Calm down. It's me. It's Seol Gangrim. The look in its eyes gradually changed. Then it gently lay down on the ground. He asked urgently, do you recognize me? He took the red scarf and tied it to its horn. Do you still remember this scarf? I'm going to tie the seal of friendship on your horn again. Gongju speculated. Is he taming it to make it easier to kill? That's impressive. Leader Ian chimed in. He's truly cruel. To think of something like that. Ionia was still deep in thought. Record this in the report. She reported seriously. District 1 team leader Seol Moon Ionio personally handled Seol Gangrim after seeing the other trainees were unable to destroy the Genkyori. Gongju said angrily, what do you mean, team leader Seol Moon? This district is under the management of team leader Ian Liebeck and me. We are the ones with the right to decide. She replied calmly. The director never said that to us. From what I see, Seol Gangrim seems to be in danger. Then she fired a beam of light up into the sky. Are your eyes just for decoration? Why are you firing spells randomly like that? That beam of light aimed straight at Gangrim's sword. He lost his balance and fell. Gongju turned dark and grabbed her collar. Have you lost your mind? You just struck a lightning bolt right next to a trainee. She acted calm. Why did that lightning bolt hit the monster's head? Ionio concluded. It seems Seol Gangrim wasn't hit by lightning yet. He barked irritably. Are you kidding me? She replied. I made a slight mistake and left. It would be troublesome if Seol Gangrim died, so I had to strike lightning near him. Gongju tried to stop her. What do you think you're doing now? She looked back happily. He's in danger, so I must go save him. She continued to rain down lightning strikes on the Genkyori's body. Activating skill, Cloud Step. Team leader Seol Moon. Stop it right now. Activating skill, Thunderbolt. She was smug. I hit the mark this time. Gongju pulled leader Ian along as they rushed over. Huh. If anything happens to Seol Gangrim, I won't let you off. She wondered what? How did it miss? A notification sound rang out. The Genkyori has failed to resist the seal of friendship. The Genkyori has been subdued by Seol Gangrim. Gangrim gritted his teeth tiredly. Damn it. Have the messengers intervened already? Ionio was slowly controlling his sword to fly toward her. It seemed the weapon Seol Moon used had the effect of attracting lightning. All three of them appeared in front of him, surprising him. Team leader Gongju. He recognized her, and the woman from that video. She put on a regretful face. I am sorry, Seol Gangrim. I only intended to help you, but it seems I got in your way. She acted concerned. Luckily you weren't hit by lightning, but the Genkyori's wounds look quite bad. She proposed, I'll return this sword to you, but leave the Genkyori to me. He cut her off. No one is allowed to harm the Genkyori. Ionio lowered the sword. What do you mean? He replied, I don't intend to kill the Genkyori. Gangrim affirmed, and I won't let you kill it either. He placed his hand on its chest. It's my dragon. The Genkyori looked at him gently. She raised an eyebrow. That's not a dragon. It's a Genkyori. Gongju interrupted her. Seol Gangrim. Even if it's gentle now, it's still a monster. He continued to persuade them. The poison and heat emanating from its body aren't too strong. I can control it. He declared, I still won't let you kill it. Gongju gritted his teeth in frustration. You stupid bastard. Gangrim continued, let me handle this. He gently placed his hand above the Genkyori's eyes. He spoke, help me out, Lani. Kieran stepped forward innocently. The little one glowed before its trembling body. The little one let a ball of glowing water land beneath it. A flame ran along the Genkyori's spine. The blinding light made Ionio cover her eyes. Sua and the others also watched intently. Taehan, standing behind a tree, was also blinded by the light. Gangrim hugged the Genkyori. You're not a monster, and you're not a failure. It opened its eyes wide to look at him. He said to it gently, you are a dragon. It gradually shrank, beginning to purify the monster's resentment. It lunged forward and hugged him tightly. Tears welled up in its eyes. Gangrim stroked it. Now it's gentle and well-behaved. Gongju was stunned. What? Ionio found it hard to believe. A Qilin could do something like that? Leader Ian stepped forward excitedly and touched it. It's definitely a dragon. You have defeated the monster Genkyori. Yunjio was overjoyed. It says the mission is completed. Yunbom replied, same here. Yuan smiled brightly. I got it too. Everyone was extremely happy. Gangrim spoke up. Messenger, may I take the dragon with me? Gongju reminded him. Up to you, but I think you should worry about yourself first, Seol Gangrim. He replied politely. Thank you. He said worriedly, I wasn't sure looking from afar, but you have more than just one wound on your body. Ionio said in a fawning voice, right. If we had ignored him, he might have died. He snapped, watch your mouth. She turned around and requested, heal him. You brought the supplies, right? The other person replied, sure. She bragged, this stuff is very expensive. I was saving this for the ultimate emergency. The other person reported, it's all finished. She replied, all right. She regretted the medicine used, so she turned to scold him. Gangrim saw Taehan step out from behind the tree and asked, you can't harm it, right? He was silent for a while. Then he waved his hand. No, it's not a great serpent. It's a dragon. He and the Gankiori looked at each other. He spoke up, I don't know if there are any snakes left to show you. The Gankiori bared its fangs at him, making him back away. Forget it. I have no intention of looking for one. Taehan repeated, I told you. Since I lost, I'm backing out. Gangrim pulled the sword from his bag. Now you have to follow my order first. He sighed. What is it? He turned to leave for another spot and said, follow me. Why is that necessary, gang? Sherry pounced onto his shoulder, looking at Taehan with hostile eyes. He looked back. It's nothing big. He reached out to call him back. It seems like a very big deal. Hey, just talk here, Seol Gangrim. Gangrim and Taehan met at an open clearing. He was surprised. Is it okay? He nodded in confirmation. He suggested, if you don't want to. But he immediately interrupted. I'll do as you say. He smiled brightly and reached out to him. It's a pleasure to work with you. The two shook hands. The fates of Seol Gangrim and Jiang Taehan have been connected. Seol Gangrim's fate has been untangled. Seol Gangrim's fate subclass is currently rank 2 human. In a dark space, Gangrim wondered what's going on. My chest feels so heavy. He speculated, is it sleep paralysis again? He bit his lip in pain. Damn, it hurts so much. I thought I was used to sleep paralysis and nightmares. He tried to move. I can move. Then Gangrim discovered Kieran was lying on top of him. Maybe I can sit up. He sighed in relief and laid back on the pillow. Lanni, the little one, stood up worriedly to check. He placed both hands on it. His arms trembled as he lifted it. Get off me right now. Activating skill, Purification. Kieran placed a beam of light on his forehead. Why are you using that on me? Gangrim squinted one eye as the light shone in. He jumped up in surprise. What? Is it night already? Is it the next day? Kieran pulled up his shirt. What are you doing? Did you purify the remaining poison? He gently stroked the little one's head. Thank you, Lanni. Gangrim slowly put his feet down from the bed. I've been sleeping all day. I must have been truly exhausted. He tilted his head back to look under the bed. Gangsheri looked at him fiercely. Dark Red Dragon, rank 3 Spectre class. A dragon symbolizing poison, fire, and water. It is aggressive and possesses higher attack power than other dragons. He recalled the events of the previous day. But I have to return to the spirit realm because it keeps trying to bite Jiang Taehan. Gangrim picked it up. Did I summon it while I was sleeping? There. What should I call it? David? Lucky. Its stomach made a hungry sound. He carried it out of the room. All right, let's go eat. John, Lanni, you too. In the dining hall, Gangrim looked helplessly at the two creatures before him. Now I have to pay double for food. Gojun suddenly appeared. Seol Gangrim, there you are? He placed his hands on the table. So this is a dragon? What's its name? He replied, John. He was confused. Isn't that the snake's name? He replied, I said it that way, so that's the dragon's name too. The corners of his mouth curled up. Gojun tilted his head, thinking about it. Didn't you receive something more besides that? Gangrim shot him a glance. He was right. It wasn't just about bringing John back. Returning to the past. Taehan crossed his arms. So what is your order? He pointed his finger. You go to District 2. He had calculated carefully. There was a reason Anavi emphasized the District 2 mission for trainees who had lost their snakes. You all failed the District 2 mission. And additionally, even if a mission fails, you still have a chance if you move to another district. Gangrim continued his train of thought. At that point, you can redo the entire mission, but it won't be as difficult anymore. Gojun rested his chin on his hand. Why did you do that? He sighed. He seems useful. He was still curious. There are tons of people like him out there. He replied impatiently. Maybe it's because he knows his place, unlike someone I know. His eyes lit up. Does that mean he'll be successful in the future? He felt helpless. Do you think I can see the future? Gojun confirmed, yeah. You look like a protagonist back in that Viper room. Every one of his actions had been remembered by him. You were a dragon. He placed a hand on his chest. So I've been reflecting on myself a bit. Gangrim was puzzled. About what? He looked down. I just think I'm a bit lacking. He frowned. Were you lacking? I think you did more than your fair share in that mess. You were a big help with the Gankiori. No. His body trembled. No, I mean helping you. He clenched his fist like this. I only just. At that moment, Suwa opened the door and walked in. She paused slightly when she saw the two of them. Go-jun patted his shoulder. I have to go. I've thought too much. Back to work for me. Gangrim remarked. Seems like he's quite dedicated to his writing. Suwa walked past Go-jun. Gangrim, are you okay? He keenly noticed him avoiding Shin Suwa. What? He replied politely. Yeah, I'm fine. How about you? She placed her hands on the table. I'm fine, but she was worried. He didn't do anything strange, did he? Many people have failed because of him. The atmosphere is very tense. A lot of people are wary of Jiang Taehan since he's from another district. He affirmed firmly, don't worry about Taehan. He's not a bad person. Outside, Taehan and Go-jun bumped into each other. He looked back at him coldly. He joined their conversation. Hey, are you guys talking about me? Gangrim took the lead to introduce them. This is Shin Suwa. Shin Suwa looked at him in a friendly way. Hello, I'm on the same team as Gangrim. Shin Suwa. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Hello, I'm Yang Taehan. I'm from District 3. Pleased to meet you. All three sat in silence. Gangrim had to hold Gangsheri to keep it from biting Taehan. Suwa got stood up. Well, enjoy your meal, everyone. He stammered. All right, see you later. The two watched her back as she left. I thought she'd say a bit more. He asked curiously in a whisper, is she your girlfriend? He denied it. No, and call me Hyang. He smiled brightly. Right? You're older. He reminded him. You've only been talking to me informally since yesterday. Yes. Taehan avoided his gaze. Calling you Hyang just feels a bit awkward, he expressed honestly. You felt very familiar to me from the start. He was surprised. Really? He was certain. Yes. So I thought you were someone I had fought with before. He continued, and that feeling was the same with Shin Suwa just now. I think we'll be working together a lot more in the future. Gangrim's face turned dark as he heard every word. It's like deja vu, isn't it? Like I met you two somewhere before. He asked seriously like fate. Taehan rubbed his chin. Saying it like that is a bit embarrassing. Anyway, I just have a feeling we'll end up on the same team eventually. He nervously clenched his hands. Is he thinking that just by coincidence? He broke into a sweat. Am I repeating the future all over again? Taehan looked off into the distance thoughtfully. I thought you preferred being alone, but surprisingly you have quite a few friends. I want to get closer to them too. Not just Suwa, but the others as well. He turned away abruptly. Oh, but not that bastard. Gangrim asked who? Doktoyun. He replied, yeah. The guy who killed all the snakes in the reptile room. I'm disgusted by guys like that. He gritted his teeth in anger. How could he kill the snake he promised to protect? He wasn't too surprised. He knew he would hate him. He affirmed, I'll never hang out with a guy like that. Yeah. He warned carefully, okay, but don't go picking fights with him or anything. He'll probably get along with Suwa and Father Johan. He thought to himself, he's the same age as Yunbom and Yunjayo, so they'll probably get along too. He continued, oh, one more thing. Taehan signaled with his hand. I have a proposal. Scene changes to another location. Taehan kicked the door open. He enjoyed the act. Then he took a running start and dashed off. Others came out curiously to see what was happening. Taehan wiped the blood from his face. Yunbom was pointing a gun at him. He asked, why don't you tell me the reason you're attacking me now? The girl was cold, still clutching her rifle. Because I can't accept you. He scowled and clenched his fist. Who are you to decide whether to accept me or not? He's the one who brought me here. The girl radiated a murderous aura. Because I am Master's #1 student, and my guardian deity doesn't like you very much. Yunbom scolded, he said, that since you suddenly jumped out to save Seol Gangrim from us, you're not an honorable person at all. The girl didn't let down her guard. Power of Olympus. I heard that yesterday you asked him to accept Yuboi and mentioned the oath of the Peach Garden, right, Jiang Taehan? Taehan Destinies incidents. Power of Shuhan. He scoffed. If your god liked him so much, why didn't he recruit him sooner? Why are you angry when I'm the one who failed? Beside the girl, Yoon Jae-oh stood by the wall. She questioned, Master doesn't care about those things, so why don't you just give up? He replied briefly, no. The younger girl finally spoke up. Do you understand your current situation? We're being this patient only because we didn't think you'd fight back against us. The younger one didn't forget to tease. By the way, Yuni, I'm a #1. She snapped. You want to fight? The younger one requested, step aside, let me handle him. Yoon Jae-oh stepped forward. You crawled to us after failing your mission, so you must be pretty weak. Taehan put his hands on his hips. What? Are you provoking me? You two look weak yourselves. Yoon Jae-oh drew her bow on the right. Are you blind or something? Yunbom held her gun on the left. Just try it. Suddenly, Gangrim appeared, startling the girl. What are you kids doing? He looked at the three of them sternly. Are you fighting? He asked. I introduced you yesterday, and everything was fine. The younger one lowered her bow. It's because he keeps talking to the guardian deities and you. The older girl stepped forward to explain the situation. So our guardian deities said we have to make Jiang Taehan give up. He frowned. The guardian deities told you to fight? Yes. He asked once more. Fine. Suddenly an idea occurred to him. All right, then let's do this. He pointed his hands in both directions. I will accept the guardian deity of whichever side wins. The three of them were confused. Huh? What? They watched him intently. He continued, drawing his sword, but you have to fight me. If I win, you have to give up. Gangrim stated the conditions clearly. And I'll take compensation from your guardian deities too. At least god-tier equipment. Tell them that. The system window for each person appeared. The two sisters discussed among themselves. Taehan stood alone. Orders from the gods. He thought it through. If you have a guardian deity, you can borrow their power, but in return, you must follow the god. But not every order from a god is a divine revelation. His thoughts continued. If you blindly follow a god's orders without thinking for yourself. Gangrim rested his sword on his shoulder. That you will only become a puppet. I don't want to take that risk. Taehan spoke up. The gods say that's unfair because you're too strong. He calmly offered another option. Then the use of skills is prohibited. You all can attack me at once. If I'm hit even once, I'll be considered the loser. Yoon Jae-oh, representing them, replied, we agree to those conditions. Good. He raised his sword high. Then let's begin right now. The young girl excitedly drew an arrow. All right. She smiled brightly. But just one hit. Won't this be a bit too early? But immediately after, she was attacked. Gangrim grabbed the girl's arm. Don't worry about me. You don't have time. His expression was extremely serious. He wasn't treating this as a joke. The girl's face turned pale. Gangrim coldly grabbed the girl's collar, lifted her up, and threw her. Taehan delivered a kick from behind, aiming at him. Throw her properly, will you? Keenly sensing it, he tossed Yoon Jae aside and dodged to another spot. Taehan was smug. Don't you forget about me. He looked down excitedly. Gangrim remained calm. Why are you so excited? He kicked again, but Gangrim dodged. Simultaneously, he swung his sword toward him. Taehan realized something. Huh? Are you going easy on me? At this rate, you'll lose quickly. He looked at him with an icy expression. Suddenly, a shot rang out. Taehan looked back, confused. Why are you shooting at me? Gangrim took the opportunity to pin his head down. Yoon Jae replied, I can't let you win. After taking him down, he turned his head back. The two sisters quickly approached him. Suwa quietly observed the fight. Someone wondered, Shin Suwa, aren't you going to stop them? The sisters continued to exert all their effort aiming for him. Taehan lunged forward to punch him, but missed. All three cooperated to attack him at once. The corners of Suwa's mouth curled up. Then she left, ignoring the person behind her calling, Shin Suwa. She called someone. Hello. Yeah. Thanks. The address is Taehan and the twin sisters. The Yoon sisters were lying sprawled on the ground. Gangrim drove his blade into the ground, dust swirling everywhere. He thought this is a good place to end it. He looked at them coldly. There's no reason to fight anymore. No, it's not over yet. He crouched down. You're not planning to do this all next week, are you? He lectured them seriously. I mean, training is fine, but fighting just because of a god's order? I don't like that. I'm actually quite annoyed. Yoonbom felt guilty upon hearing his words. Gangrim continued. Perhaps it's better if you don't cooperate. You're acting like you're so in sync just to entrust your backs to others because of a god's command. He frowned and emphasized, I don't like this. Yoon Jae was worried. But the guardian deity, he cut her off. If the guardian deity, he gave an example, told you to kill Yoonbom, how would you do it? The girl's face went dark at the thought. Gangrim slowly stood up. You have to make your own decisions. He looked down at them. Instead of doing what others tell you. Gangrim decisively turned away. Taehan also sat up. Yoonbom was a bit disappointed. Lost again. I give up. She spoke up. And I'm sorry, Jeong Taehan, for suddenly attacking you. Yoon Jae also apologized. Like she said, I'm sorry. You're a good warrior. He blushed awkwardly. It's fine. I'm no saint either. Seeing this, Gangrim nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Johan peered in. Everyone? He asked gently, may father come in? They were surprised. Father. Gangrim left. Inside, the four of them continued talking. So it's over? Yes. He breathed a sigh of relief. But when I broke his balance, as you shot over my shoulder. He assessed them. They fought individually at first, but later they cooperated. He smiled and tilted his head. I guess this has deepened their bond. Sua's familiar voice rang out. Was that your plan from the start? She stood leaning against the wall. Making friends during battle is the best. He was a bit surprised. Seen Sua? She explained, I asked father to come here after seeing that everyone seemed to be finished. He replied politely, thank you. Gangrim felt a bit awkward. Do you still feel uncomfortable with Jeong Taehan? He was flustered. If you do. She waved her hand. It's fine. She crossed her arms. It's just a bit strange. He feels very familiar to me. He was astonished. Shin Sua feels that way too. He recalled Taehan's words at the dining hall. And Shin Suwa just now, too. I feel like I'll be working with her in the future. Gangrim was pleased. Well, that's good then. Treat him well. Think of it positively. At least they won't drift apart if I disappear. Du Hyun reported, the trainees who failed in District 3 have started their trials in District 1. Ionio leaned on her hand. All right, I don't expect much from that. She sighed. Seol Gangrim passed easily, and Jiang Taehan, right? He's good too, but he went to District 2. He wondered, so you've given up on Seol Gangrim? Given up? Her face showed a clear look of intrigue. On the contrary, I want him even more. She laughed happily, and there are a few good trainees in District 2 as well. It's too early for me to. Ionio stared intently at the glowing red system board in front of her. He answered already? The text on it appeared large and clear. I will accept that request. She burst out laughing. She spun her chair to look out the window. I wonder how Leader Gong will react when he finds out. I'm getting excited. Scene changes. A talisman is slowly burning. Anavi announced, gate number 7 has opened. She explained, once you complete this demon realm, you can leave on your own, as we promised. She looked at everyone seriously. Since this is the final room, it will be very difficult. You cannot leave before completing it, so please. She paused and stopped speaking. It seems my worries were unnecessary. Anavi bowed and gradually vanished. I hope to see you all again. Good luck. One by one, everyone headed inside. Yunbom was worried. Why is it just us? Taehan looked back. Yeah, where's father? Shin Suwa said she needed to check something first. Yoon Jin added, I feel like father will come with Dr. Jun. He's still writing his novel. He was annoyed. Who cares about him? Gangrim slowly walked down the stairs. They were joyful. Master's here. Taam David Amhusiestikadi. Hyang, the gate is open. Let's go. He replied warmly. Am I late? I need to get ready. He put his hands on his hips. What are you doing? He put a finger to his lips. It's a secret. Yunbom looked up and asked, should we wait then? Gangrim waved them off. It won't take long. Go ahead. The girl reminded him, all right, make it quick. He smiled brightly. He seemed a bit excited that day. His attitude changed quickly. He quietly left through another exit. Someone was already waiting in the room. Gangrim smiled at the sight. Suwa struck up a friendly conversation. Gangrim, I heard the final room opened. Aren't you going? He asked back, what about you? She replied, I'm going right now. Let's go together. He suggested you go first. I need to take care of some things first. She suddenly reached out to stop him. Gangrim gave a forced smile. Seen Suwa. She picked up her phone. Now that I think about it, I don't have your number. Suwa held the phone toward him. I've exchanged numbers with everyone else. He felt flustered and stepped back slightly. Will you give me your number? Gangrim slowly raised his hand. Then he pulled it back. Suwa questioned him. You're not going to do it? She looked down. You're planning on not seeing me again after we get out of here, aren't you? Gangrim remained silent. She clenched her hands, trembling. She shouted, is that why you always keep your distance from us? He tried to avoid her gaze. So Gongrim? Suwa was disappointed. So you have no intention of meeting me again once we leave this place? Gangrim still said nothing. Her hands clenched tightly. She couldn't hold back and shouted, is that why you always keep your distance from us? He avoided her gaze. So Gongrim? The two of them just stood there facing each other. The reason why I must always keep my distance. Gangrim thought to himself, I never had any intention of meeting them again after leaving here. It's the only way to keep them safe when Baek Jiang comes looking. Suwa called out, see old Gangrim. He tried to appear calm. Give me your phone. She looked at him suspiciously. You're not going to give me a fake number, are you? He smiled gently and handed the phone back to her. Here is my number. She still looked at him warily. Suwa took her phone and turned to leave. I'll trust you for now. I'll contact you after we get out of here. See you later. Gangrim turned away awkwardly. I know there won't be a next time. A scene transition. Gangrim was training with Kirin and Gangsheri. He clapped and praised John's skills. Fire Breath has been upgraded to rank 2 Spectre. The little one even controlled his sword. Activating skill, Magnetic Horn. Time passed quickly, and 4 days later, the two creatures lay sprawled on the floor. Gongrim. Dot looked at them tenderly. You guys worked hard. Get some rest. Then he also lay down on the floor. I need to quickly move toward the demon realm. The system appeared. An item from the Cradle of God and the human world has appeared. An item from the anonymous hero of life has appeared. He looked up at it. Just how good are these items that they're only appearing now? A series of items were provided. Dragon Tier Rank 3 2M Boots. Dragon Tier Rank 3 Mencius. Rank 3 Spectre Class Elixir of Life. He took the items and sat up abruptly. Gangrim happily put the items in his bag. The things I received are all Dragon Tier items. It seems the gods competing this way is actually quite good. Suddenly, Anavi spoke from behind him. You haven't left yet, because you were waiting for these? He turned his head in confusion. Messenger, Anavi. Hello. She continued. You're still here training? You could have entered the demon realm already. Gongrim sighed. Actually, it's not time yet. He asked where the others were. She put her hands behind her back. I cannot reveal their progress to you right now. He asked again. So you also can't tell me if someone has finished first? She shook her head. Unfortunately not. Gangrim turned away in disappointment. That's enough. I know I won't get any information out of her. He slowly stood up, guessing he would have to check for himself. Anavi wondered, where are you going at this hour? He gave a random excuse. I feel quite tired after training the divine beasts. I need to get some rest. Memories of his previous life flooded back. In the past, the media and journalists reported heavily on the first person to leave the training center. Back then, Shin Suwa had cleared the demon realm by the morning of the third day. But I haven't heard any news even though 4 days have passed. Gangrim looked at his phone in confusion. Why is there no news? Has no one cleared it yet? A message appeared. Please notify if you have completed the demon realm. He frowned. Right after Shin Sua's guild completes the raid, suddenly an arrow flew toward him. Then I can enter. He looked at it in shock. Gongrim gradually understood. A message from space and time. A message from space and time. An arrow forged from a divine beast that can transmit messages from anywhere. He cautiously looked at the red screen in front of him. A message from someone has appeared. His pupils dilated. An image of Suwa lying in a pool of blood appeared. He reached out to touch the screen. Seen Suwa. Memories of the past flooded back once more. He covered his face in despair. Her words from a few days ago echoed. See you later. He remembered when she gave him her phone. I want to keep in touch with you as soon as we leave this place. Her smile was vivid in his mind. I need someone I can rely on. Memories from the previous life intermingled. I like you. He had been extremely haggard then. Why? Why are you talking to me, Suwa? He hadn't been able to use his fate-stealing skill back then. Gangrim looked at her in confusion. She took the initiative to sit next to him. I like that. You don't choose the easy path. She was always optimistic, even in a situation where an easy choice was available. He looked away shyly. Yeah. It's not that I haven't used it because I'm too weak. It's not that I didn't want to. Gangrim had misunderstood her. Is she mocking me? Or is she making me pay just because of her one eye? She asked him, anything left to do in the poison room? I'll wait for you, and then the two of us will head to the final room together. He handed the phone back to her. I see. She wants to exploit my skills. Fine, I'll contact you as soon as I'm done. He thought calculatingly, do I look like some guy blinded by beauty? You hypocrite. I'll steal from you the moment you lose focus. The system announced, the dissection room. The skeletons are watching silently. The system issued a requirement. Find your command token and escape the demon realm. Time limit, none. Suwa raised her sword warily. You have equipped the item, dissecting skeleton straps. Effects will be reactivated frequently. A total of 7 floors must be cleared. Gangrim was startled reading the system text. Dissecting skeleton straps. A saw blade will appear and grow larger after 24 hours. Once it reaches the 7th floor, the straps tied around body locations will be cut. The lower your karma, the more critical the strap positions will appear. He fearfully told her, it says whatever parts are wrapped by the straps will be cut off if we don't clear the demon realm within 7 days. She replied calmly, I guess we'll have to find the tokens quickly then. She pointed to his. Yours is on your pinky. He looked at his hand in shock. Clearly, the more karma one had, the more they would appear on vital locations. So I'll look back at him. Karma. I guess the fewer hits you take, the more your good nature shows. He spoke very rudely. How the hell can I even measure that? She gave a thumbs up. So you're a good person. His mood softened instantly. Why are you laughing? She turned away. I really want to become a good person like you. She smiled. No matter what my fate may be. He looked at her intently. It seems a bit late to realize these straps are here, but I want to be truly kind from now on, right? Gangrim was still suspicious. Is she faking it? She doesn't seem to act kind, but does she really trust me? Past wounds still wouldn't let him go. Do you really believe that? Negative thoughts surrounded him. Who would ever want to be your partner? He moved forward with a murderous aura. All you do is bring death to everything around you. Gangrim wondered, are you going to be fooled again? Is there anyone in this world who is actually honest with me? Suwa keenly picked up the sound. The drum. Father. He clutched his head. Surely Shin Suwa will also. She called his name in panic, Seal Gangrim. A group of swordsmen appeared right behind him, just like everyone else. She lunged forward and pulled him away. She was ready to fight for him. This officially woke him up. Seen Suwa. The blade was covered in blood. Suwa remained steadfast in protecting him. She clutched her wounded shoulder. I should have run faster if I'd known they wouldn't chase you into the other room. Gangrim looked down. The fate message window didn't tell me that. She quickly explained. Do you think I'm blaming you? I didn't mean that at all. Telling me the names and skills of the monsters helped a lot. He shouted. How can I be called helping? His mood was nearly collapsing. You were injured again because of me. He planted his sword on the floor. In the sword forest room, she had lost an eye to protect him. His tears fell. Without me, you would live better. Why do you keep bringing me along? Suwa stared at him blankly for a while. Then she gave a gentle smile. I told you already. Back to the present. Gang Sherry bit Gangrim's hand. Because of me. He snapped out his thoughts. He noticed the two creatures looking at him intently. Gangrim was extremely worried. I have to go save Shin Suwa. No. But then he thought, no. He reminded himself. Did you forget why you're here again? He covered his face. If I go, I'll only put her in more danger. Gang Sherry and Kieran comforted him. My fate is what pushes others into danger. That's right. I'm sure it's better if I don't go. He told himself. Shin Suwa is strong enough. Memories of the previous life intermingled with his thoughts again. I told you Suwa was always smiling. I like the way you fight against your fate. He pursed his lips to keep from crying. And you can help me next time. The system's sound rang out. The Stitch Bone Room is starting. The voices were buzzing. Gangrim is here. Will he be chosen this time? For real? I finally made it in here. That person asked, why are you so slow? Did something happen? Gangrim asked directly, you know where Shin Suwa went, don't you? The person seemed reluctant to speak. Asking that first thing? Why should I tell you? The person made a demand. We will tell you if you accept one of us as your god. His eyes lowered slightly. But you should worry about yourself first. Gangrim checked his reflection on the sword's blade. He observed carefully. On his neck, wrists, and ankles. The rings gradually revealed blades. Good lord, he's staying so calm. The blades are digging deeper. If you don't clear this place within 7 days, you can say goodbye to your head. He pulled up his collar. His face was expressionless. You don't know where Shin Suwa is, do you? Those people didn't give a clear answer. Who knows? Maybe east, west, north, or south. Gangrim, go north. Don't talk nonsense, it's East Gangrim. Gangrim pulled out a map. I guess there's no choice but to find her myself. The Stitch Bone Room has been added to the Demon Realm map. Exploration rate. 0. He threw a door wide open. Kieran looked around curiously. The little one and Gang Sherry wandered everywhere. He opened another door. This time, Gangrim discovered a room covered in blood. Something was glowing on the floor. There was a battle here. He picked it up and realized it belonged to Father Johan. He assessed the scene. The marks on the wall are from BOM and Giant. Was Shin Suwa with them? The voices continued their discussion. He noticed all of that. What's this, a detective? But isn't he looking for his dead weights? Who cares? This is fun. A strange room appeared. As the other person mocked. Detective Seal Gangrim is in danger. There are no battles around here. Gangrim gradually became flustered. Doors everywhere. I guess I have to go through all of them. But suddenly he saw something. He touched an X mark on the ground. This symbol. Are they telling me which way they went? He and the two creatures split up to search. If X means don't go this way, then there must be other symbols on the remaining doors. Gangrim was puzzled. Nothing but X's. Was I wrong? The sounds continued to echo. Detective Shin Suwa. You thought of something. Shin Suwa. He slowly moved forward immediately. He stood on it, much to the confusion of the others. Is this idiot going to sit right down? He's standing on it. A circle was drawn there. Found it. Kieran carried Gang Sherry and flew up with him. Gangrim was surprised. This place is a mess. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. A second later, he took a combat stance. Everyone, get ready. A group of demons gradually appeared. It's the sound of demons coming. The three of them coordinated to fight together. Gang Sherry aggressively breathed fire. A swordsman lunged forward. Kieran used its water manipulation ability to run in circles. Those enemies were quickly trapped in water spheres. Gangrim praised them with satisfaction. Training with everyone wasn't in vain. There are many of them, but none are truly strong. Suddenly he stopped. Yunbong. The familiar figure of Yunbom appeared. He blocked the bullet. He was alert enough to realize, no, it's just a shadow demon. The enemy's eyes glowed brightly. Gangrim skillfully dodged every bullet while approaching it. Activating skill, perfect marksmanship. The bullet suddenly curved back. He couldn't dodge in time and was wounded in the arm. The attack is guaranteed to hit. He looked at the two figures. Yunbong, Yun Giant, meeting him like this. He clutched his wound. That doesn't make me happy. He focused and delivered several sword strikes. In the Stitch Bone Room, there's only one type of monster. The two enemies drew their bows and aimed guns at him. Shadow Bandit, level 11 class. Capable of copying human powers. Information on Shadow Bandits. These monsters have the ability to copy the appearance and powers of those who enter the demon realm. One of them released an arrow, but they can't copy their personality or faith. Gangrim gritted his teeth in anger. Firing arrows randomly like that isn't something the real Yun Giant would do. He nimbly dodged every arrow. An arrow grazed his cheek. On the other hand, if I can deal with it, he was suddenly attacked. A barrage of arrows pierced him. He glanced at them. These arrows would all disappear simultaneously. The Yunbom Shadow Bandit pointed its gun at him. Not just one, but many guns aimed at him from all sides. Activating power. Execution. The enemy laughed triumphantly. It looks like Yunbom has learned a new skill. Gangrim, try to find a way. How should I counter this? His sword hand began to tremble. My sword can't reach it, and this distance is too hard to dodge the bullets. I'll still be riddled like a honeycomb, even if I use a defensive skill. Someone pulled the trigger. How many bullets can I block? The Shadow Bandit was immediately defeated. Yunbom called out to him. Hyang. Taehan reached out. Up here. Gangrim carried Gangshiri up. He noticed, wait, he's injured. The girl said worriedly, Hyang, are you okay? He clutched the wound. I'm fine. It's nothing. The girl was uneasy. Do you need medicine? He refused. No, I brought some too. He looked around. But this place is... Yunbom spoke up. I think the room next door is a prison. He asked, puzzled, a prison? Sua's image flashed through his mind. Is Shin Sua there? Scene shifts to a holding cell. Gangrim's face darkened as he looked inside. Sua was heavily injured, lying alone inside. Scene Sua. Yunbom tried to say something, the thing is, but he threw the door open. Scene Sua. He looked at her in shock. The girl finally began to speak. You probably know that the monsters in this demon realm have the power to copy our skills. She avoided his gaze. Even when we managed to lose them, they appeared again once the next drum sounded. Yunbom looked down sadly. But then on the second day, we happened to discover something. Returning to the past. Jian was slashed in the arm. Jian. Taehan tried to encourage her. Hang in there a bit longer. I'm about to defeat these monsters. He alertly shifted his gaze. A girl clutched her shoulder in pain. The damage taken by the original subject. They quickly realized it also affected the illusions. Back to the present. Gangrim quietly opened a bottle of medicine. Her wounds didn't come from the monsters. Sua's legs were covered in wounds. Gangrim realized perhaps she did this to herself. Yunbom confirmed yes. She said it was the best solution we had. None of us could stand against her illusions. The girl wiped away tears. She said she would handle everything herself once everyone else left. The girl's voice grew softer. Please stop her. She's far too kind-hearted. Gangrim remained silent while applying medicine to Sua. Kind-hearted? He then tossed the medicine bottle away. She's not kind-hearted. She's completely lost her mind. Yoon Jian covered her face. I knew we shouldn't have done that. I knew we should have tried to stop her. He thought to himself, how can an ordinary person stop someone who has lost their reason? The only sound left was Yunbom sobbing. He gently placed his hand on the girl's head. Gangrim gently stroked her head. Have you found the command tokens yet? The girl replied, a few. Sister Jian and Father Johan haven't found any yet. Waiting for Sua to stir. Sister Sua. He continued applying the medicine to her. Yunbom, can you leave us alone for a moment? His expression was somber. I need to talk to her. Sua gradually recovered and slowly opened her eyes. She was startled to see him there. She stopped him from applying more medicine. Seal Gangrim, what are you doing? He didn't answer her question, but suggested, let's talk. Sua requested, I understand, but please put the medicine away. She reached for her sword. Because if I recover. She decisively drove the blade into her own leg. Right before his eyes. Sua trembled in pain. The others will be in danger. She pulled the sword out, and the medicine bottle was knocked away and shattered. I told you to talk first. Sua looked at his hand in panic. She was so scared her face turned pale. What are you doing? Let go. He remained calm to reassure her. Put the sword down. We still have a little time before the next drum sounds. She fell silent and looked down. Her sword was tossed aside. Sua frowned and took his injured hand. You said you weren't coming. I didn't say that, he replied. I only said I'd be late. Gangrim pressed her. Why did you do that? He continued. You can win if you fight your illusion. She immediately denied it. No, I can't win. I'm sure you know why. She suggested, you can look at my fate window. His eyes glowed as he activated his fate discovery power. Gangrim's eyes widened in surprise. Shin Sua's fate window. He bit his lip. Why is it changing like this? Hearing that, he said nothing but immediately frowned and used his ability to activate the fate discovery power. Seol Gangrim was shocked to discover. Bloodlust. Rank 3 Spectre class. A skill that increases power when in contact with blood. The more you use it, the more dependent you become. If an opponent is killed by this skill, your karma points will be affected. He gritted his teeth and speculated to himself. Why is this skill appearing now? Heavy karma. Rank 3 God class. The higher the karma, the more basic stats increase. These are two skills Shin Sua shouldn't be able to learn until much later. Seol Gangrim thought to himself, it's similar to my fate stealing. The more these two skills are used, the stronger they get. He looked at Shin Sua while recalling the past. But currently, she had fewer stitch bone straps than he had in his previous life. She sighed in annoyance, looking quite haggard. That meant she still hadn't used those skills. Seal Gangrim also guessed that, conversely, her illusion would have no reason not to use them. He stepped closer and spoke. I'm fairly certain her illusion gets stronger every time it appears. What? Gangrim covered his mouth in worry. A monster that can use the bloodlust skill is a serious concern. Shin Suan noticed his expression. She quickly waved her hand and urged him, so leave me behind and just go with the others. Shin Suan hesitated as she replied, but what about you? I'll find a way myself. But Seal Gangrim grabbed her shoulders and shook her. Shin Suan, look at me. Shin Sua's eyes were closed as if she had fainted. Shin Suan, panicking, he supported her and called out loudly. Are you just going to die here? Suddenly, she opened her eyes and raised a hand to lightly touch Seal Gangrim's arm. Seul Gangrim, I just want to close my eyes for a moment. Shin Suan lay back down on the ground and whispered reassuringly, I'll leave soon too. He gritted his teeth, pained to look at her. After everyone had left for a while, the others joyfully reunited. Johann Richter called out excitedly. He approached Seal Gangrim. I'm so glad to see you again. Me too. Because of this, I was able to find you. Seeing him reach into his pocket and pull out a crucifix bracelet, Johann Richter was suddenly overjoyed. Thank you. I thought I'd never find it again. It seemed everyone had finally gathered together. But I'm lucky to be traveling with everyone again. Suddenly, Seal Gangrim was a bit surprised to hear him say, I was very worried when we were separated, but we've met again despite entering different dimensions. He frowned and inquired, Johann Richter, weren't you with Dr. Go-jun? Taken aback by the question, he stammered an explanation. No, I couldn't find anyone. We were supposed to wait for each other, but this space changes if everyone doesn't enter at the same time. Outside, Johann Richter quickly changed the subject. Oh right, I must go check on Shin Sua's condition. As he tried to move forward, Seal Gangrim pulled his arm to stop him. Ah, she just fell asleep. I gave her medicine, so she'll be fine. So you found her a long time ago? The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Everyone looked down with complicated emotions. Yunbom spoke up to cheer everyone up. I'm sure we'll be able to leave soon. Yun Jian added, right, Seal Gangrim is here too. Hearing that, Jian Taehan felt a bit helpless. He held his face and shook his head. That would be good. But if we run into Seal Gangrim's illusion, we're going to have a hard time. Yunbom looked terrified, as long as it's weaker than the original. But if it's as strong as Sister Sua's? Yun Jian replied, that's hard to say until we see it. Seal Gangrim stood to the side, lost in worried thought. Do you all think the strength of the illusion depends on the type of skills we possess? However, Jian Taehan kept leaning in to inspect him. Huh. Then, unable to help himself, he blushed and pointed. Wow, Gangrim, that's a cool necklace you got there. Teased by Jian Taehan, he quickly covered it and glared at him. Yunbom and Yun Jian nearby chatted incessantly. Is yours a necklace? Seal Gangrim, if it's there, does that mean you're going to die? Seal Gangrim waved his hand to explain. I just need to leave this space before that happens to be safe. It's only been a day since I arrived, so I haven't figured everything out yet. Suddenly, Yunbom hurriedly pulled Jiang Taehan's arm. Then let's go check around here. Johann Richter joined in, we must go. But he stopped them in time. Wait. Those who just returned should rest. The rest of us will go. Good grief, you're injured. Yun Jian intentionally poked his stomach, making him wince in pain. You stay here and stand guard. If those people from other districts come, Sister Sua will need a protector, right? Gangrim trembled while holding his bleeding wound. I think we should leave 2 people to guard like last time. Father? I'll stay with Gangrim. Afterward, everyone quickly left. All right, Dr. Jun, you stay here and stand guard. Wait, sis. They ignored him and slammed the door shut. We need to synchronize the maps first. Seol Gangrim slumped onto the ground wearily. Dr. Go-jun, since the 2 of us are staying back, why don't you answer a few of my questions? He stood calmly with his arms crossed. What do you want to know? Why did you choose this room as a base? Seol Gangrim frowned and questioned him seriously. There was no need to lock Shin Sua in a prison like this. Dr. Jun provided an explanation. She chose this place herself. She believed her illusion would be weaker because there are no plants around here. Hearing this, Seol Gangrim thought, metal overcomes earth. He was right to think this place would make Shin Sua weaker, because her element is earth, but leaving someone in that condition on a stone floor. He lowered his head in somber concern. Dr. Yun smiled intentionally. Are you out of questions? As he spoke, he stepped closer to Seol Gangrim. Because you are the protagonist. Dr. Jun's face suddenly turned serious. I thought you were going to ask something really important. What? Gangrim frowned back. He looked up and asked, why did you send me that message? Good question. Dr. Jun smiled slightly. So you realized I was the sender? Just answer it. He replied enthusiastically, because the protagonist wasn't here. I was worried since you hadn't appeared for 4 days. As he spoke, Dr. Go-jun sat down on a nearby chair. Are you angry that I left her here? Seol Gangrim turned his face away. Then he awkwardly rubbed his head in defense. It's fine. Anyway, I know Shinsua is safe thanks to you. I need you to thank me. Suddenly, Gangrim asked out of curiosity. How did you get a space-time message? The price is quite steep for a trainee. Dr. Gojun immediately made a secret gesture with his hand. His teasing made Gangrim feel a chill of dread. Well, if you want to know, it's not that hard. Enough. Dr. Gojun didn't stop joking. But I know something very interesting. Want to know? No need. He leaned back on the stone bench and sighed. Ah, then I guess you already know since you're a returner. But it seems you couldn't predict this situation because many events have changed. Or maybe you're just not strong enough to predict certain things yet. This made Seal Gangrim visibly annoyed. Talk nonsense if you want. But Dr. Gojun only laughed playfully. That was just my speculation. Then he suddenly inquired. How many karma points have you accumulated? The room suddenly went silent. Seal Gangrim shot a glance back. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. He explained, the stitch bone straps change position based on what we've done in the past. The more bad things you've done, the more dangerous the placement. Dr. Gojun held up both hands in front of Seal Gangrim. I've done some bad things, so they want to end my career as a writer. He looked down, his voice low. The higher the karma points, but the stronger that person's illusion becomes. So, what exactly do you want? To his surprise, he still looked excited. It's fun. Then Dr. Gojun put his hands up as if choking himself. The bad things you've done are always hidden, even though you always act kind on the outside. He laughed gleefully. I wonder what happened. Seal Gangrim looked slightly agitated and pale. What kind of things did you do in your previous life? Dr. Jun suddenly sat up straight. He stared manically at Seal Gangrim. I'm so curious. Just what kind of person are you? Why? Gangrim glanced at him and spoke up, admitting, I am a criminal. Hearing that, Dr. Jun clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. What? No way. You think I believe that? He just turned away to avoid the subject. Of course, it could also be true. Dr. Jun spoke even more freely. I really want to meet your shadow. It must be incredibly strong. You're hiding so many things, so maybe just shut up for a second. Suddenly he spoke up again. I can keep my mouth shut if you tell me an interesting story. Dr. Gojun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tell me, a story from your past life or a prediction of the future. Sol Gongrim sighed hesitantly. I told you, I'm not a returner or anything like that. He tried to avoid it and refuse. Dr. Gojun said, how about I guess, and you tell me if I'm right. Fine, let's just go back to my childhood. In another area, Anavitasia spoke from behind Gongju, who was sitting in front of screen. Luckily, we are allowed to monitor the final demon realm. She added to him, are you also most worried about Seal Gangrim? Exactly. Immediately after, someone approached. Captain, I brought the documents you needed. Seeing Du Sengta. Thought the two of them turned to look, but the more I investigate Seal Gangrim, the more mysterious he becomes. What did you find? He scratched his head, staring intently at the file. Then Du Sengte handed it back to Gongju. There's nothing. No criminal record. He's very normal. The most noteworthy thing is that he lost his parents at a young age and was adopted by an exorcist. He also found out, but he didn't let any deity possess him. And after that, he just lived a normal life. Du Sengte couldn't hide his surprise. How does he have so many karma points then? Anavitasia added, maybe murder? If the case remains unsolved, there wouldn't be a complete record, right? Gongju immediately spoke with a serious face. I don't think so. 1 or 2 lives couldn't result in that many karma points. He must have killed at least 100 people. This caused the other two to turn pale with shock and fear. He crossed his arms and lowered his voice. I can't even imagine what he did, but it couldn't have been anything good. Du Sengte panicked and stammered, pointing his finger. And yet you want to pull that guy to our side? Du Sengte. Gongju explained calmly. Why do you think the director let us turn each person's karma into a shadow in the final demon realm? To check their karma points, or to eliminate those with serious personality issues? He replied with a nonchalant face, if that's the goal. But couldn't we have just done that from the start? Nevertheless, the two of them turned away uneasily. We even recruit killers as trainees, so who cares about personality? Doesn't the Destiny Protection Agency risk trainees' lives to make them stronger? They don't distinguish between good and bad. Were we being reckless like that? And checking everyone's karma points in the final room is to let them prove they aren't just mere criminals. Unexpectedly, the room where Seal Gangrim and Dr. Gojun was suddenly stormed by a group of people from another district who were stronger than the rest. They aggressively held their weapons and charged forward. Kill all the strong ones, unless you want to fight those shadows forever, and be useful to us. But surprisingly, the two of them easily counterattacked that group. 6 days after the Stitchbone room opened, the ring on Yunbaum's hand suddenly tightened, making her hand bleed. Yunbaum clutched it in pain and screamed. Jiang Taehan's hand was also squeezed until it bled. Damn it. It hurt so much. Are you two okay? I'm Fina. Seol Gangrim quickly took out 2 syringes and handed them over. The bleeding is heavy. Use this to stop it. Take some painkillers too. If the skin heals, it'll be fine, so don't use healing medicine unless necessary. You guys get out of here and rest for a bit. Despite him carefully injecting painkiller into her ear, Yunbom stubbornly refused. We haven't found Sister Suah or your command token yet. We can't leave. Then rest a bit for the painkiller to kick in and recover your strength. After that, Seol Gangrim took his sword to leave, not forgetting to instruct them. I'll check the next rooms. You two stay there. But I'm fine, Hyang. We should go together. Not only that, he pointed and gave an order, Divine Beastling, you stay here and watch over them. I'll be back before the next drum sounds. Seol Gangrim stepped over the scattered papers on the floor as he looked around the room. If the command token is in the same place as my previous life, I should have found it by now. Suddenly, Seol Gangrim noticed something. Unexpectedly, 3 shadows holding weapons noticed him. As time went on, the remaining shadows became increasingly difficult to deal with. They immediately charged towards Seol Gangrim to attack. Anyway, the enemy will just respawn. There's no point in wasting energy in a room already checked. He used his sword to block and channeled fire power from his hand to counterattack. Seol Gangrim cut through the shadow in an instant. Seol Gangrim is formidable. He'll slice them all up. Another one lunged from above. Terrifying. I wonder how strong his shadow really is. But he still swung his sword in time to hit him. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Looking at the defeated shadows on the floor, Seol Gangrim thought to himself, I still haven't seen my own shadow. Right after that, he was startled to realize something. A headland item, out in a box next to the books on the shelf. Is it this? Seol Gangrim looked at it joyfully. It's still the same color as the one Shin Suah had in the previous life. He quickly reached out to take the command token. There was a protective barrier, so only the owner could touch it. Seol Gangrim held it firmly. You have received the command token of Seol Gangrim. He couldn't help but feel a bit agitated, his whole body trembling. Seol Gangrim frowned at the token, his face showing a mix of joy and sorrow. He put it in his pocket and muttered, I guess I still have some luck, even though this situation is horrific. You have met the completion requirements. When you take the command token and leave, the trial will end. Suddenly, Seol Gangrim turned his head, detecting a sound. Someone had enhanced their senses. He listened quietly to the sound of people talking. Get up quickly. Someone's outside. Damn it, you have to protect me. Where are you going? This voice. Immediately Seol Gangrim rushed toward them to greet them. Seeing him, everyone was relieved and happy. It's Gangrim. A girl approached him, asking incessantly, we haven't seen you this whole time. You must have entered late. Yeah, right. Do you want to come with us? Others also cheered excitedly. Yes, we trust you. It would be great if you came with us. Actually, I'm looking for Shin Suah's command token. What? Gangrim just deflected. Has anyone seen it? A person sitting on some crates replied, uneasily. Is she still here? Didn't someone see it? Who was it? He turned to the person next to him to ask, but that person had already left. On saying one, that person seemed to be on your team. Do you know where they are now? Hearing that, he looked up hesitantly. Then Sang One threw something towards Seol Gangrim and replied, I only know where it was found. Well done, Sang One. He joyfully opened the item to inspect it. Thanks. The Demon Realm exploration rate has changed. Afterward, Seol Gangrim returned it to Sang One. By the way, you're all heavily injured. What happened? Did you run into people from another district? One person frowned and recounted wearily. No, it was just a shadow, but it was incredibly strong. His face went pale, unable to hide his fear. It's completely different from the other shadows. Every time someone falls, it transforms entirely. Then everyone immediately started talking and sharing. It's horrific. Every time someone dies, it looks deformed like a beast. Damn it, a beast would be better. After that monster hangs around a corpse, it can use the exact same skills as the dead person. Seol Gangrim listened in silence. Sang One joined the conversation. We didn't see it the first day we came in. I think the shadow only appeared a few days ago. It was on the 4th night. It has red markings on parts of its body and neck, so you can't mistake it. While talking enthusiastically, his expression suddenly changed, his face turning pale. Then Sang One stammered, Seol Gangrim. What did you get here? He shot a cold glance toward him. It looks like you have straps on both your legs. Sang One reached out to touch Seol Gangrim. And your wrists too. But he glared and quickly pulled his arm back. Sang One broke into a sweat and stammered, pointing Seol Gangrim. Let me see your neck. Sang One angrily pointed straight at him and shouted, Didn't you hear what I just said? This immediately drew everyone's attention. Sang One, what's wrong? Are you saying that Spectre is Gangrim's Spectre? Others hesitantly denied it. No, that's absurd. How can you be so sure? But he shouted even louder with conviction. The timing matches, and he's just as strong as it. He also has rings all over his body, just like that shadow. Seol Gangrim just stood silently as Sangwon made the accusation. If you also have one on your neck. At this point, everyone began to doubt, looking at each other in confusion. Seeing this, one person stepped forward and stammered, Gangrim, could you show us your neck just once? Just to clear up this misunderstanding. But he wasn't worried at all. He lightly pulled down his collar and replied, even if I have one on my neck, there's no guarantee it's my shadow. But Sangwon's neck turned red as he raged. He cursed, shut up and show us now. We'll be the ones to decide that. Then others joined in, pressing him. It's just showing us your neck. Is that so hard? Haha, that's not your shadow, right? Why are you hesitating? You have that kind of skill, don't you? Seeing Seol Gangrim's lack of reaction, he used it as an excuse to get agitated. Why aren't you answering me, Seol Gangrim? One person gritted their teeth and concluded, that must be his shadow then. So that's why he's so strong. Seol Gangrim's face remained cold and calm as he looked straight at them. Is it because he killed and stole their skills? The other person suddenly shouted, everyone calm down. How can he answer when you all keep accusing him like that? He trembled, struggling with fear. Seol Gangrim, it's okay. Everyone is just scared. If you could show us the neck area. Activating skill, Lone Wolf. Suddenly, Seol Gangrim vanished just like that. Everyone was horrified and stunned. Huh, where did he go? Help! They quickly noticed the wide-open door. The whole room fell silent for a few seconds, staring intently. Immediately after, the group of people ran frantically after him. Chase him. We have to capture the original of that shadow. Sangwon led them in the pursuit. He couldn't have gone far. Soon the entire room was empty, with no one left. Seol Gangrim slowly revealed himself. He looked down and sighed wearily. I knew it. I knew this would happen. Seol Gangrim thought to himself. Everyone reacted the same way when they found out about my skill in my previous life. He left despondently. But I didn't think it would happen this soon. Perhaps they feel betrayed because they thought I was a good person. Seol Gangrim couldn't stop speculating. If so, how will they feel when they learn the truth about this skill? As Gangrim walked away quickly, he wondered, will they accept it without hesitation like in the previous life? Or will they feel betrayed and angry that I tried to hide it? He thought to himself about Sua's image. I like that version of you that refused to submit, no matter how tragic the circumstances were. Seol Gangrim looked down sadly. What will the Shin Sua of this life think of me once I've used fate stealing? Back in his room, Yunbom and Jiang Taehan were still waiting for him. Hyang, Master, we were so worried. What took you so long? Seol Gangrim hesitantly held up a scroll toward them. I met some people and found the location of Shin Sua's command token. The two of them cheered joyfully. Great, let's go. Follow me. I'll tell everyone the rest after we escape the demon realm. And so, they led the two of them outside. Yunbom and Jiang Taehan looked up in awe. What is this? Are we outside? It looks like an indoor garden, though it's incredibly massive. But Seol Gangrim immediately frowned and urged them, I don't have time. Let's find it quickly. They hurried to search every corner, from the bushes to the tree branches. The place was huge. It seemed it would take quite some time for them to find it. This will be interesting, especially if they run into people from the second sector here. A voice kept echoing, making his face darken with agitation. I wonder what Yunbom and Jiang Taehan will say when they discover Seol Gangrim's secret. I agree. I think this will be very entertaining. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth in anger. Right then, Yunbom's voice cut in. Don't you dare tell them. This will be much more fun when they find out themselves. I found it. Sister Sua's command token. The girl raised her hand excitedly, making them sigh with relief. It was in this hole. Well done. Now they just needed to take it back, but suddenly the space began to change. Yonbon froze. Jiang Taehan said worriedly. The pause intervals are getting shorter and shorter. At that moment, the shadows of Yunbom and Jiang Taehan appeared nearby. He observed cautiously. At least there aren't many of them. Let's take them out quickly and head back. But Seol Gangrim flinched as he noticed something. Another shadow appeared, shocking him. The ring on the left arm. Seol Gangrim quickly recognized it as Shin Sua's specter. Then he froze, his face turning pale. Looking at the shadow's strange behavior, Seol Gangrim was confused. Why did her shadow just collapse on its own? He stood there, stunned. Not only that, the shadow repeatedly raised its sword and stabbed itself. She's still hurting herself even after the drum sequence ended. Seol Gangrim told himself he had to get to Shin Sua immediately. He raised his sword high, standing before the shadow. Activating skill, Healing Hands. Is that Father Johann Richter's specter? Seol Gangrim's eyes were wide with shock. There was a massive amount of earth element in the surrounding area. The skill effect was enhanced by the environmental influence. Environment activating skill, wooden leaf method. Unexpectedly, tree roots erupted from behind Shin Sua's shadow and lunged toward them. There was a massive amount of earth element in the surrounding area. The skill effect was enhanced by the environmental influence. Gangram shouted urgently, "Run quickly!" He immediately sliced through them and slid across the ground. The massive roots continued to attack relentlessly. Gangram struggled to block them. Unexpectedly, the impact knocked the sword out of his hand. "Master!" But Seol Gangram didn't care and only hurriedly commanded the two of them, "What are you doing? Run behind me." Suddenly, a root pierced through and stabbed Seol Gangram's leg. Then, Shin Sua's shadow gradually approached his position. It slowly closed in. When the shadow reached out its hand to touch him, Seol Gangram suddenly looked up and glared at it. He swung his sword and cut through all the roots. But Shin Sua's shadow leaped and spun, successfully dodging. Seol Gangram gritted his teeth in annoyance. To his horror, it calmly licked the blood off its hand. Activating skill, Bloodlust. The Shadow Bandit monster's stats have been enhanced. Jiang Taehan and Yunbom rushed to his side. "Hyang, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I can still move." Behind Shin Sua's shadow, even more shadows began to approach. They even had the ability to self-heal after being injured. The girl gritted her teeth in surprise. The illusions can heal too? It seems so if they have the skill. Seeing this, Jiang Taehan prepared to act. "We have to take out Father Johan's illusion first." More shadows charged to attack them at once. It was too late. Unexpectedly, Gangram swung his sword and shouted, "I have an idea. Don't fight them, just run." But the three of them could only quickly parry the attacks and turn to escape. "We can't win against them." In a deep cellar somewhere, everyone had managed to escape and was being treated. He sat panting, feeling grateful. "It's done. Thank you, Father." But Johann Richter sighed guiltily. "But because of my illusion, what should we do now?" The priest said confusedly, "Should I injure myself like Shin Sua did?" "No." Seol Gangram reassured him gently. "I think the best thing we can do right now is get out of here as fast as possible. Those illusions can only copy the people who are currently here." When they heard him mention it, they immediately looked back. "And the others too?" Yunbom spoke up in a panic. "What about Sister Sua's command token? You're not planning to leave her to go alone, right?" Shin Sua sat in a corner and whispered weakly, "You're making the right choice." "It's impossible." But Seol Gangram stood before her and declared firmly, "I will defeat Shin Sua's illusion." This took Shin Sua by surprise. He added an instruction. "So you," Seol Gangram said in a low, serious voice, "that will come with me." She hesitated for a moment and looked up. "Shin Sua." She reached for the sword beside her. "I don't doubt your skills, but—" He quickly grabbed her hand to stop her. "Stop. You don't have to do that." Seol Gangram took the sword from her hand and explained. "I have an idea. Let's go." Hearing that, Shin Sua was still a bit skeptical and confused. An idea? But he only smiled and nodded in response. Outside, the shadows were still there, as if waiting for them. Suddenly, one of the shadows vanished. Shin Sua's shadow was alarmed to see the other shadows disappearing as well. Finally, only her shadow remained. It suddenly turned its head and looked to the side. Seol Gangram was approaching. "It seems everyone else has left. All their illusions have disappeared." He scratched his head and frowned. "I should have told Dr. Gojun to leave too, but I don't know where he is. If there's a problem, I'll stab myself." But Seol Gangram immediately grabbed her hand to stop her. "No." As he spoke, he manipulated his sword. "Don't do that." Then, Seol Gangram turned and stood in front of Shin Sua. "I know you think I can't do it, but even so." She still frowned, looking uneasy. Shin Sua reached out and pulled on his sleeve. "I trust you." She gave a bright, encouraging smile. "We will leave this place together." Seol Gangram was taken aback. He couldn't take his eyes off Shin Sua. The two looked at each other and nodded with a smile. Then he lunged forward. "I'll end this as quickly as possible." Activating skill, Lone Wolf. Seol Gangram charged at her shadow with lightning speed. Then he suddenly vanished, surprising the shadow. It looked around in a panic, searching. Seol Gangram attacked the shadow from behind. Then it disappeared again and appeared from another side this time. Seol Gangram used his sword to strike a heavy blow to its back. The shadow turned back in anger. Then it immediately manipulated the roots around it to attack. He quickly sliced through them this time. Seol Gangram was incredibly composed, a slight smirk playing on his lips. I knew she'd use a shield skill to protect herself. He suddenly intentionally ran in a different direction as a distraction. The Shin Sua shadow also rushed after him. Seol Gangram jumped onto a tree, trunk ahead. "You have used achievement points to increase your speed stat. Level increased to 30. The roots also curved around and surrounded him. They closed in right behind Seol Gangram's back. The roots grew larger and larger, wrapping around to hinder him. He ran fast, stepping on them to approach the shadow. Now the two sides were face to face in a confrontation. The shadow gritted its teeth in rage at Seol Gangrim. He intentionally smirked provocatively. "You're making me nervous." After that, Seol Gangrim immediately summoned his divine beast. Activating skill, Firebird. It opened its mouth to create a fireball for the attack. Activating skill, Firebomb. The shadow panicked, caught off guard by the sudden close-range attack. Everything is going quite smoothly. Just like that, it was incinerated in the flames. Seizing the opportunity, Seol Gangrim quickly sliced through those roots. Shin Sua's shadow let out a cry of pain. It collapsed onto the roots, motionless. He looked back happily. All right, the illusion is taken care of. While Seol Gangrim was excited about defeating the shadow, a light flashed behind him. Now I just need to wait for her illusion to disappear and retrieve Shin Sua's command token. He quickly leaped up to dodge. Is this someone from Sector 2? A group of people charged forward. Found you, Seol Gangrim. They cheered joyfully as they rushed to attack. Wait a moment. Seol Gangrim will definitely find a way to escape. 500 million if we catch him. 500 million. 500 million. Seeing this, Seol Gangrim frowned and sighed. A bounty? Are you guys from Sector 1? The other person provoked him. Just come with us. You surely don't want to fight here. Holding their weapons, they said triumphantly, things won't be as easy as last time. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth in annoyance. Bloodlust. Is there someone in Sector 1 with a skill like that? Unexpectedly, another person approached. Today, Seol Gangrim. His eyes widened in shock as he looked up at that person. It was actually Dr. Gojun, pointing a sword at Seol Gangrim. Good to see you again. Seol Gangrim was confused and spoke up in disbelief. No, I don't understand. There's no reason for you to do this. His eyes glared with fury. Why did you switch to Sector 1? Unexpectedly, he laughed and replied nonchalantly, Oh my, I would have been happier if you were even more surprised. Dr. Jun looked toward Sua's shadow. But the way you killed that illusion was pretty fun. That was Sua's illusion, right? Gangrim could only reply awkwardly. There was a much easier way, but you prefer to play it the hard way, just like a protagonist. Hearing that, Dr. Jun rushed forward excitedly. I like that way. Meanwhile, he stood still, frozen. A slash landed straight on him. Then, he nonchalantly said, But you act differently from what I do. Seol Gangrim glanced down in total panic. But unexpectedly, Dr. Jun swung his sword toward the others. Dr. Jun, why? He laughed and spoke to them. That's why I gave up on the idea of having two protagonists. Dr. Jun rested his sword on his shoulder cheerfully. Instead, I've decided to be a supporting character. He added with amusement. So it's quite like being a double agent, isn't it? The Time Messenger was also part of that plan. Seol Gangrim followed up. That's interesting. I could feel the bloodlust from all of you, even from the hallway. Dr. Jun's gaze changed to cold as he looked toward the others. Oh, you noticed too? He walked towards Seol Gangrim. Standing in front of him and facing them. Well, you guys are the ones who made Shin Sua hurt herself for this mission, so you need to face appropriate punishment. He glanced over and asked, Dr. Jun, so now? At that moment, the others rushed to attack them. I'm on your side. You traitor. But he gleefully faced off against Seol Gangrim. He gritted his teeth and glanced to the side at Seol Gangrim. He saw Dr. Jun easily strangling one of them with one hand. Activating skill, Decomposition. The person struggled for a while and then went still. After that, he threw the man straight to the ground. Both Seol Gangrim and the remaining man were shocked and horrified by the sight. Dr. Jun, on the other hand, looked excited and amused. If you want to clear this stage safely, you need to use your skill quickly. He asked in surprise, what did you hear about that? He moved closer to Seol Gangrim and replied, why pay attention to small details? The skill to steal the fate of others. But Dr. Jun still maintained a crazed, interested look as he provoked him. I want to see you use it. Hearing that, he was shocked and cursed in annoyance. There's no way I'm using it here. I never will. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a sound rang out, and black shadows surrounded them. A black shadow appeared out of nowhere. What's this? Things are just getting fun. Well, it's just an illusion anyway. One person right behind Seol Gangrim was seriously wounded by a strike from a great distance. I'll eliminate it first. Dr. Gojun was still nonchalant and intrigued. Oh, it's your illusion. The shadow rushed toward him with lightning speed. With a single swing of its sword, it knocked Dr. Gojun back. He was hit so hard he coughed up blood. Dr. Gojun sat on the ground, struggling not to fall. Even Seol Gangrim couldn't believe his eyes. Dr. Gojun was defeated in just one hit. He stood still, looking at his own shadow, though he couldn't clearly see the movement when the two collided due to the smoke. But instinct told him, I didn't expect the killing intent radiating from it to be so overwhelming. The shadow glared back at Seol Gangrim with red eyes. He murmured to himself in a daze, "That's my illusion." Right then, a voice rang out, "Seol Gangrim, don't get distracted." Both of them simultaneously turned toward the voice. "Steal its fate. Who else but you could win against your own illusion?" It was Dr. June in the corner who spoke up. "He's right," Seol Gangrim thought back. "That illusion terrified me. It acts like a beast. Every time someone dies, it gets stronger." He regained his composure and focused on using his power. "I need to steal its fate before the illusion." Seol Gangrim gripped his sword and faced his shadow. Activating Fate Stealing. Steal all fates in the area. I need to kill that thing right here. Investing achievement points to increase stats. Mana level 30, Stamina level 30, Agility level 30. Senses level 30, Strength level 29. The shadow was slowly approaching him. "I can do this." Seol Gangrim tried to stay calm and use his attack skill. Activating skill, combat instant. Anyway, the illusion can't kill me because I'm the original. His eyes turned glowing red. Combat Instinct is issuing a warning. Notifications appeared continuously. Enemy is too strong. No weaknesses detected. Gangrim was stunned. No weaknesses. My senses have increased due to Combat Instinct. And I still can't detect a weakness? The shadow slowly raised its sword high and pointed it straight at him. "I can't move." Seol Gangrim could only raise his sword to block its blade. An attacking force pressed down heavily, sending out a massive shockwave to the surroundings. Shadow Bandit, Class 1 Human, Rank 1, capable of copying human skills. The shadow raised its hand and smiled meaningfully. Copying opponent's skill. It placed its hand on Seol Gangrim's face. And used its skill. It's trying to absorb the original host. This monster. Its laughter sounded sinister. "Is this really my illusion, Seol Gangrim?" Right at this moment, images from Seol Gangrim's past suddenly appeared. As a child, he was ill and huddling against his mother. A man said irritably, "You don't know the cause of the boy's illness? How can you even call yourself a doctor? Honey, please calm down first." Afterward, Seol Gangrim was helped back to the car. The car then drove away. Then came the words of an exorcist's judgment. "I told you. The boy will only get better if he accepts that deity into his body." Seol Gangrim's parents questioned him in anger. "I heard there's another choice. We can't do anything else. The deity wanting to possess the boy's body is too strong. Accept me, kid," he whispered wearily. "Mom, what does that mean?" "That is your fate." "Mom." Seol Gangrim could only comfort her gently. "It means I'll become a messenger for a god. Then I'll do it." She sadly and reluctantly explained, "If you do, you must live according to whatever that god commands. You'll have to give up all your dreams, and you won't be able to do anything without the god's consent. Do you still want to do it?" He shook his head, refusing. The parents cried and hugged Seol Gangrim to comfort him. "All right. Mom and Dad will help you feel better." But then the accident happened. The car flipped over. Clearly, they had a traffic accident on their way home from the sorcerer's house. The state of the bodies was horrific, but the child seemed uninjured. That was because the child had rejected the deity. Therefore, that deity was furious. He stood dazed before his parents' memorial tablets. In front of Seol Gangrim was the massive shadow of himself. "They were the first humans to die because of you." It spoke enticingly. "It seems you've accumulated quite a lot of karma since then." Images of his teammates appeared next. "Look at the results of your actions." Seol Gangrim held his face in agonizing despair. "Your parents died because of you. The members of the Flying Tiger Gang were all killed, and those who entered this demon realm are all dying too." The shadow seized the opportunity to criticize, trying to break his will. "This all happened because you refused the god's request." It grabbed Seol Gangrim's shoulder. "Kid," and the shadow hugged him as if being kind. "You still don't want me to enter?" It whispered in Seol Gangrim's ear. "Then there's still a way to save your comrades without accepting my soul." He flinched and glanced over. "That is..." Unexpectedly, the shadow pushed Seol Gangrim hard, knocking him down. "For you to die here." Seol Gangrim was pushed down as if to the bottom of the sea, struggling. "Kid." He looked up, dazed and helpless. "You can still make the right choice. Enter eternal sleep right now." The surface was above, but Seol Gangrim couldn't struggle. "Then you will avoid future karma." "Karma." He closed his eyes. "Dad, if I die right here, the entire Flying Tiger Gang won't be slaughtered in the future." A shadow stood at the edge of the beach, watching. "That's right. A wise choice. It'll be more comfortable here than out there." It watched gleefully. "Yes, this place is very comfortable." Seol Gangrim hugged himself and thought, "But do I have the right to be this comfortable? After everything I've done?" It continued, using words to manipulate his mind. "Forget all about the past." Images flashed again. "Forget everything? I still see it clearly. The faces of those who fell before me. I must atone for the sins I've committed." He gripped the necklace. They have all been atoned for. What about Shin Suwa? The image of Shin Suwa collapsing on the ground appeared. Seol Gangrim seemed to wake up and surged upward. I haven't had the chance to check if she is safe yet. His hand struggled to reach the surface. I need to. Seol Gangrim rose up in fury. Get Shin Suwa out of the demon realm. His shadow looked at him with disgust. Kid. It glared. You made the wrong choice again. Countless hands reached out to grab Seol Gangrim's back. That's the only thing you can do. But he wasn't afraid and shouted back, even if I have to die. Seol Gangrim still struggled to run, even though he was being pulled back. I will definitely get Shin Suwa out of there. The shadow used its power to obstruct him. You're going to save Shin Suwa? That's just an excuse. Seol Gangrim froze when he heard. Shin Suwa doesn't even want you to live. His hand gripped the sword. She probably even regrets bringing you here. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth in anger. She definitely wishes she never knew you. The shadow stepped closer to him. She definitely wishes you would die. But Seol Gangrim replied calmly now. Even so, I still have to get out of here. He stabbed the sword into the ground. Out there is nothing but suffering. Then Seol Gangrim swung his sword at the shadow. I don't care. You'll regret it. He glared and retorted. Never. Why are you so stubborn? Seol Gangrim struck him powerfully. Because I promised. He raised his sword high. To Shin Suwa. Seol Gangrim shutet loudly. That we would leave this place together. Outside, Shin Suwa was frantically stabbing her sword and calling out. Rim. Seol Gangrim. Wake up. She hurriedly grabbed his hand and pulled him up. Seol Gangrim realized with shock. You're here. Shin Suwa. Cheered joyfully. I'm so glad. Groaning voices still rang out. We thought you were going to die. You should thank Shin Suwa. She did her best to save you from the darkness. Seol Gangrim smiled with relief. See? You were wrong. She's still waiting for me. She worriedly pulled his hand. Can you move? I'm fine, thanks. But then Seol Gangrim went still, while Shin Suwa was rejoicing. Goodness, you gave me a heart attack. The drums sounded, and darkness appeared at the door. He raised his hand toward her. You were swallowed by the illusions, and Dr. Gojun went in to save you. He gripped her arm and questioned. Why didn't you run? Shin Suwa winced in pain, holding her injured arm. Seol Gangrim glared in a panic. That hurts. He lowered his head and asked. Why are you still here? And she recounted. I told you. You were swallowed by the darkness, and Dr. June tried to stop it. Seol Gangrim held his face, frowning. Then where is he now? Shin Suwa avoided the question and stammered. He left before time was up. He said he needed healthy hands to continue writing novels. The two immediately began to clash and reproach each other. You should have left with him. You were being swallowed by darkness. How could I just indifferently leave? Shin Suwa's face was flushed with anger. Of course, that was the most logical thing you should have done. She shouted back at him. What are you saying? Why are you talking to me like that? Now it's too late to leave. As she spoke, Shin Suwa didn't realize her nose was suddenly bleeding. Just like that, she collapsed to the ground. Now Seol Gangrim was struck with horror. Shin Suwa. The voice rang out again. You piece of trash, Seol Gangrim. How dare you yell at the person who just saved your life? She was still struggling to hold the sword despite losing her other arm. Gasp, she's not one to be trifled with either. She kept stabbing at the darkness until she fainted. Then she'd wake up and keep stabbing accurately, over and over again. He held Shin Suwa with a bit of regret. What? Seol Gangrim lightly touched her wounded hand and blamed himself. Seol Gangrim, you idiot. Why did you take your anger out on Shin Suwa? Then he suddenly realized there was no more time to think. Seol Gangrim held Shin Suwa. He breathed a sigh of relief. At least everything is over now. Then Seol Gangrim picked her up. Let's get out of here together. Come back here. But he glared coldly. I don't want to hurt you. Seol Gangrim suddenly turned his head. The shadow was behind them, acting crazed. But if you don't come back, it ordered a pack of wolves to attack them. Activating skill, beast summoning. He stood stunned, looking at him. Then die. He gritted his teeth and looked forward, his heart full of determination. I must ensure I finish him this time. Gongrim whispered, Luni, Yun. He placed Shin Suwa on the ground and instructed the two spirit beasts, protect Shin Suwa. After speaking, he swung his sword forward. 1. While the wild beasts bared their fangs and lunged at Gangrim, the system notifications rang out. Activating skill, beast summoning. Activating skill, beast summoning. They lunged to surround Gangrim. Activating skill, beast summoning. He held the iron bar, facing his clone. If you attack me, Gangrim's eyes widened as he continued, that you will also be hurt. Suddenly, green plus signs appeared on the clone's body. The system sound rang out. Activating skill, recovery. He looked at this scene, unable to hide his shock. Looking at the clone, arrogantly spreading its arms in front of him, Gangrim thought, he even stole my recovery skill. The clone swung its arms, creating a vortex of dark air. It questioned Gangrim, "Kid, why must you be so ascetic? Why do you keep making your own karma worse?" The original gritted his teeth and demanded, "Why do you have to try so hard?" At the same time, he commanded the beasts to lunge. "Attack, Gangrim. No one is ever going to pray for you. You know it." Hearing him provoke him like that, Gangrim frowned. The dark hurricane he created roared toward Gangrim, leaving him with no choice but to struggle against the powerful wind. Shin Suwa suddenly woke up and cried out, "Gangrim, don't die." Gangrim gripped the iron bar in his hand. He let out a shout as he swung his arm. As soon as Gangrim split the dark smoke created by the clone, the system continuously announced, "Strength has been raised to level 30. All stats have reached level 30. You have met the requirements for." Hearing this notification, Gangrim looked up in shock. The second trait? While he was staring blankly at the flow of light in front of him, the clone raised its arm high. Too blurry. Zodiac. As the notification appeared, a series of golden scrolls unfurled. Gangrim thought joyfully, "Zodiac skill. I'll be able to defeat the shadow with this." But suddenly, a gloomy voice rang in Gangrim's head, cutting off his hope. "Kid, are you still clinging to hope?" Gangrim thought to himself, "This voice won't fade, even though time has been stopped." He mocked, "Poor kid, look at how pathetic your Zodiac is." Looking at the notification appearing, "Your Zodiac is the rat." The system rang. "You can acquire a new skill related to your Zodiac." The other man looked at the painting of the rat and continued to ridicule. "The weakest Zodiac is the rat. Getting a skill related to it." He continued, "That won't help you get any stronger." Gangrim didn't give up. He spoke up, "My Zodiac was destined from the very beginning." Gangrim touched the painting and said, "Try to escape from my own misfortune is." The system displayed a notification. "You have acquired the skill. Cry of the Cornered Rat." At that moment, a golden silhouette of a rat appeared behind Gangrim. He smiled brightly and spoke with confidence, "This is what I'm best at." The Gangrim clone appeared before him. He raised both hands arrogantly and spoke, "You can't escape. Especially with such a pitifully weak skill." With those words, the vicious wolves lunged at Gangrim. One immediately bit into Gangrim's shoulder. Seeing this, the others also lunged, but he suddenly broke into a smile. Looking at Gangrim's expression, that the clone froze. "Why are you laughing?" The system announced, "Your health is below 10. Activating skill, Cry of the Cornered Rat." Immediately, from where Gangrim stood, a wave of golden light spread out, blowing the beasts away. The information board appeared. Skill, Cry of the Cornered Rat. Rank 1 human. Becomes stronger when facing danger. Serious consequences will occur when using this skill. Gangrim spoke as he leaped forward. The rat might be the weakest animal among the Zodiac. Suddenly he shouted, "But nothing is scarier than a cornered rat." The clone, as if anticipating Gangrim's moves, lightly dodged the attack. He thought to himself, "Kid, no matter what, you won't escape your end in death." Gangrim spoke, "I told you." The system rang with a notification, activating skill, Combat Instinct. He shouted angrily, "Even if I die here, that I will definitely get Shin Suwa out of here." With those words, he swung the iron bar in his hand at the clone. He was hit and let out a painful scream. The clone was furious. Claws appeared on his hands as he flew toward Gangrim. A mere rat. No matter how hard you try, it's just a futile effort. The clone gradually transformed into a dragon, opening its mouth wide and snarling. The system reported, activating skill, Dragon Transformation. The rat feels fear in the presence of the dragon. Hearing this notification, Gangrim was stunned. The clone opened its mouth wide. "Even a human with the power of a dragon can only wait helplessly for death before me. So what makes you think a mouse can defeat me?" He constantly attacked Gangrim's psyche. He covered his eyes with his hand and spoke calmly. "Geez, I just picked the one that looked best from the armory. But since a dragon has appeared here," the item information appeared. He spoke, "It actually would have been better if you were also a rat." The system announced, "Dragon detected. The power of the Sovereign Sword has been significantly increased." Gongrim spoke confidently. "Because this is," he suddenly shouted, "that a dragon-slaying sword," and stabbed the sword hard into the dragon's neck. Immediately after, Gangrim fell. The system announced, "Skill, Cry of the Cornered Rat has been deactivated." The dragon, Gangrim, lay still on the ground. The system continued to report, "You will be given extra rewards for defeating an enemy stronger than yourself." See old Gangrim's rank. That has been promoted from rank 2 human to rank 1 human. See old Gangrim's rank has been promoted from rank 1 human to rank 3 demon. The clone suddenly spoke, "Kid, accept me. I will help you live." Gangrim thought, "I knew it was my own hallucination. But since I can still hear it, even after killing my own shadow." His vision faded. "So this is how I die? I probably would have killed myself if I knew I'd have to go through so much only for the end to still be death. Will Shin Suwa be able to get out of here?" Suwa called out, Gangrim. Then she won't need to worry about me anymore, so she'll probably be fine. Shin Suwa and the two spirit beasts crawled toward Gangrim. Suddenly, an old woman appeared and placed her hand on Gangrim's head. She whispered, it's time to go back. Suddenly, Gangrim's eyes flew open. He sat up in a panic. Gangrim saw someone with brown hair like Shin Suwa walking outside. He pulled the 4-needle from his hand and whispered. He ran out and called, Miss Shin Suwa. Suddenly, he fell face first onto the floor. Gangrim looked up and said happily, Miss Shin Suwa. Looking at Shin Suwa's bizarre face made Gangrim freeze. He couldn't hide his terror. His face darkened. Gangrim thought, why am I seeing these things again? The system suddenly announced, you are approaching the boundary again due to the karma you possess. Gangrim thought, is it because I'm getting closer to the boundary? A hand grabbed a young boy's wrist. The woman shoved the boy outside and shouted angrily, we can't take care of him anymore. Since we brought him in, we've had nothing but bad luck. Curses rang out continuously in the boy's ears. Why did you bring him back here? But those sounds still pierced the boy's mind. The reason they have to suffer is because you keep refusing me. At an ancient temple, a woman pulled the boy along as two men pushed the door open. As soon as the boy's foot stepped past the door, a flash of black and purple light appeared. The boy was amazed. He looked up even as he was dragged along by that woman. He thought to himself, it's so quiet. Suddenly a figure appeared and asked, are you Gangrim? The exorcist introduced herself, I am Wagyong. The young Gangrim looked at her in surprise. Wagyong frowned and observed Gangrim's face. She looked at the 3 adults behind him and questioned, what happened to the boy's face? Wagyong spoke. They requested that I perform a ritual to help you accept the deity. But perhaps you don't want that. Hearing her say this, Gangrim was slightly surprised. He turned his face away. Wagyong knelt on one knee in front of Gangrim. She advised him gently, if you don't want to, then let's not. One sentence from her made Gangrim's eyes widen in surprise. But the deity that wants you is too strong for me to fully protect you. Wagyong suggested, become my disciple until you learn how to protect yourself. Gangrim frantically pushed her hand away. No, then you'll be hurt too. Wagyong sighed softly and said, you underestimate me too much. She held Gangrim's 2 small hands and said, I have a guardian deity too, so don't worry. Gongrim listenet quietly. It might hurt a little right now, but everything will be okay. Wagyong smiled. Then there will be good people around you, and you will become happy. Returning to the present, Gangrim's eyes stared blankly upward. He recalled the image of Wagyong placing her hand on his head. He thought, she performed a ritual to suppress the divine energy, and while living with her. But suddenly he remembered the passing of those close to him. Gangrim was dazed. A voice rang in his head. But until you accumulate karma points and move closer to the boundary, you start to see and hear things you shouldn't. Gangrim raised his hand. And then, when you crossed that line, his hand almost touched the red-lit glass. The person placed a hand on the glass, constantly urging, come closer to me, kid. Gangrim lay on the cold ground. He suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Looking at the 2 spirit beasts sitting on him, Gangrim wondered, was it a dream? A voice rang out, it wasn't a dream, Mr. Seol Gangrim. The nurse nearby added, you finally woke up after a month. Of course, you'll die if you move around recklessly like that. Gangrim woke up instantly and asked about Shin Suwa. What about Shin Suwa? The medical assistant turned and replied, she's fine. Gangrim said, what a relief. The nurse instructed him, wait a moment, I'll call someone to assist you. She smiled and added, oh, and Doc, congratulations on your recovery. Behind her were ghosts. Gangrim thought, the test results are fine. Regardless, awakened ones recover better than normal people. My main concern now is my window of fate. The information board appeared. Seal, Gangrim. Rank 3 Ghost. Fire attribute. He was surprised and thought, I went up 2 ranks at once. Gangrim recalled lying next to Shin Suwa in the forest. Is it because I changed my fate and Shin Suwa's? He stared at the information board pensively. But how do we escape the demon realm? Suddenly, 2 men pushed the door open and entered. Mr. Seol Gangrim. Gongju questioned him. Why didn't you tell us about your ability to steal others' fate? Tell us. Gangrim sighed and thought. Here it comes. Gongju urged, give us a reason. Gangrim smiled and sighed. Gangrim replied, because I was worried you'd have exactly that expression. Gongju pushed up his glasses and spoke. Fine, I'll calm down. He inquired, have you ever intentionally killed someone to steal their fate? Gongrim replied, no. Gongju continued to press. What about unintentionally? It was for self-defense, but we signed a contract before entering. Gangrim's expression darkened as he glanced at him. He turned his face away and spoke. It was agreed that injuries or casualties resulting from conflicts between trainees and monsters could occur. I didn't kill anyone on purpose. Gangrim looked at Sungtae's grim expression and thought, but killing is still killing. That's what he's thinking. He sighed to himself. Well, that's a normal reaction. Gangrim spoke up, so what happens to me now? He looked at Gongju and questioned him. Will I be punished? Gongju didn't answer Gangrim's question. He spoke up. Congratulations, Mr. Seal Gangrim. You've received the highest rank among the trainees in this sector. Sungtae reminded him in shock. Team leader, are you really going to let a dangerous person like him? Gongju cut him off. Kiyit, yu Sungtae. He spoke. I have a proposal for you, Seal Gangrim. Gangrim was curious. What? Gongju replied. We'd like to offer you an official position in Team 2 of the Fate Protection Agency. Hearing this surprised Gangrim. He pulled his hand back. Then he spoke, refusing Gongju's offer. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Yu Sungtae shouted angrily. Do you realize what a golden opportunity this is? Gongju somberly called out, Yu Sungtae. He placed a hand on his chest and spoke with feigned sincerity. We understand we might have been a bit hasty offering this to someone who just recovered. Gongju handed a business card to Gangrim. Please rest for a few days and then contact us. You'll probably want to see your family and breathe some fresh air first. Gangrim refused. I don't want to work for her, but was cut off by Gongju. Come to the training room when you're discharged. There are a few things you need to know before leaving the training center. He winked. See you again, Mr. Seal Gangrim. As soon as they left, Gangrim fell into thought. Work for the Fate Protection Agency? But thinking about it, they only went this far. He thought, they must not know about my fate detection. Beside him was the rank board. Yu Sungtae. Rank 3 Dragon. Gangrim brushed aside the information and thought, if they did, they'd do anything to force me under their wing. He changed his clothes and opened the door. First, I have to go find Shin Suwa. Gangrim went to a hospital room and whispered, Miss Shin Suwa. In front of him was Shin Suwa lying in bed. Her eyes were tightly shut. Gangrim looked at the remains of Shin Suwa's severed arm. He froze, clutching the hospital bed frame. Gangrim couldn't bear it and turned his face away. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Murderer's aura detected. Gangrim looked at Shin Suwa on the hospital bed in horror as a warning rang in his head. Shin Suwa's fate. Gangrim was stunned. A murderer? How? In my previous life, Shin Suwa never carried this much death energy. Suddenly, the compass in his pocket flew out. The system announced, activating item, Compass of Fate. The needle spun incessantly. The system reported, Compass of Fate item has been enhanced. Images of the past talking with Shin Suwa appeared. Even as Gangrim looked up pensively, the image of Shin Suwa gradually blurred in his memory. He clutched his head in pain and thought of my head. Suddenly, Gangrim made a strange sound. Shin Suwa looked somber, her eyes soulless. Suddenly someone spoke, see old Gangrim won't come. Suwa swung her hand, tearing through the image of the strange woman in front of her. She continued, see old Gangrim doesn't even know you're here. The woman crouched in front of Shin Suwa, who was bound by one hand, and spoke with confusion. I don't understand you. See old Gangrim abandoned you right after leaving the center. Why do you want to die for him? Gangrim looked at the scene appearing in his mind with horror. He thought, is this the future? No matter what you do, see old Gangrim will die anyway. Shin Suwa glared angrily at the woman. She gritted her teeth and warned, Don't you dare lay a finger on see old Gangrim. The girl replied, what a shame. Gangrim's eyes widened. Why? Well then, goodbye. As soon as these words rang in Gangrim's head, his eyes widened in terror. Gangrim sat helplessly on the floor. He thought, in a place I don't know. The compass continuously radiated emerald light over Gangrim. His eyes lost focus and went soulless. Gangrim thought in shock, will Shin Suwa die because of me again? He gritted his teeth, eyes full of confusion. No. Gangrim reached out to take back the compass. He resolved, I can't stop it with just this. I need to find out exactly what's going on. At that moment, the needle spun around rapidly. Gangrim sat dazed on the ground, surrounded by wreckage from a car. A panicked voice shouted, Gangrim, run! A childish, determined voice replied, no, I'm not running. Hearing this sound, Gangrim turned his head in surprise. He stood up and looked at his younger self crying and calling out, I'll save you, Mom. His mother, inside the overturned car, kept advising him. Gangrim, you can't help us alone. There must be adults nearby. Go lead them here. She asked him gently, can you do that? Gangrim obeyed his mother and turned to run. He said loudly, yes. I'll bring someone. Wait for me. The small figure dashed right past the adult Gangrim, standing there. He reached out, wanting to stop his younger self. Don't go. But he missed. The young Gangrim kept running, calling out, help. Is anyone here? Someone. Please help my parents. The voice of his younger self echoed back. Gangrim looked at his hand, dazed. He suddenly gritted his teeth. His parents, trapped in the car, spoke. We let him run away. What will he do all alone? Flames engulfed the car, reflected in Gangrim's pupils. His mother spoke. Now he really is all alone. She said, I'm sure our son will be fine. With those words, the car exploded. Gangrim clutched the compass in his hand, tears rolling down his cheeks. He thought they knew. Gangrim thought heart-wrenchingly. They knew the car would explode. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise, and he looked up. A silhouette that stood amidst the fire and scrap metal of the car, pointing a sword at Gangrim. Baek and Ho said nothing, only silently raised his sword. The system announced, Compass of Fate item disconnected. Gangrim returned to reality by Shin Sua's bedside. He looked at the compass and thought. Baek and Ho, Gangrim was still reeling. What was that just now? That wasn't a normal car accident. His hands trembled as a thought raced through his mind. Did Baek and Ho himself attack the car? Negative thoughts flooded Gangrim's head. Then is Baek and Ho also the one? Recalling Baek and Ho's arrogant face, he thought, that who will kill Shin Sua in the future I just saw? Thinking of this, Gangrim's face showed extreme terror. Suddenly, Shin Sua lying on the bed made a slight sound, catching Gangrim's attention. She was still breathing steadily. Gangrim closed the door behind him. As he stepped out, a voice rang out. I knew you'd be here. Gangrim tucked a small object into his pocket. Iona smiled, holding a bouquet of flowers. Hello, Gangrim. Gangrim took the flower she offered. You're Iona, team leader of the Crescent Moon team. Iona saw Gangrim, recognized her, and laughed. Oh, hello. You remember me? I stopped by to visit, but you weren't there. She looked into Shin Sua's room and said, You really care about Ms. Sua, don't you? You came to see her as soon as you woke up. It seems Ms. Sua cares a lot about you too. Iona covered her mouth and spoke softly. I was very surprised when you two made it out of the demon realm. She lost an arm and was injured all over, but she was still carrying you on her back when she came out. It must have been quite a struggle. She continued warmly. I don't want to disturb you too, so I'll leave after I've said what I need to say. It's a job at the Fate Protection Agency, for Team 1, not Team 2. Hearing Iona say this, Gangrim tactfully declined. I have no intention of working for her. Iona's gaze dropped slightly. That will help Ms. Shin Sua's lost arm heal completely. This statement from Iona left Gangrim completely stunned. He spoke up in surprise. How? Iona quickly cut him off. I can't reveal the method to you, but I can do it the moment you join us. Gangrim didn't notice Iona holding his hand. He wondered to himself, could she really just make Sua's arm whole again like that? Gangrim thought appreciatively. In a few years, omnipotent gods who can regenerate body parts will appear, but at this point in time, those gods don't exist. I know a way to return her arm through an item, but that method takes a lot of time. However, if I work for the Fate Protection Agency, all my plans will be derailed. Breaking out his thoughts, he asked softly, So how many years would I need to sign a contract for? Iona replied, Maybe 1 year? The longer, the better. She continued excitedly. Normally, we would require you to start work immediately, but we'll give you a few months to rest and recover if that you give us an answer right now. Hearing Iona say that, Gangrim was at a loss for words. He nodded slightly. Gangrim replied, Fine. Just as he was about to agree, the door to Shin Sua's room opened. She interrupted, He's going to refuse. Sua answered for Gangrim. Mr. Seal Gangrim won't be working for the Fate Protection Agency. Gangrim gasped, Sin Sua. Shin Sua immediately questioned Iona. What are you talking about? Are you planning to use my arm to trick him into joining you? You didn't even bother to tell me first. Iona snatched the bouquet back from Gangrim and proposed. Then will you work for us instead? She winked at Shin Sua. I want to recruit you too. Shin Sua brushed it off and refused. No thanks. Our values are not the same. Iona took out 2 business cards and remarked, What a shame. Iona gave the 2 business cards to Sua and Gangrim. If you change your minds, remember to call me. Watching Iona's back as she left, the two were helpless. Shin Sua glanced at Gangrim and spoke up. If you're planning to agree just because of my arm, then drop that thought. This is my responsibility, not yours. Gangrim remained silent. Then he suddenly spoke. I was actually going to agree, even if their condition was. Sua suddenly turned him around and cut him off. Mr. Gangrim, Sua Saith, you're a bad liar, so don't even try. Gantlim Kaaptalists. Why? His face darkened as he questioned Sua. Why did you sacrifice your arm for me? We aren't even that close. At most, we've only known each other for a few months. Sua replied tensely, Well, it's because you looked like you were in danger. Gangrim interrupted her. That doesn't matter. Why? Shin Sua looked away. She replied, I don't know either. Gangrim grabbed Sua's shoulders. Don't you find this absurd? She interrupted him again. It's just. Shin Sua looked up at Gangrim and replied, I care about you. She recalled the times Gangrim protected her and continued, At first, I thought it was because you helped me, because you pretend not to care but actually look after us, and because you always overcome every hardship alone. Shin Sua placed a hand on her chest. Even when we were in the karma room, I felt terrible when you were in danger because of me. She spoke sincerely, but honestly, that's not the only reason. I know it sounds strange, but I feel like I've known you for a very long time. Hearing these words from Suwa made Gangrim freeze. He closed his eyes and thought, a long time? Shin Suwa continued, every time I see you in danger, I just move on my own. She wondered, it sounds strange, doesn't it? We've only known each other for a few months. Gangrim thought, is it possible that the regression also affected Shin Suwa? If people have memories of their past lives in their subconscious. Gangrim recalled Suwa's proposal in his past life. Mr. Seal, I'm going to start a new gang. Will you fight with us? The Shin Suwa, in reality, spoke up, I hope we can continue working together in the future. She worriedly gripped a corner of his sleeve. Can't we keep in touch and continue being friends? Seeing Shin Suwa's hand clutching his sleeve, Gangrim thought, what is the right way to save Shin Suwa? In his heart, he recalled the time Suwa protected him in his past life, and couldn't help but ponder. If she stayed by his side, everything would be like his past life, including the image of Baek In-ho standing amidst the fire. Stop pointing a sword at Gangrim. He thought worriedly, or she'll be killed by Baek In-ho like my parents. Looking at Suwa's worried face. But he asked himself, but what if I leave? The scene of Shin Suwa imprisoned appeared in Gangrim's mind. He thought, what if it turns out like the future the compass of fate showed me before? And what if it's in a place I don't know and don't notice? A negative thought ran through him. If Shin Suwa dies because of me once again, what should I do? Gangrim gritted his teeth and thought, I can't let that happen again. He spoke, all right. Hearing Gangrim say that, Shin Suwa was overjoyed. While I was being recruited here, I heard that like-minded hunters also form gangs. I heard clearly that they call Awakened Ones hunters. What if we join the same gang? Gangrim didn't look Suwa in the eye. He turned his head away and replied flatly, if I feel like it. Suwa, not noticing Gangrim's change, spoke happily, great. Even if you keep refusing, I'll keep inviting you to the gang. She suddenly realized, oh, of course, once you've joined, you can't just leave whenever you want. Okay? Hearing Suwa say that, Gangrim chuckled softly. He thought, this reminds me of old times. He recalled his past life. Hyang was always chattering beside him. Seal Gangrim asked to leave the gang due to a lack of ability, but Shin Suwa didn't approve. She moved left and right, talking nonstop. Seal Gangrim asked to leave the gang for health reasons, but Shin Suwa still didn't approve. Seal Gangrim asked to leave the gang for self-development. But Shin Suwa, hearing Hyang's constant chatter, Gangrim stopped her. Forget it, Hyang. He thought, even if I said I was leaving out a guilty conscience, she would have refused. Gangrim sighed and replied softly, I'm sure I won't be able to do that anyway. Suddenly, someone shouted, Big Brother Seal Gangrim. John ran up, crying with joy. He shouted, you're finally awake. Gangrim chatted with John. It's been a while, hasn't it? I'm so glad you're awake. He rubbed his hands together and continued excitedly. I came here alone because I didn't know if you'd be awake, but I'm sure the others want to see you too. Shin Suwa also remembered happily. Oh, right. Everyone must be waiting. Suddenly, her image shattered in front of Gangrim. His eyes widened in terror. Shin Suwa spoke, I'll go inside to change and be down in a bit. She said to John, you can take Mr. Gangrim down first. He replied, okay. Gangrim thought pensively, I need to find a solution as soon as possible. John walked ahead to lead the way. This way. He spoke, there's a training facility on the floor below where we used to stay. I'm sure everyone is waiting for you. We were very worried about you. Yeah, John sighed. It was like that time. You were hovering between life and death. And when the issue of your unique power came up, he rubbed his chin and suddenly remembered. Oh right, I'm sorry. You probably feel uncomfortable talking about this, don't you? Gangrim replied softly, not really. He recalled the discriminatory looks from those people and thought, thinking about it, the others have realized what my unique power is now, haven't they? Gangrim inquired, more importantly, are you okay with it? I mean, that I was hiding the truth that I had these powers. This question from Gangrim surprised John. He smiled and replied, of course. I know what kind of good person you are. Hearing John say that, Gangrim was stunned. Jang Taehan sat with the twins. He said, so first, we'll charge into the demon realm, and suddenly Taehan looked up and called out happily. He saw John. Leading Gongrim. Yinbom and Yunjian called out joyfully, Master. Master. Yunjian ran up and hugged Gangrim. The little girl said, we were so worried that you might have died. Taehan added happily, thank heavens you're awake. Gangrim saw them and wondered, why are you all still here? It's been a month. Yinbom and Taehan replied in unison. Of course we were waiting for you, Master. Mr. Gangrim. Gangrim thought, they're still treating me normally even though they know about my power. He said, you should have left with the others. Yunjian frowned and said loudly, no, I won't even bother looking at any of them anymore. She called them cowards, even though they saw everything with their own eyes. Gangram asked, did something happen? Taehan hesitated. The thing is, Yunbom beside him angrily cursed, those bastards. 2 weeks ago, the team 2 members were constantly gossiping. Gradually, more people left the hospital. I hope they recover and get well soon. But as for Seol Gangram, they say he hasn't woken up yet. Choi Sang-won spoke up, the better, right? It makes no sense to release a criminal like him back into society. It's better if he just dies. Yunbom shouted angrily, hey Sang-won, what did you just say? The arrogant guy replied, so what? Seol Gangram is a murderer. Sang-won, grabbed by the collar by Yunbom, still provoked the girl. I'm sure he brought you guys along, so he could have a chance to steal your powers. Yunbom angrily slammed the guy hard onto the floor. Being suddenly attacked by the girl made Sang-won cough up blood. Yunbom's face darkened. She warned him not to talk about her master like that. Just then, Taehan and Yunjayan ran over. Yunbom, what happened? Sang-won continued to argue. No matter what, I'll still call him a murderer. You must have heard about that devilish power he tried to hide, haven't you? Taehan's blood boiled, and he stepped forward. Hey you, if Mr. Gangram were a murderer, you'd have been dead long ago. Sang-won looked at Taehan in shock. What? Taehan grabbed Shovon's collar. He said, you know how strong Mr. Gangram is. For people like you, all he'd have to do is make the decision and you'd be gone instantly. Yunjayan also reminded the people around, besides if Master were really a murderer, everyone here should have died in that karma room in the demon realm already. Poisoning your food would be even faster. Hearing the little girl say that, the others were stunned. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and added, but he used his power. He spoke while putting an arm around Sang-won's shoulder. His entire body was bandaged. The person continued, I don't think he's a bad person, but the truth is he still gives me the creeps. Sang-won took the opportunity to point his finger. That's right. Use your brains for once. You don't even know what he's thinking. Nothing good comes from being near him. John ran over at that moment. What's going on? Is everyone okay? The team 2 members also left. Mr. Choi Sang-won, stop picking fights with kids. Hey, I'm the victim here. Yunbom grumbled while recounting the help they received from him all this time. Yes, Gangram thought so. Things like that happened. Yunjayan stood before him and spoke up. Don't worry about that anymore. No matter what they say, we'll still follow you. I'll still be your disciple. Gangram wondered what? Taehan suggested. It's better if you join us, right? Yunbom added. We'll train together for the Kaitian. Gangram thought, right Kaitian. The image of a giant worm appeared. He thought, since the day of awakening, humans were given the chance to awaken the 4 pillars and 8 characters of destiny. The system announced, your data is being calculated based on the 4 pillars and 8 characters. And after Kaitian, awakened ones will make even greater strides. A spatial teleportation portal suddenly appeared. Kaitian marks the appearance of dangerous demon realms. Gangram thought that are harder and more dangerous than any normal demon realm, but many awakened ones still rush in to raid them just for fame and money. Yunbom spoke energetically. We'll also raid a normal demon realm and carry out a mission to destroy magic beasts. The little girl suggested, Master, you'll train with us, right? Gangram looked at the 4 people in front of him and smiled. Suddenly he thought, my goal is to raid the greatest demon realm before anyone else does. Gangram refused, no. He affirmed it once more. I have no plans to train with you. Gangram thought, because I have to find that person before anyone else finds them. Gangram spoke, making everyone surprised. I have other things I need to do. With tears in her eyes, Yunbom asked, is this how you want to cut off contact with us? John and the girl asked simultaneously, is that so, Mr. Seol? That's not it, right, Gangram? Gangram hesitated and replied, no, I really do have things to do. Yunjayan looked at the phone in her hand and spoke calmly. Then we'll wait until you're finished. Gangram turned away, not looking at their faces, and said, I don't know. Yunjayan created a group. The little girl said, this is our group chat. Don't leave the group, Master. Gangram read the messages in the chat. Yunjayan invited you. Yunbom, I've invited Master in. Here, congratulations, MS sin sua. When I woke up, I intended to invite you, but I forgot. Sorry. Gangram sighed and smiled. All right. You went to Anavi's office. Are you sure you'll be okay? At Anavi's office. She spoke worriedly. You don't even have a God's Oracle. It might be better if you join the Fate Protection Agency. Gongrim immediately replied, he refused. His words made the clay doll startled. Gangram thought. The image of a large clay person holding a manuscript appeared. An oracle is like a mission, divine protection, even if it's in the form of borrowing a god's power. Technically, they are awakened priests who have a god inhabit their bodies, but they cannot ignore the god's oracle, which is also their command. Increase all levels to 30, complete at least 3 demon realms, increase the god's reputation above a certain level, even clean the floor. The goal of the gods is to make their names well known. The more famous the priest, the further their holy name spreads. So, The god gives missions and rewards to help the priest grow. Gangrim went outside and looked up at the building behind him. He thought, since I don't have a god's protection, I need to prepare a lot. I have to hurry. Gangrim's iron bar appeared. The info board also appeared, 7-branched lightning sword. Damaged, needs repair. Rank 3 dragon item. A sword made from holy wood struck by lightning. Gangrim resolved in his heart, first, I must get a real weapon. The sun went down, making the scene at a small house at the foot of the mountain look a bit lonely. The blacksmith quickly hammered to shape a piece of iron. Gangrim called out, "Excuse me, is anyone here?" The worker heard the call and replied, "Ah, wait a moment." The girl wiped her sweat with a towel. Seeing Gangrim standing there, she said, "It's been a long time since a guest came to this remote countryside, and a young one at that." Gangrim replied, "I'm here for Ms. Han Royal." He thought, luckily, she hasn't been pulled into the Fate Protection Agency yet. She was surprised. "What? Me? Gongrim Tot, Blacksmith Han Royal." He recalled the image of the craftsman Han Shun and thought, the granddaughter of the master craftsman who was awarded the title of intangible cultural heritage. When the late blacksmith Han Shun died, his urging words still echoed in my head. "Hurry up, you're here to open the window of fate for my granddaughter, aren't you?" Gangrim clasped his hands together and said yes. I heard that master craftsman Han Shun has a successor. The ghost of Han Shun beside him frowned and said, "The girl is in her prime talent-wise, but she barely makes any money and has to suffer in front of the furnace every day. I feel so guilty." Royal gave a forced laugh. "I'm far from reaching my grandfather's level." "His successor?" Gangrim replied, "Not at all." His eyes lit up. "I need your talent, Ms. Han Royal." Her info board appeared. Han Royal. Rank 3 demon. Fire attribute 1. Looking at the board. Fire talent. Blacksmith. Dragon rank 3. Crafting flame. Helps create items containing mana. Can adjust stats when processing metal. Can grant usage rights for items of the same rank as Han Royal's ability. Looking at the draft in her hand, she couldn't help but be surprised. Are your conditions really just this? Must work directly for Seal Gangrim later, and must not be involved with the Fate Protection Agency? She looked at the black bags on the table and hesitated. "Even though you sponsor me to help me awaken and even helped with the inheritance, I didn't expect you'd give me this much every month." Gangrim scratched his head sheepishly. "Well, I did help you awaken, but the inheritance wasn't my doing. It's all thanks to Master Craftsman Han Shun, who became a god." Gangrim took out the 7-branched lightning sword and placed it on the table. He said, "For now, please melt and repair this 7-branched sword. Then follow the gods, oracle, and develop your skills until I find you again." Royal replied, "I understand." She spoke shyly, "My family's grave is up on a mountain. Can I visit my grandfather before I start working?" Gangrim rubbed his chin and thought, visiting a cemetery at this hour? At night, ghost energy is very strong, so monsters often appear. He proposed it's nighttime, so there's a high chance monsters will appear. "Let me go with you." Hearing Gangrim say that, Han Royal was frightened. "Monsters?" Gangrim reassured her, "There probably aren't any strong ones. Besides, if they appear, I'll handle them." Royal said loudly, "Okay." It's not very far. The two of them walked to a plot of land behind Royal's house. The girl said, "It's here." Gangrim thought, it really is close. He recalled the time Han Shun questioned him. "Who are you to keep eyeing my granddaughter's shop?" "Wait, you're an awakened one." "Good. You can take my granddaughter to the Fate Protection Agency, so she can also." Gangrim thought, in this life, I can hear Han Shun's voice very clearly, so I thought it was because of my karma points. He sighed and brushed the thought away. But it's probably because we're near Han Shun's grave. Standing before the mound of the grave, looking at the weak signal on the notification board, Gangrim thought, although radio communication is very weak in this world, so I can't hear the gods' voices clearly, it's easier to communicate with the relevant god at a shrine or a grave of the deceased. Han Royal poured wine into a cup and spoke happily. "Grandpa, thank you for staying by my side." Gangrim spoke up, "But you don't have to do all this to talk to him, can't you? Because you've been inhabited by the god now." Han Royal replied, "Only when I come here do I feel like I'm talking to Grandpa." She continued, "It's very close, so I often come here to chat. Luckily, until now, I only came in the morning." Gangrim suddenly realized, all right, he passed away not long ago, didn't he? Royal confirmed, "Yes, it hasn't even been half a year." Gangrim thought, when a human dies, the soul leaves the body, but the spiritual essence remains. People steal fate by taking information from that spiritual essence. Therefore, if you want to steal fate from an incomplete corpse, it costs more mana. He rubbed his chin pensively. Has it been 4 or 5 months? Then I should be able to use mana to steal from a corpse. Gangrim recalled when he helped Han Royal. Of course, even if I could do it, I couldn't dig up an ancestral grave in front of family member. Han Royal called softly, "Shall we go back now?" Gangrim suddenly stood in front of her. He instructed, "Ms. Han Royal, please hide behind me." From the darkness, a blood-red eye opened. Following that were countless eyes looking at both of them. Han Royal was shocked. There really are monsters. Gangrim said, the cemetery is too close to your house. I should find you an item that can drive monsters away if you want to focus entirely on your smithing skills. Suddenly, those creatures lunged toward the two of them. Gangrim reacted quickly, grabbing his sword and charging. Suddenly, a hand appeared, summoning two talismans. They were stuck onto the rabbits, lunging at Gangrim. Instantly, the entire pack of rabbits fell to the ground. Gangrim recognized that talisman with surprise. The rabbits squeaked and cried out incessantly. A cluster of copper bells appeared. The person facing Gangrim rang the bells, and the rabbits immediately exploded. The person stepped closer and spoke. Weren't you taught that being near a grave like this is very dangerous? The stranger added, I didn't expect you to bring a miner here, too. Han Royal was about to protest, but was stopped by Gangrim. Ms. Han Royal, can you go back first and wait for me? Gangrim looked at the person in front of him tensely. Gangrim stepped forward and inquired, why are you here? The person removed their mask. As they took it off, they said, so, you still remember my voice? The last time we met was 5 years ago. Kindu Hyun said, long time no see old Gangrim. The past where the two met flashed by. Gangrim replied, well, it hasn't been that long. He reminded him, we met once during training. Do Hyun shook the copper bells in front of Gangrim. If you recognized me, why didn't you say anything? He replied, the situation back then wasn't right for greetings. Just like now. Gangrim inquired, are you following me on orders from the agency? Or is it of your own will? Do Hyun wondered, is that the first thing you asked? His hand trembled. I thought that you would ask about mother first. Hearing this from Do Hyun made Gangrim's eyes widen in terror. Gangrim asked, is master doing well? Do Hyun suddenly repeated mother. He frowned and reminded Gangrim. She passed away 2 years ago. He said nothing, just stood silently watching. Do Hyun seemed a bit agitated. She passed away 2 years ago. Gangrim found it hard to accept. So, master is dead? It was the same in my previous life. She died a few days before the day of awakening. He lowered his head and asked, why didn't you call me home for the funeral? He grabbed his collar. The funeral? Do Hyun scolded him. You were the one who left home on your own. But so what? Scene shifts to the past when they first met. Wagyong introduced them. This is my son, Kong Do Hyun. She placed a hand on Gangrim's shoulder. And this is Seol Gangrim. Do Hyun, you're older, so you must treat him well, okay? She announced. Because from today on, Gangrim will be my godson. He was surprised. Godson? Do Hyun didn't like Gangrim's presence. How could you do this to me, Mom? He stood up. You said you wouldn't pass down the priest status. Wagyong replied, that's right, I won't. Living according to a god's will is painful anyway. She shook her head. I don't want you to live a life like that. His face went dark. Then what the hell is he? She gently explained, another powerful god has targeted him, but he doesn't want his body taken over. So, I plan to help him. Do you hesitated? He doesn't want to be inhabited? But why? Does he look down on priests like other kids do? He affirmed, then I will accept being taken over by that god. I respect you so much, Mom. Do Hyun's eyes welled up. I want to be just like you. Gangrim sat outside with his knees hugged to his chest, looking down sadly. Inside, the two continued. That's not the point. After that, he tried to befriend Do Hyun. Brother, would you like some snacks? But he heartlessly knocked it away. No. He brought his books to Do Hyun's room. Brother, can you help me with my homework? He snapped. Can't you see I'm busy? Do it yourself. Gangrim always called his name cheerfully, Brother Do Hyun. This time he replied, Seol Gangrim. Do you coldly hikisted? If we're outside, just act like you don't know me. Hearing that made him incredibly sad. He walked down the street alone when a voice caught his attention. Hey, priest worshipper. A group of youths teased Do Hyun. I told you a ghost is haunting me, so don't come near. He calmly replied, I'm just passing through. They grew bolder. Oh, really? Then pay the passage fee. Let's see it. Do Hyun firmly asked, why should I? The guy threw a punch. Because why else? Because I said so. Gangrim suddenly appeared and blocked his hand. Though he was trembling with fear, he still managed to say, hey, don't bully my brother. The guys were amused. What's up with this kid? Do Hyun glanced at Gangrim. A look of worry appeared in his eyes. In the end, both Do Hyun and Gangrim were beaten up. Books were scattered everywhere. He sat up irritably. I told you I hated this. Why do you keep following me? He wiped his tears and said, what other choice do I have? He cried out indignantly. The only people who don't get bad luck around me are you and Mom. Do Hyun went silent for a long time. He sat up properly. He reached out to wipe the blood off Gangrim's face and helped him up. You're not allowed to call her Mom. She's my mom. He couldn't stop crying. Master, Do Hyun set a condition. If you call her Master, then I'll be your brother. He stopped crying instantly, eyes wide as he looked at him. The two brothers walked hand in hand. As Master said, my life was gradually improving. The next memory returned. several more suppression rituals had taken place. Wagon called out, "Hey kid." Gloomy voices kept ringing. "Do you think staying away from me will change your fate? Even without me, you will still bring misfortune to those around you." Gangrim's attitude had changed. He smiled slightly. "No, from now on, things will be different. From then on, I didn't hear that God's voice anymore. I live in normal life. I didn't see ghosts or have nightmares anymore." Their small family was very happy, so I fell into the thought that I too could be happy. Until one day, Gangrim was pulled aside by Lee Hyun. "Senior Wagyong, why do you still keep this boy here? You've performed the suppression ritual for him so many times already. He stabbed right at his pain, but he still brings bad luck to those around him. He threatened, if you don't make him leave immediately, even you will." Wagyong threw a fan at him. "Lee Hyun, if you keep babbling, I'll cut your tongue out." She shouted angrily, "Never speak that way to my son again." One day, when Gangrim was helping Do Hyun, he said, "Why does mom love you more than her own son? Why does a god want your body and not mine?" He could only helplessly call out, "Brother." He requested, "I think you've had too much to drink tonight. Let's go inside." He continued, "Why won't you let the god take over?" Then he cried, "Instead of targeting you, I wish that God had chosen me." Gangrim looked at Do Hyun in shock. Then he passed out completely. Not Seal Gangrim, but me. He let go, letting him fall to the ground. He felt confused. How could he wish for that, knowing what I've been through because of that god? Gangrim also cried. He didn't surprise me at all. Do Hyun was brought to his room and tucked in. If his desire for the god was the same as my desire to abandon the god, he sat quietly outside the door. But it's truly too much. He fell into deep thought. So, I was the one causing him distress. He decided to leave. The one who brings misfortune is me. Leaving then felt very simple. My brother and master wouldn't be sad anymore. Back to the present, Gangrim's face was blank. Do Hyun was still clutching his collar. "Why aren't you doing anything?" He questioned. "You could push me away easily, couldn't you? You're the top trainee, after all. Are you going easy on me?" Gangrim looked away. "I don't want to fight you." He let go of his collar. "Don't look down on me. I'm different from the past." Do Hyun turned his head, gritting his teeth in anger. "The god has also given me." Gangrim watched his back as he left. He adjusted his collar. "What? In the previous life, the only reason we could live in harmony." Past memories flooded back. Do Hyun was grabbing his collar, just like before. "It's because you were weak. I couldn't stand seeing you so pathetic. Otherwise, how would someone as jealous as me feel?" Now, Gangrim told himself, there's something I absolutely must say to him. In a quiet hallway, Kong Do Hyun knocked softly on a door. He entered as a soft voice spoke. "Did you go see Seol Gangrim?" He replied. "Did he join us?" He continued, "No. He said he has other plans, but didn't specify what they were." Iona pointed at him. "I expected a lot since you said you knew him." "Kungi Duyung Ko did it. We aren't that close." She questioned. "Not close? Yet you use expensive items like they're nothing? Do you know how much that pigment costs?" She happily continued. "Go see him again. I don't think meeting him once more will change his mind, though." Her slender fingers tapped the keys continuously. "One tree makes no hill, but 3 trees make a mountain. He'll surely let his guard down. I'm counting on you, brother. I'll boss the Kungi Duyung, because I really want Seol Gangrim." The system voice rang out. "I would like to request a demon realm subjugation." Seol Gangrim smiled with satisfaction. "I see. Our team's apostle, Kong Do Hyun, will assist you. Crescent Moon Iona. Now I have a chance to meet you." At the abandoned building, Seol Gangrim stood quietly as if waiting for someone. The ruined city. I don't know this demon realm. The system board appeared. Request for demon realm subjugation. Target is a low-level realm called Ruined City. Though the rank isn't high, no one has been able to destroy it for months, and no hunter has ever returned. Therefore, we want to help. Our team's apostle, Kong Do Hyun, will assist you. Soul Fate Protection Agency, Team 1 Leader. TSK. Even with regression, I guess I can't know everything. I only remember the major or special demon realms that made the news. This isn't even a high-level demon realm. I don't know it, so it must have been resolved in the past life. Besides the demon realm, I need to talk to him. An excited voice rang from the car. "Mr. Seol Gangrim, you're early." Anavi Chasia stepped out happily. "I'm also participating in this subjugation." Seol Gangrim was quite surprised to see her. "Apostle, Anavi?" She shook his hand. "Long time no see." Seol Gangrim replied. "I didn't expect to see you here." She gave a light smile. "In the past, what? Do Seol Gangrim and Kong Do Hyun know each other? Come to think of it, his mother was also a shaman. We can't let Team 1 take Seol Gangrim. I thought this would be difficult for you too. Kungi Duyung Sigit. So you're here to investigate him, right?" Anavi Chasia quickly waved her hands. "Well, that's true, but..." Gangrim interrupted. "We can talk about that later." He didn't mind having someone along. The 3 entered the building together. Seol Gangrim asked, "By the way, is it okay if you don't wear a mask?" She replied, "This is a private request, so we're off duty today." Yes. Kong Du-hyun saw someone and was curious. There's someone here already. They were shocked. What? Are you hunters too? Anavi Chasia was happy. Yes. Do you all want to work? A man cut her off. You know the unwritten rule, right? Since we were here first, you guys have to wait a few hours. We don't want our rewards being snatched away. Kong Du-hyun crossed his arms and questioned, what are you talking about? Aren't you guys just trainees? Why aren't you at some rank 3 insect realm instead of being here? They shouted back angrily, what? Our team captain is a rank 1 specter. This kind of realm is too easy for us. What's your rank anyway? She hurried to intervene. When it comes to conquering demon realms, experience is more important than... The guy aggressively interrupted. Just answer my question. Rank 2 dragon, rank 1 specter, rank 1 human, rank 3 insect. All ranks lower than their team leader. It's obvious then. Let's go in. She turned and asked worriedly, I don't know why they made a rule like that. Should we wait? Are you kidding? Just ignore them. Seal Gangrim fell helpless. If things don't go as planned, I'll just reveal my identity. Let's go. A mechanical voice rang out. You have entered the demon realm, Ruined City. Kong Du-hyun looked around curiously. A city? This place is completely destroyed. Objective, destroy the pillars of the protective barrier / a statue. Seal Gangrim observed, the entrance. We probably have to conquer it to get out. There's no time limit. We likely have to find this statue. But since no one has been able to walk out yet, Anavi Chasia added, this realm is quite large. We don't even know what the statue looks like. Kong Du-hyun felt helpless. It's related to the barrier. We'll surely be able to sense that energy. We can find it sooner. Suddenly, all 3 looked in the same direction. One man lay sprawled on the ground, but the other 2 kept urging. Hurry up. This way. The man screamed in pain, help me. A blood-curdling scream echoed. Captain, what are you doing? Help me. Damn it, we're dead. It's a dead end. A slimy body lunged forward. A scream that seemed to tear through space rang out. No. Anavi Chasia ran over worriedly. Are you okay? She sobbed, thank you. Seal Gangrim rushed up to handle the monsters. Kong Du-hyun used talismans to destroy the monsters. She wondered, how are they handling them so easily? Just go ahead. Are all trainees like this? She wiped her sweat. Whoosh. I think that's all of them. What's the matter? It's only been a few minutes. A few minutes? What do you mean? She asked. Didn't you guys enter a few hours after us? The girl and Seal Gangrim looked at each other in disbelief. We entered right after you. What? Impossible. It seems time flows differently here compared to the outside world. I'm worried about the other hunters. The first team entered months ago. Several other teams followed weeks later. Gongrim pondered. If they're still alive, they must be living off food supplies. I don't think the monsters here are edible. Anavi Chasia asked. How long has it been? Hunter Kong Du-hyun? What if you find them? Kong Du-hyun explained. I only look at the monsters. I kill more monsters. This Seal Gangrim. He's probably a top trainee, but he's not as good as me. She felt helpless. Let's continue the investigation. Using Demon Realm map. Current search progress. 0.03. Kong Du-hyun spoke up. It must be huge. Do we have to search every nook and cranny? Seal Gangrim replied. I'll send Linny out to observe. Linny stepped out with a very cute appearance. Anavi Chasia added. Then I'll check inside the buildings. Skill activation. Clay doll controller. Scouting inside buildings. Report back if you find any survivors, statues, or anything suspicious. The clay dolls marched inside like a brave army. The others exclaimed, that's so cool. Trainees really are on another level, aren't they? Gangrim suggested, having this many clay dolls is quite good. I'll tell them to be quiet. All right. The demon realm is noisy anyway. He thought to himself, but actually, they're all very quiet. Communication. Mr. Seal Gangrim, there's no signal or item shop. Her face fell. Currently unable to connect to the communication system. Currently unable to connect to the shop system. Why is Seal Gangrim in such a hurry? It means we can't call for help or get food. She covered her mouth in disbelief. Then the hunters who haven't returned are all. Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder. Hey, Anavi. She wondered, is there a problem? Seal Gangrim thought, wait. If the connection is cut, it means that the gods currently cannot hear us. He whipped around to look at Kong Du-hyun. I'll never get this chance again. I have to talk to him here. Many people were walking down a road together. Seal Gangrim led the way. He glanced toward one person. She was scared. Where are we going? There are even more destroyed buildings here. The mist was getting thicker. Linny suddenly approached them. Seal Gangrim looked around anxiously. They were standing in front of a gate. Fresh flower boxes were planted by the windows. He curiously touched the steel bar. What is this place? Anavi Chasia looked up with a mix of curiosity and surprise. So Gongrim Spooka. Why is this place so well managed? Kong Du-hyun added, I smell something. It's them. Food. Excitedly, Seol Gangrim felt helpless. Hey wait. Kong Do-hyun opened a door. Inside was a table of fragrant food. I knew it. Everyone was excited. Now I don't have to worry about food anymore. It's so warm. It must have just been baked. Seol Gangrim pulled someone back. Don't eat that. Who are you to tell me what to do? Are you trying to eat it all yourself? Kong Do-hyun mocked. You guys are really stupid. Daring to eat such suspicious food. And you call yourselves hunters? Do-hyun, you're being a bit harsh. Oh, really? Well, this food is a bit suspicious. Let's scout the surroundings first. Put it down. Let's split up to investigate. There are 3 doors. I'll take this one. See you at the front door later. The smell of food here will find me on its own. Then we'll go investigate the path we already took. Seol Gangrim thought, this is my chance. Wait, let me. Seol Gangrim turned curiously to Anavi Cheja. Why? Do you have something to say? She nodded. Do you still not want to work at the agency? Hunters without a god are more likely to be in danger. Of course, you could join a cult, but the agency has more info. Sorry, but I have no intention of doing that. I see. There are many hunters better than me, right? Thank you for the offer, but I think it's better if you look for other hunters. The girl waved her hand. I've never seen anyone as good as you. From what I've seen, you have the lowest rank, but you work harder than anyone. You understand others and are ready to help them when needed. You don't abandon your teammates when facing danger. That's why I want you to join my team. Seol Gangrim was incredibly surprised, blushing in embarrassment. The girl continued to persuade. So, I've already prepared a desk for you. And a welcome party. I even made a list of restaurants near the agency. But I can't force you. He gave a satisfied smile, thinking that she definitely knows about his ability. The girl turned to walk away, not forgetting to instruct. Let's scout around and come back. See you in a bit. I'm very grateful. Seol Gangrim stepped up each stair. He definitely went this way. Kong Do-hyun stood above, looking at him. His eyes looked calculating. Seol Gangrim thought, damn it, he doesn't look like he has any interest in talking to me. Why is he looking at me like that? Are you waiting to interrogate me? He replied, I saw a suture of karma in your body. Seol Gangrim's footsteps suddenly halted. He continued, his voice dropping low. You know the more karma you have, the more of those appear, right? Then he rushed forward. What the hell are you doing? He cross-examined him relentlessly. After leaving home like that, what exactly have you done to accumulate so much bad karma? Seol Gangrim brushed Kong Do-hyun's hand away. What kind of person do you take me for? Then he flipped him backward. From the darkness, an object appeared, stumbling toward the 2 of them. Gradually, its shape began to reveal itself. Seol Gangrim and Kong Do-hyun gasped in alarm. A statue. Is it the statue we need? Why did it stop? The statue slowly opened its mouth and then charged forward frantically. Kong Do-hyun shouted, We'll find out once we destroy it. With those words, he ran quickly toward the statue. Seol Gangrim froze on the spot. A battle began to break out between the statue and Kong Do-hyun. Suddenly, Do-hyun came to an unexpected halt. Seol Gangrim stepped forward to stop him. Don't destroy it. Hearing this, Do-hyun became incredibly angry. He immediately grabbed Seol Gangrim by the collar. The 2 of them lunged straight outside. He questioned him angrily. You bastard, are you still in your right mind? Kong Do-hyun shouted in a rage. Are you crazy? Why did you stop me? But Seol Gangrim just held his face, trembling, and replied that thing. His eyes looked blankly into the distance. That is a human. Kong Do-hyun repeated in confusion. What? A human? He snapped back. Have you truly lost your mind? That's a monster. Suddenly, something slammed hard against the door. Kong Do-hyun cautiously raised his weapon. Look again. A grotesque figure appeared. A human-like creature broke through the door and stood outside. Does that thing look human to you? Gangrim frowned and thought to himself. No matter how many times I look, it still looks like one to me. Hyang Suha. Spectre Class Rank 1. Earth Attribute. Status. Afflicted by Form-Shifting Curse. He was surprised that the thing remained still at the door, without moving. What? It's not attacking? Gangrim leaned over and speculated. Perhaps it's because they can't go too far from the hallway. Humans wouldn't have limitations like that. As he spoke, he summoned his divine beast. I can't tell him I'm an apostle or that I have the ability to see status windows yet. Seol Gangrim could only explain to Kong Do-hyun, you know I have a Kirin, right? I know because of it. Trust me. Following that, Kong Do-hyun signaled the divine beast to move. It immediately obeyed and jumped toward the creature. Purify that person. As the skill activated, the divine beast lightly touched the thing. This caused the creature to slowly crumble away. A light flashed from within it, and then a girl appeared, lying inside. Seol Gangrim rushed out. The curse had been lifted, while Kong Do-hyun stood stunned, unable to believe his eyes. It really was a human. He supported the girl and shook her. Hey, can you hear me? Kong Do-hyun stood there trembling with rage, Thinking, Seol Gangrim noticed it, but He looked at his hands in a panic, questioning himself. I awakened earlier than almost anyone, and even became an apostle of the agency. Kong Du-hyun covered his face, distraught. Even so, I still can't keep up with Seol Gangrim. I think we should move this person somewhere safe. Seol Gangrim looked at him in surprise, but the distraught man didn't respond. What's wrong? Are you okay? None of your business. But then Kong Du-hyun still leaned down to support the girl. Let's go back. We have to tell Anavi and the other hunters. Afterward, he simply instructed, we can't let them kill these people thinking they are monsters. Hearing this, Seol Gangrim nodded in confusion. Yeah. They quickly left. Anavi Cheja looked at the two of them, returning with joy. Did you find them? She hurried to support the girl. Unexpected survivors. There are probably many more. Anavi Cheja asked in shock. You mean there are even more? They've been cursed into monsters, so there are likely many people left. Seol Gangrim looked up and ordered the Kirin to fly ahead, leading him to a room filled with food. Once there, he quickly grabbed it and warned. You mustn't eat strange food. But Seol Gangrim was also shocked by what he saw. Half-eaten food was scattered all over the table. Following that, countless strange beings like before that rushed toward him. Seol Gangrim glanced around. He quickly held the divine beast and dodged. Seol Gangrim's eyes lit up as he observed these things. Unexpectedly, he could identify the humans trapped, not inside those bizarre forms. Then Seol Gangrim slid under the table to escape. Damn it, it's those hunters. He quickly asked the divine beast, but it only shook its head. Linny, can you purify them? Then there's no other way. With no choice left, Seol Gangrim could only confront them. I have to defeat them first. He swung his arm and raised his fist. If they can destroy the surroundings like this, one punch from Seol Gangrim could shatter. Point one of them to pieces, so that probably won't kill them. A while later, Anavi Cheja shook her head in disappointment and said, I told you not to eat those things. The rescued people could only lower their heads and sit quietly. Kong Du-hyun glanced over and complained. So if you eat the food there, you turn into a ghost? I think the smell of the food is a type of spell to attract humans. I'm not sure. She inquired further. Everyone here probably had no choice but to eat it. But the gray-haired girl clutched her head in fear, crying. Above, up above. Seol Gangrim crossed his arms and asked Anavi Cheja, were you able to gather any information from her? I asked her few questions. The girl looked up and recounted, but all she could say was that there is something on the 5th floor. Kong Du-hyun glanced at the others. You guys stay here with that woman. Then he quickly suggested, as for us, we're going to the 5th floor. Upon arriving, they couldn't help but be shocked. Before them were many people turned to stone. Floor 4. Are these all humans? Kong Du-hyun turned pale. Can we just kill them all? We've already saved many people on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Apostle Kong Du-hyun, don't joke like that. He spoke with a stern, heavy voice. I'm not joking. We have no responsibility to save them. We are here to conquer. But Seol Gangrim held Kong Du-hyun's shoulder to stop him. I don't think we need to catch them all. Some are monsters. In fact, most are monsters. Hearing this, he acted sulky and annoyed. Fine. I'm the bad guy. So who is human? Then Kong Du-hyun held a talisman in his hand and spoke. I have an idea. Just tell me their locations. So he immediately stepped forward and proposed. There are too many rank 3 insect-type monsters. I'll mark them with this. Having said that, Seol Gangrim jumped ahead, leaving the two in a panic before they could stop him. What you, Seol Gangrim? Just like that, he smashed that item into the heads of the stone people in front. Kong Du-hyun couldn't help but shout in worry. You're acting very dangerously. But he turned back and countered, is now the time to scold me? So Du-hyun could only follow with Anavi Cheja. Damn it, let's go Anavi. The two of them charged together. They threw talismans and smashed those stone people at the same time. After a while, the scene was littered with fragments. The survivors were hanging, suspended from a ceiling. Seol Gangrim spoke up. Now if we purify them, Seol Gangrim, wait. I think we should conquer the place first and then purify them. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. She turned to ask Apostle Kong. That when suddenly a current of air wafted from the side, making them uncomfortable. What a horrible smell. It smells. Anavi Cheja had to cover her nose and groan. It smells like blood. A deep, bottomless passage lay before the three of them. It smells. Not like the sin of death. He slowly walked forward. A surge of murderous intent radiated from deep within. Suddenly, Seol Gangrim noticed something to his side. To his surprise, there were countless human bones beneath his feet. Seol Gangrim created a flame in his hand to light their way inside. Anavi Cheja couldn't contain her emotions upon seeing this. These hunters. She picked up a human skull. They died while they were still human. We could have saved them if they had turned into monsters after eating that stuff downstairs. Kong Do-hyun also felt an indescribable sadness. Suddenly, a sound from ahead caught his attention. They quickly moved toward it, ready to counterattack. It turned out to be a human figure approaching them. Anavichasia watched with eyes wide in surprise. That person is getting closer and closer to the three of them. She excitedly rushed forward. Look, there's a survivor. But Seol Gangrim quickly grabbed Anavichasia's hand to stop her. Wait. He hurriedly asked, before this, when was the last time hunters came here? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Don't you know? She replied in confusion. From what I read, it was probably... Her face suddenly darkened as she stuttered. 1 week ago. Seol Gangrim then let go of Anavichasia's arm. Then it's been at least 400 days. They looked toward the figure ahead and speculated. If they arrived before that, it must have been over a year. He hesitated and said uneasily, what did that person eat? How could he survive? Or has he turned into a monster? Unexpectedly, the person ahead appeared with a grotesque appearance and glowing red eyes. He let out a horrific roar. Kong Do-hyun held a talisman in his hand and frowned. He's still a human anyway, right? With that, he threw them toward the man. Let's take him down first and figure out later. But to his surprise, the man was able to jump and dodge the talisman, and even used fire to burn them. The man rushed forward as fast as a flash. He bit hard into Kong Do-hyun's arm. Anavichasia panicked from behind and shouted, Mr. Kong, Do-hyun. She timely swung her arm, knocking him back. The man immediately used his claws to scratch the ground. Thought to steady himself, Anavichasia turned to him worriedly. Are you okay? I'm Fina. Seol Gangrim slowly checked the screen from behind. He's definitely stronger than he looks. He suddenly froze as he realized something. Meanwhile, that man still refused to give up and let out a horrific growl. He attacked once again. The two of them could only continue to block the man's strikes. Anavichasia charged, but he easily leaped onto the wall and lunged at Kong Do-hyun. How can a human possess demonic energy? This caused him to struggle as he used his hands to block him. Damn it, am I really weaker than Anavi? Luckily, she quickly turned back and assisted Kong Do-hyun, though the man still dodged the blow and escaped. Anavichasia shouted a warning to Seol Gangrim. Only then did he look up and realize the man was ferociously lunging toward him. Seol Gangrim. Li. Occupation. Class. Attribute. Divine Power. At this moment, lines of memory continuously flashed in his mind. Be the first one to conquer this demon realm. Is there any food left? I'm completely out of supplies. What should we do? Hyunsu turned into a monster. This is bad. Everyone lost their lives. The man supported a girl and tried to shake her. Wake up. Someone will definitely come to save us. But she could only reply in a faint whisper, I can't. I have no strength left. But then the shouts of the other two helped Seol Gangrim. Let's snap out of it. What are you doing, Seol Gangrim? He had lunged very close to him. Just in time, a hand pushed Seol Gangrim back. It was Kong Do-hyun who stood in front to protect him. He scolded irritably. Get the 7-branch sword out now. Kong Do-hyun shouted urgently. You already went to the forge, didn't you? Only then did Seol Gangrim realize and draw the sword. Oh right, it's already finished. 7-branched lightning sword. A dragon-rank sword forged from a holy tree struck by lightning. Without hesitation, he lunged to attack, possessing powerful positive energy to drive away evil spirits. He was immediately terrified by the light from the sword. Anavichasia stopped. Watching the man flee, she was confused. He's running away? Don't chase him. He spoke sadly. I think I need to tell everyone this. That person. Kong Do-hyun frowned and asked, has he gotten too close to the barrier? Even the girl was confused when she heard. You mean because he has too many karma points, he's in that state? Basically, yes. He explained to Anavichasia. That's why he's strong enough to react to the 7-branch sword like a monster. There's also research saying humans are in danger when near a barrier. Can he be turned back to normal? Do you want to capture him alive? What if he hinders the mission? But it was because of the accident that he got so much karma. We can't just kill him. But Seol Gangrim looked down with a gloomy mood and said nothing. But how much karma does it take to cross a barrier? Then he thought to himself, I accumulated karma due to skill penalties, but it's supposed to increase because of crimes committed. For example, theft, fighting, torture, murder, or things like that. The more serious the crime, the more karma is accumulated. Seol Gangrim kept muttering, if what I saw was that man's past, then he has lived until now after committing the most heinous crime. He covered his mouth and pondered, how much karma does he have? And what about my own karma points? Seol Gangrim broke into a sweat, stunned. Will I become like him in the future? Suddenly, he was interrupted by the words of the other two. Hey, Seol Gangrim. Seol Gangrim? Kong Do-hyun questioned angrily. Why are you just standing there like that? I'm fine now. Then he immediately urged Seol Gangrim, go and support. We have to find a way to complete the mission. What about him? He won't approach us if we have the 7-branch sword. Hearing that, he asked in panic, you want to just leave him like that? Seol Gangrim grabbed his shirt and tried hard to persuade. Maybe we can purify him like I did with Gang Cherry. Once we're done here, I'll ask the commander for help. But if we delay any longer. But Kong Doohyun replied with a scowl, he's too strong. We have no other choice. Do you want all 3 of us to sacrifice ourselves for one person? Seol Gangrim could only try to plead. How about this idea? Hearing it, the other 2 were dazed. Huh? His face showed clear, firm determination. We can do it. Kong Doohyun carefully stuck talismans on the wall. I don't like how things are going. He was also recalling previous events, both then and now. While the 3 were talking, we're just doing what Seol Gangrim wants us to do. Kong Doohyun couldn't stop thinking. Why? Why is that the best we can do? He leaned his head against the wall, looking helpless. No, it's my fault for not being as good as Seol Gangrim. Just then, Seol Gangrim came over and spoke. Apostle Anavi, everything is prepared. I'm ready too. He smiled slightly and said, all right, then I'll be the bait for them. Then Kong Doohyun unexpectedly spoke up and questioned, hey, Seol Gangrim, do you really think this is enough? He glanced towards Seol Gangrim. If my allure isn't enough to attract him, this plan will fail. Do you really trust me that much? But he just stood there silently and did not respond. Then Seol Gangrim just awkwardly left, only saying, you were the one who inscribed them. I believe in your skills. This left Kong Doohyun stunned for a moment. His hand suddenly tightened against the wall. Kong Doohyun's face darkened with a look of deep meaning. You trust my skills. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, since the last time I met you, you become much smarter. Thoughts kept occurring in Kong Doohyun's mind. Or is he pitying me? Nowadays, it's normal for humans to accept gods. So I guess it's not a bad thing if a powerful god wants him. He gave a slight smirk. I hate you. Night fell. The moon was bright tonight. Sol Gongrim walked slowly. Suddenly, someone with a strange appearance appeared in front of him. But Seol Gangrim stood there calmly and said, you don't need to be so wary. As he spoke, he held up his 2 empty hands. I'm not carrying it. The man looked up with red eyes and observed him once. Then he suddenly opened his mouth wide and lunged towards Seol Gangrim. The man swung his hand with sharp claws. But to his surprise, he suddenly disappeared, causing the man to look around in panic. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared from behind the man. It was Seol Gangrim, but holding the sword and stabbing straight down behind him. The man panicked and fled. He kept turning his head back in terror. Then he immediately slammed hard into a ceiling array in front of him. Unexpectedly, the man had been imprisoned inside a giant barrier circle. The talismans held him back. Despite that, he still struggled to charge forward. Activate! Kong Doohyun gritted his teeth, holding the talismans in his hand. He also slowly approached the man. Even so, I didn't expect it to succeed on the first try. After that, Kong Doohyun's army of tiny paper men also aggressively charged forward. The 2 sides immediately clashed head-on. The clay dolls were being reinforced by the effects of the flame. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, they transformed into giant dolls in front of him. The man gritted his teeth in anger. He struggled with all his might to break free from the chains of the seal. Kong Doohyun saw the situation was bad and shouted, it's not working. So, he had to raise the bell high and manipulate it. Target's mana sealing skill is being cancelled. Anavi Cheja stood nearby and happily gave thumbs up. We did it. Then, unexpectedly, a stone statue behind them slashed down hard toward the man's position. Everyone was stunned. Statue is being reinforced by the effects of the flame. Friendship Monument, low-level Spectre class, is a statue that protects a certain area. It destroys invaders. You cannot escape the designated area before defeating this monster. The statue stats depend on the number of invaders. The statue moved, looking around and downward. Both Seol Gangrim and Kong Doohyun were alarmed. That's the target of this attack. Destroy the vessel of the obstacle. A statue. The statue slowly raised the high sword in its hand. It swung with immense force, severing the heads of the dolls. Because of that, the man managed to escape just in time. Kong Doohyun shouted irritably, damn it. Block him. Don't let him escape. Seol Gangrim blocked his path. Meanwhile, Anavi Cheja used her power to restrain the stone statue. I'll hold back the boss. A wall blocked her from behind. But the stone statue's power was no joke, as it easily sliced through the wall. She trembled, trying to hold her ground and stop it. Behind them, the other 2 were fighting the man. Seol Gangrim frowned in worry. Not like this. With that, he walked over, touched Anavi Cheja's shoulder, and lunged forward. This isn't where I should. Apostle Anavi, I'll take care of that statue. What? But Seol Gangrim. He jumped onto the wall and confronted the stone statue. I'll lead it in a different direction. Capture the survivor alive first. She could only listen to him. All right. Skill activation. clay doll controller. Anavi quickly released other dolls to support Kong Do-hyun. Everyone catch him. Small ones on top, larger ones go. The dolls immediately jumped. They surrounded him from all sides. Not only that, they were also empowered by Kong Do-hyun's talismans stuck to their bodies. He continued to swing the bell, activating the binding skill. A seal appeared and bound the man. Fiery red chains wrapped around his body. Furthermore, a large yoke was placed around his neck. A talisman flew over and stuck directly to the man's face. Bound target is being put to sleep. After he collapsed and stopped moving, Kong Do-hyun sighed and turned around. It's all over. Now to see old Gangrim, but over there. But the wall was cracking and crumbling. All right. His face suddenly turned pale. Anavi was horrified. A large explosion rang out, followed by thick smoke and fire. The two looked up with a start. A massive explosion occurred. A terrified scream rang out. Seol Gangrim? Anavi worried. Seol Gangrim, are you okay? As she gradually regained her composure, she said, we will help. Seol Gangrim, with bloodshot eyes, was holding his weapon and slashing down frantically. A cold mechanical voice rang out. You have defeated the Friendship Monument. You will receive a bonus reward for defeating an opponent of a higher rank than yourself. Kong Do-hyun was trembling. He clenched his fists. Deactivating skill, battle, instinct. She quickly ran to him. Seol Gangrim, are you okay? Why? Gangrim wiped the blood from his forehead and asked worriedly, yeah, what about the survivors? She happily gave a thumbs up. We saved them all. The system voice announced. The defense layer surrounding the demon realm is collapsing. An exit has been created. She shouted, that must be the exit. Oh my god. We couldn't have done this without you. Seol Gangrim said helplessly, no, I just got lucky. She kept talking incessantly. It's all thanks to you that we cleared the curse and brought the survivors back. Kong Do-hyun's face darkened, thinking, if I get close to the defense layer because of karma. He thought of the scene of Seol Gangrim attacking frantically, his power increasing. Can I become as strong as him? Seol Gangrim looked at him curiously. Activating purification skill. Target has crossed the threshold. The chosen target cannot be purified. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth in anger. Anavi asked worriedly, is there a problem? He replied, that man has already crossed the threshold. A man in chains was holding his head in despair. What's left here is just a vessel without a soul. I can no longer return him to his normal state. Kong Do-hyun's eyes widened in shock. No soul? He can't come back? He couldn't believe his ears. His pupils contracted sharply. Anavi asked, is that so? He whipped his head around to look at the two of them, thinking, wait, if that's the price he paid for karma, then what about you? Seol Gangrim. He thought of the image of Seol Gangrim in a frenzy, those eerie red eyes from earlier. Seol Gangrim glanced toward him. Then he turned away and said to her, then I'll go with Lenny to the 4th floor to wait. Anavi spoke up, if you agree, I'll go. You don't look very well right now. It's fine. If you rest here for a bit, I'll come back with the survivors. I wanted to leave first, but I need Lenny. Please protect the two of them, Apostle Kong Do-hyun. Gangrim called back to her. Apostle Anavi. He thought to himself, damn it, I don't feel comfortable being alone with him. If I'm with him, I can't help but think about the karma I've accumulated. A ghost appeared with a bizarre face. Then it vanished into nothingness. Kid, you need to step over to this side too. Seol Gangrim. A hand was placed on Seol Gangrim's shoulder from behind. Kong Do-hyun and Seol Gangrim stood looking at each other for a long time. In Seol Gangrim's heart, I don't really want to talk to him either. He can't just. He spoke up, breaking the silence. Seol Gangrim, leave me alone. He gently brushed the hand away. What do you want? What is he going to say this time? He shouted angrily. You need to stop being a hunter immediately. Who knows how much more karma you'll accumulate if you continue this job. I'm sure you don't want to end up like him. Seol Gangrim breathed a sigh of relief. But why the sudden concern for me? You've always acted as if we were worse than strangers. And now you suddenly worried about me? Do you hate me? Kong Do-hyun angrily grabbed his collar. Yes, I hate you. How could I not? You have everything I don't. And you stole my mother from me. Even now, I still hate you. Then he slowly let go of Seol Gangrim's shirt. But that doesn't mean that I want you to become like him. He gritted his teeth helplessly as large tears fell. Seol Gangrim avoided his gaze and looked away. He continued, what kind of person do you think I am to think I'd want that? Does it mean you don't want me to die? That's right. Then listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Are you planning to? I know the future. Kong Do-hyun was stunned and stopped crying immediately. Anavi reported, yes, we saved a total of 24 people. How'd you get here? I mean, did you drive here? Then wait. Send those people to the protection agency, then we can continue talking. The two of them walked into a house together. After Seol Gangrim looked up at the sunset sky with a smile. He asked curiously, Why are you just standing there? Then he strode inside. I remembered old moments. He was so busy looking around that he didn't notice. He had already walked ahead. This way. I guess you didn't ask about Mom, because you already knew the future. Do you know how Mom passed away? Seol Gangrim replied solemnly, self-immolation. Kang Do-hyun's eyes burned with tears upon hearing that. Do you know the reason too? No. He stuck a talisman on the door. The entire house was immediately protected by a barrier. Seol Gangrim was stunned to see him do that. Kang Do-hyun spoke softly. She said she saw the future, just like you. A talented priest who can see through the past. Present and future. This is the destiny I chose as the best option for you. There is a destiny within the fates we have been granted. At that time, Kang Do-hyun held that paper, looking forward in horror. The house was burning. People stood around as if to comfort him. He collapsed to the ground. How? How could this be the best option? I couldn't accept what Mom left in her letter. But I didn't know anything, and I couldn't help my mother at all. I won't let things like that happen again. So tell me what you were going to say. What's that step? I know the future. The future? What future? 5 years from now, I will be murdered. Wait, I thought you didn't see those things anymore. Mom sealed your divine power with a ritual, didn't she? That's right, but I've approached the border and the guidance of fate. That has started showing me visions of the future and the past. Kang Do-hyun gripped his shoulders. You've gotten that close to the border? Exactly how far? I don't know for sure either. To be honest, I don't think I can change the future on my own. So please help me. He stammered. What can I even do? I know less than you about the karmic border and the future. So you'd better talk to your god. I've never accepted a god. You haven't? Why? Have you forgotten? One of them killed my parents. How different could the other gods be? I don't and will never trust them. If you do that, your god won't be able to eavesdrop on us either? He replied, that's right. This talisman can completely isolate this space. Seol Gangrim continued. Then I'll tell you everything. He summarized the events of his previous life for him, starting from his childhood to the days he worked as a disciple without rest. What? Then I'll join the Flying Tiger Gang too. That fine. To the days they were in the Flying Tiger Gang together. And ending with what happened. With Baek and Hyang in the demon realm. Seol Gangrim lowered his head slightly. That's where everyone was murdered. Kang Do-hyun's eyes widened. What? The entire allied raid team was wiped out? This isn't a normal situation. Seol Gangrim said softly. She said she'd spare everyone's lives if I died. So don't worry. Even if the worst happens, if I die, it will all end. Kang Do-hyun was furious hearing that. But you don't know why she wants to kill you? No. That's why I want to find her. How are you going to do that? You only know her face and name. She has a primordial god rank. Her destiny rank is primordial god? Isn't it strange? Her destiny rank is rare and powerful, yet she's not famous. Do you have any idea who she might be? I have a few people in mind, and one of them is the director of the Fate Protection Agency. At least, that's my guess. Kang Do-hyun thought. The director's name and face are unknown. That's true. Only team leaders can meet the director. Wait, are you asking me to investigate the director's identity? Hey, I'm not a high-ranking official in the agency. How could I have the right to investigate the director's info? Seol Gangrim sighed. Oh, I guess you can't do it then. If you can't, then I'll investigate it myself. What are you planning to do now? Or are you scared? If not, then at least remember Baek in Young's face. He had printed it earlier using a memory projector. You really are thick-skinned. Thanks for the compliment. I'm only doing this for you because I pity you. He looked at the photo. Huh? He said, I've met this woman before. Seol Gangrim asked curiously, you met her? Who is she? He explained, I don't know, but she had a strange aura. That's why I remember her passing by me once. Seol Gangrim questioned. When? Where? Was it at the Fate Protection Agency? Wait, as if remembering something. A few days before Mom passed away, I saw her near the house. What? Seol Gangrim was terrified. Wait. Actually, there are many strange things related to Mom's death, like the contents of her suicide note and her burning the house down. Seol Gangrim's body was trembling uncontrollably now. Maybe, he thought, could be Baek and Hyang who killed her. My friends, my family, my parents. The woman who came looking for me stole everything from me. Right in front of my eyes while I was unconscious. It was all because of her. His hands were covered in blood and shaking. He clenched his fists with determination. I will find you, and I will have my revenge. A voice rang out. All right, everyone go inside. Everyone exclaimed at once. Is this our sect's building? Having a real building for the sect makes me realize we really are a sect. Seol Gangrim, that side. Things are much more stable now, right? Are you going to settle down here too? Why do you keep keeping your distance from us? He scratched his neck shyly. That's because that you only bring suffering to those around you. It was like that back then, and it will be like that now. So accept me. How much longer do you plan on continuing to lead those around you to their deaths? No, it wasn't me. Do you think they'll agree? Why? Why are you doing this to me? It's all your fault. Look, they're saying it's your fault. No. They'll see that you're a very good person. No matter what happens, we'll always be by your side. Seol Gangrim felt a surge of anger. Don't you ever say things like that again. I won't be fooled by your words. Just like these illusions. Do you really think it will stay just an illusion? A provocative voice rang out. This is your destiny. Accept the divinity. Accept the divine possession, Seol Gangrim. Accept your destiny. With blood on his face, Seol Gangrim said softly, I've changed destiny before, and I'll change it again. At 44, Seol Gangrim suddenly to the wake. A vast array of delicacies was laid out. Seol Gangrim saw the table, looked ready to break. Don't you feel bad for the table? Kong Du Hyun replied, what do you mean? I didn't even make that much. Anyway, what do you plan to do with your sect? Are you going to join the Flying Tiger Gang like you saw in the future? I don't know. A hunter like you will receive many. Offers. Don't sign any contracts without showing them to me first. Don't get lured into some weird heretical sects. Seol Gangrim said helplessly, I'm not a child. He continued, yeah, but don't you think I know more about these things since I specialize in this field? I also don't think you can see the future indefinitely. For example, the future of the Azura sect. The Azura sect. That's where BOM joined in the past, Seol Gangrim thought. Is he planning to introduce that sect to me? But that sect was the enemy of the Flying Tiger Gang. It might not be a bad idea, since it wouldn't put those around me in danger. He crossed his arms sternly. That sect is very suspicious, so don't get involved with them. Are you planning to join them? Regardless, some sects sound untrustworthy, so don't rush into joining without thinking. Okay? At a high-rise building, Seol Gangrim stood in line. What was Shin Sue's apartment number again? As he scrolled through his phone, the system appeared. Seol Gangrim, you did great yesterday. Thanks to you, we saved quite a few survivors. I'm sending you a gift to show my desire to stay in touch. A gift? You remember the offer, right? I'll be waiting for a positive response from you. He wondered, what did she send me? You have received an item, mysterious fragment. He pulled a piece of paper out from inside the system. Seol Gangrim was pleased. She's really good at giving gifts. A new skill is best when one wants to grow stronger. One wouldn't join her, however. He thought, I wish Captain Gongju and the other sects would send me gifts like this too. BOM walked out happily. Master, welcome. Seol Gangrim spoke up. Sorry for leaving you behind. What have you been up to? I'm gathering files related to sections. Some have already established their positions. It's been a few months since the awakening. He asked curiously, which sect do you want to join? I'm not sure yet. If you or Sue started a sect, I'd join immediately. Wait a bit. I'm sure Shin Sue is already thinking about that. Shin Sue greeted him happily. Gongrim, the whole community is talking about you. Me? Yeah. There's a post about the Demon Realm conquest. The girl asked happily, want to see? I saved it. Current headlines. 1. Mass rescue of survivors trapped in Demon Realm conquest. 2. Due to time interference, they were trapped for years. 3. An awakener cleared the curse for survivors and disappeared. Who is Seol Gangrim? I was a bit sad you went without us, but I'll let it slide this time because you did such a good thing. People were buzzing. Seol Gangrim? Isn't that the person Dr. Go Jun was talking about? What did he say? Read this. What? What did Dr. Jun say about him? Episode 13 guest, priest. I used to be a webtoon author, making millions, and now I'm a god-tier priest after awakening. The two stared at it curiously. The priest we're meeting today is an author who became famous for regression novels. Author? That's right. Web novel author, Dr. Go Jun. He took the world by storm with his regression series, hitting millions of pages. He awakened as a high rank and founded a sect. He has an impressive profile. But today he's here as a priest, so we'll focus on that. If you don't mind, we'll give away 10 signed novels in the comments. Of course. First question. Do you need a high rank to join the Wonder Sect? Dr. Yoon Smythe. I'm looking for something beyond rank. I can say what I want is someone worthy of being the protagonist. Shin Sue was worried. He really hasn't changed. I wonder what kind of person he considers worthy of being a protagonist. Take Seol Gangrim, for example. Rank doesn't matter. This must be where he talks about me. In that screen, is that the trainee chosen as the top of the class this year? That's right. He's a protagonist, yet he's at insect rank. He's insect rank? Dr. Go Jun greeted happily. Ah, maybe he's watching. To Seol Gangrim, my dear friend. Seol Gangrim, I'll come see you soon. My dear friend Seol Gangrim? It was like a bolt from the blue for the two. They were speechless. I've heard the news. I'll see you soon. Shin Sue's face darkened as she leaned in curiously. BOM was furious. Are you really planning to join the Wonder Sect? You never mentioned that to him. Was this call from him too? No way. Then who? I don't know. It's not a number I have saved. Shin Sue's face darkened as she suddenly looked at him. She reached out to stop him. Don't answer it. Don't take that call. He asked curiously, do you know this number? Shinera must have arrived. Seen Sua. But are you okay? The death aura in Shinse's fate had grown darker. Why now? The two stared with eyes wide and pupils contracted. Who is it? A sweet voice rang out. Thank you for opening the door. I am a leader of the Azura sect, Shinera. Yun bom wandered, Azura sect. Why are you here? Sue stood in front of them and questioned. Why did you come here? How do you know my address? I never told you my address. And how did you find Seol Gangrim's number? Shin Sue seemed to lose control. Answer me, sister. Si nada slowly Sua helplessly. Sua. I'm sorry for coming unannounced, but Shin Sue said coldly. Answer my questions first. All right. After tracking Gangrim, I found your place. I got his number from the Fate Protection Agency. Batsua. I did all of this because I was worried about you. I heard news about you from the Fate Protection Agency. Why haven't you contacted us all this time? Even after she buried her face in her shoulder. Thought she sobbed, to having her hands severed like this. Come home, Sue. Everyone is so worried about you. We'll find a way to restore your hand. Okay? Shin Sue pushed her away forcefully. Don't touch me. She was pushed down onto the floor. Shinera clearly didn't understand why she was being treated this way. Bom was worried. Are you okay? The girl supported Sue. Are you hurt anywhere? She continued to plead. I know you hate me, but please, just this once listen to me. Father is also in critical condition. Bom looked at Sue worriedly. Her voice was ice cold. Is that all you wanted to say? She confessed, to be honest, that I had intended to recruit Seol Gangrim. She countered no. Gangrim has already agreed to join the same sect as me. With that, she turned to leave. Bom was worried, Sue. Shin Sue calmly said, Bom sorry. But could you show my sister to the lobby? I'm sure someone is waiting for her. Don't follow them outside the hotel. And Gangrim. Can we talk? Seol Gangrim looked helplessly at her back. The two sat down. He asked, is it about the Azura sect? Shin Sue was shy about it. Sorry for making up the story about joining the same sect. Do you want to join the Azura sect? He hesitated. The Azura sect. They do seem like a promising sect to join. I know they have the finances, and they all seem to trust each other. However, I heard when I was at the hospital, that you were forming a sect with only hunters you trust. They call them hunters out there. Why don't we join the same sect? If I feel like it. Fine. I'll keep suggesting it, even if you reject the idea. Why? Gangrim waved his hand. I don't plan on joining the Azura sect. Shin Sue was overjoyed to hear that. What a relief. Is that all? Is there anything else you wanted to say? Oh no. Actually, I have a request I'd like to ask of you. Gangrim karaoke, floor B1? Seol Gangrim asked curiously. Is this where you plan to meet your sister? The two of them enter a room. Yes, this is the place my sister sent. Inside, the music was loud and men were having a good time. Shinera held a microphone. Oh, welcome both of you. She waved her hand. The rest of you can leave now. Yes, sect leader. She held the mic towards Seol Gangrim. Seol Gangrim, would you like to sing a song? He waved his hand. I don't believe this is the best place to talk. Huh? Why not? Isn't this place perfect? It's private and no one can see. Shin Sue snapped. What are you trying to do? Just show me where father's hospital is. Oh, the hospital? That was a lie. I just thought it was the only way to get you to come. Sue, where are you going? I'm Sode. Okay. I really just want to talk to you. Let's go, he urged. Join the Azura sect, Sue. Everything you need is at the Azura sect. You mean the Azura faction? Seol Gangrim walked quickly outside. I have no intention of becoming a thug. Sin Sua. What? Azura skill has been activated. In that case, can I borrow Seol Gangrim? What? Seol Gangrim, your Sue's friend, right? So, then I guess you wouldn't dare hurt your friend's sister, would you? With that, she slammed the door shut. Can everyone help me calm my little sister down? Let go. Let me go. Shin Sue, don't worry. Since they know Sue is my sister, they won't hurt her. He shouted angrily, don't use your powers. Those people are ordinary humans. Shinera's voice was light as a breeze. What? How did you know I planned to force Sue to join our sect by blackmailing her after she attacks them with her powers? My sister will be out soon. Just wait, she said. Do you really think you can leave just like that? Seol Gangrim felt helpless. Don't tell me you're planning to force me to join the sect too. She blushed with excitement. Oh, exactly. I even brought a gift for you. With that, she pulled out a key. I guarantee you'll like it. So much that you'll want to join the Azura sect, Seol Gangrim. If I don't join, can I leave? Of course. Although that won't happen. All right, where is it? She acted cunningly. It's inside the seats you were sitting in. In Seol Gangrim's mind, I have a bad feeling about this. It's definitely because of Shinera, the owner of energy that opposes Shin Sue. I have to get out of here quickly. Suddenly, he became stunned. His hands trembled as he opened the box. He questioned, what is this? Shinera looked triumphant. I heard about your ability and brought you something good. That man. That he has a quite useful ability. She lightly placed a hand on his shoulder provocatively. So what do you think? Seal Gangrim gave a sly smile. Are you telling me to kill this person and take their ability? Shinera was excited. Exactly. That ability is part of the 4 pillars and 8 characters. Because you're just like us, aren't you? Isn't it hard to pretend to be normal? It seems Seal Gangrim killed a man and stole his abilities. Doesn't everyone fear you? But in the Azure sect, no one will point fingers at you anymore. If you become a part of us, you'll have many opportunities to use your powers. So, take my gift and join us, Gangrim. Gangrim, push your hand away. This is disgusting. Is that what you told Shin Sue? Shinera wondered, what? You don't like my gift? He snapped. I don't consider a human life to be a gift. I have nothing more to say to you. Sin Suag Wedit, Seol Gandrim. Are you okay? I'm sorry. Let's go. Shinera's voice came from inside. Oh, I worked so hard to get this gift. I guess I'll just have to get rid of it. She slammed her hand on the box. Sue is enough. She tore the talisman. A blue light flashed. Shin Sue thought. A teleportation item? Check. Sue, you can't leave. Do you guys really think I let you go? Seal Gangrim said. These people are all ordinary humans. They provoked him. That's right. So you won't be able to use your powers or any weapons. Defeat them. Don't hold back. Kill them. Shin Sue worried. Be careful, Seal Gangrim. He replied, don't worry. I'll make sure not to kill them. With that, he lunged in a fight with them. She felt helpless. Huh, that's not what I meant. Shin Sue knocked them down easily with just a few moves. One guy shouted in frustration, damn it. Focus on Shin Sue. Shin Sua screamed Inanja. To you people, I'm not just Sue. Furthermore, I'm not so weak that I'd be defeated like this. A voice from above rang out. That's not it, Sue. Shin Sue was furious. Are you still watching us? Shinera said happily. Jis, Sua, your big sister is still watching. So, show your true self. You possess the fate of a wild beast that loves to fight and kill, right? I'm sure that as you continue to fight, that your instincts will awaken. In her heart, no, I don't want this at all. I don't want to fight. Is that so? Isn't it actually a little exciting? Activating blood frenzy. Seal Gangrim stepped in and pulled her back. Sin Sua. Her eyes were bloodshot with rage. Let go of me. It's all over. Seal Gangrim's words made her snap out of it. You don't want to kill anyone, do you? What did I just do? Don't worry. No one died. Shinera's voice rang out. What the hell are you doing? Don't interrupt my sister. Her fate is, Seal Gangrim muttered, Shin Sue's fate. It makes it easy for her to harm others. She also has compatibility with metal tools. Shinera continued, that's right. You're right. Sue's destiny is to become a criminal. That's just her fate. Shin Sue felt painful resentment, tears streaming down her face. Seal Gangrim said no. Many doctors have that same fate. Every coin has 2 sides. Which path to choose is up to Shin Sue to decide. So don't try to force her onto the path you want her to take. Let's leave this place. Shinera screamed in anger, stop. Shinada. Shin Sue exclaimed, that's the first time someone has ever said that about me. Seal Gangrim replied, I only stated the obvious. But anyway, no one had ever said that. People told me that I was born a warrior, that I would inherit the Azure sect, and must accept my fate. However, I don't want to live like that. You don't want to live like that either? He continued, I don't want to live according to my destiny either. She smiled sweetly and happily. Thank you. I'm really glad you were by my side today. Soul Gongrim blushed awkwardly. It's not a big deal. The phone in Shin Sue's hand suddenly vibrated. Gongrim. Sue. The great demon realm will open in 1 week. Shinada flusha a jui full smila. The bodyguard shouted respectfully, welcome back, sect leader. Welcome back, sect leader. She walked past them enthusiastically, thanking each one. She patted one on the shoulder. You new, aren't you? I have high expectations for you. I'll do my best. You did well joining the Azure sect. Yeah, the sect leader seems like a good person too. She walked quickly in her high heels. Then suddenly, her face darkened. Managers, follow me to the room. You guys understand the meaning of me coming back alone today, right? The bodyguards were forced to the ground and tormented. Yes, ma'am. So, who was the one who suggested we surround them with civilians and then blackmail them? One man spoke up. It was me, ma'am. And who was the one who investigated Seal Gangrim's background? It was me. It was me, ma'am. She used her high heel to stomp hard on his head. Because of you, I failed. Shinera emphasized as she gradually lost control over bringing Sue back. She grabbed her hair in anger. Surely the Awakeners, that who used to be trainees, are much more talented, especially since he graduated at the top of his class. There are a total of 5 training facilities in the Fate Protection Agency, right? Yes, ma'am. There's a headquarters in Seoul and branches in Wandong, Hoseo, Honam, and Yangnam. Then surely each location has an outstanding trainee, right? All of you stand up. We need someone who can defeat Seal Gangrim. Make those top trainees join our Azure sect. Yes, ma'am. At the high-rise building. An excited voice rang out. Is that so? Gangrim happily took the initiative. If we do this, we'll be able to easily clear the demon realm. Yunbom asked curiously. How did you manage to discover all of this? He replied shyly. I happened to see the future through the guidance of fate. You're lucky. Since we know how to overcome it, we'll be the first, right? No, we must be the first. God told me that once a demon realm is cleared, that it will disappear, and after a certain amount of time, a new demon realm will appear in that exact spot. Yunbom wondered, so what if we aren't the first ones to clear it? Shin Sue replied, we won't have another chance. There will be a limit on the number of people who can enter, but there will be a better reward than ever before. At 4B6, the doors were opening. Yunbom wondered, there'll be a lot of people, right? 2 people behind them were gossiping. It's a shame Cha Johan couldn't come with us. He has other work to do. Inside, the sound of bustling conversations drifted out. Seol Gangrim walked in, to everyone's astonishment. Someone spoke up. Isn't that Seol Gangrim? He's the top trainee from Seoul, right? So is he strong? I heard he's only insect rank, but I heard he saved those trapped in the demon realm with the messengers last time. She nudged his shoulder. You really are famous. Is that so? I heard he's a murderer. The 2 were angry upon hearing that. Who just said that? Who are you calling? Seol Gangrim calmed them down. It's okay. But those people, don't waste your energy here. We just need to focus on the raid. Shin Sue spoke up. Everyone has the item I mentioned yesterday, right? Seol Gangrim thought, huh? It's Dr. June. He must be very close to Seol Gangrim. Dr. June walked up. Gongrim, long time no see. How have you been? She blocked him. He's not joining the Wonder Sect. Dr. June continued. Did you see the show I was on? Instead of rejecting me right away, why not hear about the gift I've prepared? Seol Gangrim became tense. Gift? What gift? He didn't prepare a suspicious gift like that woman did, right? Dako June said warmly. I bought a building in Gangnam for you, my protagonist. Just a 5-minute walk from the station, close to public transport. Join our sect, and I'll give it to you. Seol Gangrim blushed. Oh, a building. Seol Gangrim waved his hand. I'm not joining. I have no intention of cooperating with you in this raid either. Dr. June remained cheerful. We really think alike. I have my own plan. Plan? What plan? Don't worry. I won't interfere with the Regressor's raid. I plan to do something more useful than a raid. I believe you'll be fine with a raid on your own. In his mind, more of those Regressor accusations again. Dr. June turned to leave. I'll be watching you. I have high expectations for you, Seol Gangrim. What was he saying? Just more nonsense. Watching Dr. Go June walk away, Seol Gangrim worried. I'm a bit concerned about what he'll do next, but I don't think we'll have to worry about him during the raid. Announcement to those at the entrance of the Demon Realm. The door to the Great Demon Realm will open soon. Don't worry. We can raid any demon realm we want together. Yeah, we just need to stay together. So, please prepare. Huh, you can fly now? The door has been activated. The gate is open. A hole opened up, causing everyone to fall inside. You have entered the gate of the Great Demon Realm. Seol Gangrim landed safely. In his mind. Alright, let's find a group and get started. He looked around. A man grumbled irritably. Is this the Great Demon Realm? I can't breathe. Why are there only 2 of you? What? Where did everyone go? Seol Gangrim looked helpless. That's right. Luck has never been on my side. I've fallen in here alone. Seol Gangrim thought to himself. I've fallen in here alone? Huh. Why are there only 2 people? I'd better leave this place first to avoid others. System panel appears. Activating lone survivor. He thought to himself, I didn't expect to fall in here alone, but I know the team members were split into 3 areas. Seol Gangrim remembered the past while thinking. To clear the demon realm, we need to activate the breaking array in each area. I explained this to the team yesterday. He slowly walked past people while thinking. So instead of panicking, they must be looking for each other. Where's the captain? Why are we the only ones left? Seol Gangrim stood in a corner, observing everyone with a scrutinizing gaze. He pressed his hand to his ear to start talking to everyone. Seol Gangrim asked gently, everyone on the other side, can you hear me? He asked, everyone, tell me who you are with. Shin Sue replied in his tone, this is Shin Sue. I'm with Kong Taehan and Lenny. Yoon Gyeon also replied, I'm with BOM and John. Yoon BOM asked back, is that you? Yoon Gyeon also replied, I don't want to be with you either. Seol Gangrim said to everyone, can you keep your voices down? This item isn't high-end enough for us to adjust the volume. Card appears, private conversation earring. Low-level human class. Allows the user to talk to anyone also wearing the item within the demon realm's range. Yoon Gyeon and Yoon BOM said in unison, sorry. Saw the. Seol Gangrim sighed in relief and said, looking back, this isn't a bad combination. I'm thinking about whether to summon one of the spirit beasts here. Kong Taehan asked, wait, so that means you're alone right now? Shin Sue asked, Yeah, isn't that too dangerous? Shin Sue is currently still not used to fighting with bare hands. Yoon Gyeon said over the radio, Master, can't you summon one of the spirit beasts back to you? Yoon Byom also said in unison, yeah, you should have John. It's not safe alone, and it'll be safer for the twins to have John along since both are long-range attackers. It's okay. Shin Sue asked worriedly, are you sure you'll be okay alone? So Gongrim replied coldly, if anything goes wrong, I'll summon a spirit beast back. Everyone said together, alright, be careful. Seol Gangrim walked toward the palace alone. He slowly opened the door and said, then I'll stick to the plan. I'll contact you all later. Yeah, that's fine. Seol Gangrim gripped his sword and thought, I'm different from who I was in my past life. He slowly opened the massive doors. System panel appears. The first great demon realm is beginning. Seol Gangrim thought to himself, I already know how to clear all the demon realms. System panel appears. Defeat the great demon realm lord. No time limit. He continued thinking, and finally we'll meet, right? Gangrim smiled gently and said, even if I'm alone, it's fine. He strode inside alone with dignity under the gaze of Song Eo, Israel. He started calculating in his head. Fortunately, he's alone. Song Eo, Israel looked at him with a cunning gaze and said, I will personally hand down judgment upon you, Seol Gangrim. Seol Gangrim went inside alone and encountered the Stone Dragon Kings. Card appears, Stone Dragon King. Rank, low-level human. A giant lizard species that evolved according to its habitat. They always live in packs and are very aggressive. Several Stone Dragon Kings began to grow angry and lunged toward him. Seol Gangrim looked calmly toward them. He began to draw his sword and gripped it tightly. Seol Gangrim lunged forward and slashed at the Stone Dragon Kings, thinking, at the start, there aren't many strong monsters like this. He finished slashing through them and landed gently, thinking, I'll get through this as quickly as possible. Seol Gangrim landed safely next to a pile of Stone Dragon Kings. He gently took out an elixir and thought, this isn't right at all. Seol Gangrim remembered the key and thought, to activate the array, I need to find the key to break the seal first. He looked at the monsters he had just cut down and thought further. But with this situation, everyone will know where I went. The blood trail starts from the door. I'm also not confident about activating the array before everyone catches up since I'm alone. Seol Gangrim put his hand to his chin and began to calculate. Should I use that method? Song Eo Israel looked at Seol Gangrim and thought, what method is that? He looked at the corpses of the Stone Dragon Kings being dragged away and thought, what is he doing with the monster corpses? Song Eo Israel continued thinking. He can definitely see them. The Stone Dragon Kings continued to charge towards Seol Gangrim, and Song Eo Israel saw it, thinking, the pack of monsters is heading toward him. He suddenly realized and thought again, is he creating a trap using the monsters to kill anyone who gets close to him? Song Eo Israel recalled the past and thought further, a murderer who steals the fate of those he kills. I thought he was just hunting these monsters, but of course, it wasn't that simple. He gritted his teeth in anger and thought, Seol Gangrim. Song Eo Israel. That also picked up his sword and headed in Seol Gangrim's direction. I will put an end to your evil deeds. Seol Gangrim took a leg from the Stone Dragon Kings and thought, I need a body part from the monster. He took out his glasses to inspect it and thought, the condition isn't very good. Seol Gangrim looked ahead where many Stone Dragon Kings were charging in. He tore a piece of skin from the Stone Dragon King while thinking, but I have to hurry because the monsters are getting close. System panel appears, activating Thief Mouse. His eyes flashed. Seol Gangrim looked back at his hands as his body began to transform. He transformed into a Stone Dragon King and thought, I did it. Seol Gangrim communicated with the Stone Dragon Kings. I'm one of you. Friends. So the Stone Dragon Kings asked back, friend? He smiled and thought, all right, they aren't attacking me. Why is he walking like that? He's a bit stupid. Seol Gangrim thought. Captain Seol Moon's gift is indeed proving very useful. He thought further. It's an item that allows you to obtain the skill you desire. System panel appears. Use the secret mysterious fragment to obtain a skill. Choose your desired skill. You have obtained Thief Mouse. Skill card appears. Thief Mouse. Rank, low-level human. You can change your shape to resemble a target of which you consume a body part. Transformation duration depends on the body part consumed. Seol Gangrim continued to think, thanks to this, I've gained a pretty good transformation skill. He thought further, I must get through this before the transformation ends. Song Eo Israel stepped out from behind and asked, what the hell is that? Seol Gangrim ran off while thinking, the others arrived here faster than I thought. Damn it, where did he go? I have to hurry. He went to a very high cliff and looked down. Seol Gangrim saw the Stone Dragon King Patriarch giving orders to the pack and thought, found him. He aimed at the Patriarch and said in his head, "A monkey with the key." Card appears. Stone Dragon King Patriarch. Rank, 3rd Great Spectre. A lizard creature blessed by the gods. Leader of the tribe, who increases power through sorcery. The Stone Dragon Kings below roared loudly. Seol Gangrim stealthily blended in and also shouted out. This made the pack turn back to look. The Stone Dragon King Patriarch looked at Seol Gangrim with a scrutinizing gaze. The Patriarch's eyes suddenly flashed. The Patriarch ordered the Stone Dragon Kings below to attack him. He transformed back to human form, unsheathed his sword, and said, "Not fooled, huh? It seems it really is the leader." The Patriarch that raised his scepter high and ordered them to attack. He was surrounded and attacked by the Stone Dragon Kings. Seol Gangrim gently unsheathed his sword and said, "Skill, wide range, empowered slash." He charged toward them with his sword and said, "That's a pretty good skill." Card appears, Stone Dragon King. Rank, low-level human. Status, empowered. Poison Creation. Seol Gangrim replied with slight contempt, a poison type. He charged forward alone with his sword and thought, "Great, this is perfect for me." The monsters also lunged, raising their claws to attack him. Seol Gangrim slashed through the monsters with one stroke and thought, without poison in their hands, they aren't too hard to deal with. He was surrounded by all of them. Seol Gangrim cut down the monsters one by one with his sword. The monsters still frantically lunged toward him. Seol Gangrim parried their poison with his sword and smiled. A bit of poison flew onto his cheek. System panel appears, activating poison resistance. Seol Gangrim continued to charge and thought, their poison is nothing compared to Gang Cheol. He slashed through all the monsters alone. At this moment, the Patriarch turned around and prepared to flee. Seol Gangrim lunged with his sword and said, "What? You're gonna just run away on your own?" He smiled contemptuously and prepared for the finishing blow, not acting like a leader at all. He plunged his sword into the Stone Dragon King Patriarch. Seol Gangrim sat down, exhausted after fighting the Stone Dragon King monsters. He turned his head to look at the monsters and thought, at least the time in the training center wasn't wasted. In my past life, I almost died here. Seol Gangrim took the key from the Patriarch's neck. He took it, wore it around his neck, and said, "I shouldn't fall behind the others." Seol Gangrim looked at the key and spoke to everyone via his earpiece. "I got the key." He asked, "How is everyone's progress?" He replied, "You got it already? We found the leader, but are still chasing it." Yoon asked, "How could you get through on your own so fast?" Yoon replied, "I told you, we should leave them behind." "How can we do that?" The girl stood up, holding her gun and screaming, "We can't just let them die like that." Seol Gangrim was suddenly startled. He thought to himself, that sounds exactly like something Shin Sue would say. Seol Gangrim sat by the pile of monster corpses and said, "Damn it, why are they so weak? It's not that they're weak, it's that you guys are too strong." Yoon said, "What? I didn't hear clearly. Get away from there right now." Yoon replied, "Anyway, as soon as we get the key, we'll report, Seol Gang." That Rim began to think, it seems they'll take longer than I thought. He began to walk through the puddles of monster blood. He walked forward while thinking, in that case, I should make good use of this time. Guess I'd better get going. The boy looked toward the cave and said to the group, "I was worried because this cave is like a maze. But luckily someone from the training center is with us." He also replied, "I just happened to get a very good item." The boy also said, "Finding a useful item in that terrible shop is also a skill, you know?" The girl added, "I couldn't distinguish all those items. Actually, Seol Gangrim was the one who pointed this item out to me." He laughed and replied, "At a demon realm called the Blood Serpent Dungeon, all of us wait." Seol Gangrim, that murderer? The boy turned and asked, "You have a connection with him?" The girl also questioned, "You didn't tell us this before." He stammered in reply, "We aren't close. We just happen to be from the same training center." He continued, "Besides, I don't think those rumors are true." He pulled out a piece of paper and said, "That's right. Recently, he even saved people trapped in a demon realm, even back when we were in the training center." He turned back to look and said, "A monster." He shouted to the group, "Everyone, get in formation. Healers, fall back." Everyone looked up at the sky in amazement. A huge monster stood before them, and the boy said, "What is this? What the hell is this?" People began to scream and run together. "We're going to get crushed. Get out of the way." "What?" Gangrim gripped his sword and stood before the cliff, saying, "This must be the final turn in the path." He thought to himself, both of these paths lead to the exit, but I think one of them leads to the Clay Colossus. If I fight it, my sword will break. Which path doesn't have the Clay Colossus? System panel appears. Sense enhancement. Seol Gangrim looked ahead and was stunned. He sighed in relief and said, "This way." As he walked, he shouted out, "Where are the healers?" A voice echoed back, "The healers have been taken down." Seol Gangrim turned his head and looked around alertly. He continued walking and said, "I'll just mind my own business. Damn it. Help me. Help." Seal Gangrim thought about the past and felt a headache. He rushed inside. The boy sat in a corner and cried, "My arm. Where are the healers?" The monster lunged in front of him. The boy thought to himself, "Am I going to die?" He cried out helplessly, "Help," thinking, "I shouldn't have come here in the first place." Seal Gangrim jumped out from nowhere and slashed the monsters. The boy looked forward and exclaimed, "Seal Gangrim." Seal Gangrim turned to look at him. He lunged forward and knocked the monster down. Seal Gangrim jumped up and created a burst of energy that slammed into the monster. The monster was swiftly taken care of by Seal Gangrim. The boy asked, "Huh?" He reached his hand out towards Seal Gangrim and asked, "Did Seal Gangrim just save us?" He looked at them coldly. He walked out and said, "I told you to show me your neck." He lowered his face and said, "I don't think you're a bad person, but I had my doubts." He thought about something in his head. Suddenly, from behind Seal Gangrim, a voice called out, "Wait, Seal Gangrim." He shouted loudly, "Thank you for saving us." Seal Gangrim stopped as the voice continued from behind him. "And I'm sorry for what happened at the training center." He thought of Shin Sue, and while thinking of her, he said, "I couldn't just let you die." Seal Gangrim walked away coldly. System panel appears. The proletarian hero of life has used the item vestige of a divine title. A push message will be active for 10 minutes. System panel continues to appear. The proletarian hero of life is offering for you to accept them. Seal Gangrim waved his hand and thought, "Damn it. I already turned off these notifications before coming in here." Communication settings window. You do not have enough spiritual power to block the push message. You do not have enough spiritual power to block the push message. System panel continues. The proletarian hero of life likes your strength and teamwork. The proletarian hero of life praises you for not seeking rewards when doing good deeds. System panel continues. Do you accept this god? Seal Gangrim replied coldly. No system panel appears. The proletarian hero of life mentions that your teammates serve as older brother. The proletarian hero of life is trying his best to persuade you. He said angrily, "This damn god." System panel continues. The proletarian hero of life offers once again for you to accept him. Seal Gangrim replied irritably, "I said I don't want to." System panel continues. The proletarian hero of life is stunned by the unexpected situation. The proletarian hero of life leaves in a hurry. System panel continues. The proletarian hero of life has cut off communication. He thought to himself, "What just happened?" Seal Gangrim tapped the screen and said, "Communication settings." Do the other gods know? System panel continues. Undoing the communication mute. Seal Gangrim asked himself, "It's strange. What just happened? Maybe it was because of that god, but that god already has too many vessels. So why are they undoing the mute? Who is this god you guys are talking about?" What? Does Seal Gangrim not know which god is targeting him? Shut up, you idiot. I'm leaving. System panel continues. An anonymous god has cut off communication. He began to think, is a god targeting me? Seal Gangrim thought further. Is it the god from back then? Accept me, little one. The one who has harassed me since I was a child. That is your destiny. He clenched his fist in anger, thinking of the past, and said, "And it took away my friends and my family. Is that god still targeting me after everything that happened?" So Gongrim sight. He stood up and calmed himself down. Calm down. A god cannot directly do anything to a human. At least it wasn't a supernatural phenomenon that killed those people. Seal Gangrim walked slowly, remembering the past. That god will surely send Baek in Hyang to find me again. Seal Gangrim thought further. This time, I just need enough strength to defeat her. Then I will change destiny. He raised his hand. He shielded his face from the light from above and thought, even without becoming a vessel for a god. Seal Gangrim stepped outside and felt the sunlight. He said as he walked, "Let's focus on this raid first. Anyway, I need to earn a new skill in this great demon realm." So Gong. Rim looked up at the clear blue sky and slowly smiled. Actually, this is more important than the boss here. He opened the system panel and said, "They won't come back, will they? I'll mute it again. I never thought I'd miss the days when I felt frustrated by the noise. It's so quiet now." System panel continues. Boss area has been unlocked. Suddenly, a tower in front of him began to move. Seal Gangrim thought, yeah, it's time, since there are some pretty strong hunters in this demon realm. He spoke as he imagined. But no matter how strong they are, they won't be able to defeat the boss without dismantling the devices first. At least for now, that's for sure. Seal Gangrim looked around as he walked and said, "I'll go find those devices first." He stood before a row of trees. He drew his sword and said, "I feel it somewhere around here." The branches were sliced to pieces by his sword. When Seal Gangrim got tired and sat down to rest, he realized, cutting them all down by myself takes a long time. He started walking toward the tower and thought, This reminds me of the place where the Sword Mountain General used to stay. Suddenly, Seol Gangrim reconsidered. Come to think of it, this is my first time here. He reached out his hand, and a golden energy glowed around it. Seol Gangrim noticed and said, found it. Suddenly, a golden key fell out. The scene in front of him suddenly emitted light. Stones fell from the sky all around. Seol Gangrim stepped back and stayed alert. The things that had just fallen suddenly emitted blue energy. Suddenly, those objects merged together. System panel appears. Blue flame red demon. Primitive soul class has appeared. All the pieces merge to form guard. Card appears. Blue flame demon. Rank, primitive soul. A martial arts warrior continuing his duty even after death, having surpassed both extreme heat and cold. Seol Gangrim stared blankly at the guard in front of him. He held his sword and said, it's strange. I heard it was supposed to be a blue flame. I was excited because I knew it would be a humanoid monster. Seol Gangrim shouted, show me your skills. A mass of golden fire rose up. His sword and the guard's sword clashed. Seol Gangrim smiled gently and said, you gave me quite a scare. The two continued to trade blows. Seol Gangrim continued his assault. Do I look that weak to you? He spoke while fighting. Show me your blue fire. Seol Gangrim smirked contemptuously and said, before I accumulate any more karma, you'd better at least prove to me that you have that skill. He jumped high and struck the guard's head. Seol Gangrim stopped abruptly. Blue sparks began to appear from within the guard's body. A blue light radiated from within him. It pushed Seol Gangrim back. System panel appears, activating Ice Fire skill. He backed away and used his sword to brace against the guard's friction. The blue energy radiated out, making him sink to the ground. Seol Gangrim lowered his head and said, you're stronger than I thought. He cracked a smile and said, all right then. Seol Gangrim lunged forward again, unleashing a move and saying, this will definitely make things more interesting. The guard also unsheathed his sword and continued his assault. Seol Gangrim confidently unsheathed his own sword and lunged forward. Seol Gangrim dashed quickly toward the guard. As he lunged, he thought to himself, besides, I have much higher stats. The two collided as if in a life-or-death battle. A blue aura escaped from the guard's helmet. Seol Gangrim's golden flames clashed with the guard's blue smoke. Seol Gangrim was suddenly startled. The two continued to lunge and clash with each other. At this moment, the guard's blue smoke overwhelmed his body. While fending it off, Seol Gangrim thought, my fire still isn't strong enough. Is his skill level higher than mine? System panel appears. Use achievement points to further upgrade flame manipulation. Flame manipulation has reached intermediate human rank. Flame manipulation has reached high human rank. More. The system panel continued to appear. Flame manipulation has reached low demon rank. Seol Gangrim stared in awe at his new strength. System panel appears. You do not have enough points to upgrade flame manipulation further. Skill card appears. Ice Fire. Rank mid-level demon. The guard lunged with immense power. He slammed into Seol Gangrim. While defending, he thought, I need a different strategy. Seol Gangrim thought further. Flame manipulation is one rank lower than Ice Fire. He began to look for the guard's weaknesses and analyzed, but if I can concentrate the flames on his weak point, I'll be able to land a critical blow. Seol Gangrim used all his strength to channel his power and thought, if only I could shrink the flames and control them more precisely. But I'm not that skilled to control yet. He parried the guard's strike with one hand and prepared a finishing move with the other. So, to achieve the same result, Seol Gangrim prepared to unleash his move. He pointed his sword at the guard with a satisfied smile. He thought to himself, this is the only way. A golden flame erupted from his body. Small golden embers scattered everywhere. At this moment, both Seol Gangrim's sword and body glowed golden. He defeated the guard and sat exhaustedly on the pile of the guard's remains. The guard's armor fell to the ground, but a blue aura still lingered. System panel appears. You have defeated. But the blue flame red demon, low-level demon. Seol Gangrim lay on the ground, sighing in exhaustion, and said to himself, I thought I was going to freeze to death. System panel appears. Calculating achievement points. You have received a bonus reward for defeating an opponent stronger than yourself. Seol Gangrim held the system panel and thought, stronger than me? I'm definitely stronger, but I guess it doesn't matter since his fate rank was higher. He thought further, however, this is the real reward. System panel appears. Activating Fate Theft skill. System panel appears. Fate Theft has leveled up through proficiency. You can now steal up to 2 skills from an enemy. He sat up and thought, what? 2 skills at once? Seol Gangrim slowly smiled and thought, that means I only receive karma equivalent to 1 skill, even though I take 2. System panel appears. Stole Ice Fire skill. Accumulated karma. stole a portion of mana. He lowered his head in exhaustion and thought, maybe that's not it. Seal Gangrim sat up, conjured his golden fire, and thought, anyway, it's still an upgrade. The stronger the opponent, the more useful their skills are. System Panel, activating Flame Manipulation. System Panel, activating Icefire. Seal Gangrim thought, anyway, with this skill I now have Icefire. Skill card appears, Icefire. Level, Intermediate. Demon rank, a flame that burns at sub-zero temperatures. Those who touch it are burned and frozen simultaneously. Exhausted, he sat before the guard's corpse. He grasped the guard's power, inhaled, and said, now I have 2 attack skills with opposing elemental powers. I don't have to worry too much about being countered by elements anymore. Seal Gangrim looked at the guard and said, now what I need to do is, he said loudly, deal with the devices for the boss battle. While thinking, Seal Gangrim, said, 3 devices are hidden throughout this demon realm. He continued, they are enhancement devices. One helps him recover over time, one reduces damage, and the last one enhances his attack damage. Seal Gangrim recalled the past and thought, the boss becomes too strong with the damage enhancement. Please contact us when you find a way to deal with that boss. So in the past life, this demon realm went uncleared for months because people didn't know about those devices. While driving, he said, it's a failure this time too. Shinsue replied, I don't think this is a teamwork issue. She continued, or maybe we're just too weak. I don't understand why the messengers don't intervene in the great demon realms. While driving, Seal Gangrim asked gently, something's bothering me. Why is the great demon realm divided into 3 areas? After all, everyone eventually meets at the boss room anyway. Don't you think? Or there might be a secret behind dividing the areas? Shinsue thought for a moment and replied, within the divided areas. A few days later, Shinsue, System Panel appears. You have completed the first great demon realm. As the greatest contributor, Hunter Shinsue's reputation has increased, having gathered everyone and successfully cleared the first great demon realm. She said happily, it's all thanks to you, Seal Gangrim. People around them whispered, who is Seal Gangrim? I heard he's the one who found the way to clear the demon realm. There are a couple. People continued. That's what boosted her reputation, and she was able to found the Flying Tiger Gang with those who helped her clear the demon realm. Shinsue remembered the scene from the past. In her mind, Flying Tiger Gang. Seal Gangrim sat down and thought, the most important outcome of this great demon realm is the formation of the Flying Tiger Gang. He said to himself, now that I've gotten what I want, I must prepare the stage for Shinsue to fight the boss. In Seal Gangrim's mind, the next thought appeared. The Flying Tiger Gang must be founded even if I don't join it. Gangtan soted, itsme, Gangtan. We took down the red demon and found the device. Where's everyone? He turned back and replied with a happy face. I just finished up here. She said it's bomb here. We haven't found the cave yet. We had to lead some people to the central exit, so it took some time. She added, John is currently dealing with the thorns. Seal Gangrim ran up and said, you can take your time. He said as he walked, seeing, as we got the notification for the boss room, I think we'll also get a notification when the devices are deactivated. Seal Gangrim grabbed his jacket and continued, so, I think it's best we check if everyone is left before fighting the boss, Shinsue. She said to him, kill the red demon first, then let's meet near the boss room. We'll head out after that. Seal Gangrim replied, yeah, let's meet near the White Stone Tower. Dako Jun grabbed his earpiece and spoke slowly, all right, the White Stone Tower. Good. Anyway, it seems I wasn't detected, but did he take off his coat? Sitting on the tower, he talked to himself. Anyway, I've heard enough. Dako Jun sat calmly and tapped on his computer. While analyzing, he said, devices in 3 areas. The thorns must be the ones Seal Gangrim cut earlier. Dr. Jun looked into the distance through scope. As he looked, he said, certainly. Looking at the people walking, he said to himself, I knew it was a smart decision to secretly bug Seal Gangrim. Song Woojin's voice came from behind Dako Jun. Is this the boss? He looked in that direction, laughed, and said, oh, I recognize that person. Dr. Jun thought, he's the top trainee of the Hoseo branch. Apostle of Justice, Song Woojin. You're looking directly into thoughts. He's quite impressive. Will he join Seal Gangrim's group? Dr. Jun looked down from the building. Or will he become the new protagonist? A figure stood before a giant statue. Song Woojin gave a smug smile. I thought Seal Gangrim had already entered the boss room, but it looks like I got here first. He took out a vial of solution. All the better then. He sat and tapped on his computer, then suddenly looked up as if realizing something. The reaction is completely different from when I woke it up earlier. Song Woojin was extremely anxious. The Guardian Dragon King roared, causing rocks to fall. He rejoiced with a triumphant look. The Guardian Dragon King roared like a beast. Sol Gongrim. That walked calmly. It seems quite a few people gave up halfway. Just a few more groups, trying, and we'll win it. Massive rocks fell all at once. The sturdy wall was slowly collapsing. Seol Gangrim's face darkened. What? Why is it collapsing like this? A red alert sounded. Guardian Dragon King, level 3, has designated Seol Gangrim as the primary target. What was that sound? Why is the boss targeting you? Seol Gangrim said worriedly, I don't know either. I'll temporarily withdraw from here first and find a way to remove the hostility. We're coming. No. Can you stay by the devices in case of an emergency? Got it. We'll also try to take down this blue flame red demon as fast as possible. The Guardian Dragon King was searching for something with bloodshot eyes. Seol Gangrim panicked in his heart. Damn it. He lunged toward him in a rage, throwing a massive spear that narrowly missed him. Seol Gangrim Frönet. Shit, he thought. The entrance is blocked. The plan is ruined. Now we have to defeat the Guardian Dragon King immediately. Alright, we'll deactivate the devices and get to you right away. The Guardian Dragon King reached out his massive hand toward him. Seol Gangrim's gaze suddenly became dangerous. Fine, I'll try to hold out as long as I can. He swung his sword, landing a slash on its body. The ruler's enhancement device has been disabled. The damage reduction effect has disappeared. Gangrim, we deactivated one. Thanks. Too bad the effect removed wasn't the healing one. Gion, where are you two? Wait a bit longer. Master, we're currently dealing with the blue flame red demon. Guardian Dragon King, level 3. Dragon race. Oversees a specific area and attracts surrounding monsters. Attributes, attack enhancement, defense enhancement. Deactivated, health regeneration. In Seol Gangrim's heart. The twins' device must be the healing one. The Guardian Dragon King charged with a sharp spear. He took aim and lunged powerfully. Luckily, Seol Gangrim managed to escape. He thought it would be very bad if that had been his own device. The ruler's enhancement device has been disabled. The health regeneration effect has disappeared. Master, we did it. Great. Seol Gangrim's elemental attribute shifted to water. I currently have the elemental advantage. He unleashed a strike at its eyes, making it roar in agony. It stumbled back several steps. Seol Gangrim was startled. Mud is an earth attribute. Isn't it the metal attribute? The power of ice fire is acting strange now too. I clearly gave it my all. The Guardian Dragon King lunged at him in a rage. In Seol Gangrim's heart. But why is it weaker than when the blue flame red demon used it? Can ice fire really be this weak? Logically, I should have an added attribute advantage. Wait, isn't this skill a water attribute? But if it's neither fire nor water, then what is it? I can't see the attributes of the monster or the skill. He waited until a mechanical voice rang out, converting elemental attributes to fire and water. His eyes widened, his pupils a mix of two colors symbolizing fire and water. That's it. That skill is compatible with your attributes. He lunged forward to fight him. Ice fire skill has been enhanced. Seol Gangrim slowly descended to the ground with a satisfied smile. The Guardian Dragon King was frozen in place. His face still bore a trace of rage and resentment. Seol Gangrim said softly, "It's settled. I guess I'll have to wait for the others to get here while it thaws." A voice from behind rang out. "You are indeed more formidable than the rumors say." Song Woo-jin stepped forward, drawing his sword. "I understand now why I was asked to do this. But it's time for judgment. Murder, right? Gongrim Sight. Did you cause all this? I don't know what you heard to make you act like this." He was curious. "Do you know who I am?" He replied calmly. "Yeah, I know." He said coldly. "You're the hypocrite. Slayer Hunter, Song Woo-jin." There were many rumors about him being a hypocrite in the past life. Every time they met, he caused trouble. Back then, the two argued heatedly. "What do you do with low karma? Why should I have to prove my innocence to you?" Song Woo-jin shouted angrily. "Don't play suspicious tricks. Does your conscience bother you?" Karma calculation skill activated. Seol Gangrim looked at him sternly. He said casually, "It's really light," and laughed mockingly. "You really aren't using that skill, are you? Well done. Just keep going like that." He was the owner of the ability to see through everyone's karma. He went everywhere punishing those with heavy karma. Initially, he was called a disciple of justice and praised. But even if you punish the wicked, karma still accumulates. Because his karma was even heavier than those he hunted, the world called him a hypocrite. Song Woo-jin said nonchalantly, "It's fine to get your hands dirty for justice." Of course, he didn't care about the rumors at all. Back to the present, he denied it flatly. "I don't understand what you're talking about. Seems you don't know much about me. But I know your rumors very well. Seol Gangrim, the one who was the top trainee, just like me. But you're a villain who became stronger after murdering countless people. I heard you're only insect rank, but looking at how strong you become, you must have harmed countless people. Perhaps even before awakening." Seol Gangrim remembered those unpleasant events and frowned at him. He slowly closed his eyes. In his heart, he and I had an ill-fated connection in the past life. But seeing how he mentions rumors, there's still a chance. Perhaps this guy hasn't obtained the karma calculation ability yet. Seol Gangrim sighed and spoke up. So you caused all this just because of some rumors? Song Woo-jin denied it. No, I heard the stories from the victims beforehand. He was curious. Victims? He shouted angrily. Did you forget the innocent members of the sect you attacked? Seol Gangrim couldn't help but fire back. What sect? I've never done anything like that. He pointed at him in a rage. The Azura sect. I heard it all from the Azura sect leader herself. Seol Gangrim froze. The Azura sect? Yes, the very members of the Azura sect you slaughtered after crashing their happy gathering. Back then, at a party, the sound of laughter rang out. Happy gathering. Slaughtered. The Azura sect leader. He trembled and clenched his fists. I can never forget her trembling hands and the tears streaming down her face. What exactly did Azura do wrong? They constantly defeated monsters and protected the people, and they even actively participated in charitable activities to restore devastated areas. He exploded, shouting in Seol Gangrim's face, why should a saintess like her have to endure such pain? In Seol Gangrim's heart. Saintess? She's no saintess. She's a goddamn witch. He rubbed his forehead. So all of this was fabricated by Shin Era? Do you even know what the Azura sect does? He explained, they're in league with thugs. You've been tricked by them. Song Woo-jin couldn't believe his ears. No way. How dare you slander the Azura sect leader? Seol Gangrim snapped. You're the one who's slandering. He calmed down. Fine, then I'll give you a chance. I have an ability called the Scale of Sin. I can compare our karma levels through a handshake. Seol Gangrim was flustered. He already has that too? He reached out his hand. Fate Sensing skill activated. Song Woo-jin. Rank, low-level dragon. Attribute, Frost. Scale of Sin. Rank, mid-level dragon. When activated, it compares the karma values of two people holding hands. A punishment is dealt to the one with heavier karma, the severity of which corresponds to the amount of karma. Penalty duration, 1 hour. Seol Gangrim was panicked. A punishment? It's not just a simple comparison skill. He continued, it's not that I have no karma, so if you're innocent, our karma values should be equal. He fell into a panic. I carry the karma of 421 people from my past life. In his heart, no, I can't let him use it. Seol Gangrim warily backed away. How can I trust you? You've already attacked me once. Who knows what tricks you'll play this time? Song Woo-jin said calmly, I may look like this, but I'm still called a disciple of justice. If you can't trust me, then fine, but know that only makes you look more suspicious. Seol Gangrim sneered. A guy like you is called a disciple of justice? Don't make me laugh. Suddenly, he used his strength to land a critical slash on him. Icefire skill activated. You don't even have any intention of listening to my explanation. He mocked. What are you going to say? Explain how you murdered the original owner of that power? This isn't something I obtained through killing. Due to mana depletion, the activation of the Frost skill has been cancelled. Then try to prove it. Having said that, he reached out his hand, intending to touch his hand. Scale of Sin ability activated. Comparing the karma values of Seol Gangrim and Song Woo-jin. A scale appeared. Song Woo-jin cried out, oh God. Please punish the more wicked one between me and my enemy. Target Seol Gangrim's sin is heavier. Punishment activated on Seol Gangrim. Through the effect of the Scale of Sin skill. He said nonchalantly, as expected, you truly are a wicked man. Seol Gangrim let out a sigh. He grabbed him by the collar. I was almost fooled by your acting. Just how much karma do you have? What are you mumbling? Are you repenting for your actions up until now? Huh? Gangrim pushed him away forcefully. Shut up and bring it on. He threw a punch, but he managed to dodge in time. What are you so confident about, huh? Then he threw a punch to strike back. He parried his hand away. You must be confident even without powers. It seems you're lacking mana. Why, instead of killing, don't you use those powers to help others? Answer me, Seol Gangrim. Seol Gangrim's gaze became determined. He shouted, I never did that. Are you still lying? Your crimes. That have already been proven through your karma value. In Seol Gangrim's heart. Just as I thought, facing this guy is the absolute worst. He raised his sword with a sharp gaze. It's okay. I'll listen to your excuses in hell. Is that so? Gangrim slowly sat up, his eyes flashing with a spark of hatred. The ruler's enhancement feature has been activated. Defense enhancement effect activated. Continuous recovery effect activated. The Guardian Dragon King appeared behind him. He spoke up. You can wait 100 days and see if I'll follow you there. The Guardian Dragon King's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he looked at Song Woo-jin. He brought down his massive hand. He panicked. Damn it, I thought Seol Gangrim had already dealt with it. Seol Gangrim flashed a mysterious smile. He said, just as predicted, you truly are a villain. Seol Gangrim said coldly. Sorry, but could one of you return with a spirit beast and reactivate the enhancement devices? That might be better. He thought that. There was no need for him to kill Seol Gangrim with his own hands. Threatening item is no longer in effect. A pair of golden eyes appeared. The Guardian Dragon King, ruler of the great demon realm, continued to advance toward him. He has chosen the strongest one as his target. He shouted irritably, "Me? Damn it, attack Seol Gangrim." He didn't listen. Instead, he attacked him. In his heart, this is bad. I need to close the gap between my stats and the boss. Activate Scale of Sin. Lord, please punish the more wicked one between my enemy and me. Comparing the karma stats of the Guardian Dragon King and Song Woo-jin. The Guardian Dragon King does not have any karma. Song Woo-jin shouted in disbelief, "What?" Opponent sighed. Song Woo-jin's evil deeds are heavier. No, Song Woo-jin has suffered a penalty due to the effect of the Scale of Sin skill. Additional penalty due to an innocent opponent. Seol Gangrim was startled. Could it be that he's been defeated already? This isn't what I wanted. He couldn't even hold out for a bit. The Guardian Dragon King continued to advance toward him frantically. He stared at him warily. Then he landed a critical blow on his head. The Guardian Dragon King's priority target has changed. A voice from not far away rang out. "Gangrim, are we late?" "What?" Gangrim breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone arrived just in time. "Shin Sua encouraged. Then take a rest. Octivata leaf gota," she said confidently. "We'll settle this quickly." Strings of vines repeatedly bound his body tightly. She spoke up, "It's done. Hurry and disable the devices." "All right." The ruler's enhancement feature has been disabled. Defense enhancement effect disabled. Continuous recovery effect disabled. He was continuously attacked by the two of them. Seol Gangrim shouted, "Shin Sua, don't kill it until the others arrive." "Oh, all right." She called him back. "Master, I'm sorry. I should have looked closely before shooting." "It's okay." A fierce battle ensued. The two smiled happily with satisfaction and high-fived in celebration. "It's all over," Shin Sue said. "Wait for Gun and Taehan to arrive, then we'll finish it off." Seol Gangrim spoke up, "Is everyone ready?" Then 1-2. The Guardian Dragon King, ruler of the great demon realm. That has been defeated. You have completed the raid objective. Everyone was extremely happy when they received the notification. The exit teleportation portal has opened. Everyone cheered in excitement. There it is. The portal. Luckily, everything went smoothly. Seol Gangrim suddenly became stern. "There's still one thing we need to settle." One person grabbed him by the collar. "It's all over." "Song Woo-jin? Who's this? Did you fight this person earlier?" "That symbol." "Seol Gangrim, who is this? He tried to assassinate me. But I think there's a misunderstanding. We can talk it out. Let's leave here first." She explained, "He's my sister's subordinate. He's not someone we can sit down and talk things out with. I'll kill him and follow you guys out later." Seol Gangrim was confused. "What do you mean?" Shin Sue replied, "He has the Azura Sec badge. It seems my sister hasn't come to her senses yet." She explained, "Battles between hunters are not regulated. So I need to teach her that she's the only one who will suffer from these antics." He spoke up, "I can't let you accumulate more karma for something like this. You want to change your fate, remember?" His voice grew cold. "Let me handle him." She burst into tears in anger. "Why do you always keep saying you'll do everything by yourself? Do you plan on fighting alone and getting hurt again? You also said you didn't want to live according to a predetermined fate. That's why you only use your powers on monsters with human forms." Seol Gangrim held her hands firmly. "It's most logical for me to handle this since he targeted me." Shin Sue lowered her face. "But it's because of me that this happened." He said angrily, "Why would you think that? You're the one who got caught up in my bad luck, Seol Gangrim." A voice from above rang out. "Looks like you need some help." Dr. June jumped down from a high place and spoke up. "Hey, everyone." Seol Gangrim's face darkened. "Don't try to poke your nose into my business anymore." He stepped forward. "Don't be like that, Gangrim. We're friends. Come on, smile." "Who said that?" "Good grief, all right. Let's just say I'm your fan. I really like your story. Based on what I observed today, there's a fatal flaw in that story. You're too frustrating. This mushy love stuff is enough. I hate long-winded plots like this. So I'll handle this guy and the Azure Sec problem for you." Shin Sue said irritably, "Why would you offer to do that?" He teased, "I told you I'm Seol Gangrim's fan. I can deal with the Azure sect on an equal footing. That's what I can do as a sect leader. What can an ordinary hunter like you do? With your current status, you can't help Seol Gangrim at all. So Gongrim, don't forget to repay me for this." "Hey, that's enough." Seol Gangrim interrupted him. "Stop your nonsense and focus on work. I'll act as if I didn't see that." People were whispering. "You don't need to know." "What do you mean?" He said happily, so he knows. Truly worthy of being my protagonist." At a high-rise building, everyone cheered excitedly. "We're back. Can we open the rewards now? I don't know how great they'll be. I think the coolest thing is that our reputation stats are skyrocketing. Did you see how many people were staring at us?" They're done already? I heard the party was all trainees. We really are stars now. Seal Gangrim nudged his shoulder. Don't get too conceited. It's best to hide your skills. Don't go showing them off everywhere. But everyone is so excited, it makes me feel excited too. I wish the reward wasn't a random box. Elite loot box owned by Shin Sue. Elite loot box owned by Seal Gangrim. She said happily, but we have Master. He can see the ranks and item descriptions that others can't. Seal Gangrim added, that's right. I can check the value of the items. I'll read them out loud, okay? I'll help sell or trade them if they're not very good. My BOM is so bad. What did you get? This one. Sound filter. Rank, low-level ghost. Noise cancellation within a 30 m radius of the user. He continued, I think this will be good for BOM. A noise-canceling device. Let's trade. She said happily, I think what I got would suit you better too. Tiger King's Claw. Rank, 3rd Grey Dragon. A pair of gauntlets forged from the Mountain Guardian God tribe. Claws can be retracted at will. This is perfect for me. So lucky. Wasp Shell. Rank, low-level ghost. Creates infinite wasp venom-coated arrows. Shin Sue smiled brightly and said, Gangrim, look at mine too. It's beautiful, right? A young beech sword. Rank, 3rd Grey Dragon. Exorcism, sword made from a peach tree, possessed by the head of Scylla's 4 immortals. Blessed by immortals. Seal Gangrim replied, yeah, I think it fits your skills perfectly. Perfect for Leafgate. She asked back, and what did you get? He said calmly, I got a ring that neutralizes curses and allows a designated user. But currently, there's no curse on it. Curse Tracker. Rank, 3rd Grey Dragon. Dissolves curses below 3rd Grey Dragon rank and tracks the one who activated the curse. As for the extra reward, in his heart. According to the plan, the top elite reward should have gone to Shin Sue, so I hope. But it's an item she can use and has no effect on me. Boundary of life and death. Rank, 3rd Grey God. Equipment imbued with divine power. Auto-activates when needed. 99 block rate when a user is near death. This is something she had in my past life. It looks a bit different, but I'm sure she'll like it. It's a defensive item that can block attacks when necessary. Since you're not used to fighting with only one hand, it's perfect for you. I'm stronger than you, Gangrim. She teased, who was the one most injured at the Great Demon Realm, who was the one who threw himself into danger. Everyone was helpless. That's right. Master is strong, but he always leaves the Demon Realm in terrible condition. She said excitedly, so put on. It fits perfectly. You look great. You look good in a coat like this. In Seal Gangrim's heart. This isn't what I wanted. Now that we've seen the rewards, Sue has an announcement for all of us. An announcement? Shin Sue spoke up. I'm going to found sect. Seal Gangrim was thrilled. I'm so glad. I was worried because she wasn't the MVP this time, but I guess that didn't affect her decision to found sect. Good idea, Shin Sue. So, should I call you sect leader now? Oh no. Her words made him freeze. I was planning to let you be the sect leader. Huh? In his heart. Me, the sect leader? Well, maybe that's okay. Anyway, I was planning to change fate. Perhaps if I use the knowledge from my past life to help everyone get stronger, they won't be killed by Baek and Hyang. Thinking that, he shook his head vigorously. No, I shouldn't make decisions like this when other people's lives depend on it. Thinking about becoming a sect leader when he couldn't even tell them about Baek and Hyang. Seeing him dazed, Shin Sue asked worriedly, Seal Gangrim? He said, if I become sect leader, it will be very bad for everyone. Not all. The thing with Song Woo-jin this time was also related to my karma, Gangrim. Shin sa step closer to Sogungim. In the demon realm. That was her fate, when I nearly collapsed over my family matters. I didn't want to live according to my fate. You were the one who helped me stand up. If it weren't for you, I'm sure I would still be rebelling. At the end of my road of suffering was nothing but battles. You also saved my life. You're the center of this group. Seal Gangrim was helpless, but I don't have a good image. Who cares? Yeah. Shin Sue's cheeks flushed. Yeah. We will protect you. You're our sect leader. Everyone agreed? Yeah. I'll protect you too. Just trust us. He thought about it positively. A sound rang out, catching his attention. He opened his phone. A voice spoke. Did you find it? He nodded firmly. Yeah, I found it. The person you said was even more important than Baek and Hyang. Kang Do-hyun squeezed the paper in his hand. Regarding his mother's death, there were many strange things, like the letter left behind and the person who set fire to the building. So perhaps, in his heart, you mean it's possible Baek and Hyang herself killed her? My friends, my family. My parents. That woman took everything from me. She forced me to witness it all. Seal Gangrim felt like he was collapsing because he didn't know anything. I was already so worried about Shin Sue's fate. What if Shin Sue isn't the only target of Baek and Hyang? Perhaps someone else will be attacked without me knowing. Kang Do-hyun spoke up. I need to find her. Let's take revenge together. Seal Gangrim said coldly. I need to find everyone. He asked worriedly, hey, are you okay? Seal Gangrim reached out to stop him. Hey, Yuharang. We have to find Yuharang first. A large table of food was laid out by Kong Du-hyun. He looked back happily. Seol Gangrim ran in frantically. Did you find Yuharang? He replied, yeah, though to be more precise, it's about her adoptive father, Yu Min. Sit down and eat first. Seol Gangrim, what? I didn't come here to eat. He instinctively looked at the hot food on the table. Then, as if hesitating over something. I'm sorry, but I really don't. He frowned. Oh, so you're sorry? It's not like Baek and Hyang is going to kill Yuharang immediately. Why are you in such a rush? He slammed the table and stood up. Even so, I have to find everyone as quickly as possible. It's just that I don't want the people I care about not to get hurt without me even knowing again. He sighed. All right, I'll bring the files. I couldn't find any information on Yuharang, so I looked into those around her. It seems she was homeschooled. Yu Min is her only relative. Yu Min. He adopted her 15 years ago. He is the leader of the Compassionate Saint sect. He has a good image both inside and outside the organization. The Compassionate Saint sect is a newly emerging religion. It's gaining popularity because they claim happiness is possible even with low social status if he descends into our world. The world will become a place where even low-class awakened can be happy. Yuharang is treated as a priestess there, in Seol Gangrim's heart. Come to think of it, she was training to become a vessel for a god. So that's it. But to become a god, one needs popularity. It's strange that information on her is so hard to find. Is she not in that process yet? Kong Du-hyun spoke up. You said she wouldn't become your friend for another year. So maybe it's better if she just stays put. He was helpless. I still want to meet her. To be able to meet the saintess. That you need to become an elite believer like these people. Elite believer, Kim Zeong. Seol Gangrim's eyes sparkled as he looked at the paper. Elite believer, Kim Zeong. Job, temporary position at Destiny Cafe. I met them, but not a single one would say anything about the priestess. It's fine. I know this person. Is this the Compassionate Saint sect? People greeted each other happily. Hello, Jainong. Hello. I came early, but it's already crowded. In Seol Gangrim's heart. I'll probably have to wait until the ceremony is over to find Yuharang. If I do something now, I'll draw too much attention. Skill. Stealthy stealing is active. A familiar figure appeared in the hall. The followers sat upright and listened intently. A voice rang out, good morning. Seol Gangrim, disguised as a woman, thought, that person is the leader of this religion. Yu Min gave a sincere introduction. Thank you all for coming to the Compassionate Saint sect. Yu Min, rank beginner. In Seol Gangrim's heart. Insect rank. Gold attribute. This fate is partially protected. He seemed cheerful. It makes sense since he's the leader of an organization. I hope today will be a comfortable day for everyone. The influence of everyone's fate, which has grown stronger since the day of awakening, likely puts pressure on you. Seol Gangrim felt it was bland. But we should be more passionate in seeking happiness. These words are so hollow. My misfortunes have nothing to do with the day of awakening. Of course, we were unhappy even before that day. We live in resentment and prejudice because of the misfortunes we were born to carry. He continued, we have no choice. How much longer do you plan to run? Accept me. It's all your fault. The people around us were caught up in our misfortunes and suffered because of us. Fate has strangled us, and we had no choice but to give up on many things. Seol Gangrim clenched his hands. Everything he said, how difficult it all was. It felt like he was talking about him. He said heart-wrenchingly, abandoned by everyone because of something we cannot control. Now, even the gods have abandoned us. The people below were deeply moved, but we will reclaim the opportunities that were stripped away. The God of the Compassionate Saint sect will be our ally. Even if our fate is not beautiful, we will overcome destiny and seize the life we desire. That's right, let's go find happiness. In Seol Gangrim's heart. If I hadn't met Shin Sue in my past life, I might have become a follower of this religion too. I think I understand why people believe in things like this. On the day the priestess becomes a god, we will stand on a higher platform. Those with god-rank fates. Skill activated, brainwashing voice. Everyone in the hall has been hit by a curse. Curse cancelled by Curse Tracker. Curse Tracker is tracking the one who used the curse. His face twisted terrifyingly. Believe in the Compassionate Saint sect. The people immediately cheered wildly. I believe. Hurrah for leader Yu Min. Hurrah for leader Yu Min. Seol Gangrim snapped his head around to look. Is he brainwashing the believers? This isn't a normal religion. I didn't expect this place to be this suspicious. I can't leave Yuharang in a place like this. I need to get to her right away. In the past life, Yuharang always hesitated to talk about this religion. Does she know about this? Kim Jainong confirmed. He paced back and forth anxiously. Or is she also brainwashed like? A weak voice drifted from stairs. Help! Please take me home. Seol Gangrim stiffened as he saw something. Two guards were bullying a prisoner. A voice rang out, "Stop. Start over." The other person said angrily, "Do you think you'll be okay after this?" Yu Min said coldly, "This is why I hate those with high status. Brainwashing isn't something that happens overnight. Believe in the compassionate saint sect. Our words are the truth. The lower the status, the more noble the human. We must turn priestess Yuharang into a god. Compassionate saint sect, hurrah." He sighed. "I'm no longer in my prime. It wasn't even this difficult with Yuharang." What did he just say? Hurrah for leader Yu Min. It wasn't even this difficult with Yuharang. Seol Gangrim was curious. What wasn't difficult? It's almost time for the executive meeting. Let's go. Yes, leader. He too. He was endlessly anxious. Did he brainwash Yuharang like that? Yu Min was suddenly startled by a call from the side that caught his attention. He was about to open the door when he turned and said, "Wait a moment." The person on the other side of the door asked unexpectedly, "Is something wrong?" Yu Min raised his hand and listened to the sound nearby. Listening to the sound with a mysterious expression, he said, "It seems we have a little mouse here." The person unlocked his own cage. As he walked, he held his walkie-talkie and said, "This is Area 3. Block the stairs and begin the search." He continued, "Area 3E, begin the search." Kim Jainong thought to herself, Yuharang isn't here either. She looked toward the locked stairs. Kim Jainong looked up at the sky, closed her eyes, and thought, "I need to check the other floors too." She suddenly looked up and saw a window glowing. Kim Jainong pulled back the curtain and entered through the window. Looking into the room, she asked herself, "Why is only this place so dark?" Feeling her way around, Kim Jainong thought, "Should I try turning on the light?" There was a door ahead. A door. She opened it and went inside. From behind her, a voice said, "Who's there?" Yuharang sat in the corner of the room and shouted at her, "Who are you to dare barge in here without permission?" The girl said coldly, "Leave immediately. This place is..." Kim Jainong placed her hand on her chest and said loudly, "I am Kim Jainong." She looked at the dolls and thought. Wooden dolls filled the room. Yuharang asked coldly, "You are Kim Jainong?" Kim Jainong replied, "Yes, I know I'm being rude, but..." In that voice, Yuharang shouted angrily, "How dare you lie to me? System panel, skill activated, fourth reversion." The girl reached her hand toward Kim Jainong and asked, "Do you think you can deceive my clairvoyant eyes?" Seol Gangrim stepped forward from a distance and thought, "It's definitely her." He continued, "Let me ask one more time. System panel, skill activated, puppet master." Seol Gangrim was blocked by the surrounding wooden dolls. Yuharang exclaimed, "Who are you?" He replied gently, "Calm down." Seol Gangrim raised his hand and said, "She isn't the Yuharang from my past life. I'm sorry." He knelt and bowed before Yuharang. "I'm a new believer, Seol Gangrim. I was so moved by your story that I used a lowly method just to meet you." Yuharang gave a cunning smile. She raised her hand with an air of disdain and said, "Attempting to deceive me, one who is soon to become a god, is a grave sin. But I shall forgive you out of my generosity. You may leave now." In response to his bow, Yuharang said, "Normally, you would have been punished with a flogging." Seol Gangrim asked, "Can't we talk for a moment longer?" Yuharang replied, "My little child." She continued, "Know your place." Yuharang looked at him and spoke with a superior tone, "I am the saintess of the compassionate saint sect. You are but an ordinary believer. You have no right to converse with me so casually." So she won't listen to me at all. Seol Gangrim stood up and bowed in apology. "I am sorry, saintess." He gently led Kirin outside and thought, "Then at least let me try to dispel that brainwashing." Lily. Yuharang was startled and asked the monster. She ordered the wooden dolls to stop the monster and capture the man. Yuharang shouted angrily, "I will make you pay for this." Seol Gangrim gently pushed the wooden dolls aside and said, "That's not a monster." In the blink of an eye, Kirin was in front of Yuharang. As he commanded, it touched its head to Yuharang's. "Lily, purify." System panel appears. There is no target to purify. Seol Gangrim couldn't believe it and thought, "What? She hasn't been brainwashed?" He searched through documents while thinking, but Yu Min clearly said, "This is why I hate those with high status." He reconsidered. Brainwashing isn't something that happens overnight. Seol Gangrim sighed helplessly. He thought about the past. Yuharang's rank was third grade god. It certainly wouldn't be easy to brainwash her. Seol Gangrim remembered Yu Min from long ago and said to himself, "So Yu Min raised her like this from the very beginning. But for what purpose? Wouldn't it be more beneficial if he turned himself into a god?" From a distance, Yuharang called out, "Little child." At this moment, he was still lost in thought. He has brainwashing skills, so why did he adopt a child too? Seol Gangrim, holding Kirin, she asked Seol Gangrim, "Do you have any more of these?" He couldn't believe his eyes and asked, "Huh?" Yuharang reached out and replied, if you do, show me. She smiled and asked, even just a little is fine. I don't think talking to you is a bad thing. Yuharang excitedly hugged the baby dragon, smiling brightly, and said, a baby dragon? So cute. She remembered a happy past. Aren't they adorable? I have so many. I'll give you one. Seal Gangrim pulled up a chair. He sat in front of her and said, then let's talk. Yuharang replied with a smile. Yeah. What do you want to talk about? His expression darkened. Seal Gangrim asked seriously, what kind of life have you lived up until now? Have you always been in this room? Do you realize what kind of person you see in Min is, or what this place is? Let's leave here right now. You shouldn't be here. He continued to question her. First of all, are you eating properly? Yuharang turned and asked suspiciously, why do you ask that? Seal Gangrim looked at her frame and asked, you're too thin. Have you eaten anything today? Yuharang replied coldly, you don't need to worry. I eat nothing outside of the planned meals. Today's meal was herbal porridge again. It's just like every other day. He asked in shock, is that the only thing you eat? Yuharang maintained her cold expression and replied, yes. I must prevent the accumulation of bad energy in my body to become a god. Seal Gangrim asked blankly, is that what the leader said? She replied, yes, he knows many things. Yuharang patted Kiran's head and replied, thanks to him, I realized what I must do in this life. Seal Gangrim couldn't believe it and asked, what must you do in this life? She thought of everyone and said, don't you know? I must help the weak. To do that I will become a god through death. Seal Gangrim clenched his pants in anger and said, you'll become a god through death? He lowered his head and told Yuharang, there are only two ways for a human to become a god. He looked at scenes that could become reality and said, either you accumulate enough fame and achievements. Seal Gangrim continued, or you die a painful death in despair, full of resentment. He shouted angrily, if you plan to become a god through death, it will be the second way. Do you realize how you're going to die? Gongrim grabed Yuharang is rist. She looked at him with a gentle gaze. Yuharang thought to herself, by the time I understood the meaning of mother and father, they were already gone. So I grew up with children in the same situation as me. She thought of the past and said to him, you loser. In the end, you'll get what you deserve. She continued her story. Why does it drive us crazy that you look at us as if you know everything? A friend from the past had shouted at her, but I guess you didn't know that. Yuharang continued, and yet you hate me like those cowards. She recounted the beatings of the past. You ruined your clothes again? Can't you be good for even a single day? After being tormented, Yuharang sat in a corner and was scolded by her. What can you even do? No one wants to adopt you because you're so useless. Go in there and reflect on yourself. She continued, no one stood up to protect me. She recounted painfully every day that passed was an ordeal. Yu Min stood before her and said, I've finally found you. He told Yuharang joyfully, my goddess. She thought further. That was until Yu Min found me. He hugged her and said, it must have been so hard for you. Yu Min continued, don't worry anymore. I will protect you until the day you become a goddess. She thought and said, he gave me a home for shelter and taught me what my life's purpose was. Yuharang stood before Seal Gangrim and continued, my fate is to become a god. That's why I must endure countless trials to overcome. She remembered those days and said, without him, I wouldn't have made it this far. She thought and said, I decided that I needed to repay him for everything he's done for me. Yuharang gently stroked Kiran and said, after all, he is my father. She spoke with a warm voice, so Seal Gangrim, you don't need to worry about me. Yuharang looked towards Seal Gangrim and called out softly, Seal Gangrim? She panicked, touching his face and asking, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lift your head. She wiped his eyes. Yuharang asked Seal Gangrim, are you pitying me? My suffering is in the past. Currently, I'm living a life I'm satisfied with. She thought to herself, Yuharang's clairvoyant eyes see through the hearts of others. So I'm sure she saw through Yu Min's hypocrisy. It's because of the debt of gratitude she feels for him that she ignores everything. Seal Gangrim thought, damn it. He continued to think, how can I convince her? Yuharang suddenly spoke, breaking the cold atmosphere. I'll give you this. Seal Gangrim looked and asked, what are you doing? She turned back with a happy face and said, this is a treasure I've hidden from everyone, but I'll give it to you. You give me a very familiar feeling. In the past, she once sat in front of him and asked, Seal Gangrim, what are you doing all by yourself? Seal Gangrim remembered that scene. She smiled, took out an item, and said to him, here, look, this is my treasure chest. Yuharang brought it to Seal Gangrim and said happily, I ate these cookies when I felt sad. They bring me joy. I'll give you a really big one, just for you. He mocked in his head. Stale cookies, a broken keychain, and even a gum wrapper. Seal Gangrim thought further. Things like these are her treasures. Yuharang said to him radiantly, "Here, try one." She gently fed him. Yuharang asked with a radiant smile, "Seal Gangrim, how is it? Do you feel better?" He looked at her with an enamored gaze. Looking at her, he said, You want to eat outside food like this too, right? You don't want to die, and you don't want to suffer, right?" Yuharang turned away and said in an insincere tone, "No, not me." Seal Gangrim said seriously, remembering the past, he told her, "Since I was a child, a very powerful god that has always been watching me, trying to take me as a vessel. I always rejected that god, so they made those around me suffer instead. But I don't want to live a life controlled by that god. I can never accept the god that destroyed my life. Why do you refuse to accept me, kid?" Yuharang held her paper bag and said, "Only greater misfortunes will befall your life if you try to escape your destined fate." She replied angrily, "Fate is not something that humans can change." Seal Gangrim held Yuharang's hand and spoke comfortingly. "What if you weren't alone?" He went to stand before her and said, "I thought I had been alone all this time too." Seal Gangrim continued to think about the past, but as I never stopped trying to fight my fate, people who wanted to help came to my side. He continued as she looked on in bewilderment. "So, if you just make a decision." Seal Gangrim said with a gentle face, "I want to help you too." He gently reached out his hand and asked, "What do you think?" Yuharang looked at him and thought, it might be a bit too much to ask this during our first meeting. Seal Gangrim suddenly switched to a cold tone. "You don't have to decide right now. If you don't mind, I can." From behind, she grabbed his coat and called out, "Wait." Yuharang sat on the floor and pulled Seal Gangrim's sleeve. "Wait, Seal Gangrim," she said shyly, "if I..." Suddenly, her eyes widened. She looked toward the entrance and said, "Leader." Min walked in from outside and said softly, "Excuse me." Yuharang replied in surprise, "Father?" She sat on the bed and asked, "What brings you here at this hour, father?" Min replied coldly, "Currently, there is." He raised a hand to his chin, scanned the room, and thought. Min looked around and asked, "Saintess Yuharang has." Under Seal Gangrim's fearful gaze, he continued, "Any stranger?" Min asked nonchalantly, "Entered your room?" He looked at her with an entranced expression. He slowly stepped inside and said, "A stranger? How could that be?" She sat on the floor and said, "Only father and the believers bringing food are allowed in here." Min replied, "I'm glad to hear that." He asked suspiciously, "It's just..." He sat down in front of her and asked, "It's surprising that someone other than me got close enough to sit on the chair next to you like this." He sat on the chair and asked Yuharang, "Oh no, we haven't moved the chair." Min smirked and said while laughing, "There is one thing I always ask of my followers." He asked further, "Do you know what that is?" She replied, "What is it?" Min leaned close to her ear with a bizarre expression and said, "To never get too close to the saintess." He coldly threw something out from behind him. Yuharang's limbs went weak and she gripped the floor mat. She trembled in fear. An old woman covered in marks was thrown down in front of her. Min glared with piercing eyes and barked, "It's not over yet. Get up." The old woman sat up and begged, "Please forgive me, leader." He lunged forward, grabbed the old woman's collar and pulled. Min interrogated her angrily, "How dare you betray me like this?" He continued to scream, "Did you think you would be forgiven?" Min stood up and yelled at the old woman, "Get up. How did it turn out like this?" The old woman begged in front of Yuharang, "Please have mercy." She thought to herself, "Oh right, it's because I lied." She had just reached out her hand and said, "Only father and the believers bringing food are allowed in here." Yuharang thought as she reached toward the old woman, "Even if I did approach that follower, this command was originally meant to save the weak." Looking at the old woman on the floor, she continued to think, punishing someone like this is strange. Looking at the old woman, thoughts emerged. "No, I've known this for a long time." Yuharang raised her hand and shouted, "Stop." Looking at Min's fake face, she thought, "I've known for a long time that leader Min had other intentions. I've seen it with these clairvoyant eyes countless times, that it's all a lie. Even if I become a god, I won't be able to save these followers." Yuharang struggled to suppress her anger as thoughts flooded in. "Because I knew the truth but intentionally ignored it, an innocent person is now being punished." She grew angry and screamed, "I said stop." Min kicked the old woman away. He looked at Yuharang with furious eyes and said, "Saintess Yuharang, if you are lenient with discipline just because of personal emotions, the organization will surely collapse." She replied, "Then let it collapse. What's the use of an organization that abuses the weak?" Yuharang placed her hand on her chest in anger and replied, "I don't want to be the saintess anymore." Min asked blankly, "What do you mean by that?" She wiped her tears and said, "It's all wrong." Yuharang remembered the past and said, "I only tried to endure until now because I wanted to repay father for saving my life back then and freeing me from that hell." She said through tears, "But I was wrong. This so-called compassionate saint sect is nothing more than another hell that can't save anyone. Yusi and Min stood stunned, looking at Yuharang. He looked at her and asked, "Since when did you think that?" She brushed away her tears and asked him, "Father, did you really think I didn't know? Even before I awakened?" Yusi and Min sat down gently and wiped Yuharang's tears. He whispered softly, "If you've known for that long, why didn't you just close your eyes and ignore it like before?" She told him, "Because of him." She thought to herself, "Because Seol Gangrim said he would help me." Yuharang continued, "So that I can fight against my fate." She cried and lamented, "So that I can live as a human instead of dying as a god." Yuharang was suddenly hugged by Yusi and Min, who said, "Because he told you that." Finally, this day has come. He hugged her and whispered in her ear, "I've waited for this day for a long time. The day you tell me you want to escape this place." Yuharang softly called out, "Leader." He looked at her with a gentle gaze and said to, Suddenly, he flipped his attitude completely and told Yuharang that nurture even deeper resentment in your soul and become an even more powerful god. Yusi and Min reached out, and an activated cage surrounded Yuharang. System panel, skill activated, prison sphere. Seol Gangrim shouted from a distance, "I won't let you do that." A thought suddenly flashed in Yuharang's mind. He lunged forward, pulled her into an embrace, and slashed the iron cage, sending it flying. Yusi and Min stood shielding himself from the debris of the cage in shock. Yuharang smiled gently, as if seeing her savior. He looked toward him with anger. A voice came from behind Seol Gangrim. Seol Gangrim asked kindly, "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Yuharang replied softly, "No, I'm fine." She looked toward him and said, "More importantly, I know. Sorry for appearing so suddenly." He quickly replied. However, Seol Gangrim stood up angrily. He gripped his sword and walked toward Yusi and Min. "I can't just stand by and watch anymore." He smiled deviously at him and said, "I thought some little mouse had snuck in here, but it turns out to be you, the hope of the lowly vermin. Well then, I must treat you appropriately." He gently picked up his walkie-talkie and spoke into it. From the ceiling, voices rang out. His voice reached those in the building. "Believers, come here at once." Everyone simultaneously ran toward Yusi and Min. He laughed bizarrely and said, "And take down my enemy." The people, with eyes that looked manipulated, ran quickly toward him. The old woman and everyone else lunged towards Seol Gangrim. Yuharang screamed from behind, "No, stop." She rushed forward and said, "Don't listen to the leader." Seol Gangrim reached out to support her and said, "Yuharang." He picked her up and said, "Hold on tight." He swung his sword and ran toward the window beneath the thousands of hands reaching for him. He smashed through the window to everyone's shock and carrying her. "Jump down." Yuharang looked intently at the people standing on the building. She reached her hand toward the sun, the outside world. Seol Gangrim held Yuharang and landed safely. People from inside the house shouted, "Seol Gangrim has escaped with the Saintess." One person grabbed a walkie-talkie and yelled, "Seol Gangrim has escaped with the Saintess. Kill him and bring the Saintess back." Seol Gangrim suddenly turned to look. A crowd of people surrounded him, swarming to attack, and everyone said, "Give the Saintess back to us." Everyone reached their hands toward Seol Gangrim, shouting with the intent to take Yuharang back. "The Saintess, bring her back." He unsheathed his sword and said, "You are all victims." While striking toward the crowd, he added, "Therefore, I don't want to harm any of you." With just one move, everyone was blown aside. Seol Gangrim sheathed his sword and said, "But this much should be fine." Everyone had been hit by his technique and stood still like statues. Despite this, they still tried to lunge forward with the intent to take Yuharang back. At this moment, she realized the gravity of the situation. The people around continued to scream, "Seol Gangrim. Kill him." "No, Saintes." One person who was frozen still tried to speak. "Don't go. Everyone, please save us. Come back." Behind her, the people continued to wail and plead, "Don't abandon us." Seol Gangrim carried Yuharang and gently walked past the frozen people. She grabbed his shoulder and said, "Seol Gangrim, I can't abandon." Seol Gangrim replied with a cold face, "You aren't abandoning them." Escaping to the outside world and exposing the true face of this so-called compassionate saint sect is how you truly save those people. He spoke as he walked. "Don't you want to free them from the leader's brainwashing so they can truly be free again?" She looked away with a dazed and sad expression. Yusi and Min stepped out from the crowd and said as he walked, "I can't let that happen." Seol Gangrim turned back in surprise and looked toward the crowd. A person beside him had been shot in the head, spraying a large amount of blood. A head fell right at his feet. Yusi and Min clasped his hands together and said softly, "I'm sorry, my follower." With a fake expression, he said, "I will never forget your sacrifice." The girl looked down at the fallen head with a dazed and horrified expression. Seol Gangrim grew angry and prepared to draw his sword. He spoke with a gentle voice as he walked. Please return to us. Yusi and Min continued while passing through the crowd, at least to repay the sacrifice of his follower. He pointed his sword at him and said, Do you think I'll let that happen? Yusi and Min shouted angrily. This is none of your business. From afar, a voice called Saintus. Yuharang closed her eyes and hid against Seol Gangrim. He reached out his hand and yelled, Why do you turn a blind eye to your followers? While grabbing a frozen person nearby, he added, Don't you know how much they thirst for happiness? You. Siamin spoke of the past and said, You have watched over them for the past 15 years. He continued to recount the people's days of suffering and said, They suffer only because they were born with a cruel fate. They trusted you, waiting for you to save them. He continued to scream, You must change their miserable fate. Do not abandon your sacred responsibility. Seol Gangrim embraced Yuharang and said softly, No, don't listen to him, Yuharang. Yusi and Min continued to speak loudly, so she could hear, It is time to become a god. He prepared to step in front of the two, saying as he walked, so that they can live a life of ease, change all of their fates. In front of them, he yelled and saved them. Seol Gangrim's sword slashed across his neck. He held the sword against his throat and said, You're wrong, aren't you? Gangrim also spoke of the past and told him, Even if you gain more opportunities through the lives of others, you won't escape pain and misfortune, especially when the one sacrificed is a child. He added, gritting his teeth in anger, A sacrifice led by sin, how? That he directly shouted in anger. Can it bring salvation? Yuharang was stunned by Seol Gangrim's anger. She gently leaned against his shoulder. Yusi and Min said with an arrogant face, Sin? They don't have those feelings. Seol Gangrim replied, Because they have all been brainwashed by you. He replied softly, That's right. Yusi and Min spread his arms with an arrogant look and continued, Thanks to my power, not a single follower has to take responsibility. He continued to speak wicked words about all the lives sacrificed to protect the Compassionate Saint sect, as well as all the lives that will be sacrificed in the future. He raised his hand and said, However, even if the followers forget those who sacrificed themselves for the noble cause. He raised both hands level with his face and said naturally, I, as their leader. Suddenly, Yusi and Min opened his mouth wide, laughed out loud, and said, I will remember them all and repent. He raised his hand, controlling everyone around to run towards Seol Gangrim. They rushed at him, shouting, Give her back. People rushed toward him like zombies and said, Release her. Give her God back. People crowded his body, and thousands of hands pressed against him, saying, Bring us salvation. Seol Gangrim thought, If I use frost and fire again, the followers I froze earlier will die. Yuharang asked him, Seol Gangrim, what should we do? With one sword strike, he blew everyone away and told her gently, Don't worry. He shouted angrily, No matter what, but I will get you out of here. From within the crowd, someone held a knife and pointed it at him and the girl. Seol Gangrim was stabbed in the back by that knife. A streak of bright red blood splashed onto Yuharang's face. A small purple knife lunged from behind Seol Gangrim's back. He collapsed and fell to his knees. The person lunged with the eyes of a madman and said, Give her back to us. Yuharang embraced him and screamed in anger, Saintus, stop it. The other person also knelt before her. The knife touched Yuharang's head. She helplessly raised her hand and said, I. Seol Gangrim reached out, grabbed her clothes, and said, No, Yuharang. Yuharang spoke before Yusi Min's arrogant face, sigh. The girl helplessly uttered the words, That will become a god. Everyone simultaneously raised their hands and said, Saintus, she is becoming our god. Please hurry, Saintus. People cheered with excitement and joy. Some of them showed delighted faces while shouting in unison, Please die. Many others joined in, saying, Please die. Hurry and die. Die for us. Yuharang, with a gloomy face, sat on the chair surrounded by everyone. At this moment, she lowered her head toward the ground while many around her still said, Quickly become a god. From a distance, the scene showed her surrounded by firewood and sparks. From inside the cage where he was locked, Seol Gangrim's voice called out, Yuharang. Yuharang, her face covered in blood, embraced Seol Gangrim and said, I will become a god. Seol Gangrim looked down at the ground with dazed eyes. Yuharang was now tied up, her hands clasped in prayer. Yuharang is going to die, without ever tasting freedom? Right now, right here. Seol Gangrim ran over, grabbed her hand, and asked, What on earth are you saying, Yuharang? He yelled at Yuharang, You said you wanted to live as a human, not a god. So you're going to die here now? He continued, I'm okay, so don't give up. And you? that Hyang slowly reached out her hand and gently touched Seol Gangrim's face. She said, "You've done enough." Yuharang embraced him and continued, "I'm sorry for putting so much burden on you." She held Seol Gangrim tightly and added, "From now on, I will handle this myself." Seol Gangrim pushed her away and said in a daze, "What?" Yuharang said to him with confident eyes, "Trust me." He returned to reality, locked inside the cage. He placed his left hand over his chest and thought, "Now I have no choice but to trust Yuharang." Yusiamin stepped forward and said to Seol Gangrim, "It's amazing, isn't it?" He raised his eyes and smirked, saying, "Isn't the feeling of those people's divine longing going to burn the Saintess at any moment?" Seol Gangrim grew angry. He turned back to look at him with piercing eyes. Yusiamin gently placed his hand on the cage holding him and said, "Don't be so angry." He looked at him with squinted eyes and added, "You two will be saved soon." Yusiamin choked Seol Gangrim while saying, "All of your skills will be used for our SSS-Class followers." Skill card, Appearance Appraisal. Grade, Low-Level Soul. Allows viewing the opponent's skills by looking at their face. Yusiamin gripped his face and thought, does the leader have a skill to read other skills? He laughed sinisterly and said, "Unbelievable. To think you're only SSS-Class." Another skill card appears. Target Seol Gangrim possesses skills: Life Reaping, Flame, Blade Manifestation, War Horn, and Solitude. At this point, he released his grip on Seol Gangrim's face. Yusiamin walked away with his arms crossed behind his back and said, "But before that, we must complete the god-making ritual." Seol Gangrim said angrily, "Damn it. Know all of Yuharang's plans." Yusiamin walked back toward Yuharang, carrying a torch. He smiled coldly in front of her while thinking, "That will be ruined." He smirked and said, "In the end, Seol Gangrim couldn't save you." Yuharang looked up angrily, and Yusiamin said mockingly, "That expression of yours is beautiful." He pressed his hand against her head and said, "This was bound to happen sooner or later." Yusiamin smiled with a look of victory and said softly, "No matter how well he convinced you, he only pushed you into a more miserable situation. That is the fate of an SSS-Class." Yuharang pushed his hand away and replied, "Then I guess you're the same." At the same time, she continued, "Because I'm going to make that a reality." Yusiamin continued to reply calmly, "What can you do now, when you've spent your whole life relying on others?" Yuharang gripped the handle of his torch and said, "That's right. I always hoped someone would come save me." She spoke while thinking of the past, whether it was at that hellish orphanage. She continued, "Or in this prison-like cult." Yuharang returned to reality and said, "But things are different now." She angrily pushed him away and screamed, "I will save myself and everyone else." System panel, skill activated, force dispel. Binding barrier has been dispelled. Sound brainwashing has been dispelled. Yuharang rose up and continued, "You won't be able to subjugate and control the followers anymore." She held the torch and said slowly, "So give up." Suddenly, Yuharang's expression darkened. Yusiamin laughed with a cunning face and said, "You are so predictable." He reached out with a mystical aura and said, "I already knew you had that skill." He reached out in front of everyone and said, "I also know that skill is too weak to dispel all of my brainwashing." Yuharang replied in despair, "No way." Yusiamin's body radiated power as he said, "Sound brainwashing is a skill I've used every day for years, hundreds of times." As he spoke, he swung the torch toward Yuharang. "But what about you?" She thought to herself, "Did I fail?" Yuharang thought in a daze, "I couldn't save anyone. I couldn't save the followers. I couldn't save Seol Gangrim." Seol Gangrim shouted from a distance, "Don't give up, Yuharang." Yuharang suddenly snapped out of it and turned to look at him. Skill activated, water control. Kirin flew in from nowhere, positioning itself in front of her to block Yusiamin. Yuharang reached out her hand and said, "But I'm not strong enough to stop him." She reached out and asked, "Lily?" Kirin unexpectedly touched its head to Yuharang's. System panel, skill activated, 5 elements harmony. Skill card, grade, 3rd grade dragon. Effect, enhances attributes for all skills for 15 minutes and grants resistance to attribute penalties. Seol Gangrim finished a bottle of blue liquid and fell to one knee, saying, "It's okay if you fail." Wiping the corner of his mouth, he said, "We will help you." He looked at her and added, "You just need to keep trying." Yuharang, with tears in her eyes, looked at Seol Gangrim with a satisfied expression. She stood up and thought, "I haven't failed yet." Yusiamin also stood up and rushed forward, screaming, "You can't do that. You must become a god, Yuharang." She placed her hand over her chest, releasing a massive surge of energy from within, and thought, "I must keep moving forward." She screamed, "Let's end this." System panel, skill activated, force dispel. Sound brainwashing enhancement partially dispelled. System panel. Sound brainwashing partially dispelled. Yu Min was blasted backward. He was sent flying off the stage by Yuharang and fell. Sound brainwashing dispelled. 3,428 out of 3,428 completed. At this moment, everyone seemed to be in a daze. Where am I? Weak voices rose. What am I doing? Yu Min lay still, his body in immense pain. Suddenly, a pair of small, weak feet began to tremble. Everyone turned their gaze upward. Yuharang, with wide eyes, gasped for breath. Her lips moved slightly. Yuharang's whole body fell backward. We succeeded. Immediately, a large hand caught her arm. Seol Gangrim looked down hurriedly and called out in a panic, Yuharang. Suddenly, her hand slowly reached up. Seol Gangrim. Yuharang's eyes met his, and she smiled softly. Thank you. After those words, her arm went limp in front of Kiran. Seol Gangrim said in a low voice, Don't worry. She's just exhausted from using up all her mana. He placed his hand on her forehead. She just needs a bit of sleep. Seol Gangrim smiled gently and whispered, Well done, Yuharang. A coat now covered her entire body. Seol Gangrim slowly stepped forward without any fear. Yu Min looked up in panic. How is this possible? You're just an insect class like me. Seol Gangrim's eyes closed as a stream of thoughts flowed through his head. I didn't plan to kill him at first. Yuharang once said, He gave me a home and taught me my life's purpose. Without him, I wouldn't have made it this far. I decided to repay him for everything he's done for me. Seol Gangrim thought, I know Yuharang would be sad if I did this. Suddenly, Yu Min's hand reached for Yuharang. Did she make you do this? Did that ungrateful brat tell you to kill the father who raised her? Seol Gangrim said coldly, You're the ungrateful one. Yuharang saw you as her biological father. His veiny hand instinctively let go. Father? Suddenly, Yu Min screamed hysterically. Then she should have died. Seol Gangrim gnashed his teeth, along with a blade wreathed in flames. That's right. His eyes were full of rage. I can't forgive this guy. Yu Min said weakly, Stop. I just wanted to save. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock. They couldn't look away from the scene. The flames were still burning. He just killed him. Murderer. Everyone immediately rushed to flee. Help. Run. Seol Gangrim's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at them. System notification. Sound brainwashing skill activated. Time passed quickly. 2 weeks later, Yuharang said excitedly, I'm back. Immediately, Sin Sua. Turn around. Welcome back, everyone. She smiled and asked, Was the aquarium fun? Yuharang nodded eagerly. It was so fun. There were tanks full of fish everywhere. I could walk underwater without using any skills. It was just like the underwater palace in the stories. You should have come with us. Shin Sue smiled and replied, I'll go with you next time. You're hungry, right? Wash your hands. I made some snacks. Yuharang was thrilled when she mentioned snacks. Yuharang's face was full of excitement at the spicy rice cakes. One girl said, This tteokbokki is delicious. Yunbyo, I'm at it. Try this too. Yoon Jian said enthusiastically, It tastes much better dipped in the sauce. Shin Sue rested her chin in her hands and watched them, smiling. You dropped some. She tilted her head and said slowly, Eat slowly. When she first met Harang, she was in a bad state, but thanks to Father Johan, she recovered very quickly. The girl said excitedly, Try this, Shin Sue. It has cheese inside. She thought, I'm so glad she's fitting in so quickly. It's delicious, but I'm still a bit worried about what Seol Gangrim said back then. He once said, I've made sure that Yuharang's story won't be leaked to the media. Sin Sua post. Although she went through too much. Gangrim continued, If it gets out, all sorts of people will come looking for her. She added, The followers might still remember her. Can we really keep hiding it? He slowly picked up a letter. Regarding that, I've handled it myself. So you don't need to worry. Sin Sua fronit. She felt he was hiding something again. He said he didn't know this would happen. But I'm still a bit upset that he's doing everything on his own. I told him we should solve things together next time. But this isn't what I expected. Yuharang suddenly spoke up. Where are Seol Gangrim and Jang Taehan? Should we save some for them? Immediately, an angry palm slammed onto the table. Shin Sue's face was full of killing intent. You eat it all, Harang. Those two don't deserve to eat. Right now, in a very quiet place under dim lights. Suddenly, Young Taehan spoke slowly, calling Gongrim. I'm really glad you finally agreed to ask for help. He looked down and continued. I know this seems suspicious, but I'm actually very confident. I've foreseen the future through the guidance of destiny. Jang Taehan quickly interrupted. Of course I believe you. Seol Gangrim breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks. He hesitated before adding, but Sue, that she looks very angry. He rubbed his head. That's why I wanted to handle it myself. But I also agree that we should take care of cult-related matters together. At that moment, the door silently opened. Seal Gangrim explained further. More people are better, after all. Of course, I'll still do the most work. Suddenly, Jang Taehan's face darkened. So today you. At this moment, Kong Do-hyun stood behind them with his arms crossed. Hey, are you crazy? You use your house, and even your ancestral grave, as collateral to buy coins? Kong Do-hyun spoke calmly. So it's not the coin I'm thinking of? Seol Gangrim, with puffed-up cheeks, replied, I'm just planning to use the upcoming Great Demon Realm system. He looked down. Did you see the future again? He continued, the second Great Demon Realm won't be dangerous. Actually, it's a festival for the gods. Participants represent the 12 zodiac deities and join a race. Jang Taehan was surprised. The 12 zodiac deities? Can we choose the god we represent? Seol Gangrim shook his head. No, it depends on each person's birth year. He continued, huh? And except for the twins, we'll all be on different teams. Seol Gangrim nodded. This Great Demon Realm won't be a team game for us. Awakened ones not participating this time can buy coins of the zodiac deity they think will win. You can freely choose anyone. System, will you buy this god's coin? Seol Gangrim continued after the race ends. The coin's value will change depending on the god's rankings. Kong Do-hyun rubbed his forehead. So who do you want me to buy for the win? He pointed confidently at his own face. Me, of course. It's not that I saw my future victory, but I know what's in the race, so I can manipulate it. Kong Do-hyun got agitated and pinched his cheek. You rascal. So it's gambling. What if you don't win? Seol Gangrim said weakly. Can't you trust me a little? He quickly pushed an envelope forward. If you don't win, then I won't consider you my brother anymore. You'll have to pay me back for everything. Immediately, Seol Gangrim and Jang Taehan looked down excitedly at the ancestral grave certificate plus the registered seal. Seol Gangrim quickly looked up. Do I get any special offers? As soon as he finished, Kong Do-hyun's palm came down on his head. At this moment, the Game Master's voice rang out. Hello, everyone. Today is the opening day of the second Great Demon Realm. Welcome everyone to the Zodiac race. Let's clap. Everyone started to get surprised. A race? We're not fighting monsters? He continued loudly. I'll show the basic rules and map first. Please look it over before I start explaining. Seol Gangrim's eyes focused on the screen. Property seizure. He thought to himself as the compass of destiny suddenly activated. System notification. An incident has occurred in the second Great Demon Realm. The property seizure feature of the 10 gods has been activated. There may be conflicts in human relationships. Yuharang looked up. Property seizure? What are you talking about? It's nothing, Seol Gangrim said in a low voice. His compass of destiny had just reactivated. He thought something bad was about to happen. Everyone, be careful. Johann Ritter suddenly interrupted. Don't you see who that's going to happen to? Seol Gangrim replied hesitantly. It could be enemies or allies. He frowned. I hope nothing bad happens. I can heal everyone, but Shin Su-a confidently placed her hand on her chest. I'm sure we won't fight. Even on different teams, we're still friends. Though I'm not sure about that if you lose, big investor. So Gongrim left. Just trust me. I don't know what might happen, but I'm sure everyone will be fine. Let's back each other up, even if we're on different teams. Just being able to trust my friends is a great comfort. The Game Master quickly shouted. Now, has everyone read the rules? System, Zodiac race rules. All participants will be in teams corresponding to their birth year. In this demon realm, all effects of Zodiac-related skills and items will be amplified. You are allowed to use skills and items as long as they don't violate the remaining restrictions. Violence and killing are strictly prohibited. Communication items are not allowed in any area. There will be penalties for violating restrictions. Any prohibited action will lead to disqualification from the race. The Game Master continued. Have you also seen the most important part? System, race rewards. First to third place, special rewards based on rank. Fourth to 12th place, rewards based on rank. All members of the winning team receive bonuses. He quickly pressed a button. Then let's begin. Now that everyone knows what to do, don't you want to know why we're participating in this race? First, let's look at the myth of the Zodiac. Please look at the screen. Once upon a time, the Jade Emperor told all creatures, come see me, the first 12 animals to reach me. That will become the symbols for the coming years. So the animals raced toward the Jade Emperor. The order in which they arrived became the years. However, was that ranking truly fair? If they raced again fairly, who would win? We organized this race to find the answer. Please do your best in the race. System, raid objective, achieve a high score in the Zodiac race. Time remaining, 3 hours. The Game Master quickly waved a flag. Then, I'll start the countdown. Everyone get in position. Please stand behind the line. The clock began counting down slowly. Everyone was in a state of ready preparation. Seol Gangrim thought, I'll definitely win in this demon realm again. Immediately, The timer returned to its starting duration. The game master quickly shouted, "Start." System. Speed skill activated. Kong Du Hyun watched the screen intently. With the start of the race, we have also ended the sale of Zodiac coins. Please enjoy the race from now on. System notification. Coin owned. Rat coin. Everyone was running very fast. The Festival of the Gods, the Zodiac race, had begun. Everyone is competing fiercely. System. Leaf stepping method skill activated. Shin Sue was full of confidence. Some people were clearing the first stage at extremely high speeds. Everyone looked at the sky in surprise. The leader was. System appears. 2M tall, 3rd grade dragon rank. A body moving skillfully. Seoul Gongrim. He smirked. A good start. Let's keep it up. The game master shouted excitedly. Seoul Gangrim has reached the first checkpoint. Let's see his destiny. Suddenly, a glowing red screen appeared before Seoul Gangrim. System. Destiny card has been activated. His whole body instinctively froze, eyes wide, looking at the light ahead. In an instant, the number 1 candidate, Seoul Gangrim, was transported to a deserted island. He was currently in a state of exhaustion. Wings immediately appeared on Yuharang's back, while others ahead were approaching the first checkpoint. System. You have received speed wings. You can fly for 10 minutes. Johann Ritter hurried to raise his hand. Sister. System. Received cheer enhancement. All skills increased for 10 minutes. Received agility. You can jump better for 10 minutes. Please wait on the deserted island for the specified time. You can escape if you roll a 6 on the dice. Time until dice roll. 9 minutes, 42 seconds. Seoul Gangrim grimaced and thought, man, I'm really unlucky. Immediately, his body leaped high into the air. System. Please return to the designated location. Footsteps moving across the blue water. System notification. Confirm that target has escaped from designated location. Penalty applied. In the blink of an eye, before Seoul Gangrim's eyes, a powerful red screen appeared. The Guardian's palm clenched as it quickly lunged, flying furiously toward Seoul Gangrim. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword tightly as he said coldly, "Penalty, my foot." Immediately, the blade, imbued with power, struck down directly, clearing away the blue mist. As if ice were gradually covering the Guardian's arm, its entire body was quickly encased in that blue layer. Seoul Gangrim's eyes were filled with killing intent. I must win. System notification. Participant Seoul Gangrim will be penalized for leaving the deserted island. Yun smiled, looking up at Seoul Gangrim. He defeated the Guardian and left the deserted island already. He whispered sarcastically, I couldn't have expected anything less. Just then, Dako Jun's foot slowly stepped down. Seoul Gangrim was running at high speed. I escaped quite quickly, but I'm still left far behind. He glanced to the side. The second stage will be very difficult. Yun quickly spoke up, Seoul Gangrim. How do you plan to return to first place? He smiled and replied to him, if you're curious. Seoul Gangrim enthusiastically reached out his hand before Dako Jun. Then follow me. Dako Jun looked up with a smile and said, you want me to be your teammate? Seoul Gangrim quickly replied, anyway, you were born in the year of the rat too. Let's just call it a temporary alliance. He placed his hand on it. Then I'll wait for you, as I was hoping you'd suggest that. However, right after he finished, Dako Jun grabbed his wrist. He smiled and continued, isn't there something strange here? There's no way you'd be so willing to cooperate with me like this. You're plotting something again, aren't you? Dako Jun shouted excitedly. So it's like this. Slot machine notification. You need a mount for the third stage of the race. Your transportation will be selected by this slot machine. He was surprised. We won't be running on foot? Don't mess up what I'm about to do. Seoul Gangrim crossed his arms and replied, how could I mess it up when I don't even know what it is? Yun continued. Why wouldn't you want to? You're a regressor. He looked down and sighed. Suit yourself. I know. In his previous life, he received bonus points for his luck stat. As for me, I received a tricycle. Because I was in SSS-Class, I struggled to climb to the 52nd demon rank. But I was still extremely unlucky. I need to stick to this guy instead of gambling on everything myself. I'm counting on you. Dako Jun looked toward the slot machine. Let's see what I get. In an instant, the first number appeared. Following that, the number 7 appeared in the second position. Slot machine notification. Congratulations. Jackpot. Dako Jun shouted excitedly. Great. How's that? Did it meet your expectations? Suddenly he froze. Huh? Where did he go? Dako Jun slowly pulled back the curtain. Seoul Gangrim? Immediately, the headlight flared to life. System notification. You have received the Red Bull Underbaron. Dogu Yunyo. That widened his eyes and said, it looks so cool. What are you doing? Seoul Gangrim quickly turned his head. If you don't hurry up, I'm leaving you behind. He smiled. You're much thicker skinned than when I first met you. He replied coldly. Suit yourself. Dako Jun tilted his head and raised a finger. A protagonist like that is more charming anyway. Immediately, the wheels began to move. Fasten your seatbelt. I'm going. The two of them were in the expensive car. The Rat Alliance hit the jackpot. They started late, but were already in the second area of the race because they owned the fastest car. Right now, a fierce battle was taking place. Beams of light continuously surged forward at extreme speed. Miho spoke hurriedly, get past them. We need to help the sect master, the new hunters of the Azura sect. Jang Taehan gripped his sword hilt and shouted, don't let them get near Sue. Suddenly, Johann Ritter quickly turned his head to look at the car behind. Dako Jun excitedly raised both arms and shouted, get out of the way. The car immediately braked hard among the crowd. What the heck is this? Move. Step aside. Seol Gangrim held the steering wheel firmly and looked to the side. Are you okay? Yuharang quickly nodded. I'm Fina. Hurry. The Azura sect is trying to kidnap Sue. His eyes widened in surprise. What? The girl riding alongside continued. We'll block them here. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth. The energy of death was strengthening. Activate Ghost Eye. Damn it. Could it be that Shin Era is the one Destiny is warning me about? Right now, a chase was occurring between the two vehicles. Shin Era quickly stood up and called out excitedly, Sue? Her palm was tightening around a rope with a gloomy aura. Immediately, Shin Era extended the rope toward the side. How much longer do you think you can run from me? System panel. Skill activated. Force Dispel. Negating weapon enhancement skill. Yuharang's expression showed she couldn't resist much longer. Shin Sue gripped the steering wheel and called out urgently, Harang. Shin Era pulled up close. Now it's just you and me. She had lost control. Now we can spend some time together. Yuharang suddenly grew agitated. Private time? She's not alone. I'm here too. Sue belongs to our Seol Gangrim sect. She gritted her teeth in anger. She's not yours. We can't keep going like this. Shin Era continued loudly with. Seol Gangrim plans to start his own sect. You gave up an arm for him, and now you're going to abandon your family for him too? She shouted in rage. What the hell is that bastard doing? Just after she finished, a powerful blue screen appeared behind her. The blue layer, like ice, was approaching Shin Era. What? A large palm was slowly reaching forward. So Gongrim, Yuharang recognized him and shouted, Seol Gangrim. Dako Jun quickly spoke up. I'm right here. But it seems I'm invisible. Announcement. The lead position is changing. At the end of the second area, the Rat Alliance is catching up to Shin Sue and Shin Era. Seol Gangrim quickly turned his head. Shin Sue, are you okay? She quickly replied, Harang is the one who's hurt. She suddenly interrupted. This is nothing. Shin Sue's skills protected me too. Then Seol Gangrim breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The Game Master. Announced. The second area ends with the Rat Alliance in the lead. The third area is where the race truly begins. The leading group remained in their cars. That means both will be in first place together. Will this race have the same result as in the myth? Suddenly, a hand appeared, slowly reaching out from a rift. In an instant, the Game Master was eliminated. The two cars were still moving at high speed. Everyone was surprised. This terrible race ends here. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, what's happening? Is this Destiny's warning? His eyes sharpened as he glanced around. It wasn't about Shin Era. System notification. The energy of death is strengthening manifold. The car Seol Gangrim was driving immediately braked hard. Spheres had appeared, floating in mid-air before them. The arms slowly reached through the rift. From now on, suddenly, the clown's face turned terrifying. Beginning. Immediately, countless people flew out from the rift. The clown troops banquet. Seol Gangrim stood still, staring instinctively. Dako Jun glanced to the side in alarm. So Gongrim, even. Yuharang and Shin Sue cried out in shock. Gangrim. System panel. Skill activated. Force return. Shin Sue's eyes widened in shock as she called his name, Gangrim. By now, they were all surrounded. We're the clown troop. Yuharang sat in the car, gritting her teeth as she looked at them. We will bring. Auras immediately appeared. Got a new order to this world. Shin Sue's eyes were full of fury. What have you done to Gangrim? Suddenly, Lananos Mauer froze when she heard the name Gangrim. She immediately pointed her sword. That is none of your concern. She quickly leaped outward. He's going to become a part of us. A blue aura enveloped Shin Sue's body. Absurd. A leopard immediately appeared and let out a loud roar. System panel. Skill activated. Mountain God's White Tiger Soul. Zodiac-related skills within the demon realm. That will have their effectiveness enhanced. Shin Sue frowned and said, tell me where he is. Lananos Mauer quickly flew toward her, with the sword held firmly in her palm. They're all attacking. Yoon Jian, be careful. Jang Taehan quickly turned his head. Is everyone okay? Yoon Bom quickly spoke up. Focus on what's ahead, right now. Immediately, they closed in on him. A protective barrier instantly wrapped around them. Who are these guys anyway? I think this is the conflict he mentioned before the race. I hope everyone will be okay. Meanwhile, Seol Gangrim was looking around. I'm off the track, but still inside the demon realm. His eyes glanced coldly. What do you want from me? His eyes immediately locked onto Lananos Mauer above. I hope everyone will be okay. She suddenly spoke. This is very important. It's a special order from our leader. Join the clown troupe. Seol Gangrim thought to himself. This organization existed in his previous life. They were a criminal organization consisting of masked members. They carried out terrorist attacks, targeting the Destiny Protection Bureau and all the sects allied with them. But in his previous life, they only appeared about a year later. I didn't know they existed this early. Baek might be among them, so I once thought about investigating them. Should I call this a perfect opportunity? Lananos Mauer quickly jumped down. It might sound sudden, but this is a great chance for you. I don't know the reason, but I know you're wary of the Destiny Protection Bureau. Wait. Seol Gangrim's expression stiffened when he heard her mention this. Lananos Mauer slowly leaned her face close. But do you think we're the only ones who realize that? They've surely found out by now as well. Immediately, Seol Gangrim's hand grabbed her wrist. Lananos Mauer nonchalantly leaned back. Oh my, I almost fell. Don't be so cold. Cooperate with us. She continued. We don't like them much either. Seol Gangrim thought. Unlike the Bureau, I don't know anyone in this group. If I'm one of them, getting information will be much easier. Lananos Mauer continued speaking. Let's banish the Destiny Protection Bureau and create a new order. Suddenly, his palm tightened. Have you decided? Seol Gangrim said coldly. Good idea. I'm sure this mask will suit you well too. Immediately, he struck her face without hesitation. Lananos Mauer's mask shattered into pieces. She held her eye and said slowly, How cruel. Seol Gangrim said in a low voice. How can I trust criminals like you? System panel, skill activated, destiny sensing. Lananos laughed and looked up. Stop acting so nice. Lananos Mauer. Level 2, Insect Clan. Attribute Metal. Zodiac, Rabbit. Seol Gangrim thought. Same level as me. Plus, I have an elemental advantage, so I can easily defeat her. She continued. Bono once said, I shouldn't show my face. He remained deep in thought. If I want to infiltrate their headquarters, I must approach someone higher ranked. Is Bono the one behind this? If he wants me, tell him to come find me himself. I have no intention of following a weakling like you. Suddenly, Lananos Mauer's eyes grew agitated and somewhat angry. What? A glow suddenly appeared around her body. It seemed to be looking down on me. Fingers with sharp claws extended. But I have more than enough power to take you down. System panel, skill activated, Beast Claw. Lananos Mauer suddenly attacked. You little mouse. Gangrim quickly parried the blow. You're nothing more than a rabbit. She laughed, her eyes wide. What? I'm a beast. And a beast filled with resentment at that. He mocked her. Resentment from just one attack? His veiny hand gripped the sword hilt. A pity. But I'm not the weak type either. Immediately, Lananos Mauer lost her footing and backed away. You know what? In the Zodiac, there are also rivalries. The rat has many enemies. It even outsmarted the ox to take first place. A powerful light enveloped her body. But the one who hates the rat most. After she finished, dark pupils full of killing intent appeared before his eyes. It was the cat deceived by the rat. System panel, skill activated, Cat's Resentment. Cat's Resentment skill, level 2, Insect Clan. Maximizes stats when attacking targets with the rat attribute. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth and glanced aside. Ah, God. System panel appears. Lananos Mauer. Level 2, Insect Clan. Attribute, Metal. Zodiac. Rabbit. God. He pondered. She must come from a country that uses the cat instead of the rabbit in the Zodiac. In an instant, Lananos Mauer flew in at high speed. Claw marks immediately appeared on Seol Gangrim's body. Damn it. Claws. Her sharp claws matched her confident face. Immediately, Lananos Mauer's palm struck directly downward. Seol Gangrim looked up in anger. I can only defend. I didn't expect the Demon Realm effect to be this strong. Lananos Mauer suddenly said, understand now? With the Demon Realm amplifying Zodiac power. That you can never defeat me. This is your last chance. Join the clown troupe obediently, or die here. Seol Gangrim spoke in a low voice. If the Zodiac power has increased, then just how strong will the Zodiac animals be? Suddenly, his palm tried to summon power. She froze and backed away in panic. What are you trying to do? System panel, summon Spirit Beast, John. John had temporarily matured, thanks to the Zodiac blessing effect. Immediately, Gang Theory appeared behind Seol Gangrim. He slowly tilted his head and called out in a low voice, John. It immediately lunged forward upon hearing the command. Fire. Lananos Mauer gritted her teeth. A real dragon? You coward. I can't believe it. At this moment, streaks of light were appearing from all sides. Shin-Sue was still fighting with her blade. The clown clenched his palm. Damn it. If I just use my ability, that one-armed guy. Yuharang quickly attacked. Do you think I'll let you escape? System panel. Skill activated. Forced ability seal. A gloomy aura appeared around them. Skill activated. Corrosion. Dako Jun's foot stomped on the ground without hesitation. He spoke coldly. It seems it's all over. The game master immediately announced. There was a small trouble just now, but since the contestant's safety is guaranteed, the race will continue. He returned to his position. Everyone keep running. System panel. Current rankings. Tiger. Sin Suapi. Juaran. Hot. Dogu Yunya Hose. Yukun. Horse. UBOM. The game master emphasized, the race isn't over yet. Suddenly, Shin-Sue froze and looked up. But on the leaderboard, she quickly turned back and gritted her teeth. Seal Gangrim's name isn't there. Immediately, Dako Jun grabbed Shin-Sue's arm. Where are you going? Shin-Sue said excitedly, we have to find Gangrim. He stopped her, but we're still in the middle of the race. Don't you want to break the great demon realm? She lowered her head and gritted her teeth upon hearing what Dako Jun said. Shin-Sue immediately turned back. Finding Seal Gangrim is more important than anything. Her attitude startled him a bit. Dogu Yun Faunil. Why are you being so foolish? You're usually so smart, Shin-Sue, but whenever it involves Seal Gangrim, you become strange. Shin-Sue paused and slowly asked, what did you just say? Dako Jun continued to explain. Even though this is an individual competition, aren't you guys on the same side? Then both of you finishing high is beneficial, regardless of where Gangrim is. Or do you call yourself Seal Gangrim's teammate? Duppa can't do anything without him? Shin-Sue excitedly grabbed his collar. I'm just worried about Gangrim. He interrupted, then instead of worrying about him, you don't trust Gangrim. Even without you running around looking for him, Seal Gangrim will show up on his own. Shin-Sue frowned and added, how can you be so sure? Dako Jun tilted his head and asked in a low voice, do you really not know? At that moment, a golden light covered the entire sky. Gang Sherry was hovering in midair. Because Seal Gangrim is the protagonist, after all. Suddenly, Shin-Sue looked up, her eyes wide. What is that? Yuharang excitedly waved her hand toward the sky. The game master announced. While the lead group hesitated, Seal Gangrim is riding a dragon. His face at this moment was overflowing with confidence. The game master continued, crossing the finish line. First place belongs to the rat team once again. The vehicle was moving. The tiger, rat, and rabbit teams all embraced Seal Gangrim. Together, they tied for second place. Right then, the game master hesitated. The one in fifth place is system notification, current coins, 2 rat zodiac coins. Kong Du-hyun placed both hands on the table. This. He looked up joyfully. The value is skyrocketing. System notification. Estimated exchange value is approximately 120 billion. Time passed quickly. 2 weeks later. Welcome, everyone. Yoon Bomb's eyes widened in surprise. Is everyone ready? Sin Sua nodded. We've moved into the sect building. Jang Taehan added, you should move in too, while you're at it. Yoon spoke up excitedly. The guild headquarters looks so cool. Jang Taehan paused and frowned. Wait, who let that guy in here? Yuharang smiled. I invited him. We fought together. Shouldn't we be friends? Yoon nodded, excitedly. Yoon Bom interrupted with an awkward smile. Today is a happy day. Let's overlook the trivial things. At that moment, everyone raised their glasses. Yuharang laughed and used her phone to sneak a photo of Kieran eating cake. The others kept clapping while looking at gang theory. Both Seal Gangrim and Shin-Sue were enjoying the fun. In the end, he was the one cleaning up after the party. Gang theory seemed to be fast asleep on the floor. Seal Gangrim slowly pressed the screen. System. Checking divinity window. Notification appeared when I completed and conquered the race. System. Seal Gangrim's recognition level has exceeded the threshold. Deification is in progress. You have been granted the divine name, Cowardly Victor. Your power increases with your recognition level. You can use the divine level skill, Semi-Deification. Some system functions are locked due to insufficient recognition. Seal Gangrim thought to himself. It seems I need to gather more recognition to unlock my divine power. I can't help but keep checking. Why did it jump so much compared to yesterday? His fingers slowly tapped the phone screen. What's the new news? Comment list. Wait, the story about Seal Gangrim is real, just like in the movies. Look, world eradication, level destiny spirit possession. W. In a world where awakened abilities are based on destiny, Seal Gangrim was born with the worst fate. awakened as a hunter but remained the weakest until one day he suddenly linked with the Destiny stealing skill, activating the possession ability. Read Chapter 1. Sin sua force Philippus Seorganrim. He resisted. Shin Sue, please stop. With eyes full of cold determination, she replied, no. Immediately, her lips met his. I will never let you go. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth and muttered angrily. Dako Jun, you madman. He immediately fell to the floor. Wait, it's early morning, what's wrong with you? He spoke in a low, cold voice. I read your novel. Dako Jun's eyes lit up. Really? I'm so happy you read it. You know, I really like you. That's why I want the whole world to know the real you. Since I thought you might be a regressor, I intentionally changed it to possession. Don't worry about the secret getting out. Besides, my god was born from human creativity, so I thought if I could turn you into one of the deified heroes, you'd be much cooler and more famous. Seol Gangrim interrupted enough. He held up his phone. Take it down immediately. He was surprised. Huh? Why? Shouldn't you be happy? You said yourself that since you were a kid, you were always misunderstood and feared. But thanks to me, many people will know you now. They will understand your worries and empathize with your feelings, right? Gangrim didn't speak, just stared at him. Dogu Yun continued. And then, Gangrim, you'll be loved by tens of thousands of people. He sighed and looked down. I see. My recognition level increased because of that novel. Suddenly, a tightly tied letter was placed gently on Shinse's shoulder as she spoke up beside him. It's done, Gangrim. We've seen it and we agree. Now you can allow it. Dogu Yun's eyes widened. What? Shin Sue saw it too? She frowned. Not just me. Everyone has read it. I won't make you take it down, but there are a lot of parts that need fixing. He was ecstatic. So you officially agree? Suddenly Seol Gangrim spoke in a low, firm voice. But on one condition. Dako Jun's expression turned a bit ugly as he read the lines in the letter. He panicked. This one condition. Clearly it's not just one. He interrupted. It's just one. Sign a contract. System. Item contract document appeared. Dako Jun was agitated. This is the suppression of creativity. System notification. Contract has been established. Seol Gangrim nodded. Very good. It works exactly as expected. He excitedly continued. Then I'll go write more. Seol Gangrim interrupted. That spot over there is your new office from now on. Dogu Yun hurriedly shouted. Wait. Are you guys really planning to leave me behind? Seol Gangrim. Time passed quickly to the next day, the housewarming party. Yuharang smiled and said, we'll be departing soon. System. Special rewards for first to third place in the race. 1 invitation to the divine realm. 3rd tier deity level. Reward for the 12 zodiac race. Invitations from the gods. Automatically activates when torn at the designated time. Shin Sue spoke up quickly. We all go to the same place. Dako Jun held up the letter. Since the rewards are based on the 12 zodiacs, everyone probably goes to a different place. Seol Gangrim hesitated, but the chance of meeting the god of your own zodiac is likely higher. The more followers a god has, the stronger and more widely recognized they are. And the 12 zodiac gods are known by the whole world. If they're that strong, they can surely give me the answer I'm looking for. Seconds and minutes passed. Seol Gangrim immediately shouted, it's time. Tear the letters. As everyone simultaneously tore their letters together, Seol Gangrim suddenly looked forward. This is. His eyes suddenly lit up with a bit of excitement. The divine realm. A large palm was slowly placed gently on the door. Before Seol Gangrim was a faint light. Inside the door. System notification. Entering the divine realm of the rat god. Received enhancement effect from the 12 zodiacs. The rat god immediately spoke. Welcome to my divine realm. Human who has accepted our power. Western conqueror, the rat god. Seol Gangrim tilted his head with an awkward smile. First time meeting a real god in person. Even if the tone is friendly, the pressure is still overwhelming. He continued loudly. I called you here to commend your efforts in the race. Therefore, I will personally grant you a reward in the name of the gods. You may ask me any one question. Seol Gangrim's vein palm that instinctively clenched tight. He looked down. When I was a child, a god tried to seize my body and hasn't let go to this day. I want to know the true identity and the true name of that god. The rat god pondered and replied. A god trying to possess you? Immediately, he summoned power before his eyes. Let me see. Which god do you want to know about? There are quite a few targeting you. Many hands appeared around, probably the strongest among them. System notification. The hero of life and death has proposed possession once again. Gangrim hesitated and whispered, if I refuse. I once forced and threatened Liu Bei into fleeing. System notification. The hero of life and death retreats awkwardly in panic. He thought to himself. Many mages also said it's an extremely powerful god, even though my best shaman performed exorcisms many times. But in the end, they could never drive him away. A lowly spirit like you dares to covet my holy body? Immediately, the rat god clutched his face in panic, clearly in immense pain. Seal Gangrim gritted his teeth and backed away. What? What is this? Suddenly, a crimson aura appeared everywhere. The rat god spoke slowly in a low voice. Such chaos. That is a god that even I dare not look at directly. Seal Gangrim looked up, trembling. That god is stronger than even the Western Conqueror? What do you mean you can't see through him? Do you mean his identity cannot be determined? He slowly raised his hand. You are a god too. You should know well. Spirits are not omniscient. You understand that. I apologize for being unable to answer after swearing by my divine name. The rat god continued in a low voice. I will give you 2 more questions. Seal Gangrim looked down. But if I ask more about that god, I still won't learn anything, right? He nodded. Correct. If I cannot face him even in the divine realm, he thought to himself, then I have no way of identifying him. Then what about the humans associated with him? Baekhyun suddenly flashed through Seal Gangrim's mind. Where is he now? Why does Baekhyun want to harm me? The rat god continued. It seems you want to know your enemy well, because your existence has the potential to profoundly affect the destiny of this world. He was surprised. My existence? He interrupted, but I cannot say anything more about that. The rat god continued. What is your final question? Seal Gangrim spoke in a low voice. I want to go to the West Heaven Flower Garden right now. Immediately, his foot stepped through a rift. Seal Gangrim looked around frantically. So this is the West Heaven Flower Garden. In the end, I still couldn't find out what I wanted to know most, but being sent here directly by the Western Conqueror. That compared to the original method, which could take years of waiting. Thought this is still a great deal. Now I need to get the flowers as fast as possible. Suddenly, a large explosion occurred behind him. A massive foot quickly stomped hard onto the ground. What? Before Seal Gangrim's eyes was a giant dinosaur. He gritted his teeth and backed away. I didn't hear anything about. Immediately, they lunged forward frantically. The West Heaven Flower Garden has monsters. Suddenly, a voice rang out, damn it. Why is there a human here? You there, get down. Immediately, powerful beams of light attacked the monster, followed by a relentless barrage of explosive shells. Seal Gangrim stood firm, watching everything unfold. This bastard. The garden. The cannon barrels were slowly lowered amidst the thick smoke. Suddenly, an elf shouted angrily in front of Seal Gangrim. You bastard. How did you get in here? Get out now. He started and raised both hands. They must be the guardians of the West Heaven Flower Garden. Wait, I came here at the recommendation of the Western Conqueror. The elf's eyes widened. The Western Conqueror? This is the winner of the 12 Zodiac race. Please follow me. This place is very dangerous. I will take you to meet the Flower Guardian. The outer garden area is right on the border between the divine realm and the demon realm, so powerful monsters appear frequently. Seal Gangrim looked up. I see. So that's why it's so chaotic out there. The elf continued. Inside it's safe. There are no monsters. Don't worry. Flower Guardian. I have brought the person sent by the Western Conqueror. Sarah Dorio tilted his head. Yes, I was notified in advance. Sarah Dorio, the Flower Guardian of the West Heaven Flower Garden. Flower Guardian, which flowers do you need? Seal Gangrim hesitated slightly. The flowers I need are the blood flower, bone flower, and flesh flower. Those 3 species are rare medicinal herbs of the West Heaven Flower Garden. Even the Jade Shop doesn't sell them. If I combine all 3, I can heal any injury, even old ones. If I get them, I can heal Shin Sue's arm. So, can I have those 3 types of flowers? He quickly pressed a button and said, You've certainly done your research, but it's better to see for yourself. See? That lake over there is the West Heaven Flower Garden. Seal Gangrim stared through the glass. The water in the lake is completely dried up. Don't tell me there are no flowers left. Sarah Dorio nodded and replied, Exactly. Due to an incident, we can no longer grow flowers. He gritted his teeth in anger. I worked so hard to get here. Am I going to fail again? Seal Gangrim muttered to himself in agitation. Damn it. Suddenly the elf spoke up. Human. Sarah Dorio looked down. Of course, we still have a few blooms harvested previously. The elf added, so there is still some? Seal Gangrim's eyes lit up. Great. I can heal Shin Sue's arm now. Suddenly, Sarah Dorio smirked. However, if you want to take those flowers, then you must solve our problem yourself. Seal Gangrim paused, eyes wide, with an awkward smile. What problem? Suddenly, Sarah Dorio's eyes darkened as he slowly tilted his head. He continued. Make the flowers in the West Heaven Garden bloom again. We need a special kind of water called the Divine Spring. The spring that provides that water is located at a separate facility behind a hill. Not here. One day, the water was completely cut off. At the same time, all communication with the station was lost. Seal Gangrim interrupted. It seems something happened. Saradorio looked up. We suspect an intruder. But due to the recent constant attacks by wild beasts, no one can confirm. Now, there's no one left to send. So I want you to go there, retake the facility, and restore the divine spring. Gongrim nodded. Makes sense. No one gives things away for free. Suddenly, the elf rushed to stop them. No, Flower Guardian, how can you make a human do such a thing? Saradorio smiled and said, I heard this one is a very strong awakened. The elf shouted excitedly. But that's too dangerous. It's no different from sending him to his death. Seal Gangrim thought, I know it might be very dangerous. But this reaction seems a bit excessive. He looked ahead. Does she know something? Saradorio spoke. You there? Human, what is your decision? He smirked. Will you give up on this chance? His vein palm touched the door lightly. His footsteps moved slowly inward. You can't do that. If you knew what was there, you would never set foot in it. Seal Gangrim spoke up, so you know exactly what's waiting there. The elf was flustered. Anyway, a flower can't be more precious than your life. He looked down and spoke in a low voice. Life is important. But that important thing, that was once thrown away by someone for my sake. More than once. To save me. So Gongrim hesitated. That person even traded an arm. He spread his arms wide. The least I can do is this much. System notification. Divine realm of the Tiger God. Sin Sua spoke. Why one is. Advance information on enemies who could put Gangrim in danger. The Tiger God was surprised. You're using this unique opportunity for someone else? Do you not understand the value of a conversation with a god? I could tell you how to heal your arm, how to become stronger, or grant you infinite wealth. She interrupted. No, I understand perfectly well. And that's exactly why I chose this. My teammate, Seol Gangrim, for some reason, always speaks of pain and misfortune as if they were given. He also has this strange belief that we'll all be swept up in it. I'm truly worried about him. Shin Sue clenched her fist. He thinks like that. The Tiger God tilted his head. Are you sure you won't regret this? Her eyes were filled with absolute determination. Never. At that moment, beams of light simultaneously attacked the monsters. The elf spoke hurriedly. The Divine Spring area is just a short distance from here. Seal Gangrim added. Thanks to you, we got here much easier. The elf continued. Our weapons were specifically made to hunt wild beasts. But I still don't understand why the station was taken so easily. His eyes widened. Just what is at the Divine Spring? The elf looked down and gritted her teeth, silent for a moment. Suddenly, the elf became agitated. I don't know either. Gangrim thought. Is she unable to say? Or does she not want to? The elf had said, if you insist, I'll go with you. He glanced at her, seeing she followed him all the way here out of concern. She seems like a rather kind god. Even though I usually don't like gods, seeing her makes me think that maybe there's still good gods in this world. Suddenly, the elf's feet took a step to the side. The elf suddenly turned her head hurriedly and shouted. Actually, the gun in her hand suddenly appeared. Electrical currents enveloped Seol Gangrim as she shouted, Put your weapon down right now. As soon as she finished, an explosion occurred right before their eyes. He quickly reached out his hand and commanded, Jerome Rini, protect him. The fan-headed robot stood opposite. But that didn't look like a wild beast at all. In an instant, its arms latched onto the floor. Seol Gangrim's eyes followed the light on top of its head. Immediately, a glowing sphere appeared in front of the fan-headed robot. His eyes widened as he glanced behind. Instantly, the flare of fire unleashed a powerful internal energy. The fan-headed robot stood still, staring at the intruder. Suddenly, sharp beams of light appeared, crisscrossing each other. Into Seol Gangrim's sharp blade attacked with a single strike. It seems the controller of this thing. Dot is right over there. Now he slowly moved deeper inside. Suddenly, his gaze froze as he glanced to the side. The elf was lying face down in the murky blue water. You piece of scrap metal, catching a few minor gods took you far too long. Suddenly, Johnson paused and looked up. You are. Seol Gangrim's eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke. The clown troop. He lunged forward immediately. You people did this too? Johnson stammered. Wait, there seems to be a misunderstanding. We have no intention of fighting you, Seol Gangrim. He gritted his teeth in anger and thrust his blade forward. Immediately, the tip of the sword struck the ground. Johnson looked down. We only want to break the power of the gods. Her hand trembled. You experienced it too, haven't you? The feeling of humans being manipulated by gods. How painful it is. Since the awakening, the gods have grown stronger and stronger. And then they will use that power to oppress humanity, destroying the West Heaven Garden. That is to eliminate the tool that helps gods decide the life and death of humans. No matter what Saradorio promised, we will compensate you. John Zun's eyes narrowed. So please just turn a blind eye. Seol Gangrim didn't speak, just stared at her intently. He spoke slowly, after destroying the West Heaven Garden. That you plan to take all the remaining flowers? John Zun added excitedly. Exactly. We will take them to where they are truly needed. Seol Gangrim suddenly pointed his sword. Then how are you any different from the gods? His words agitated her quite a bit. John Zun spoke in a low voice. We thought if it were you, you would understand. But it seems there is no other choice. Seol Gangrim's body suddenly froze before the gloomy aura. John Zun summoned her power. I didn't want to do this either. System notification. Flower of destruction. Divine grade 1. If a single petal touches the target, they die instantly. Seol Gangrim's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth. If those petals touch you, you will die, John Zun said in a low voice. If you came looking for the West Heaven Flower Garden, you must have heard of the Flower of Destruction. Her eyes were full of killing intent as she ordered Seol Gangrim to back away. He gritted his teeth and thought, a divine flower that kills on contact. How do these clowns get their hands on such a thing? Seol Gangrim spoke his slowly. Fine. System notification. Skill activated. Artificial entity. Immediately, a powerful electric current struck the ground. In an instant, multiple fan-shaped robots appeared. John Zun suddenly spoke as I said, that I don't want to harm you, Seol Gangrim. Humans killing each other is just a meaningless and tragic farce. His hand tightened on the sword hilt. Then why don't you back off? Because I have no intention of yielding either. John Zun glanced at him coldly. Don't let him get near the divine spring. System notification. Command machinery skill has been activated. Immediately, the fan robots attacked with the electrical current before them. Seol Gangrim's entire body was moving at high speed. Damn it. He turned his head and gritted his teeth. This position is far too disadvantageous. It's better to pull them to the gate and handle them one by one. In a flash, a fan robot was right behind him. Seol Gangrim quickly used his blade to slice through its body. Immediately, an explosion occurred before his eyes as flames engulfed the area. Seol Gangrim dropped to one knee amidst the thick smoke surrounding him. Suddenly, a dense fog appeared before him, making it impossible to see. In an instant, the fan robots stood before him. Seriously? Gangrim backed away and muttered. No path is ever easy. He thought to himself, it seems it started over there too. At this time, John Zun was silently engaged in her own battle. The fan robots were preparing to attack. Maybe this will turn out to be a good thing. Seol Gangrim's palm instinctively clenched tight. His eyes were full of killing intent. I'll end this in one blow. Both palms were moving, summoning power before John Zun. Immediately, a powerful surge of energy appeared. System notification. No more targets to command. Command machinery skill has been disabled. She gritted her teeth. Were they all destroyed? System notification. The divine spring is being contaminated. Contamination level, 91. Contamination level, 91.1002. Contamination level, 91.1004. System notification. Contamination level, 91.1006. John Zun thought to herself, this absolutely must not fail. The smoke was gradually spreading across the ground. Seol Gangrim stood firm, staring as he spoke move. I won't be fooled by a flower of destruction you don't even want to use. After speaking, both palms instinctively gripped the sword hilt. Immediately, Seol Gangrim ran forward and shouted, stop. John Zun's eyes suddenly widened in anger. Blood appeared on Seol Gangrim's face as he glanced to the side. System notification. Human blood is mixing into the divine spring. Contamination process accelerating. Contamination level, 92. John Zun suddenly raised her blade. This is your fault, Seol Gangrim. Immediately, streaks of blood fell into the murky blue water. Contamination level, 94. John Zun spoke in a low voice. It's because you kept getting in the way. Seol Gangrim. She quickly brushed past him. That's why I had to go this far. After she finished, John Zun immediately let her body go limp into the water. Seol Gangrim looked down, gritted his teeth, and spoke in a low voice. Just what are you trying to do that requires such extremes? System panel. Contamination level reached 100. John Zun coldly brushed his hand away and relaxed her body. She smiled, revealing half her face. For humanity. System notification. The divine spring has been contaminated beyond the allowed threshold. Killing intent is growing thicker. Immediately, a crimson screen appeared before his eyes. What have you done? Seol Gangrim quickly looked up in shock. System notification. An unknown egg is absorbing the entire contaminated spring. Light seeped through as the unknown egg began to hatch. Seol Gangrim paused, eyes wide as he looked up. He thought to himself, I absolutely cannot handle this alone. His veiny palms clenched together. Gradually, the bright red blood stains turned pitch black. His palms slowly opened, revealing a small form. The infant immediately opened its mouth wide, enveloped in a gloomy aura. Seol Gangrim stood firm, staring at his palm. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth quirked up as he spoke slowly, baby. Seol Gangrim slowly raised both arms. Let's go home. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, wake up, Seol Gangrim. He slowly turned his head with emotionless eyes. Right now, Shin Sue was rushing toward him. Her arm reached out with great difficulty. Sin Sua. In an instant, but the veiny strands showed signs of movement. Shin Sue quickly closed in on Seol Gangrim. She tried to shout loudly to wake up his mind. Immediately, his eyes snapped open. "Mais Sin Sua, why are you here?" She immediately grabbed his collar. "I'll explain later. Get up quickly." Shin Sue hurriedly turned her head. "We have to run now." System notification. Unawakened blood, evil spirit. Dragon grade 1. Formed from spiritual energy and resentment. The infant suddenly giggled creepily as it devoured every living soul. Seol Gangrim spoke slowly regarding the current situation. "It's no use. Sin Sua Froniv. All my attacks on this monster are useless. Besides, you were just hypnotized by it, Gangrim." He replied, "But there's still a way. If we cooperate, we can defeat it." He gently placed his hand on hers. This time, Seol Gangrim's eyes looked straight ahead. "Will you trust me?" Shin Sue was a bit surprised and slowly looked down. "This is Seol Gangrim Expexlanet. The earring we once used in the first demon realm. Can you continue talking to me within this safe zone?" She hesitated. "Why do that?" Suddenly, the corner of Seol Gangrim's mouth quirked up. He whispered softly as the moment flashed through his mind, that of seeing the small form in his palm. At that time, Seol Gangrim's mind seemed to have been completely hypnotized. His body seemed to go limp. "Gongrim? Hey, Gongrim? Seol Gangrim." His pupils gradually constricted, devoid of emotion. His entire body was merging into the murky blue water. It was Shin Sue who had awakened him. "Seol Gangrim." System notification. Confirmed. The destinies of Shin Sue and Seol Gangrim are tightly linked. Confirmed. Shin Sue is Seol Gangrim's benefactor. Abilities will be significantly enhanced when near a benefactor. The corner of his mouth slowly quirked up. Thinking back to those moments, he suddenly smiled and said, "Only your voice, Ms. Sue, can protect me from that crying." Shin Sue was moved by Seol Gangrim's words. He suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered, "So, I'm counting on you, Ms. Sue." She was a bit flustered. "Can I really say anything?" Seol Gangrim nodded. "It's fine, don't worry." Suddenly, Shin Sue called out to him, "Seol Gangrim." Her hands slowly tightened before his eyes. Shin Sue's eyes were full of trust. "I believe in you." Seol Gangrim said nothing more, only smiled and nodded. Immediately, without hesitation, he jumped into the crimson water. The infant form was still in his palm. Seol Gangrim was trying to hide himself, blending into the flow of water. Shin Sue hurriedly raised her hand and shouted, "The enemy is here." Immediately, branches wrapped around the massive hand. Seol Gangrim moved rapidly. "Catch me if you can." Shin Sue continued, "Gangrim, near this base, there's a portal opened by the Tiger God." He thought, so it really was from the question, "I sent the Tiger God." She continued shouting, "If things get worse, run." He said he'll keep the portal open for one day. Don't overdo it, understand? Seol Gangrim was still lost in thought. "Even when facing the blood evil spirit, you still worry about me." The situation is manageable for now, but since Sue is a rank 3 deity, she'll be in danger if the blood evil spirit awakens and levels up. I must destroy it before it awakens. System notification. Blood evil spirit before awakening. Progress. 57/100. Seol Gangrim thought to himself. "That's so time is the activation condition. I must find the clown troop's corpse immediately." Suddenly, his feet stopped below. "Huh?" Seol Gangrim's eyes widened as he realized something. The water level. He slowly turned his head. It was sucking up the remaining water. Shin Sue hurriedly interrupted him. "Gangrim." She emphasized, "I feel that monster is getting stronger." He frowned and replied, "Please endure a little longer." Suddenly, Seol Gangrim's face stiffened. His eyes swept up toward the person in front of him. Right now, that person was tied tightly, unable to move. It was Janzun with her eyes tightly closed. "Found you." He gently placed his hand on her. "Luckily, this hasn't been absorbed yet." Immediately, her eyes snapped open. Janzun suddenly screamed, sending Seol Gangrim flying back. "Don't touch it." Shin Sue quickly spoke up, "Gangrim, what's wrong?" He replied, "I found the item." Seol Gangrim's gaze lowered. "But it seems I can't take it yet." Janzun suddenly screamed, "Get away. Everyone must die." Immediately, branches lunged towards Seol Gangrim. "Those gods." He gritted his teeth. "Has it already merged with the blood evil spirit?" So Gongrim Mutut. It wasn't just the divine spring that was contaminated. It seemed John Zun had lost control. All of you must die. All the gods must die. Seol Gangrim immediately leaped high. I'm not a god. His palm quickly touched her face. I'm a human. John Zun spoke in a low voice, must sacrifice. Only a sacrifice can save humanity. He mocked her. Sacrifice humans to save humans? Just a moment ago, you called war between humans. Suddenly, John Zun's pupils froze. Thought meaningless and tragic, didn't you? Gangrim slowly lowered his face and whispered, Is the clown troop awake yet? John Zun grimaced, raised her hand, and said slowly, I am. He continued, Hey, clown troop. You said awakening the blood evil spirit was for humanity, right? John Zun shouted excitedly, yes. It's all for humanity. Once awakened, the blood evil spirit will be a god-tier demon beast. It will devour all living things. The gods in the West Heaven Flower Garden will be destroyed. Seol Gangrim interrupted. Do you think the gods will just sit still and be destroyed? Won't they just open a portal and push the blood evil spirit out? Likely into the human world. Those portals have already begun to open. His words left John Zun in shock. So Gongrim Shutet, you know how selfish the gods are. Sooner or later, the blood evil spirit will threaten humanity. So hurry up and take out the flower of destruction immediately. The baby spoke up, so hungry. Hurry up and eat. Both Seol Gangrim and John Zun looked upward. The baby suddenly gave a sinister laugh and slowly reached out. Found it. So Gongrim suddenly Vincent. Miss Shin Sue, are you okay? She responded hesitantly, sorry. I don't think I can hold on much longer. He continued, we're almost there. Just hold on a little more. John Zun thought to himself. He actually has teammates? Her hand was slowly placed on the bag. Because of me, others are being dragged into this. Perhaps even more people. I will take this responsibility and end it all. System notification. Blood, evil spirit. Suddenly, the box immediately drifted away from John Zun's hand. She looked up in surprise as a gloomy aura immediately appeared all around. It seemed that even Seol Gangrim could do nothing about it. Immediately, he used his blade to pierce through the blood, evil spirit. Then, gripping the sword handle with practiced speed, the dark power suddenly dispersed everywhere. The tip of the blade was still piercing through the blood, evil spirit. The baby screamed out in pain. No more. Eat everything. Everything in sight shattered to pieces. Hungry. System notification. You have defeated the awakened grade 1 dragon-level blood, evil spirit. Merit points are being calculated. Seol Gangrim muttered, fortunately, ended well. He quickly turned his head to speak. That was close. But immediately his face froze. Staring at John Zun's dazed expression, she said, I almost committed a great sin. Her gaze gradually narrowed as she glanced sideways. Sorry. The bag quickly fell down. This will be helpful to you. Seol Gangrim said nothing more, only looking up with wide eyes. System notification. Merit point calculation complete. You have achieved a nearly impossible victory. Seol Gangrim's destiny rank has changed. From Soul Grade 2 to Soul Grade 1. Shin Sue quickly looked up. Gongrim? She immediately sat down. We did it. Seol Gangrim spoke up instantly. Miss Shin Sue, are you okay? Did you faint? Shin Sue smiled and immediately replied, It's okay. I'm Fine. Seol Gangrim appeared right before her eyes and called out, Miss Shin Sue, please don't overexert yourself anymore. You've overused your power today. She slowly grabbed his hand. I was going to say the exact same thing to you, Seol Gangrim. What were you planning to do if I hadn't come looking for you? Being here alone, something terrible could have happened. Honestly, why did you come to such a dangerous place? Why do you keep risking your life? Seol Gangrim suddenly interrupted. Sua. You came here without knowing how dangerous the West Heaven Flower Garden is? She paused. Is there something here? I only came because I was worried about you. Gangrim, I heard you went somewhere very dangerous. Shinsue's words made him feel a bit ashamed. I'm sorry. Seol Gangrim immediately took out the bag. The reason I came to the West Heaven Flower Garden was to... Shinsue's eyes widened as she looked at the sparkling flowers. You found these? Her cheeks suddenly flushed red. What is this? Seol Gangrim said in a low voice. These 3 flowers have resonated with each other. Shinsue slowly brought them to her mouth. Do you want to try eating all 3 at once? Immediately, a powerful light emanated as she consumed them. The light enveloped Shinsue's entire body. Suddenly, she paused and looked down at her glowing palm. Seol Gangrim smiled and said, I'm glad it actually worked. Since everything started because of me, once again, I had to ask someone else to help with their own power. He tilted his head and continued, I wanted to heal you myself. Suddenly, Shinsue's whole body trembled, and she remained silent. Sinsua. Seol Gangrim whispered to himself, Is something wrong? His face was full of concern. Are you in pain? Gangrim hurriedly asked. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Shin Sue shook her head. She looked down and shouted. Don't ever do that again. It's just an arm, but this time you really almost died. Gangrim, answer me. Promise you won't repeat this. He quickly turned his head. From now on, I'll share the plan with everyone beforehand. Shin Sue suddenly gave a small smile and sighed in relief. She immediately leaned into Seol Gangrim's chest and gave him a tight hug. Shin Sue whispered softly, Thank you for trying this hard for me and for making that promise. With her eyes closed, she whispered in his ear, Most importantly. Seol Gangrim smiled and looked down. Thank you for being alive. Suddenly, both of them were startled by a shout. Seol Gangrim immediately turned his head. The divine spring water. He coldly shouted, You're here early. The elf quickly spoke up, You human. What on earth did you do? Why is the divine spring water? Seol Gangrim interrupted. It wasn't me. The enemies who were here did that. The elf continued, You should have stopped them. He said coldly, Did you really expect me to be able to do that? You knew, didn't you? That the enemy possessed the flower of destruction. Now I understand why you said this place was too dangerous. Seol Gangrim's words left the elf speechless. He walked past her coldly. Truly ridiculous gods. In the end, you gods can't be trusted at all. Both Seol Gangrim and Shin Sue headed inside. Quiet, stop talking nonsense. Seol Gangrim stared ahead. There must be a reason. So if there's a reason, then terrorism becomes justifiable? I wonder, Seol Gangrim. That what kind of karma did you build up to suffer such heavy retribution? It must be an influence from you and your mother, right? Kang Do-hyun's face darkened with anger. Hey you! Immediately, Seol Gangrim lunged and struck Dako Jun's face. Kang Do-hyun looked up in shock and shouted, Seol Gangrim. He gritted his teeth. Don't talk such excessive nonsense, you bastard. Why did you suddenly bring up my late master? She's not dead. Yuharang suddenly spoke, Seol Gangrim, your foster mother is still alive. He immediately looked up in shock upon hearing that. What? Seol Gangrim stared at her intently and asked again, What did you say? Yuharang spoke. I want to find out about the leader of the clown troupe. She emphasized if the ones we saw in the demon realm are in the same state as my old followers. Yuharang looked down. Thought then fighting them is meaningless. So, the Western Conqueror gave an answer. A man spoke. The leader of the clown troupe is a very powerful shaman king who has accompanied the gods since before the awakening. Her name is Seol Wajaya. She also has a faint connection with you. Yuharang was surprised. What? Someone I know? The man continued. She is the Holy Mother, the biological mother of your teammate. Seol Gangrim thought, could it be that master? His eyes froze in confusion. Is still alive? Dako Jun laughed and spoke. Is that so? Then Gangrim will join the clown troupe? Sounds interesting. The protagonist infiltrates the enemy to bring his misguided family back to the right path. He said in a low voice. We met the clown troupe in the M-Demon realm. They indeed tried to recruit me. Dako Jun was excited. Then things are easier. Seol Gangrim interrupted, but the group I met at the West Heaven Flower Garden. He recalled the image of John Zun. That didn't want anything to do with me. He tilted his head. You met the clown troupe again? Shin Sue spoke. That group was clearly different. They didn't mention the Destiny Protection Bureau or a New Order at all. The group in the demon realm babbled about that stuff constantly. Seol Gangrim added. Instead, they said they wanted to liberate humanity from the gods. They didn't seem to want to wage war among humans. Kang Do-hyun crossed his arms and frowned. There can't be two clown troops. Sin Suao interactive. Could there be factions inside? Dako Jun laughed. Or one side is a fake. Yuharang spoke. If so, the one the Western Conqueror mentioned must be the real group. Kang Do-hyun looked down. But why hide it from us? Seol Gangrim spoke in a low voice. There must be a reason. But for now, I'll have to investigate the clown troupe for a while. Find out who they really are, and if the ones we met belong to the same group. Because so far we know nothing. Yuharang smiled gently at Seol Gangrim. So, if possible, both Dako Jun and Shin Sue looked at him and smiled. Could everyone help me? Ganju was debating intensely. What do you mean? All of that holy water has vanished. At the Destiny Protection Bureau meeting room, the atmosphere was tense. The captain of Destiny Protection Squad 2, Gangju, spoke. Are you saying we won't be able to get any more flowers? CO Mun Young, captain of Destiny Protection Squad 1, also said sternly, yes. But it's not just the holy water. The flower of destruction we worked so hard to cultivate has also been taken by the clown masks. He slammed his hand on the table. What? Are they that strong? There's no way the defense system of the West Heaven Flower Garden is that weak. She raised her hand to her face. The Double Seventh Festival is approaching. I heard all the powerful gods have left their posts. If only we had realized the clown mask's movements sooner. Baek, captain of Destiny Protection Squad 4, lowered his head. What do you think, Captain Ha? He looked up with apologetic eyes. I'm sorry. Yunhui's gaze was deep as she watched him intently. Tracking the clown mask organization. That is your responsibility, Captain Ha. He could only grit his teeth and cry. I'm sorry. He kept sobbing. To make such a huge mistake. I have committed a grave error. Another chilling voice spoke up. More importantly, we must decide our next move before we use up all the flowers we have. Young Baek, captain of Destiny Protection Squad 3, spoke calmly. We need to complete the vessel. The conversation was extremely tense. She continued, Is that feasible, Captain Yang? He responded, There will be difficulties if we continue to intervene like this. A rhythmic tapping sound echoed throughout the room. We stood up. Then let's do it. We will form a special team by selecting the most elite agents from each squad. Their primary mission will be to infiltrate and eliminate the terrorist organization of those who have awakened. A few days later, an attack occurred in the city. Everyone was scattered, screaming filled the air. He stood there arrogantly, gesturing wildly. What a wonderful day. It's perfect for hosting a clown's party. He lunged toward the citizens as fast as lightning. Cries for help and pleas for mercy filled the air. Save me. Everyone tried to escape in total confusion. Damn it, what's happening? Fear and anxiety were clear on the citizens' faces at this moment. Lananos Mauer made a surprise attack on the hood of a car. Hello, gentlemen. Utter terror was visible in every line of his face. A voice from the other end of a phone call rang out. This is Agent Seal Jongmin from the Destiny Protection Bureau headquarters. How can I help you? A bewildered voice answered, What? The other end of the line was still trying to get a response. Hello, sir. Are you unable to speak? Are you being threatened by someone? She asked angrily. Did you just call the Protection Bureau? The voice on the call said, I will dispatch an agent to your location immediately. Please trust the Destiny Protection Bureau and try to hold on a little longer. Lananos Mauer spoke irritably, pointing a sharp finger. I'm sorry to say, but the Destiny Protection Bureau won't be saving you. They won't save you. Immediately, a thunderous punch was thrown. A clay doll walked over to the window and waved. Hello. They smiled. The Destiny Protection Bureau will protect you. She fell backward. That hurts. A calm voice spoke up. Using your powers to bully citizens? Anavitasia stepped forward. This act is truly unforgivable. Lananos Mauer remained sitting there. Come on, you speak as if I actually wanted to do this. The messenger then asked, What do you mean by that? She continued coldly, word by word. Oh dear, here we go. Lananos Mauer lunged forward and grabbed Anavitasia's staff. She said, You really don't know anything at all, do you? Vice Captain of Squad 2, Anabai. The messenger was surprised. Who are you? Lananos Mauer replied calmly, The Clown Mask Organization. We will be the ones to establish a new order. She lunged as fast as a rocket, catching the messenger off guard. Damn it! A long rope coiled around her leg. Lananos Mauer, stop right there. The ropes were so long they wrapped around her and lifted her into the air. Anavitasia stood there and shouted, Shinsue! Shinsue turned toward Agent N. The messenger was shocked. You? Why are you? She replied, Our base is just nearby. Others nearby also rushed up. Let's lend a hand. A voice full of resentment echoed. I've been looking for you for quite a while. The battle grew increasingly intense. Lananos Mauer struggled to break free from the rope. Damn it. Why won't this break? Shinsue said calmly. It's useless. Just give up. It was you, wasn't it? The clown mask who kidnapped Gangram. She firmly denied it. Kidnapped? We just had a small chat in a private place. She spoke sternly. I have a bad history with this one. Let the headquarters keep him. Anavitasia was stunned. It can't be. Is the Clown Mask Organization protected by the Destiny Protection Bureau? Lananos Mauer was hung upside down. No one said, I'd let myself be caught. The messenger explained the current situation. Your allies have also been apprehended. They will be taken to the Destiny Protection Bureau for interrogation. Lananos Mauer maintained her composure. Do you think I don't have a backup plan? You failed. No need to say more. He lunged forward. Boss, did you come to save me? You told me you could control it, but look at this battlefield. She shook her head repeatedly. If it wasn't for Seol Gangram's friend, everything would have been fine. Shin Sue looked up in surprise, thinking, is this guy the boss? The leader of the Clown Mask Organization? He stated arrogantly, You'll definitely be thrown into the punishment room when we get back. Quickly, the rope was snapped. Loud shouts to stop everything rang out. You won't. He unleashed his full power. These guys might be weak. But I won't let you Destiny Protection people catch them. He said coldly, I can take everyone back. At that moment, at the headquarters of the Order of the 10 Holy Crosses. It's here, brother. Seol Gangrim sat there, looking up at priest Lee Suho. He was here because he heard Lee Suho had information about the Clown Mask Organization. A few days after his colleague left to enter the demon realm, he returned. Old images flashed back. Congratulations, sister. They shared what information they had. Memories flooded back. Of course I'll help. Finally, the day has come when the higher-ups rely on us. Hey brother, I heard we recently found a clue from an unexpected place. An irritated expression was clear on Lee Suho's face. An announcement was made. I cannot reveal information about that person. Johann Ritter asked in bewilderment. Why? A question full of sadness was asked. Instead, I want to ask you, why do you associate with that kind of person? Lee Suho stood firm, observing everything. A voice rang out. I cannot reveal information about that person. Johann Ritter was agitated. Why not? Lee Suho spoke gently. Instead, I want to ask you something, Father Johann. A devout man like you, not associating with such evil people? Seol Gangrim kept his eyes closed, ignoring the ongoing debate. You've misunderstood. Get a grip, Father Johann. If you get close to the darkness, you'll be stained before you even realize it. Johann Ritter felt guilty. Sorry, brother. He's usually not this sarcastic. He replied gently, no, it's fine. Seol Gangrim placed his hand lightly on his leg. System notification. Skill activated. Eyes of judgment. His eyes saw many images clearly. It seemed he could see it. He placed his hand lightly on his face. The karma I have accumulated. As long as I carry the karma of 400 people from my past life, then I won't be able to avoid clashes with those that have the ability to see karma, like Priest Lee Suho and Sung Yu-jon. Seol Gangrim was deep in thought. I don't mind having more enemies. I'm too used to it. But even this Order of the 10 Holy Crosses is an organization with exceptionally strong awakened priests. In the past life, they had power comparable to the 5 great sects. He still had many thoughts. If those people become enemies of Baihome Moon just because of me, he looked worried, with sweat rolling down his cheeks. Seeing this, Dako Jun asked, so what do you plan to do now? Seol Gangrim leaned back. What can I do? I have to go back. Priest Lee Suho has already left to conquer the demon realm. Johann Ritter looked ahead. It must be a large-scale demon realm. I heard all the awakened priests are participating in this conquest. Dako Jun said gleefully, so it's an empty house right now? Seol Gangrim asked irritably, what nonsense are you about to say? He glanced over. Have you heard this? If people hate you, give them a reason to hate you. Johann Ritter was frantic. Why do you keep making enemies everywhere? Wasn't grabbing Priest Lee Suho's collar earlier enough? Dako Jun spoke calmly. Think about it. The problem. That is wanting all the information with nothing in hand. To get what we want, we have to give the other side what they want, right? Gangrim looked up. What do we have? He laughed loudly. Well, we can get it now. We'll take over the church and threaten to burn it down if they don't tell us. The fake priest was stunned. What the hell are you saying? Dako Jun turned and said, do you have a better idea? Johann Ritter leaned against the back of the chair. It's not that I have a very smart plan, but he gripped the chair tightly. Then he spoke softly, if that person knew you better, Dot and saw the people you've saved. Those images flooded the priest's mind, making him very excited. I guarantee they will change their attitude. They just don't know enough about you yet. Dako Jun argued to the end. We can't spend days gaining their favor. They're unlikely to meet Seol Gangrim again. Johann Ritter shouted, but arson is not a right choice. Dogwu Yun Smythe. It doesn't necessarily have to be fire. Seol Gangrim spoke thoughtfully. How about conquering a demon realm together? I don't know which one they're heading to. Suddenly, Dako Jun sped up and ran forward. He exclaimed, fine. The cooperative campaign is approved. So Gongmin Shutet. Where the hell are you going? Dako Jun said nonchalantly, I don't know either. But I predicted this. So I placed a tracking device on that priest. He added gently, they haven't gone too far yet. I didn't hear anything. Johann Ritter also shouted, this is a crime, you know that? Lee Suho slowly stepped out of the car and looked around. The conversation seemed mysterious. Could it be? No, I heard it was high level. Another space opened up. It's truly massive. A greeting rang out, hello there. He closed his eyes and smiled brightly. You must be the Order of the 10 Holy Crosses, right? From the Black Demon sect of Mugok. Lee Suho said sternly, that's right. And you? He pointed a finger. The hunters arrived early. But the evil energy around the demon realm is too strong. There's a risk this area will turn into a monster nest, so we went in first. He frowned. It's a high-level demon realm. Isn't it dangerous for Hugeman alone? You should have contacted us first. Oh, come on, what's so dangerous? He said proudly, our sect leader is a national sorceress, you know. She's a very powerful mage. Lee Suho looked serious. We also have something to discuss. He replied happily, is that so? Then come with me. I'll take you to meet the sect leader. By the way, are those people over there with you guys too? Actually, he glanced in the direction his finger pointed. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. You guys! Seol Gangrim was startled. Hey, we've been spotted. Lee Suho showed his attitude. What are you doing here? Seal Gangrim scratched his head in embarrassment. We heard it's a large-scale demon realm. Can we lend a hand? He stepped forward slowly. We don't need your help. Others nearby were gossiping. Isn't that Seal Gangrim? I heard he's very strong. Wouldn't it be great if he helped? Lee Suho turned away to avoid him. He spoke up. No matter how strong he is, I have no intention of asking for help from someone like him. He still stood there and said calmly, is it because of the karma I've accumulated? That and also, Lee Suozmuked. You possess an ability to steal one's life destiny, right? Did you really come here to help us? Or did you come to collect 10 corpses? Johann Ritter heard this and was outraged. What are you saying, Father Suho? Seal Gangrim thought to himself. Just as I thought, that ability is the biggest obstacle. He raised his hand to stop them. It's okay. Seal Gangrim was still deep in thought. But if that's the only issue, he said sternly, are you afraid of my ability? While thoughts lingered in his mind, there was a way. Seal Gangrim took out a glowing object. That's right, so go back. Then let me make an oath regarding my ability to steal heavenly destiny. I will not use it during this conquest. Seal Gangrim swore not to use his life-stealing ability during this raid. Lee Suho heard this, but was still a bit suspicious. He promised confidently, if I break this oath, I will be stripped of my own life. Seal Gangrim handed an item to Lee Suho. I apologize. Can we join now? He was bewildered. We really just came to help, you know? He smiled. We're also here to earn points. If you don't trust me enough, just tell me. Then I'll have to earn your trust, right? There's no turning back. Lee Suho was a bit hesitant. If that's your reason, maybe you should give up. The reason we accepted you for this raid is simply because it truly is too dangerous. These high-level demon realms on the outskirts have been forgotten for too long. The demonic energy around the entrance is thick enough for beasts to spawn naturally. So if you're afraid, you can still turn back now. Johann Ritter was excited. Of course, I'm happy for the chance to prove myself. Lee Suho still had his own concerns. He designated, your group will move with me to the demon realm. Lee Suho didn't forget to warn him, I'll be watching you personally. I'll just say a few words before we go. Everyone gather around. Seal Gangrim thought, it's not easy to convince them, is it? He waved his hand. Mr. Seal Gangrim, are you done talking yet? Seal Gangrim was surprised. You don't seem like a member of the Order of the 10 Holy Crosses. He smiled with narrowed eyes. That's right. I'm from the Black Demon sect. From now on, I'll be joining your group. Mr. Lee Suho, please take care of me. And also, can we take a photo together to post on Instagram? Who knows when I'll get another chance to party with a celebrity. He asked then. It turns out the leader of the Black Demon sect didn't tell you anything about me. He was a bit surprised. Oh, so you two know each other? He's a bit man of few words. Seal Gangrim also said gently, that's fine. The two of them were busy taking photos amidst Lee Suho's urging. Stop playing around and come over here. If you keep up that reckless habit of wandering off, you'll be dead before you can even blink. He rushed over. I'm sorry, I'm coming. Slow footsteps were moving inside. Seal Gangrim thought to himself, but this demon realm entrance is unbelievable. Is this just a normal demon realm? Why is it so vast? The system appeared. You have entered the tiers of the deep sea demon realm. Raid objective. Exterminate all species of monsters within the demon realm. Everyone had gathered. Oh my, is this for real? I heard it was big, but this is way too huge. The system also announced no time limit. Lee Suho spoke up. At least we can enter and exit freely. That's a relief. It might take some time, but we can get through it if we keep hunting. Seal Gangrim realized something and thought, no, you can't get through it just by continuously hunting monsters. This is the fourth great demon realm, where countless casualties occurred in my past life, because they couldn't find the hidden strategy. He still had many thoughts. How has the future changed? Hey, everyone! Someone shouted excitedly. The monsters are approaching. Thoughts circled here. The time and place were completely wrong. But if events continue like they did back then, suddenly a voice rang out, Mr. Seal Gangrim. He swung his arm for an attack along with his thoughts. This time, I won't let anyone die. The beast lunged forward to attack one after another. Its mouth opened wide with sharp teeth. Everyone was terrified. Oh no! The beast lunged as fast as the wind. Amidst everyone's fear, we're out of ammo. A protective barrier was deployed. Johann Ritter tried to hold it up. Everyone, gather closer together. I'll set up a barrier immediately. Seal Gangrim also tried. Father Johann, can you make it wide enough to cover everyone? The priest turned and said, I can. But it will weaken its strength. He strained and shouted, please do it. I have an idea. Johann Ritter followed suit. All right then. The beast writhed in pain in midair. Lee Suho was surprised and asked, what are you doing? If you waste your mana like that from the very beginning. The beasts were hit by an incredibly powerful attack. Attacks were launched in rapid succession. Seal Gangrim lunged forward with intense focus in his eyes. A layer of frost froze the beast solid. Lee Suho saw this and stood gawking in bewilderment. He thought to himself, the monsters were stopped by the perimeter of the barrier. The large ice blocks had managed to halt their ferocity. Lee Suho stood in a corner and thought everything was handled all at once. Seol Gangrim said calmly, I'm glad things went as I thought. He raised his hand and lightly tapped the ice block. Seol Gangrim's appearance radiated a very majestic light. Lee Suho thought enviously, he's definitely a troublesome guy. He does have the ability, but that's exactly why. That I'm more concerned about that troubling karma. He smiled. What do you think? It wasn't a waste of mana, was it? He brushed it off. I suppose not. It was worth bringing you along. But everyone around was praising them. That coordination was amazing. Just as expected from famous hunters, they're on another level. Lee Suho clenched his jaw and thought, such talent should have belonged to a more virtuous person. Seol Gangrim ran up to express, I apologize, Lee Suho. I have something to say about the raid strategy. He said excitedly, just as Mr. Seol Gangrim said, when we scatter, the smaller monsters won't attack. Who would have thought that while the condition is extermination, this is actually a battle against a swarm? Lee Suho refocused on the main point. Don't get distracted while fighting. He said shyly, come on, we have the barrier. And besides, I don't even have to do anything. Mr. Dako Jun will take care of everything. By the way, is it always this easy when you're with Mr. Seol Gangrim? Even though we just met, he gave me orders as if he knew exactly what I could do. Johan Ritter also spoke up, thinking back to his intern days. He agreed in his thoughts. That's right. Seol Gangrim adapts very well in terms of combat. It's even more comfortable than with the brothers in the Union. He must have conquered Father Johan this way too. But I won't fall for Seol Gangrim's trap. The beasts were wiped out in an instant. He waved his hand. Over there. It's the gatekeeper. Father Shin, I'm over here. A complaining voice rang out. Why on earth is he bringing such a long line of people with him? Sharp eyes turned to look at Lee Suho, who was walking up slowly. Greetings, master of the Black Demon Sect. I have something to deliver to you. So, Lee Hyun roared in anger, you. His voice made everyone tremble in fear. Suddenly, he paused for a few beats. Seol Gangrim looked up calmly. It's been a long time, hasn't it, Sorcerer Lee Hyun? Lee Hyun clenched his jaw, appearing extremely furious. He shouted, you. How dare you live so shamelessly? You're the bastard who caused the death of your senior. He grabbed Seol Gangrim by the shirt. Lee Hyun continued to yell. How the hell did you show up here? Were you satisfied after devouring us whole? He struggled to speak. Wait, let's talk about this calmly. He snapped. Shut up, you demon who sows calamity. Lee Hyun continued to be tormented by the past. It's all because of you. Suddenly, his necklace broke, and the beads scattered across the floor. A voice rang out along with a long sword. Hey, old man. Dougal Yoon Smythe. Stop talking about things only you two understand. Explain it so the rest of us can understand. Won't you? Lee Hyun growled. Are you a friend of this guy too? He smiled brightly. We're about as close as can be. He warned. I see you're involved with a suspicious guy like him too. Do you even know this man? That anywhere he goes, unpleasant images flashed as Lee Hyun spoke. That only corpses remain. An image of pure tragedy appeared. He had suffered greatly during that time. Senior Wajayon, the calamity you carry with you. Lee Hyun collapsed before the gravestone. He was so resentful. That causes everyone around you to die. Luckily, today shows an abundance of killing energy. I guess it foretold our encounter with you. The one with the killing energy right now isn't me, but the information I've heard is already quite offensive. Seol Gangrim tried to explain. Wait, let me explain. You were supposed to. Sadness was clearly visible in his eyes. Lee Hyun sobbed. You should have just died. Lee Suho placed a hand on his shoulder and called out, Seol Gangrim. The conversation was thick with resentment. Lee Suho spoke. So, have you agreed to join our order of the 10 Holy Crosses for our conquest? Gangrim stood silently in the vast void. He patted his shoulder. In return, we'll ensure you two don't run into each other again. Let's be careful about that. Lee Hyun turned to leave. Let's move. Follow me. Lee Suho also turned away. Come on, let's continue the hunt. Seol Gangrim called out, Mr. Lee Suho, please wait a moment. He thought to himself, no. If we let them go like this, Sorcerer Lee Hyun will die. He might be someone who makes me uncomfortable. But he is my family's benefactor. I can't let him die. Seol Gangrim blurted out in a panic. Sorcerer Lee Hyun is going to die in this demon realm. Everyone was going their separate ways, making him even more anxious. Seol Gangrim tried to shout, he's going to be attacked by the Clown Mask organization. Lananos Mauer rejoiced, Boss, did you come to save us? Shin Sue's eyes widened. She thought, Boss? Is this guy the leader of the Clown Mask organization? The clown sighed. Did you capture all of my people? It looks like I'll have to rescue them again. Everyone tried to stop him. Oh no. but he still lunged away as fast as the wind. An evenly matched battle broke out. Shin Sue was determined. You're forced to come with us. We have many things to ask you. She frowned, starting with your attempt to persuade Seol Gangrim in the last demon realm. But the clown, with the speed of Gale, that rushed toward his comrades. They shouted out, "Boss." A warning from his accomplice rang out. It's too dangerous here. But the clown dodged as fast as a rabbit, leaving everyone bewildered. How can you dodge without making a single sound? Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. You think you can escape? If I let you get away, I won't be able to face Brother A anymore. He smirked with a sinister grin. The clown stood frozen in bewilderment. System notification. Binding technique activated. A long chain bound him tightly. A matrix was also established. Everything was prepared to capture the clown. A threatening voice rang out. You fake clown mask organization member. I will reveal your true identity. The mask was slowly removed. Everything was about to be brought to light. I can't be caught here. At the same time, the clown still radiated a demonic aura. Shin Sue said sternly, I don't know who you are, but this is the end of it all. The clown's eyes widened in surprise. System. Binding cancellation activated. The mask immediately fell off his face. He knelt on the floor, but the energy remained mysterious. The clown slowly lifted his face. Everyone recoiled in horror. Behind the mask was a hideous face. Amidst the crowd's fear, that's not a human. Yuharang was stunned. What on earth? Everyone was terrified. It wasn't human. The clown laughed loudly and picked up a sharp knife. He lunged forward in a frenzied attack. Whispers began to rise. Not human, you say? The clown shouted excitedly. Do you consider me a failure too? His face was incredibly grotesque and terrifying. The clown angrily gripped the knife. How dare you? From behind, everyone stood watching, ready to act. Clapping sounds rang out rhythmically. The talismans stuck to his back took effect. The ropes suddenly grew larger. It was so powerful that people could not stand firm. Shin Sue thought to herself, the true identity of that fake clown troupe. The clown's power grew stronger as Shin Sue's thoughts continued. That is a monster. A voice suddenly called out from afar, Hey boss. Another person grabbed his shoulder. No, Captain. Lana knows Mauer stood behind. I thought it was a bit strange sometimes, but I didn't expect a monster. She growled and asked, Do the higher-ups know about this? Answer me. Does the Destiny Protection Bureau know about this? The masked men around were also terrified. Everyone went on strike. I quit. I can't take this anymore. Why we have to do this kind of work? The masks were automatically removed and thrown to the ground. Thoughts flashed by. What about these people? Are they all Squad 4 agents? Lana knows Mauer was furious. So that's why. I said I didn't want to work with ordinary agents. Suddenly, something massive moved behind the clown's back. Long, sharp spikes sprouted from his back. The clown spoke softly. Are you asking if they're more like me? Seeing this, she trembled in utter terror. The clown, in his grotesque form, asked, Why are you curious about that? Would knowing change anything? He bared his sharp teeth. Management assistant. Renault. Shin Sue, standing in the distance, thought to herself. Agent Renault Mauer of Squad 4. The fake clown troupe. So the Destiny Protection Bureau is involved in this too? Yang Baek once advised, the reason I gathered everyone here. That is to form a special team to pursue the clown troupe. Many thoughts emerged. Hasn't the Destiny Protection Bureau been pursuing them already? A voice rang out. Is Squad for not participating? She laughed mockingly. I heard those agents are busy with other missions. Thoughts swirled around that. Could the captain be involved too? How far does this conspiracy actually spread? Lana knows Mauer collapsed onto the ground in horror. The clown kept drawing closer. That question doesn't need an answer. Kong Du-hyun shouted, Wake up, Agent Ma. But he couldn't get any closer, thinking, we need him for information. Kong Du-hyun was extremely surprised by the slime beneath his feet. The clown had fired a large amount of adhesive substance across the ground. Everyone was in a panic. What the hell is this? Everyone tried to find a way out. Damn it, I can't cut through it. Panic filled the air. It's climbing up. Sin sua directi darang. Can't you forcibly shut it down? Yuharang was also struggling. I'm trying to shut it down now. Skill. Corrosive thread has been partially neutralized. Yuharang looked on with determination, but it was layering multiple skills on top of each other. In the girl's eyes, only lines of red text appeared. A series of notifications flashed. Skill. Corrosive thread has been partially neutralized. Yuharang appeared utterly exhausted. She collapsed to the ground as a voice cried out, Harang! Harang! Yuharang's eyes still flashed with resolve. The clown swung a sharp spike high into the air. Lana knows Mauer was critically wounded by the spike's thrust. Why did it turn out like this? I only wanted to protect everyone. She slumped down. That's the reason I became an agent. Sin sua. And the others stood, watching in bewilderment. The clown stood there indifferently. Kong Du-hyun stared at him, motionless. The clown suddenly turned his back and walked away. He went on to kill them one by one amidst desperate cries of "Save me. I'll do whatever you say from now on, please." A piteous voice rang out. This loss was too great. The clown left, and Seol Gangrim, the one they were looking for, that was nowhere to be found. The clown put on his mask and said, "Tell him this. The clown troupe always welcomes him." Kong Du-hyun asked helplessly, "Why did you spare us?" He said calmly, "Because you are in this position thanks to that person's arrangement. So you will be more useful later on." Shin Su-ae was furious upon hearing those words. She clenched her fists in anger. "What do you mean protecting us?" Past promises came rushing back. "That's right. We will protect you, Mr. Gangrim. No matter what anyone says, you are our leader." "Me too. I will protect my master." "That's right, brother. Believe in me." Everyone was devastated. In the end, I couldn't help it all. Everyone blamed themselves. Since leaving the training center, we've been too complacent. Just without you and Father Johan, we've ended up like this. At this rate, we won't be of any help to you. Hyang was also exhausted. "It's my fault. I've hit the same wall as before." Shin Su-ae stepped forward to encourage them. "It's no one's fault. It's just that all of us," she said softly, "they're just too weak. Regardless, we can't go on like this. Let's find a way to get stronger to protect Mr. Seol Gangrim." Meanwhile, Seol Gangrim was also pensive. "Damn it. I should have followed them at all costs." The scene was tragic. People shouted, "Run. There might still be survivors." Giant serpents roared, seemingly wanting to break free. They screamed continuously. A red target appeared above its head. Lee Hyun held his weapon up in front of him. Everyone simultaneously held out talismans to seal the giant serpent. Nam Yuyun tightly wiped away sweat. The demon beast seemed to get stronger as we go deeper inside. He agreed. "I wonder what we'll run into next." Lee Hyun mused. "This is strange. The mana flow here is abnormal. It even feels artificially created. It's also worrying that the demon realm map isn't working. There's definitely something inside this cave." Thinking so, he stepped quickly toward the dark cave. Suddenly, a voice from behind called out, "I don't think we should go in." He spoke up anxiously. "This time, we might very well encounter the clown brigade." Someone argued with him. "What are you saying? We haven't even seen a sign of a human." He was so anxious he broke into a cold sweat and continued to dissuade them. "The clown brigade isn't a demon beast. I feel no omen from inside." Lee Hyun let out a sigh. "I'll admit, your instincts are quite sharp." He turned away. He spoke softly. "You might be right." He rejoiced. Then, Lee Hyun cut him off. "If we already know the enemy, there's no need to avoid them." He clenched his hands. The tension truly felt like it was about to explode. He shouted, "Why is everyone so calm? Didn't you hear what Mr. Seol Gangrim said?" Recalling the past, Seol Gangrim had warned that Shaman King Lee Hyun would die in this demon realm. He would be attacked by the clown brigade. Lee Hyun was shocked. "What? I'm going to die?" He glared at him. "Are you cursing me now?" He calmly denied it. "I didn't mean it that way." Lee Hyun was stunned. "And I'll die at the hands of those scumbags?" He felt helpless. "I only caught a glimpse of the future, just like when I was a child." Returning to the present, Lee Hyun stepped forward and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "It's okay now because we know. If we know in advance and prepare, they're nothing compared to us. Prophecies only show a result. They usually point to a future that can be easily changed." He gave a satisfied smile. "Let's take this opportunity to catch them. The Destiny Protection Bureau has officially listed them as public enemies." Bloodstains trailed along the ground. A voice rang out. "Demon beast blood is definitely flowing here." A group stood before a stream of flowing blood. Underground streams and caves are normal, but a stream of blood. Lee Hyun said calmly, "Let's just follow it for now." He stepped into the bright red stream and walked to the edge of the abyss. Streams of blood-red water were continuously flowing into a large chalice. They were horrified. "What the hell is this?" Lee Hyun was concerned. "It seems all the blood flowing in the demon realm is gathering here. And all that blood is being sucked in by that ominous item." Nam Yu-jun expressed, "Should we go down and take a look?" He said sternly, "At least we need to know what kind of object it is. We can't tell from this distance." The group slid down toward the large chalice. A system voice rang out. "The blood chalice converts the amount of blood absorbed over a period of time into mana to refine items." Lee Hyun crossed his arms and assessed. "So it sucks blood to create items. It doesn't seem too dangerous." Inside the chalice, the bright red blood mingled together, forming bubbles. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps approached. Lee Hyun was startled to hear them. A group appeared before Lee Hyun's party. "What's this? Do we have uninvited guests?" Lee Hyun's group turned their heads at once in shock. "It's the clown brigade." He decisively drew his weapon. "Stay calm. Just follow the plan." He swung his fan open, feeling anxious inside. The Clown Brigade, a terrorist organization pursued by the Destiny Protection Bureau. It might be useful if we can gain favor with the Bureau. The members of the Clown Brigade were masked. The leader shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." With that, he lunged toward Li Hyun's group. "Eliminate the intruders." He was angry, his eyes wide. "These vermin." A melee ensued. Li Hyun defeated them with just a few moves. Nam Yoo-jun shouted while fighting the Clown Brigade. "There are many of them, but they're nothing special." He seemed more tense during the fight. Li Hyun rolled up his sleeves to reveal arms covered in talismans. Then he slammed his hands down. Large stone pillars immediately flew up, sending the Clown Brigade soaring into the air. Dust and sand filled the air. Nam Yoo-jun breathed a sigh of relief now that the danger had passed. Looking at the bodies of the Clown Brigade lying on the ground, everyone exclaimed in unison, as expected of our leader. "Those lowly terrorists were no match for you." Li Hyun asked with concern, "Is everyone all right? Is anyone injured?" He followed up, "I'm glad everyone is safe." Suddenly, a surge of power lunged forward. That energy streaked right past his shoulder. Sharp weapons lunged forward all at once. Bona flew in from nowhere and questioned, "Why did you guys break into someone else's secret base?" "Ugh," she emphasized how troublesome. Li Hyun gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, "No way. I couldn't sense their presence until they were this close. I summoned my power. Anyway, since you saw something you shouldn't have." She unleashed several fatal blows. "But you'll have to die here." Activating skill, Flame Wheel. Everyone was terrified by the sight. Li Hyun was angry, but looked worried. Hiding behind a rock, he shouted, "You're no match for them. I'll hold them off, hurry outside, and call for reinforcements." She mocked him. "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, causing her to pause. An urgent voice rang out. "Are there any squads nearby right now? Better yet, find members of the Cross Society." But how long can the leader hold out? He looked back reluctantly, and then abruptly changed direction. "I am staying." Nam Yoo-jun cried out in shock. "Huh? What are you doing?" He replied, "Two people are still better than one, aren't they?" She continuously unleashed attacks, sneering, "What's the use of strong power? Not if you can't hit your target?" Li Hyun was gradually becoming exhausted. Seeing this, she grew excited. "Bona trewa provocativa kick." Even an awakened appointed as a national shaman isn't worth much. A flash of triumph appeared in her eyes. He looked at her with sharp, piercing eyes. He supported Li Hyun. "The old man asked you, why did you come back?" He held a talisman and lunged forward. To change the future for someone who refuses to cooperate. He flew toward Bona with the talisman. She mocked him. "How long do you think you can hold out while wasting mana like that?" Though injured, he still lunged forward, thinking, "I can do this. If I can just hold out until the seniors call for aid." She said something that stunned him. "No matter how much time you buy, your friend won't make it in time. By the way, isn't your leader going to fight back harder? He is a national shaman, after all." Come to think of it, seeing them cower so pathetically behind their subordinate. Dot is quite a sight compared to when they were bragging about being a national shaman. He shouted back in frustration, "Shut up. Someone like you has no right to talk about them like that." Bona sneered, "Someone like me? And what exactly are you?" Large stone pillars shot up like arrows. She struggled with difficulty to dodge them. "I thought you were just cowering there. Who knew you were preparing this?" He shielded the trembling Li Hyun behind him. She continued to provoke him. "But what are you going to do about this?" "I'm perfectly fine, but you aren't, right?" "I see. Artifact-type abilities usually consume a lot of mana. It's a power too heavy for a human to bear." He took the opportunity to point the talisman at Bona. "It's as if you yourself aren't human either." A cold, mechanical voice rang out. "Insufficient mana. Unable to use mana shield skill. Abnormal status mana depletion has been applied." He was struck by the move and tumbled to the ground. Bona put her hand to her chin curiously. "Did you take them all down?" She descended to the ground and slowly approached. "Better to end this for sure." Li Hyun growled in anger. "You bastard." He thought to himself, "Is it over then? Was I wrong?" Recalling Seol Gangrim's previous words, "I'll lend a hand." He had hurriedly waved him away. "I don't think you should go in." Li Hyun thought I was arrogant. A strong hand tightly gripped his collar. Seol Gangrim appeared, standing against Bona. Li Hyun was shocked. Seol Gangrim's sharp eyes glared at Bona. Li Hyun asked, "Why are you here?" He replied coldly, "If you die, I won't be able to face my master. I also have some matters to settle." He spoke while running quickly toward Bona. With that fake clown troupe, she fled in frustration. "Damn it, I have nothing to settle with you." A frantic voice behind him called out, "Sorcerer Li Hyun, are you okay? Is that Seol Gangrim?" Every time I saw him, he was always fearful and trying to push everyone away. He was always a coward who only knew how to run. I didn't expect him to dive into danger to help me. Before everyone's shocked eyes, Seol Gangrim lunged forward, his gaze sharp as a knife. A battle broke out between him and Bona, but she seemed no match for him. He thought helplessly, what is happening? Even if the situation were unfavorable, Sorcerer Li Hyun shouldn't be overwhelmed to this extent. Bona provoked, why are you here? The boss deliberately staged this near your hiding spot. What? Just because we can't kill you, don't think we'll let you do whatever you want. She picked up the blood chalice. In the end, all of you, that will just be used according to that person's will. Seol Gangrim was alarmed. Damn it, she's too fast. At this point, even with witnesses, recovering the item was the top priority. A panicked voice rang out. She's heading this way. Li Suo reacted quickly. He held a gun and fired continuously. Bona clutched the chalice and fled. He was worried. She's getting away. So Gongrim shooted angrily. No, he yelled toward everyone. We can't let her escape. Bona gripped the blood chalice tightly. A figure silently appeared. He sighed softly and quietly summoned energy. Right? Dragging this out any longer would be a bit much. Seeing him, Bona froze in fear. She turned her head, looking for a way out. Another way. Seol Gangrim used his weapon to freeze her, preventing her from running. Got you, clown. I have many questions, but first, the reason you can't kill me is... Suddenly, a liquid flowed from behind the mask. Seol Gangrim looked panicked. What are you doing? He grabbed her collar. Bonas milat sinistarli. Be careful what you wish for, because of what you've learned from me. She removed the mask. She gave a bizarre smile. There was absolutely nothing there. Someone rushed in. Damn it. Father, please save her. He placed his hand on Bona's body. Then he shook his head as if she could no longer be treated. So Gongrim sighed. I didn't expect her to commit suicide with poison. Even knowing they were a secret organization, I was too careless. We've lost the chance to get more information about these clowns. Casualties in the demon realm couldn't be prevented. Even trying to read the fate from his dead face. All I see is the name Bona. No surname. The one who trusted and helped us. I'm sorry. A trembling foot slowly approached. Li Hyun, with shaking legs, spoke up. If the name is Bona, I might be of some help. Seol Gangrim asked, you know this clown mask organization? He continued, first, let me say this to you. Give me the mask. What are you planning to do? Li Hyun took out a talisman and placed it on the mask. Transformation ability activated. Then he placed the mask back on Bona's face. Seol Gangrim wondered, why is the agent's mask? Li Hyun spoke softly. This person is an agent of the Destiny Protection Bureau. Everyone present was stunned, looking completely bewildered. Hearing this, Seol Gangrim felt like a bolt from the blue. His pupils contracted sharply. An agent? How? I was so certain. In the past, among the agents who used to visit our sect, there was one named Bona. A voice rang out, Bona, bring this donation to our sect leader. Li Hyun looked dazed upon seeing the amount of gold. Is this? Are you guys bribing me? She bowed her head. How will we ever dare? This is all for the common good. We only wish to contribute with our advanced pharmaceutical technology. That is all. Li Hyun spoke irritably. The smugglers of the flowers of the gods. But doing things like this? I didn't expect you to know about that. Captain, if I told you we have no way to obtain those flowers anymore, would you believe me? The West Heaven Flower Garden will no longer be able to grow them. For at least the next few hundred years. Seol Gangrim was horrified to hear this. No way. Could the future have changed because I went to the West Heaven Flower Garden? This never happened in my past life. The Destiny Protection Bureau is seeking cooperation from external sects. Li Hyun continued. Currently, the Destiny Protection Bureau is the most influential organization. I thought making a deal with them was a good idea. Seol Gangrim questioned him angrily. You shook hands with them, didn't you? He denied it. I put on hold. They were in such a hurry that I wanted to test the waters first. Thank goodness. Anyway, judging by the voice and other things, you will regret losing this opportunity, Black Demon Sect leader. At least you aren't as arrogant now as when you were boasting about being the national shaman. Based on how he spoke as if he knew me, it must be him. Seol Gangrim pondered. So that fake organization is backed by the Destiny Protection Bureau? What is the real purpose of the special task force he joined? Seeing him staring, Li Hyun felt a bit tense. Should we even know about this? While we still can, let's go take care of the remaining matters. He bowed his head, his voice full of urgency. I understand why you don't trust me. Seol Gangrim quickly waved his hand. No, it's not that. It's understandable, given the things I've done to you. He placed a hand on the man's shoulder. National Shaman Li Hyun, I apologize for everything. He seemed taken aback by those words. He didn't know what had made him change his mind like that. Li Hyun replied, it's because you've changed the way you carry yourself today. It can't be explained simply by having more power. The weakness of the past is gone. He reached out and took Seol Gangrim's hand. If your senior saw you as you are now, he would be very proud. Seol Gangrim gave a satisfied smile. He might even scold me. When possessing first-grade karma, the influence of accumulated karma becomes more severe. He gripped the talisman in his hand tightly, thinking about his master being proud of him. So, why hide the fact that master is still alive from us? The system voice rang out. You have defeated the demon beast of the demon realm. White flint armored fish. All demon beasts that swallowed the white flint have been eliminated. All demon beasts in the demon realm have been wiped out. Target subjugation successful. Contributors, Bona, Lee Suo, Doggojun, Yoan Richter. Highest contribution. Bona, the highest contributor, has fallen. Rewards have been transferred to Seol Gangrim, who defeated the demon beast Bona. Demon beast Bona's exit has been activated. Seol Gangrim was startled. That fake organization was a demon beast? Knowing the Destiny Protection Bureau is behind this is shocking enough. What on earth are they plotting? Lee Suo emerged from Aole. Mr. Seol Gangrim. Thank goodness you haven't left yet. I have something to tell you. We are inside a demon realm, so we don't have to worry about being overheard. What is it? The answer to the question you asked me. You trust me. He let out a sigh. I think I've seen enough. Enough to know what kind of person you are. But I'd like National Shaman Lee Hyun to step aside. Lee Hyun added, fine. I'll leave as soon as I finish the funeral arrangements for the sect members. Father, wait. Can't we all go together? Why? Seol Gangrim spoke loudly, because the Black Demon sect will definitely be useful to us. Lee Suo sighed helplessly. It's not that. Mr. Seol Gangrim, have you no shame? After seeing how he treated you, in my heart I thought, but he doesn't deserve to know the truth. I simply cannot trust someone with that kind of personality. Seol Gangrim said coldly. However, I will still tell him. So I want everyone here to listen together. In his heart, if it concerned Master, National Shaman Lee Hyun would be the most trustworthy person. Lee Suho seemed to realize something. I see. Is that so? Then I'll give it to you. This is what National Shaman Seol Wajayong entrusted to me. With that, Lee Suho burned the paper, which scattered in all directions. For destiny, I have chosen the best path. Seol Gangrim and Lee Hyun stared with eyes wide, their pupils contracting sharply. He thought that voice. People always watch and ponder their own fate. My fate has two possibilities. Either be killed by the Destiny Protection Bureau or be framed as a deviant gifted criminal. To crush the Destiny Protection Bureau, I faked my death and founded the Clown Mask organization. If you find this, it means you have passed the test of the person I trust. On the upcoming Chishi Festival, come to Yeonju Falls. I need your help, Gangrim. Seol Gangrim stepped forward, but his heart was fluttering with anxiety. He thought, I didn't expect to encounter someone else during this time. That fake clown organization. They said that side has completely turned into demon beasts. Doing something like that in the heart of the city, not even in a demon realm. Just as expected, it's different from my past life. He was lost in thought, and he forgot where he was going. You've passed through the barrier. I was worried, but it seems you've arrived safely. This is a secret base. Without the seal, it's impossible to find. Master is still as brilliant as ever. I need a little help. Thinking about Master asking for his help. But he truly didn't know what would happen next at Yeonju Falls. Seol Gangrim stood there and called out loudly, Master. A foot stepped out quickly. You've grown up a lot, Gangrim. He was utterly shocked to see Seol Wajayong. She walked out happily to greet him. How have you been? The rushing water of the falls drenched his body. She held out an umbrella to cover him. She comforted him. Careful now, your clothes are all wet. Large tears rolled down his cheeks. She spoke. The reason I've had no contact with you all this time. That is because the future of the Clown Mask organization is very bleak. Everywhere I look, I only see death. I didn't want to drag you into it. He replied happily. Then hasn't the future changed now? Why did you call me here? It's not because of that. Seol Gangrim was confused. Then why? Her voice gradually became shaky. I called you here because I can no longer read your future at all. Your past and future are blurred together, and there's a karma of unknown origin suppressing it. I hoped it wasn't because of me, but seeing you before me now, I wasn't wrong. What happened to you? Seol Gangrim stammered. Well, even if it's you, Master. How would you believe me if I said I came from the past? She gently comforted him, Gangrim. No matter what happened, I am your family. If it's too difficult to say, you don't have to. But if you are in danger, you'll tell me, won't you? So that I can help you. He cautiously spoke up. Actually, I have returned here from the future. When I first returned, I told her everything without hiding a single thing. So I told her about my past life, and about this life as well. By the time I was finished, the day was almost over. She held his hand to comfort him. You've been through a lot, but I'm glad that you have so many comrades standing by your side. Thinking about the fact that they decided to stay by his side again. That despite having gone through many incidents, Seol Gangrim awkwardly scratched his head. Actually, there are many sect members who don't know. Seol Wajayong continued. The Destiny Protection Bureau is no ordinary opponent. You intend to shoulder the responsibility for your comrades' lives all by yourself, don't you? That thought is both foolish and arrogant. You said you were protected by your comrades before you returned, right? So is that the reason why you're doing the same thing now? Does it put your mind at ease to watch them fight? Hearing that, he lowered his head and didn't dare utter a word. She taught him sternly, why would you want your partners to go through that painful feeling? Either fight together knowing the true enemy or leave. Give them the right to choose and then come back here. Seol Gangrim looked apologetic. Yes, in a large room. But someone spoke up. What did Mother say to you that made you gather everyone like this? Seol Gangrim sat in the head seat and said in a deep voice, I have something to tell everyone. But actually in his heart, that if everyone knew the truth that they fell because of me in the past life, that I've been deceiving everyone all this time, would anyone still stay by my side? He continued, I forgot that if I truly care about everyone, that I should let everyone choose their own destiny. Everyone fell silent. No one dared to say anything. Everyone was tense. Suddenly, a crisp round of applause rang out. Seol Gangrim, that's touching. I didn't expect you to admit with your own mouth that you're a regressor. So that means you've accepted me as your partner, right? She followed up happily, thank you, Master. Although it's hard to say, you said you trust us, right? We will stand by you, Master. Me too. I have no intention of running away and leaving my brother behind either. Everyone took turns exclaiming, I owe Seol Gangrim in this life. A debt must be repaid. In the past life, I had no connection with brother Seol Gangrim at all, but I cannot forgive the actions of the Destiny Protection Bureau. I'm sorry, Gongrim. A large tear fell, thinking about how he shouldered everything alone all this time. That while I knew nothing, I only felt hurt because you were hiding something from me. Thank you for telling us. I'm glad we can fight together once again. While he was busy working, a plate of steaming hot dumplings was placed on the table. Everyone was buzzing. What's going on? He replied. Seol Gangrim admitted it. The protagonist just confessed, he returned. I have to write this into the story right away. She said calmly, a rare scene is approaching. We might all lose our lives. Aren't you nervous? He pondered for a moment. The others do seem a bit scared. But hearing Shin Sue say that is indeed interesting. Shin Sue's reaction is still the strangest of all, isn't it? Shin Sue looked at him with confusion. Shin Sue asked in confusion, what do you mean? Dako Jun teased her. She believes blindly. I can even see it's beyond the ordinary. Shin Sue argued. Don't you also know that you're someone who goes against the norm? He interrupted. Don't change the subject. She closed her eyes and sighed. You've been like that since last time. He continued to argue. It's not just because she believes Seol Gangrim will return. It's strange that Shin Sue, someone who hates killing, naturally sacrificed her own arm to save Seol Gangrim, and then tried to kill Seol Gangrim's enemy. Shin Sue looked quite panicked upon hearing that. He pointed his finger at her face. I was convinced after hearing about the end of the homunculus that Seol Gangrim told us. Shin Sue's decisions always become strange when Seol Gangrim is involved. How can sacrificing an entire sect and comrades just to protect one person be considered normal? I believe Shin Sue is the protagonist of this story, but I'm doubting the truth in her heart. Your goodwill. Shin Sue stepped outside, lost in thought. She recalled the dialogue between her and Seol Gangrim. At that time, he pressed her against the wall and questioned, what is the reason? What is your relationship with me? That's right. Returning to reality, she felt ridiculous. Why am I so worried about Seol Gangrim? A loud voice rang out, catching Shin Sue's attention. It's here. A group of people were cheering excitedly. I also received an invitation to the Divine Realm. So that leaves only me. Shin Sue asked curiously, what are you guys talking about? Seol Gangrim explained. An invitation to the Divine Realm? We plan to utilize the gods we've received. You can become stronger by training in the Divine Realm. That's because the flow there is different. It seems the moment of crisis is drawing closer. She rested her chin on her hand and thought, if I also received one. He quickly interrupted. Being possessed by a god isn't necessarily good. Several quite powerful sorcerers have had their abilities restricted by their gods. She looked puzzled. In the past, did I not receive one either? The Shin Sue of the past. You received your own possessing god at the moment the battle with Suruman began. A god with the title, the First Master. She continued, that is the title of the god who granted me possession since I left the training area. Seol Gangrim asked curiously, so you've received it already? She replied, I refused because I didn't know what kind of god it was. He placed his hand on his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief. I don't know much either, but that god would have given Shin Sue things that she wouldn't follow. Because of that sin, the Shin Sue of the past suffered a serious consequence. She thought, I have to find a way to get stronger without relying on gods. I'm not even sure if I believe in them. I have something to give you. A liquid created by extracting mana. Dot from rank 2, Divine Blood Essence. When consumed, mana control will be strengthened. The others can depend on the help of the gods, so you should use this. Shin Sue said, then he turned to walk away. She continued, Gangrim, you didn't receive a possession either, did you? Seol Gangrim gave a confident smile. I already have a few methods ready. Seol Wajayong was shocked and widened her eyes. Gangrim, you. Her face turned serious. What are you talking about? Seol Gangrim pleaded, please open my demon gate, master. The demon gate is the path for demons to enter and exit the mortal world. If the demon gate opens within someone's soul, their divine energy will become stronger. They will hear what they shouldn't hear and see what they shouldn't see. She questioned him worriedly. After all we did to close it, now you want to open it? In his heart, the appearance of the demon gate only brought him pain when he refused the god's possession, but now things would be different. He placed his hand on his chest and said firmly, I'm in the process of deification, but there are still many restrictions on using divine power in my current state. Inside, the new ability received through deification had been unlocked previously, but he had never been able to use it. She gently advised, opening the demon gate is not easy. Forcing it to open is different from it opening naturally. Many have gone mad because they couldn't endure the process, and you're not in good condition either. Seol Gangrim clenched his fists. Close to the limit we are at now, there is no chance of winning against the beginning. Instead of being defeated while still human, I'd rather become a demon. She sighed softly. Perhaps if I open it for you, it will be the safest. After Seol Wajayong sat before the altar to perform the rite, a person in white sat behind her. That was Seol Gangrim. He sat there with his eyes closed. Demon gate open. Demon gate open. Rows of talismans surrounded his body. It's truly opening. The Seol Gangrim who once ran away has now returned. It's so unpleasant. Seol Gangrim clutched his head in pain. Progress 30. While performing the rite, she looked over and was horrified. Oh no, the shrine is on fire. Try to endure it. Seol Gangrim bit his lip so hard it bled. I can do this. The pain will subside once the demon gate is fully open. I've endured spiritual illnesses since I was a child. This is weaker than what I prepared for. Progress 70 in this past. Seol Gangrim, sin suaspo gueridli. Did you think I wouldn't stop you if you try to leave? Whenever Gangrim smiles and leaves on his own, he always does something very dangerous. That's because I had some information about my past self. It must be so. You have consumed the essence. Your mana control has been strengthened. He asked worriedly, why did you make me drink this? She said happily, let's share, and then she put it to her mouth and drank it all. My mana has increased a bit now. It's good that I drank this. My mana has risen to level 80. I don't know what you're planning. She gave a happy smile. But now you can handle everything much more easily. Seol Gangrim clutched his head on the ground, blood trailing across the floor. The demon gate has been opened. See? That was easy. His hands slowly relaxed. Seol Wajayong screamed in panic. Gong Rim, wake up. Gong Rim. She spoke calmly. So the incident of the beginning creating the fake theater troupe has been exposed? A man knelt on the ground. Baek reported. Commander, it's because of this man. Spikong Du-hyun has resigned. He is the hostage. He can help us against Seol Gangrim and Seol Wajayong. We need to tell the god about this. She spoke slowly fine. Clasping her hands, she struggled to stand up to perform the rite. Oh God on high, how should we fight against them from now on? A deep, raspy voice rang out. Just leave it be. No one can fight against destiny. Baek breathed a sigh of relief. We believe in you. She replied, yes, keep it that way. With that, she slumped down onto the hospital bed. The bloodstained mask fell. Gongju asked curiously. The 41st commander died because of leader Seol Mun, right? Baek Yikang Simidet. That question was worth it. Come on, let's go to the research lab. We need to find a successor commander right now. At the university hospital, Seol Gangrim strode inside. He looked around as if searching for something. Suddenly, the system voice rang out. Stealth skill activated. Footprints appeared among the people in the hospital. One day prior, Seol Gangrim received a call. He spoke softly, hello? A deep, raspy voice came through the other end. It's me. Gangrim, how are you feeling? That voice was like an obsession in his head. Gangrim, how are you? How are your legs? Is your head okay? He replied, I'm fine. Fine? What do you mean by fine? Your face looks like you're about to die. Gangrim should just drop dead. Then can we be friends? Gangrim sat in the corner, his voice calm. Well, I've endured it for a week now, so I'm gradually getting used to it. After Seol Wajayong on the other end softened her voice, I see. Seol Gangrim felt as if a burden had been lifted. Sighing, he said, yes, don't worry. Was it the only reason you called? Her hand tightened on the paper. We'll talk more when we meet, but she looked at a person in the photo. The man named Baek you mentioned. He has finally appeared in my vision. Seol Gongrim Rushtov. Master, he spoke. You found Baek? Then Seol Wajayong nodded seriously. Yes, I think I know where he is now. Seol Gangrim slammed the table. Then immediately, she spoke up to stop him. Calm down. That place still needs further investigation. The place where he appeared is suspected to be a secret research facility of the Destiny Protection Bureau. It's too dangerous to charge in recklessly. The investigation into this facility has actually progressed to a certain extent. Seol Gangrim's hands trembled as he tried to stay calm. But how much longer must I wait? After a few more visions and arranging personnel for the infiltration mission, then I will personally infiltrate. Upon hearing this, Seol Wajayong was alarmed. She stopped him. There is no one more suitable than you. She closed her eyes, tried to regain her composure. Then, as if having made a decision, her voice was ice cold. No. Seol Gangrim was devastated, his voice trembling. Why? Why? Seol Wajayong pointed at his face. Because it's too dangerous to send you. He asked curiously, what do you mean? She explained, you've opened the demon gate and filled yourself with divine power. You now possess powerful demigod status. Even without it, you aren't weak enough to make me worry. Seol Gangrim countered, regardless, I'm not going there to fight. I have several skills that are very useful for reconnaissance. And, at the very least, if something happens, I can still retreat safely. Wajayong slammed the table and shouted angrily, look at yourself right now. Just hearing the name Baek makes you emit such a terrifying killing intent. How do you plan to infiltrate in that state? Seol Gangrim was stunned by those words. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. He slumped to the ground, looking helpless. Seeing him so despondent, Seol Wajayong's voice softened slightly. I understand your desire for revenge, but if you let your emotions overwhelm you like that, do you really think you could just scout and return safely? Seol Gangrim sat there, biting his lip. She continued, are you sure you won't lose control? And attack him if you see Baek? Seol Gangrim lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake. I promise not to do everything alone anymore. She was extremely surprised to hear him say that. My comrades said they would fight with me. Memories flashed through his mind. Thank you for telling me. They believed your unbelievable story about your return. And they're still striving to fight together against Baek. I want to be with them. And that is more important to me than revenge. Please believe me, Master. In the hallway, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed. Choi sung one side in frustration. Why am I stuck in a place like this? A figure appeared behind him, ready to attack. But he was completely unaware, still rambling on. Gotta have a smoke to wake up before going in. He was knocked unconscious and dragged into a room. The voice of the code scanner rang out. Park Dacheon identity verified. Opening lab number 1. Seol Gangrim thought, the security here is really lax. But Master said she couldn't see the future behind this door. A lab door slowly opened. So from here on, it's definitely the secret research area of the Destiny Protection Bureau. Let's see what they're hiding. A woman was lying inside a large laboratory tank. The woman's eyes were tightly shut. Seol Gangrim was horrified to see her. Baek. He was terrified. He reached out as if to touch the large tank. No way. He slowly turned around, carefully observing his surroundings. His body pressed against the large tank. When he saw the woman's face in the tank clearly, Seol Gangrim was stunned. No way. He accelerated, running forward and looking all around. He couldn't believe his eyes. Everything. All the laboratory tanks around him. That were the bodies of the same person. Everything. Seol Gangrim collapsed, crouching down. They're all Baek. The system voice rang out. S-098 rank 1 divine grade, 5 elements, metal. H-230 rank 1 divine grade, 5 elements, water. F-002 rank 1 divine grade, 5 elements, fire. Seol Gangrim's whole body trembled. The names referred to different elemental systems, but they were clearly Baek. No, even if they weren't exactly Baek, it was pointless. If, in his heart, just one Baek was enough to destroy Baihomun and their allies. If all of these awaken, we won't have any chance of survival. Seol Gangrim frantically hacked into the software. I have to settle this right now. Suddenly, the identification device's voice rang out. Hyang Ibex's identity verified. Opening lab number 1. Footsteps echoed throughout the laboratory. A graceful voice rang out. I hope they could survive until the next blooming. He entered looking worried. We still have many spare containers. Captain Yang added, this sample group alone is... Suddenly, he shouted angrily. Hey you, the back of a man in the room. Now what are you doing here? Gangrim posed as a member of the research team and stammered. Well, I lost a few things, so I'm checking places I've been. Captain Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, Researcher Park. What are you looking for? He waved his hand. Ah, no, it's not here. The man replied, right. Why don't you try the smoking room? He strode past them. I think I should go there. Seol Gangrim, disguised as Researcher Park, walked away. He spoke up suspiciously, calling him back, hey. Isn't the smoking room that way? Group leader Hyang, go check again. Over there. I don't think he's a researcher. Captain Yang stroked his beard with a puzzled look. How strange. Seol Gangrim, disguised as a man, scratched his head awkwardly. I got a bit confused about the directions. He asked curiously, isn't that the clumsy researcher park? He hurried away. Then I'll take my leave first. Captain Yang let out a soft sigh. He fired a surge of green energy from his hand, his face calm. We'll know when we check. Seol Gangrim, disguised as researcher park, saw the situation was bad and looked panicked. Captain Hyang pointed at his face. Oh, what's this? He gave a foolish smile. Is he dodging? If it were him, there would be a hole in his head by now. Gongju was worried. Captain Hyang suddenly, Seol Gangrim, disguised as researcher park, grabbed his weapon and lunged forward. He slammed hard against the laboratory door. Despite the hard hit, the door didn't budge. Captain Yang crossed his arms and looked at him triumphantly. It's fine, he can't escape. In his heart, he was panicking. Damn it. He stepped forward, closing in on him. Now then, his face went cold. Should we reveal the identity of the intruder? In his heart, I said I would run away without fighting. But this is a situation I can't escape from without a fight. I have no other choice. He put on a mask, silently calculating in his head. Just don't let them find out it's me. Captain Hyang was startled. Oh my, is that an invisibility power? He glanced around, unaware that Seol Gangrim had turned invisible and appeared behind him. These circus clowns are getting bolder by the day. He landed a blow on his back, but Gongju used his ability to shield the old man. Gongju was puzzled. How can you be so calm? He confidently tilted his head back. Don't worry. This time, I'll hit him properly. With that, Captain Hyang unleashed a move that nearly hit Seol Gangrim. He went too far, causing a laboratory tank to shatter. Gongju clutched his head and screamed. Captain Hyang. He panicked. Oh no. He continued. If I'm allowed to break a few things, I can catch him for you. The old man barked angrily. Break what? Seol Gangrim continued to run under Gongju's pursuit. His face turned pale with rage as he roared. Catch him now. Captain Gong's face looked confident. You just attached a light? Corpse summoning skill activated. Seol Gangrim was worried to hear that. Summoning? So it's a small hunt. Gong yu legid ludli. Clown circus, your reckless meddling ends here. He drew his sword, but it was blocked by Seol Gangrim's blade. Seol Gangrim tremble inwardly. Damn it. I can't fight against conventional weapons. He swung his sword wildly. Invisible again? You think you can escape like that? He silently calculated. It's clear they want to preserve these Baek Eongs. If I keep running and breaking things, they'll eventually have to focus on defense. That will be my chance to escape. It's not just skeleton soldiers. Gongju's massive hand pinned Seol Gangrim to the ground. He rushed over, his face cold, and softly said, got you. He reached out to touch Seol Gangrim's mask. Let's see. What kind of person are you? The mask was removed. He gave a smile. Long time no see, Captain Gong. Gongju was shocked, as if unable to believe his eyes. Seol Gangrim, why are you here? Captain Hyang was excited. You said Seol Gangrim? So this is what it meant to just leave him be. The system voice rang out. Captain Yang reached out, and fragments of the laboratory tank immediately flew up. Swampification skill activated. He laughed maniacally. No one can fight against fate. Gong yu huotadangli. Yang, are you crazy? His haunting voice rang out. What? Looking at the fake corpses on the ground, he sighed. We don't need fakes. If we can perform a demigod possession on the real entity. Hearing that, Seol Gangrim was horrified, his pupils contracting sharply. This energy, it's definitely that god. The god that has been pursuing me since I was a child. Recalling the good past, all of you are in those positions according to that person's arrangement. There will be a time when you'll be used in a more precious way. So that was why the fake clown circus couldn't kill us. A cold, mechanical voice rang out. Demigod power activated. Gongju shielded his eyes. What is this? Captain Hyang was terrified. He's already undergone deification. Seol Gangrim flew high into the air, much to the astonishment of the two. He used his strength to summon a source of energy. That energy flew toward Gongju's large hands, shattering them into pieces. Then it went deeper, cutting Gongju and making him bleed. Captain Hyang spoke coldly. His eyes flashed with a terrifying light. That person's entity cannot be an ordinary human. Seol Gangrim looked down at him calmly. In his heart, divine power continuously flowed through the demon gate. This new power I have is thanks to the protection of the gods. It has excellent compatibility with existing abilities. It's come to this. Let's end it here. He spoke coldly. But you know, he gently drew his weapon. Suddenly, he froze, staring at them in shock. They transformed into terrifying creatures. We aren't ordinary humans either. Captain Yang looked coldly at Seol Gangrim. Indeed, that person's body could hardly be that of a normal human. Soc Recaps silently calculated. The Destiny Protection Bureau has 4 captains. It will be dangerous if this drags on too long. He gently drew his weapon. Let's settle this quickly and leave. He accelerated, lunging at them. Captain Hyang gave a wicked smile and summoned energy. But we aren't human either. Green tentacles quickly emerged from his body. He controlled the tentacles to tightly wrap around Soc Gangrim. Soc Gangrim struggled to break free from them. He was deeply confused. This isn't using supernatural powers. Soc Gangrim looked down at Captain Hyang summoning power. I see. Are you guys actually demons? Gongju provoked him. It seems those failures have exposed everything. He mocked him. So you're serious. He spoke confidently. Quickly capture Soc Gangrim so we can continue the divine possession. A tense battle broke out. Gongju struggled to hold his ground. I can't believe it. Soc Gangrim confidently stood against him. He gradually became exhausted and stammered. How can he become so strong? He showed potential even when he was a trainee, but he hesitated and then continued. You are only. Suddenly, a surge of energy flew straight towards Soc Gangrim. He gloated, rank 3 at best. Soc Gangrim alloyed his teeth. Too late to dodge. He used his weapon to block that source of power. 2 sources of power continuously clashed. Gongju flew up in a rage. Unbelievable. Even this move isn't effective? Soc Gangrim gave a mocking smile. I'm no longer rank 3. He sneered, you're talking nonsense. The destiny level doesn't change. He lunged forward, shouting, humans cannot change their own destiny. Soc Gangrim gave a cold smile. I thought so too, but he grabbed the other sword. Then he pushed him away, completely defeating him. Gongju's body stiffened. He had been frozen. Captain Hyang screamed in despair, oh no. Captain Gong. It turns out that wasn't true. A Soc Gangrim with rank 3 divine power and elemental ranks of fire, water, and wood. Soc Gangrim spoke coldly. We can change our destiny. Captain Hyang backed away in panic. No way. In his heart, to possess divine power himself. A mere human dares. Soc Gangrim was startled when he saw the giant monster. Is he dead? How is his ability still? The monster bit down on Captain Hyang's neck. It was as if it had swallowed the old man whole. He looked terrified. It swallowed them? A divine grade? In the end, you are still just human. But we received divine power from that person, and were born as protectors of destiny with the power of the gods. Captain Yang stepped out of the monster's mouth. He breathed a sigh of relief. His face was dazed, his voice raspy. That was a close call. Soc Gangrim was shocked to see him survive. I didn't expect the thing behind to be the true body. This makes things a bit complicated. He flew in fast, launching an attack at the old man. Captain Hyang surged up, using his ability to strike Soc Gangrim's body. In his heart, because this is unstable power obtained by opening the demon gate, my body has been under pressure since using demigod mode. The old man gave a triumphant smile. As expected, the divine power is slowly dissipating. Seeing him cough up blood, the old man gloated. It looks like you're enduring power you can't control. You won't be able to hold out for long. Captain Hyang laughed maniacally as the monster bound him. Destroying your own body just to buy time. But can that really be called living? With a body born incomplete. I'll be grateful that you can at least become a vessel for the gods. And accept the divine possession. Soc Gangrim continuously struggled against the massive monster. I have to resist. Son, are you ready now? He felt like he was falling into despair. Damn it. I was told not to use this unless it's absolutely unavoidable. But suddenly, a blue light appeared. It cracked open from the inside. It was the serious face of Soc Wajaya. Yes, I thought the time would come to use it. Captain Hyang blurted out in panic, you are. She spoke coldly. Soc Wajaya, a slave to destiny. Names that have faded, souls that have been erased. If you cannot release your resentment and indignation, then turn into a sword. Yes. Let me help you fight. I command you. Complete destruction. Sword Spirit Summoning Order activated. Captain Hyang was tormented mercilessly. Large drops of blood splattered. Turning around, there was nothing left but a pile of ruins. Soc Wajaya gently pulled Soc Gangrim's hand. Her gaze was resolute as she looked at him. He felt a bit awkward. Master, I'm sorry. She gave a satisfied smile. Regardless, this isn't the worst situation I imagined. Gangrim, you did well. Finish that guy off first, and then come back. Captain Hyang shouted, wait. Soc Gangrim, you haven't forgotten everything I did for you before, right? I'll provide information about the Bureau. We could be on the same team. The old man pleaded desperately. Please, spare me. On the TV screen, a man was reading a report. At around 4 p.m. yesterday, at the university hospital, the clown gang carried out another bomb terrorist attack. Fortunately, thanks to the quick response from the Destiny Protection Bureau, there were no casualties. Seal Gangrim tapped his hand on the table and nodded in satisfaction. I see. No mention of your faction or Captain 3. Are you really a useful person? Gongju in shackles looked at him. I'm effectively the second in command of the Bureau. Seal Gangrim said coldly, really? Just like those test subjects we saw in that lab. But you have backups too, don't you? Soul Gongrim. That questioned coldly. If that's the case, there's no specific reason why the person I must detain and extract info from has to be Captain Gong, right? He was irritable. What? In his heart. Is this bastard really planning to get rid of me like that? He screamed. Let me be clear. We are different from those mass-produced vessels. Only the most outstanding individuals among countless specimens earn the right to hold the Bureau's secrets. You won't be able to convince Seolmon. Ioniel is the one who holds the true power, and young Baek is dead. He gave a crazed smile. I am your only remaining chance. Seol Gangrim rested his chin on his hand. And why should I trust you? He spoke boldly. There's an item called the Covenant of Vows. It's an item used to enforce a promise between two parties. We will use it. He gave a sinister smile. That sounds good. Then let's negotiate the terms, shall we? Seol Gangrim will not harm Gongju through torture, imprisonment, or restraint. Will provide housing and necessities, and will issue several revenge cards engraved with Seol Gangrim's name. Gongju will not carry weapons or use abilities within the protective barrier and will answer all of Seol Gangrim's questions honestly, without hiding or lying. If either party violates this, both will pay with their own deaths. A revenge card. It's been a while since I've seen one of these. Gongju held the card curiously. Though this time, your name is engraved on it. With this, if I kill you, you must immediately end your own life. And if any of your comrades kill me, regardless of who it is, that person must die by your hand. There is no better guarantee than this. Seol Gangrim turned serious. Now, are you ready to talk? He sighed. By the way, whose tattered clothes are these? You must have earned quite a bit as a hunter. Why don't you invest a bit more in yourself? Seol Gangrim slammed the table. Enough. First question. Who is the god of the Destiny Protection Bureau? As expected of a captain from the Bureau's headquarters, the information he knew helped a great deal in understanding the enemy. The Bureau's entire remaining force, the method of creating humanoid demons like him, and even the purpose behind the founding of the Destiny Protection Bureau. Finally, that everything was to summon the god of the Bureau, the eternal, immutable. Gongju said excitedly, that's right, and you are the human that God has marked as a vessel. Seol Gangrim lowered his head, thinking, a vessel for divine possession. That God's purpose hasn't changed since ancient times. Wait, then why did Baek try to kill me? If they are followers of the eternal immutable, they should follow that will. All right. He continued, you're fine now, but you should still be careful. The eternal immutable has an archenemy. That God destroyed every potential candidate for a vessel whenever a follower of the eternal immutable appeared. Seol Gangrim broke into a cold sweat. An archenemy? Then the Baek I saw in my past life. Could she be a follower of that rival god? Gongju pointed at himself and rambled on. I killed a follower of that god a few months ago, so you don't need to worry about that. He looked up and questioned. How much do you know about this rival god? Do you know its divine name? Gongju was curious. Why don't you worry more about the eternal immutable instead of a god that doesn't have any followers? He shot back. Just answer me quickly, okay? Do you want to die or have a good death? He replied, fine. That god's name is the First Master. I heard they possess a weapon that can kill the eternal. What? Seol Gangrim's gaze darkened. If it's the First Master, that's the god Shin Sue accepted in my past life. Then the divine oracle that Shin Sue refused. That was it to kill me? Thinking of that, his body trembled continuously. He continued, anyway, if anyone is trying to accept that god, stop them. It's better to act first and kill them, because a connection with a god isn't something that can be easily severed. Seol Gangrim's face fell. What? Gongju scratched his head in confusion. That's enough questions, isn't it? Today isn't the only day, is it? Seol Gangrim scratched his head. Then let me ask one last thing. Before the Day of Awakening, I heard that most pre-awakened people who refused the Bureau's recruitment were killed. Is that true? Gongju was startled upon hearing that, his face turning pale. Were you there? He panicked, cold sweat pouring down like a river as he slammed the table in anger. Why are you curious about that now? Regardless, you're on the same side as me now. Even if you don't like my past, you can't harm me. Seol Gangrim replied irritably. Answer the question. He gave a crazed smile. Was I there? Was I only there? I'm the one who killed all those bastards myself. Fine. No more questions. Let me rest now. Go ahead and rest. When you open the door, there will be a guide. Will they lead me to my room? A terrifying doll creature appeared. It used a weapon to attack Gongju, terrifying him as blood splattered everywhere. He screamed and ran for his life. This is different from our promise. Seol Gangrim, save me. Seol Gongrim spooked coldly. Why should I? In the clown gang, there are many families of the awakened people you killed. Did you forget that I can take revenge? The doll stepped lightly on his hand. Then it slowly approached Seol Gangrim. Thank you, Seol Gangrim, for giving us the chance for revenge. He said cheerfully, I'm just repaying the help I received. By the way, does destroying the doll release the summoned soul? That's right. Burning it would be the easiest way. Understood. The doll continued. Oh, next time could you? Ask Master to summon us into a ball-jointed doll? His cotton body gets wet and becomes too heavy. I'll do that. See you later, Young-un. In a dark and damp place, several figures appeared. Baek Hyang clutched his head. We must assume that no more vessels survived. It seems both Captain Yang and Captain Gongju have been taken down. Could it be that I have to accept the god directly myself? In his heart. But if that happens, our forces will only consist of that bastard and the failed rejects. That's too dangerous. Should I at least go kidnap Seol Gangrim? If only we had even one of those eggs of unknown origin left. An excited voice rang out. Captain Seolmun, this seems to be the key to Captain Gang's armory. Baek Hyang's eyes widened. Open it quickly. Baek Hyang held the key forward. Both were extremely nervous as the door opened. Inside was an egg. Baek Hyang gave a sneering smile. One sample remains. An egg of unknown origin. The next director was born. At a large building. The elevator screen displayed the first floor. Seol Gangrim slowly stepped out, surprised by the sight before him. Shin Sue crossed her arms and smiled at him. So, did you get what you wanted? Seol Gangrim replied happily. Thanks to you. Thank you very much. Wait a moment. About that. She turned irritably to look at the system. Again? Why do they keep sending so many of these? Seol Gangrim was quite surprised to see them. The First Master has sent an invitation to the Heavenly Realm. In his heart, is the First Master still trying to recruit Shin Sue? I can't let Shin Sue fall into danger again. With that, he reached out and tapped the system. I think I can help you. She asked curiously, Mr. Seol Gangrim. Seol Gangrim thought first. I'll establish a silent communication link with Ms. Shin Sue. Let's block the First Master from contacting her. Demi-deification. Divine level, silent communication, mode activated. The First Master said, you can come even if Sue refuses. The First Master claimed to have a way to kill Seol Gangrim's enemy. My enemy? No way. The First Master had secretly shared a method to kill the Eternal Immutable. A cup of warm tea was placed on the table. Shin Sue sat opposite him and spoke. So the purpose of the Destiny Bureau is to summon a god? Don't tell me you're planning to leave me behind again. Seol Gangrim fermni statit. Sin Sua. You've been chosen as the vessel for the First Master's demigodhood. I think it's best for me to go alone this time. She snapped irritably, huh? Didn't you say that God tried to kill you in your past life? And yet you still want to go alone? He lowered his head, not daring to face her directly. That God and I share the same goal, defeating the Eternal Immutable. Perhaps he will help me this time. She was so angry she was about to cry. But the words you said before, the promise to fight together, was that all a lie? He said in a low voice, I'm sorry. Her eyes grew sharp. Shin Sue reached out and touched the system. Seol Gangrim screamed in panic. Miss Shin Sue. She didn't hesitate to press select. A cold mechanical voice rang out. You have accepted the First Master's invitation to the Divine Realm. Now we're going together. He stood still, unable to believe his eyes. Then he let out a sigh. It's going to be very dangerous. Are you sure you're okay with this? She replied confidently, of course. In his heart. That's right. Going alone would have been reckless. But with Shin Sue coming along, I'll need to prepare even more. Before going to the Divine Realm, we need to have some safeguards. She asked curiously, safeguards? Back at Yanju Falls. A voice rang out. No matter how many times I recalculate, there isn't a single safe day. Seol Gangrim looked determined. No matter what, I still have to go. Those gods are the strongest within their own divine realms. Even though I can use demi-deification now, it's still not enough to take down a god. She continued, if you try, you will die. He clenched his fists. But I have no other choice. To catch the Eternal Immutable, this is the only way. She looked at him, her face darkening. Perhaps there's a bit of luck left. The divine realm you intend to visit is currently under attack by the Destiny Protection Bureau. He said joyfully then. She replied happily. The current chaos might make infiltration easier. Seol Gangrim stood up excitedly. And we have to go there right now. She thought. Usually, when humans open a portal themselves, they go mad or die. But Gang, Rim opened its gate and is still accumulating causality. Yet, he can still use divine power while keeping a clear mind. How can that be possible? Suddenly, Seol Wajayong seemed to realize something. She stopped him. Gong Rim, are you two dating? CEO Gangnam blushed and quickly denied it. Me? No. Shin-Sue is just here to help me as a gatekeeper. She spoke seriously. Her presence is reducing the impurities in your soul. In other words, she will help you survive. He gave a smile. I know. That's why I'm always grateful to her. She stepped forward and took Shin-Sue's hand. Shin-Sue, please look after Gangnam. Stop him so he doesn't cross the line. She gave a happy smile. Yes, ma'am. He hurriedly said goodbye to her. Then I'm off, Master. The cooperation. The first Master's divine realm has been confirmed. Moving to the specific divine realm. The two arrived at a place where a fierce battle had just occurred. Many people were seriously injured. Shin-Sue said helplessly, so it's true. The first Master really knows how to kill the Bureau's god. CEO Gangnam handed her a mask. We should avoid revealing our identities. She took the mask and put it on. How thoughtful of you, CEO Gangnam. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Shin-Sue, Dothe. A source of golden light flew out from the inside. Shin-Sue was stunned. What is this? Footsteps slowly approached the circus troupe. Both of them were startled. That voice, after killing the Bureau's people and ordinary residents. Actually follow me here? I will. Annihilate all of you. And Anastasia raised her hand and prepared to unleash a move. She stood in a combat stance, holding her staff out in front. CEO Gangnam slowly drew his sword and said, I really don't want to fight you, Anabi, but I guess there's no other choice. Shin-Sue called out to him from behind. Mr. CEO Gangnam, agent and doesn't know the Bureau's true nature yet. She thought back and recounted, we once fought the fake members of the circus troupe together, and he didn't seem to know they actually came from the Bureau. She said to herself, let me try talking to him. Perhaps even Agent and could. CEO Gangnam replied coldly. No. From behind his mask, he said, even if we reveal the truth now, he won't believe it. Because of those eyes. He looked toward Anastasia and continued, those are the eyes of someone prepared to die. Behind her, two people appeared on the same side, preparing to fight him and Shin-Sue. She looked at everyone with sorrowful eyes. Seeing everyone here had been defeated, she gripped the staff in her hand and said, circus troop from behind. Anastasia began to summon many more guards around. CEO Gangnam turned to Shin-Sue and said in an urgent voice, Miss Shin-Sue, please handle those puppets. Shin-Sue Sophie replied, Jis. The system panel continued to open. Skill, with leaf technique activated. He combined it with Shin-Sue's ultimate move, and both flew toward Anastasia. He jumped up and unleashed a move. In the blink of an eye, he had flown in front of her. Anastasia couldn't believe her eyes at his speed. He unleashed a strike and sent her flying backward. She slammed painfully against the wall. At that moment, her mask flew off as she screamed in pain. Anastasia was defeated and slumped onto the ground. She looked up, thinking to herself, so strong. She looked at him and thought, he might be even stronger than the circus leader I met before. Anastasia bit her lip and comforted herself, but I can't fall here. Anastasia. She suddenly grabbed her leg and said, Hanuman, please lend me your strength. Suddenly, the system panel appeared again. Anabi calls upon the guardian deity, the great protector, for divine possession. Shin-Sue blurted out in surprise. He was also stunned. He stood watching Anastasia and sighed. The system panel continued to show. The great protector responds to the call. The great protector begins divine descent. A golden monkey flew down from the sky at Anastasia's call. At that moment, she slowly gripped her staff and stood up. The system panel continued, descending upon Anabi with 20 of his divine power. CEO Gangnam thought, if this drags on any longer, it'll be dangerous. From afar, Anastasia's energy radiated outward. He slowly walked toward Anastasia. She suddenly jumped up and lunged at him with wind-tearing speed, appearing right before him. She thought she dodged my attack. Anastasia gripped her staff and thought further, then after standing up. Anastasia, with immense power, ran swiftly and used a move to fly past him. The system panel continued. Demigod Anabi requests more power. The Great Protector warns that any further descent will destroy her body. From Anastasia, waves of power continued to radiate. Anastasia said to herself, I'm well aware of that. She thought about the past and struggle, but still had to. Not if I can stop them at any cost. The system panel continued. The Great Protector descends an additional 30 into Anabi. He stood pondering and sighed as he faced Anastasia's incoming strike. CEO Gangnam suddenly unleashed a blow to block Anastasia's ultimate move. She reached out her hand to parry his strike. Anastasia thought, even faster. At this point, Anastasia was injured, and large drops of blood sprayed from her mouth. The system panel continued. Demigod Anabi requests more power. The fight between the two caused many cracks to appear in the surroundings. Now, she fought with even more vigor, swinging her staff at him. Anastasia screamed in rage. He landed a blow on her stomach. Before Anastasia could swing her staff, he struck her stomach. In pain, her mask fell to the ground. Seol Gangrim carried her and walked forward. Shin-Sue stepped up and asked him, "No way. Is she dead?" He softly replied, "No, I only knocked her unconscious for a moment." While supporting Anastasia, he said to her, "I only intervened before her body suffered any more damage. I had no intention of killing Ms. Anabe from the start. Luckily, I brought the talisman Hyang gave me." Seol Gangrim continued, "Because Ms. Anabe has something she absolutely must do." Shin-Sue said while walking, "Agent and has something to do?" Seol Gangrim turned around and said, "Most of the human reapers who joined the Bureau did so to protect humanity." He thought and spoke at the same time, but if they knew their true purpose was to summon the eternal immutable, then with Anabe at the center, even the reapers would fight by our side. Seol Gangrim knelt down and thought that might also reduce the danger for Shin-Sue. He turned around, looked at the surroundings, and called, "Ms. Shin-Sue." The mask slowly fell to the ground. Shin-Sue was tied up, sitting on a chair inside a palace. She slowly opened her eyes and asked, "Where am I?" She thought to herself, "My hands and feet are tied." Mamayon then walked up from behind and said, "I hope you will forgive me for restraining you in this situation." Shin-Sue was shocked and thought that's. She looked at the monster in front and thought, "The fake circus monster I met before." While thinking of the previous scene, she said, "No, perhaps calling it the Bureau's Reaper is more accurate. But the one who killed the monster that even Baiho-ji could not defeat was you?" He walked over and said to her, "Nice to meet you, my daughter. I am the god you call the first ancestor." He continued, "The nameless one. I am Mamayon." From afar, Seol Gangrim took off his mask, approached, and called, "Shin-Sue?" He opened the system and thought, "Damn it, even the divine power communication has been cut off. Is Ms. Shin-Sue unconscious?" Seol Gangrim remembered when Shin-Sue was still confident and thought, "If only I had stopped her when she said she was coming. Now, there's no choice but to go together." He thought further, "If anything happens to her again, I will." He put his mask back on and calmed himself down. "Calm down. Blaming myself won't solve anything." On another note, the first ancestor is trying to turn Shin-Sue into a demigod vessel. That means he won't harm her, at least not yet. Seol Gangrim thought, "I just need to rescue her before the divine descent occurs." He suddenly turned his back, but Seol Gangrim looked at the ruins behind him. Filled with regret, he asked himself, "How can I find her in this vast place?" From behind him, a voice rang out. "Hearing your voice, I can tell." Anastasia asked, "You are Seol Gangrim, right?" She was curious, but also very angry. "Why are you wearing the circus troop's mask?" Anastasia still held her guard at his neck and questioned, "Did you fight alongside us just to deceive us?" He allowed a heavy sigh. He turned around and replied, "I had my reasons. It was just to hide my identity for a while. I'm not a member of the circus troupe." Seol Gangrim stood up and said, "There's no time to explain everything." Ms. Shin-Sue was taken by Mamayon. Anastasia gasped in shock. She remained in a combat stance and asked what. He thought, Mamayon is the evil god who wants to destroy the world, and the circus troupe serves that god, right? He slowly took off his mask and said, "Agent, do you really know nothing at all?" Anastasia replied, "What is it that I don't know?" He stood stunned and said, "I see there's no other choice." Seol Gangrim said angrily, "I will share what I know briefly." The two stood talking to each other. The two of them stood talking to each other. Would you like me to translate the next set of subtitles to see how Seol Gangrim utilizes his new Soul Grade 1 rank? She lowered her face and said, "No way. Captain Gongju is actually a monster." Anastasia replied, her limbs trembling. "And the circus troupe that attacks civilians is actually the Bureau's Reapers?" "Agent," he asked pressingly, "but did you never feel like something was wrong?" He looked toward Anastasia and continued to ask that the Destiny Bureau was hiding something. He looked as if he were piercing through Anastasia's soul and said, "You really didn't know anything, did you?" So that's what the circus troupe member meant before. Anastasia thought to herself, if Seol Gangrim is truly a circus member. Anastasia slowly took the talisman from her waist. She thought of the past and said to herself, he didn't just knock me unconscious with a talisman. She stood with Shin-Sue behind a tree and thought about what she saw. From afar, a voice called out to Seol Gangrim and Shin-Sue. "Seol Gangrim," Anastasia said, "I still don't completely believe your words, but I don't think you two would act without a reason." Anastasia continued, "So, just this once I will help you." Scene changes. Everyone in the palace has been eliminated. Shin Sue ran over and saw everyone had been defeated and was lying on the ground. Shin Sue looked angry. From afar, he continued to focus his internal energy. Shin Sue thought, I don't think we can win. She gritted her teeth in anger. She looked at him and asked, why do you want to kill Gangnam? He did nothing wrong. He replied in a calm voice. As he said, he is not at fault. Shin Sue angrily pressed on. Then why? He continued. Despite that, Mamayon spoke coldly. He must die for the sake of humanity. While thinking, he recounted, gods gain power from the faith of humans. He continued, humans blame fate for the misfortunes that befall them. Angrily, but he raised his hand as if wanting to crush the globe and said, but that only strengthens it. The entity called fate or destiny, the eternal immutable, has sought to directly dominate humans to become even stronger. Remembering the past, he continued, I destroyed countless vessels to prevent that eternity, and finally, I learned that the final vessel the eternal treasures most is. He looked at Shin Sue sitting in the chair and said, see old Gangnam. She asked back with tearful eyes. Just for that reason? You mean Gangnam has to die just because he's a vessel for the eternal? She thought to herself, Gangnam has lived his whole life avoiding the divine descent of that god. He raised his hand toward her and said softly, I know that too, child. But if the eternal takes over Gangnam's body, things will be beyond saving. He gently continued, therefore, you must become my demigod and kill Seol Gangnam. She looked at him with a defiant gaze and said, do you think I will obey you so easily? She was startled when he touched her head. The system panel appeared. The first ancestor attempts to bestow divine power for possession upon her. A massive flow of blue aura surrounded him and her. He continued, in my divine realm, the sentences I write become reality. From behind Shin Sue, a voice rang out, don't resist, daughter. She thought no. While thinking of past images, she said to herself, the memories in my head are gradually being erased. Shin Sue, recalling Seol Gangram's face, said, I'm sorry for not being able to help Gangram. The system panel continued to show. Target already has a guardian deity. Divine descent cannot be performed. He looked up and said, what is this? His head was falling through the air. Seol Gangram's face suddenly appeared. He and his sword flew past the man and rushed to catch Shin Sue. His head fell to the ground with a thud. At that moment, the area turned into a black swamp. Mamayon, with half his face missing from his body, asked himself, so, it has come to this? He looked towards Seol Gangram and Shin Sue and said, Seol Gangram. From a distance, he glared at them. He looked at the two and thought, you used divine communication to perform a self-possession to block my descent. You must have linked your divine power before coming to my realm. Seol Gangram looked at him and asked, in the past life. He remembered the past and roared in anger. You were the one who sent Baek Eong. He stood stunned, looking at him. Mamayon replied softly, yes. Thinking of the past, he angrily shouted back, it's you, the root of all this. At this moment, he gripped his sword and said, if it weren't for you, no one would have had to die. Returning to the past. Shin Sue and everyone were standing before him. Thinking of them, he continued angrily, but I can't let Bai Ho Mun fail in this life just because of a grudge from the past. Words appeared in his mind. Restrain your emotions. Remember the reason you came here. Seol Gangram said to himself, we want the same thing. So shouldn't we fight together against the Eternal? He stood at a distance and replied, poor, foolish child. I will give you one last chance. Mamayon continued, how about you end your own life? Seol Gangram stood dazed for a moment. He added, think carefully. If the Eternal descends into your body, this world will surely become a hell. He thought and spoke, then everything you treasure will suffer. The Eternal, immutable itself. That is what led your life to tragedy. Mamayon looked at him and continued, the only way to ruin the Eternal's plan is for you to die. He stood before him calmly while he gripped his sword tightly in his hand, and he continued, I know you resent me. Once everything is over, I will also atone with my own death. He asked further, now choose Seol Gangram. Mamayon raised his hand toward him as he stood with his head lowered. He replied angrily, my past life self would have accepted that offer. Seol Gangram looked up and replied, but now, without looking toward Shin Sue, who was lying on the ground. But he was furious, and a green smoke surrounded him. There are people I want to protect with these very hands. He continued angrily, so I cannot die. He stood before him and replied, then there is no other choice. He gently raised his hand and signaled from inside the castle. Many of his soldiers flew down from above. He said, if that is your will, then I must kill you with my own hands. His soldiers flew towards Seol Gangram with total killing intent. He also swung his sword at the soldiers with wind-tearing speed. In a short time, he had cut down several soldiers and leapt backward. Seol Gangram narrowed his eyes at the remaining soldiers. At that moment, all the soldiers flew toward him together. Without saying a word, he jumped up and slashed them one by one. He still gripped his sword, which was sharpened with green fire. Seol Gangrim landed on the ground in a cool pose, and the soldiers were destroyed. Then he spoke in awe, to be this strong with the fate of only a rank 3 mortal. He flew in from behind, lunged, and came face to face with him. He raised his hand to block and said, "Even Baek Eong never reached this level of power." He held up a talisman and said, "But no attack other than mine can harm me." He stepped back and thought. He blocked my sword with a piece of paper. From his feet, several streams of golden aura radiated. Mummy raised his sword and blocked the golden smoke emanating from his body. He reached out, and even more energy burst from his body and flew along with him. He looked at Seol Gangrim and said, "With a human body, you can never defeat a god like me. So end your futile resistance." Seol Gangrim gave a mysterious smile. Before he knew it, blood was trickling down one side of his face. He looked at his hand in shock. He looked back at his small dagger and thought, "I saw that Reaper who turned into a monster holding this, so I wondered." Seol Gangrim looked at him and thought further, "This is worth a try." Mamayon looked at Seol Gangrim and said angrily, "Even if you have that thing." He reached out, and many pieces of paper fell from his sleeves. He angrily turned the papers into swords standing before him and said, "Do you think the result can change?" He began to accelerate, running toward him. Seol Gangrim looked toward him in panic, sweating. In a flash, he had flown in front of him and unleashed a move. I came before him and asked arrogantly, "Have you shown everything you've prepared?" He thought, "Damn it, the dagger." Both unleashed their moves toward each other at the same time. He split into 2 clones and slashed toward him simultaneously. He struck from behind and sent him crashing to the ground. He let out a scream, his face covered in blood. He slowly descended and spoke beside him. "I admire you for defying your rank 3 fate to come this far." Mamayon slowly lifted him by the neck. He looked at him, spoke, and continued the assault. "But the future where you must die remains unchanged." Seol Gangrim's eyes widened as he stared at him. He looked at him lying on the ground in miserable defeat and said, "I once held hope that perhaps you could change destiny." He continued, "But nothing has changed at all." From a distance, he watched his failure lying on the ground. He tried to reach out a fist toward the departing figure. He tried to stand up, but couldn't. He opened his eyes and looked toward him. Seol Gangrim tried to stand and spoke to his own body. "My body won't obey." He remembered the past and said, "We finally meet, but we haven't been able to talk much. Anyway, Big Brother will take good care of Master, right?" Seol Gangrim said to himself, "I feel like I've forgotten something. What is it?" He remembered old scenes of Shin Sue lost in thought and laughing happily. Suddenly, he stopped and said, "You really are persistent." He asked in disbelief, "You?" Mamayon looked toward him and thought, that face. He flew toward him from a distance. He spoke up, "I don't know how you come back to life, but why can't you see that even your efforts are futile?" Mamayon continued, "I once believed someone would appear, not someone who could challenge destiny." He thought to himself, "But even after hundreds, thousands of repetitions, not a single anomaly has occurred." Mamayon raised his hand and continued, "Do you think you are different from me?" He lunged forward and used his sword to slash through all the projectiles just thrown at him. He gripped his weapon firmly, stepped forward, and struck at Seol Gangrim's head, and he fought back in response. He seriously gripped his weapon and lunged, meeting Seol Gangrim's gaze. The two continued to fight. He said, "Countless reincarnations have repeated in those cycles. I have always made the best choice." He recounted, "Even when I knew it wouldn't work. Hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of times. Scenes of a ruined city with people lying everywhere. As if having just experienced a massive disaster." Thinking of the ruins, he continued, "It has repeated for so long that counting has become meaningless." He spoke while fighting, of course. You wouldn't know what happens when the eternal immutable descends. At that moment, both of them backed away. Seol Gangrim asked, "Have you never thought that following destiny is exactly what the eternal immutable wants? I don't know what pain you've endured, but I am different." He stood at a distance and said, "Indeed, as you say, you are special. In none of the repetitions did anyone grow this fast in such a short time." He clenched his fist and added, "But for me, I no longer have the capacity for reincarnation." Mamayon. Continued, "The conclusion I've reached is his weapon." Pressed down from the sky onto Seol Gangrim. At that moment, he suddenly flew up. He missed and struck the wall instead. Although he ran, he was still knocked against the wall. Seol Gangrim raised his hand and said, "Damn it, I thought his large size would make him slow, but he's quite fast." As the weapon returned to his back, he thought further, "Moreover, Even if I wound him, he just regenerates. Unless I catch Mamayon, he won't fall. He raised his hand, looked at it, and thought, my divine power is nearly exhausted. If I don't end this quickly, it'll be dangerous. He turned back and said in a decisive voice, it's time to end this. He controlled his weapon, swinging his arm to strike at Seol Gangrim. Seol Gangrim thought, is there a way? Many tentacles flew in from a distance. The tentacles tightly bound the arms, legs, and body of his weapon. He blurted out in surprise, no way. Shin Sue stood atop the tentacles and called out, Gangrim. Shin Sue shouted right now. The tentacles had tightly coiled around his body. Seol Gangrim leapt onto the tentacles and moved toward his position. He looked at her triumphantly. Shin Sue also confidently raised her hand. Finally, he lifted his feet and flew toward him. He lunged at him and used his own blade to stab him in the chest. At that moment, he was hit by the ultimate move and coughed blood from his mouth. In pain and shock, he asked this, how is this possible? He replied nonchalantly, you said it yourself, Mamayon. He thought back to how he said attacks other than his own would be ineffective. Indeed, I said that attacks other than mine would not work. He thought further, but the wound from a dagger taken from a reaper does not heal. So I guess that the dagger was made from a part of your body. Most likely, it's one of your bones. He remembered the past where he fell by his hand and thought, and as I was dying, a fragment of the dagger fell at my feet. Thoughts continued to race in his mind. I thought if I used my rat thief ability to disguise myself as you, your attacks might not work on me. Seol Gangrim replied to his words. It was a 50-50 gamble, but luckily it succeeded. However, impersonating a god has completely drained my divine power. Mamayon continued. So that half-face was truly mine? Indeed, you are the one the Eternal will take notice of. He looked at him with sharp, dangerous eyes. At that moment, Shin Sue stepped confidently behind him. A flashback to the old days playing together. He closed his eyes tightly and thought. He suddenly blurted out, then I have no other choice. If it has come to this, I must entrust this to you. Mamayon was wounded but still tried to reach toward the two and added, give me your hand. Seol Gangrim and Shin Sue looked at each other and thought for a moment. He slowly reached out his hand toward him. He drew something on his hand and slowly said, I had forgotten for a long time that humans, no matter the circumstances, never lose hope. Remembering the past, he continued, in my repeated reincarnations, I found a crack in a spatial rift, and I hid a sword there that can defeat the Eternal. When he finished drawing, Mamayon lowered his hand and slumped down. He added, what is etched on your hand are the coordinates to that rift. Use it and you can go there. Sadly, only one person can go. He accepted his fate, looked up at the sky, and said, I have waited a long time for this day. Many papers flew down from the sky as he said. It's emptier than I expected. He lowered his face again and slowly said to the two, I am sorry that my karma is tied to yours. At this point, he knelt and said quickly, wait. What is Baekhyang's true identity after all? Seol Gangrim screamed in panic. Why did I, a rank 3 mortal, become the vessel for the Eternal? He smiled slightly and said, don't be in such a hurry. Soon, you will know. Mamayon thought to himself, absorb me and move forward. The scene shows Seol Gangrim and Shin Sue looking at him, drained of energy and slumped on the ground. Shin Sue called from behind, Gangrim, we've killed the god. But he angrily clenched his fist. Seol Gangrim thought, in the end, we learn nothing. He thought further, but if there is still something I must do. He raised his hand toward the man's head. Suddenly, the screen showed, skill, fate severance activated. He focused his eyes and thought. Seol Gangrim felt as if he were falling from a height into a deep abyss. The sky was still blue and animals were calling. He stared dazed at everything around him. He looked down at a village in the distance and asked himself where he was. Below, people were carrying him on a palanquin. He was startled and asked himself, is that? Seol Gangrim looked toward him and thought. Mamayon, when he was still human? He looked toward them from a distance and thought. If so, I am inside Mumion's memories. From behind, Mumion's voice rang out. Do you believe the gods appeared first? He continued. Or do you believe humans appeared first? Seol Gangrim asked in surprise. Aren't you dead? He replied. That's right, but I have called you into my memory to tell you the truth. He added, in my days as a human, I was a priest. Mamayon looked toward the people and said to Seol Gangrim, many people followed me, much like a god's Anavatasia. He thought and continued, but there were also those who despised me. He added, however, I carried a deadly secret within me. He sat in a room, lost in thought at a table. Mamayon, he was intently writing something. He continued, it was because I wrote prophecies from a god that didn't even exist. He thought about fire and water and said, fire, earth, wind, and water, each has its own soul. So then, Why shouldn't there be a God who decides the future? Recalling the times he wrote, he said, I believe that if a God of destiny existed, the world would be fairer. From a distance, someone peeked as Cheon-chu sneaked into the tent. The thief opened it, read, and said, no way. As he read, the thief continued, so all those sacred prophecies were just the delusions of a priest? The torch began to burn fiercely. The torchlight danced behind his back. Cheon-chu's eyes widened, and he asked himself, huh? Everyone gathered and watched the tent burning intensely. People around whispered to each other, what on earth is happening? This is the punishment of the gods. He suddenly lowered his face to the ground. A voice came from the tent. Do you recognize me? His eyes widened as he looked. Cheon-chu flew out from the tent and appeared before him. He suddenly looked up and asked, you are Cheon-chu? Flying toward him, she said, yes, I am the eternal immutable, born from your very hands. Cheon-chu flew in and tilted his chin up. He thought and continued to recount Destiny. He recalled the moment the two met and continued, the first God created by humanity. That was the first meeting between the Eternal and me. He added, from then on, carrying the power of destiny, I began to decide everyone's fate. He thought of the past and told him, to the wicked, I granted a desperate destiny. He continued, and to the kind and selfless, I granted a brilliant future. He returned to the present with sadness. Time passed. I died and became a god. Human civilization developed, and many praised my name. From a distance, someone approached. Until that day happened. In the past, he fell and said destiny. In the past, he stood in the middle of the palace and asked, why do you only grant humans such cruel fates? Cheon-chu rested her hand on her cheek and said, because humans only seek me when they are miserable. He replied, what? Cheon-chu stood up and said, even if their fate isn't created by me, they hate and curse me. They never thank the gods. No matter what destiny I grant them, they never change. Therefore, Cheon-chu walked past and continued. I decided to grant humans endless despair. He stood silently and thought. The Eternal has changed. He recounted, her power surpassed mine long ago, and she erased my name from humanity's memory. Recalling the fragments, he continued, the only small comfort was that, although a god needs a divine vessel to exert full power, her power was so overwhelming that most vessels shattered before they could endure it. Recalling the days when there were many people, so the Eternal created the day of awakening. She created the Bureau and the demon realm. Amidst a stormy sky, he recounted, to find a suitable divine vessel among capable hunters. Then one day, the indicator light suddenly flashed red. She walked over, holding an iron tube of blood samples. She stood under the building's lights. She stood dazed, looking up, with water swirling around her. From a distance, a voice said, young lady. She suddenly took a combat stance. He reached his hand out toward her. Standing before her, he said, will you join me in destroying the Bureau? He looked at her and thought, she carries a powerful divine essence of destiny and harbors deep-seated hatred for the Bureau and the Eternal. He thought further, so I granted her my ability, Regression. Recalling the city from that year, he continued, despite that hundreds, no, thousands of times, I could only witness humanity collapse over and over again. He slumped into a chair and lowered his face to the ground. Clutching his head, he thought, only 2 regressions left. What should I do? She stood in a corner and said, there is only one method left. Kill the people who could become the Eternal's divine vessel. He suddenly returned to reality and began to move slowly. Why are you making that face? She continued, you are the one who created the Eternal. She looked at him and added, and now, killing innocent people. Do you feel guilty? She shouted, wake up. She continued pressingly. If we don't stop it here, humanity will end. His spirit was broken, and he lowered his head to the ground again. He continued, and so Baek hunted the Eternal's vessels one by one. At a scene where a man with a sword watched 2 people scuffling, he added, until only one vessel remained. He and the man stood looking toward the people. Shin Sue stepped out and stood before everyone. He thought in a daze, Ms. Shin Sue, that was me before the regression. Seol Gangrim remembered the past and asked himself, does that mean? The mutated elephant lunged and opened its mouth wide. Dust filled the air, and Seol Gangrim flew down. She approached and asked where Seol Gangrim was. Seol Gangrim suddenly thought to himself. Baek also thought. She suddenly said, kill them all. Seol Gangrim will be among them. Seol Gangrim's face darkened. Young-un had lost consciousness and lay slumped on the ground. He sat on the ground, covered in wounds, with his head slumped down. Seol Gangrim stood with him, looking toward him and Young-un. Seol Gangrim suddenly lowered his head and said to him, So you're showing me this because you had no other choice, is that it? Is this the excuse you're giving me? Clenching his fist, he said, do you know how many people died because of you? From behind him, the man replied, I know. He suddenly grew furious. He spun around, grabbed the man's collar, and lifted him off the ground. Suddenly he noticed something. The man spoke in a steady tone. From the day I separated from the Eternal. He looked like he was about to fade away as he told Seol Gangrim, not a single day has passed that I haven't regretted it. At this point, he was released by him, and he continued, to atone for my sins, I tried to cover them with the blood of innocent people, as you have seen. Thinking of the destroyed world, he added, a world under the Eternal's rule, humanity fallen. Seol Gangrim replied, why did it have to be me? I'm just average, nothing special. He still spoke his final words that, even I do not know. Looking at Seol Gangrim, he said, however, you have become this strong with just one regression. From above. But he looked down and said to him, therefore, you must save the world, child of destiny. From a distance, someone called his name, Gangrim. Shin Sue called out loudly, wake up. Debris began to fall to the ground all around. The divine realm was collapsing. Shin Sue suddenly turned her face to look behind. Seol Gangrim had transformed into a different state, to Shin Sue's surprise. The system announced, a major shift has begun in Seol Gangrim's destiny. Seol Gangrim, looking incredibly cool, said to her, Ms. Shin Sue, hold on to me tight. Seol Gangrim's destiny rank increased. Dragon class, first grade. Shin Sue still couldn't believe her eyes and stood staring wide-eyed at Seol Gangrim. Before she could recover from the shock, Seol Gangrim held her and ran through the ruins. After passing through, he looked back at the situation behind them. He had accepted being buried here. The castle was gradually collapsing. From inside a tall building, a voice announced, survivors, 21. Seriously injured, 14. Anavitasia walked in and reported the situation. All others are dead or missing. Baek Hyang replied, you've worked hard, Agent Anabi. I'm sorry you had to go through that. She crossed her arms and asked further, what about Captain Ha who went with you? Anavitasia replied, I'm sorry, we still haven't found his location. Baek Hyang turned back, placed her hand on the table, and said, I see. You say everyone was forcibly teleported and scattered by the barrier. She continued, considering the divine realm has collapsed, Captain Ha probably defeated the Nameless One, and both were destroyed together. She opened the notebook on the desk and read, you must be exhausted, Agent N. Go get some rest. She was about to open the door when a voice came from behind Anavitasia, Agent Anabi. Her voice sounded like an interrogation. Anavitasia, this report. The person wearing the clown mask you met in the divine realm. Who was it? Anavitasia turned back and replied, everything I experienced is already in the report. At that moment, Baek Hyang and Anavitasia locked eyes. Suddenly, she closed the notebook, laughed, and replied, I see. You may leave. Anavitasia stepped outside, closed the door, and let out a sigh of relief. She slumped to the floor as thoughts raced through Anavitasia's mind. What should I do now? Do I really believe what I heard? If it's true, then what has everything I've done until now been for? Du Sungtae approached from a distance and asked, Anabi, didn't you ask for leave? He asked pressingly, I heard your injuries were quite serious, but you look fine. Anavitazia replied, I'm fine. We're already short-staffed. I don't think I should rest right now. Du Sungtae advised, oh come on. Then what about me? I'm going on leave anyway, so you should rest too. Anavitasia sighed helplessly. She thought to herself, will my colleagues believe me if I told them what I heard? Or would they report me to the superiors? Du Sungtae gentil pated Anavitasia said. He comforted her kindly. I know the Bureau is going through a hard time, but if we collapse, who will save everyone? He continued, when things get tough, lean on your teammates a little. He walked past Anavitasia and said, anyway, you did a good job. Anavitasia remained sitting there and sighed. Inside the tall building, a voice spoke. Seol Gangrim sat on the bed with his head lowered and said, I became your guardian deity without permission. He continued, I couldn't think of any other way to stop the Nameless One's possession. Why are you apologizing? Shin Sue smiled brightly and replied, I actually like it, because you're my guardian deity. So Gongri Mansith. In that case, I'm relieved. Shin Sue suddenly called his name, Gangrim. He turned around, startled, and replied, yes? Shin Sue asked in a serious tone, you're not planning to carry everything on your own anymore, are you? Seol Gangrim smiled with gentle eyes and replied, of course not. I promised, didn't I? At that moment, Shin Sue stared intently at Seol Gangrim. Shin Sue prepared to leave and said, leave the small things to Bai Home Moon and focus on recovering. Seol Gangrim softly replied, yes, and gave her a friendly wave. Once Shin Sue stepped out, he began to cough. He coughed up a large amount of blood. He thought to himself, this is bad. Is it because I used too much divine power fighting the Nameless One? The man saw Seol Gangrim coughing up blood. He called out, Seol Gangrim. He replied fearfully, don't come closer. He picked up his weapon, lunged, and shouted frantically, stay away from me. The glass of milk spilled on top of the cabinet. He was exhausted and collapsed onto the bed. He struggled to try and sit up, but his strength was gone, and he had to accept lying slumped on the bed. Seol Gangrim looked up at the ceiling and said, how much longer will I have to endure this? Lee Hyun shouted at the people working nearby. Hey, you idiot. Why are you putting that there? This goes here, and that goes over there. His system suddenly opened. He thought to himself and muttered, Seol Gangrim. Why is this kid calling me? He tapped the system and said, it's me. On the other side, Seol Gangrim recognized him and replied, Lee Hyun, human god. He continued, I have a request. He looked at the system suspiciously. Seol Gangrim stood dazed, looking at the ropes tied around the tree. Lee Hyun, seeing this from a distance, couldn't help but speak up. When you said you had a favor, I wondered what on earth it was. His face darkened and his voice turned angry. Your request is for the deadly poison of the black sex poison word. Are you planning to drink it and commit suicide? The more he spoke, the more he imagined the situation. Why do you want a poison used only for traitors and assassins? Seol Gangrim replied calmly, Lee Hyun, I won't die from drinking it. Poison word only takes effect when the creator utters a specific phrase. Lee Hyun found it ridiculous. So you're entrusting your life to me? Haven't you considered the possibility that I might kill you right here? Faced with that mockery, Seol Gangrim suddenly fell heavily to his knees. Lee Hyun paused, looking at him in shock. His voice was pleading. I beg you, human guardian. You're the only one who can do this. Seol Gangrim placed both hands on the ground, pleading sincerely. His eyes showed terror as he muttered, Seol Gangrim, you bastard. Lee Hyun could see many spirits clinging to Seol Gangrim's back. They were a heavy burden. Just how much karma are you carrying? He kept his head down, not daring to look up. He spoke to Lee Hyun as if talking to himself. Human god Lee Hyun, if I ever cross that line, if I truly cross it, please don't hesitate to activate the poison word. Lee Hyun was silent for a few seconds, then spoke of the past. Ever since you were a child, you were always the type to take all the misfortune upon yourself. Suddenly, he tossed a small box toward him. Seol Gangrim caught it quickly. He left coldly. I never liked that about you. Now get out of my sight. He opened the box. Inside was a small orb. Poison word bead, dragon class, 3rd grade. After consumption, the punishment activates when a specific phrase is spoken or heard. Seol Gangrim smiled. Looking in the direction Lee Hyun had gone. Thank you, human god, Lee Hyun. He thought as he walked away. Actually, I've known for a long time that what happened to the senior wasn't your fault. Back then, he had been furious with Seol Gangrim. I just needed someone to take responsibility for his death. Then he gave a self-mocking laugh. Lee Hyun stood before the tree and whispered, what a pitiful big guy. On the other side, at the tall building in the center, everyone gathered together to look at Seol Gangrim. Dr. Go Jun stood with his arms crossed. In short, you want to defeat the Bureau's god. You need a specific sword, and to get it, you have to go to a place called a rift, right? The one he was referring to was a mysterious black sword. He nodded. That's right. Yoon Bom raised her hand. Master, but where exactly is this rift? Seol Gangrim found it hard to explain. Other than it being a crack between dimensions, I'm not sure. Kong Do-hyun looked at him worriedly. If something that important is hidden there, wouldn't it be extremely dangerous? Going alone doesn't seem like a good idea. The two girls behind him, however, had eyes shining at the mention of danger. Then Yoon Bom and Yoon Gion took out their weapons. The two sisters were excited to go along. Gion happily showed off. Master, can't we go too? Bom and I practiced in the divine realm. We're very strong now. Seol Gangrim coldly refused. No. Hearing that, Shin Sue couldn't sit still. Gangrim, even as your king's master, I can't go. He answered immediately, probably not. The Nameless One said only one person can enter the rift. That person's palm will have a mark. Hearing that, she lowered her head sadly. Seol Gangrim saw Sue was about to blame herself and spoke to reassure her. Don't worry too much, Sue. I'm strong, it'll be fine. If anything happens, I'll contact you. Yoon Gion chimed in. Master is very strong. It'll definitely be okay. We'll handle everything you assigned until you return. Dr. Jun joked to lighten the mood. In novels, the protagonist is always the strongest, right? Johann Ritter, the priest, clasped his hands. I will pray for you, brother. Jang Taehan looked at him with trusting eyes. Hey, you better come back safely. Kong Do-hyun didn't forget to offer encouragement mixed with a bit of teasing. Don't be late. Mother will be worried. Yuharang trotted over to Seol Gangrim. Take my new treasure. The item in her hand was a blue paper crane representing hope. Seol Gangrim accepted it and patted her head. Yuharang looked at him with a happy smile. Seol Gangrim looked at everyone present and said sincerely, "Thank you, everyone, for believing in me and following me. I truly appreciate it." Yoon said happily, "We believe in you, Master." The others also smiled, looking forward to his return. Then, the mark on his palm appeared. After Seol Gangrim squeezed it tight, a surge of darkness seemed to be compressed. A space like a cosmic black hole appeared before everyone. Seol Gangrim suddenly called out, "Shin Sue." When it was all over, she could only see his back. "It's nothing." Then he sadly touched Shin Sue's eyes. She shouted out happily for him to hear, "Let's all go out and play together. That's a promise, Seol." Gangrim turned his head to look and smiled back. The black hole, that after waiting for him to enter, also disappeared. Rift coordinates confirmed. Moving to the rift, Gangrim was alone in the dark space. A small light appeared ahead. As he drew closer, he realized it was a door. After passing through it, the surroundings turned red. Gangrim muttered, "Is this the rift?" Skulls were lined up in a row. It's no different from hell. He can feel the danger here. Finding that sword in such a vast place is certainly not easy. Gangrim felt a bit anxious. Then he tried using the paper crane Yuharang gave him earlier. Perhaps the power he received from the Nameless One would be useful. The mark from his hand appeared on the crane's back. Inscription, 1st grade divine level. The ability allows inscribed words to manifest according to the written content. Energy consumption varies based on the text, and the user must channel divine power directly into the target. The crane in his hand flew at an extremely high speed. Toward the left side, Gangrim also quickly chased after it to avoid losing its trail. This scene fell into the eyes of those nearby as he was leaping across the rocks. A man holding a lantern blew a loud whistle. Heavy footsteps thundered in pursuit behind him. In just a moment, Seol Gangrim was surrounded by them. He looked at them in surprise. The sword in his hand was also infused with power. Gangrim performed a sword dance so intense that it sent several of these out-of-control people flying. He frowned because there were too many of them. He really didn't want to waste more divine power here. They are too numerous. Gangrim swung his sword back and forth, but he still hadn't taken them all down yet. Suddenly, a voice screamed, "Stop!" The attackers turned their heads in surprise. Seol Gangrim was also shocked because he recognized this voice. The group knelt as if greeting their leader. A figure glided past quickly, heading towards Seol Gangrim. Hands covered in blood gripped his lapel. Yuharang stuttered as she called his name. Seol Gangrim looked at her previously innocent face. "Seol Gangrim, what are you doing here alone?" "Now." Yuharang asked the exact same question, but her eyes were stained a blood-red color. "Why are you here?" Their eyes locked, making the surrounding scenery seem to freeze. Yuharang cast a brief glance toward the sound that just came from behind her. Then, simultaneously, everyone around stood up with the singular thought: the intruder must be destroyed. One of them, holding an axe, stepped forward slowly. The intruder must be destroyed. On the contrary, the girl showed no fear. Instead, her face darkened. "If you don't want to die, suddenly you." That Harang's eyes snapped open wide as she looked toward them and growled, "Get out of here right now." In the blink of an eye, not a single person remained before her. Once things settled, she immediately became frantic, turning to him. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" But unlike the figure before him, he stared in shock. "Yuharang is still alive? Could this be an illusion created by the rift for me to see?" Suddenly, Seol Gangrim reached out to stroke her hair while saying, "I'm sorry, Yuharang." His mind now recalled images of people lying in pools of blood as he sobbed. Everyone fell one after another. "I couldn't do anything." As the tears fell, a softness enveloped him. A comforting voice followed, looking at Seol Gangrim's tear-streaked face. "It's not your fault." Yuharang's arms gently hugged him as she added, "We're actually relieved that you never came here." Gangrim saw that gentleness and gave a light smile, patting her head. Suddenly, Yuharang leaned back and spoke loudly, breaking the mood. "That's right. Everyone wants to see you again. Seol Gangrim, let's go meet them." His hands immediately stiffened in midair as he asked in astonishment, "Everyone is here?" The two of them walked together to a different setting. Yoon saw people and waved, shouting, "Hey, hey." But they looked at her in confusion. What's wrong with her? Why is she so excited? On the other hand, she continued loudly and excitedly calling out, "Kong Du-hyun, Jang Tae-han, look who's here." At this, Jang Tae-han slowly stood up and wondered, wait, next to Yuharang. Don't tell me, without another thought, that their legs moved as if equipped with engines as they lunged forward. Immediately, they hugged Seol Gangrim until he could barely breathe. "Seol Gangrim, how did you end up like this? Did you die and come here?" "Brother Gangrim, He gently returned the hug while glancing at Yuharang. I didn't come here because I died. I came to find a sword. I heard about it from Harang on the way. He recalled a figure as he spoke. Since that day, when Baek appeared, everyone has been trapped here. Seol Gangrim looked at the three people before him and sighed inwardly. You all have suffered so much. In his head, he couldn't stop thinking about the memories of the Baihome Moon members he thought he'd never see again. It felt as if everything had returned to how it was before. But then he realized something and turned his head, searching around. Noticing one person missing, he asked in confusion, where is Shin Sue? Yuharang just turned away and didn't answer, leaving the other two in a tense exchange. Seol Gongrim, Shin Sue is out scouting for a bit. More importantly, Gangrim, how did you get in here? He was in no hurry to explain, only saying softly, it's a long story. That night, the group gathered around a roaring fire while Yuharang asked, it's hard to believe. How could Seol Gangrim defeat Baek and even the Nameless One? Gangrim used to be the weakest in the group, so I always had to protect him. Jang Taehan laughed and chimed in, I'm curious too. How strong have you become now? Seol Gangrim clenched his hands thoughtfully before speaking. It used to be like that, but looking back, the two of them had fallen silent. Seeing this, he asked anxiously, did something happen to Sue? Getting no response made him even more curious as he pressed for an answer. What's going on? Being questioned directly made Jang Taehan freeze. Brother Gangrim, what are you talking about? Then Seol Gangrim exposed him. Taehan, every time you lie, you touch your ear. The image flashed back to the moment before, when he unconsciously touched his ear. Now realizing his mistake, he rubbed his head. Damn it. Kong Do-hyun frowned and complained. Good grief, Jang Taehan, you're a terrible liar. Finally, he had to explain to Seol Gangrim. Taehan did that for your sake. It's better that you don't see it. That image appeared in his mind again. If Sue isn't here, Seol Gangrim added thoughtfully, then this isn't the Baihome Moon I know. After that moment of reflection, the whole group finally stood up at Kong Do-hyun's word. If you insist, we'll go together. Shin Sue is deep inside this canyon. He offered a smile and turned to thank him. However, he wasn't at ease and spoke firmly. But promise me one thing. His gaze became strangely sharp as he spoke. Absolutely do not go near Shin Sue. This left Seol Gangrim completely bewildered. It wasn't allowed. The sky was now pitch black. Only the moonlight provided illumination. On a small path, they slowed down following Kong Do-hyun. When everyone fell into the rift, most of us were very confused, but the one hit hardest was Shin Sue. He recalled the image of their ally and continued. Out of guilt for failing to protect our sect, she craves the power for revenge. At this moment, Seol Gangrim's gaze suddenly shifted while he was still speaking and recognized the figure ahead, causing Kong Do-hyun to fall silent as well. She was using a sword to prop up her body. Her hair hung down, concealing her face. Seol Gangrim immediately recognized her and cried out joyfully, Miss Shin Sue? She was exactly the same. Just like that day. Forgetting his earlier promise, he stepped forward despite the warning. Stop this. Noticing those bloodshot eyes made him freeze in shock. What is this feeling of wrongness? Looking at the blue object nearby made Seol Gangrim think even more. That's the paper crane I infused with divine power. Thinking back, did Sue's sword always look like this? Shin Sue propped herself up while muttering. Her face was full of hatred as she growled. Now you're even disguising yourself as him to trick me? Hearing those words made Seol Gangrim open his eyes wide in horror. What? But before he could react, Shin Sue leaped up and lunged at him. At the last second, a talisman suddenly flew in. It managed to block the fatal blow just in time. It created a shield surrounding her. On the other hand, Seol Gangrim still hadn't regained his composure, stuttering, Miss Sue? While he had collapsed, Kong Do-hyun and Jang Taehan rushed to help him up, scolding him. Seol Gangrim, I told you not to get close. Brother Gangrim, wake up. We have to retreat immediately. Sue sees anyone who approaches as Baek. That's why she's acting so crazed. Seol Gangrim, still sitting on the ground, blurted out word by word. What? When did this start? And why does she have that sword? On the other hand, the boy was panicking and urged, I'll explain later. Let's just go. But it seemed too late. Before they could take half a step, countless hands shot out and wrapped around them. Shin Sue had now freed herself from the talisman and stood silently before them. Kong Do-hyun struggled violently and cursed. Damn it. I can't break free. Yet he was still stunned. Sua mese. Sua. But there was no reply. She only raised her hand high. Immediately after, that sharp blade came down powerfully in front of Seol Gangrim. Realizing the urgent situation, the one behind screamed out, Seol Gangrim. Then suddenly, another sword came in to block Shin Sue's strike. He stared wide-eyed, seeing he had just escaped death, while she spoke Baek Hyang before Seol Gangrim's horrified face. The two people blocking the strike ahead shouted go, leaving him wondering what was happening. On the contrary, Kang Do-hyun behind him secretly rejoiced. It's a success. The two of them quickly escaped those branches and moved forward to support him. Gangrim, let's run for now. Seol Gangrim let them guide him. But he didn't forget to glance back. The battle slowly faded from his sight. Outside that alley, when all four were exhausted, Seol Gangrim's gaze still didn't leave the place where the struggle had just occurred. His mind drifted back to the recent events, struggling with his thoughts. Why did Shin Sue become like that? Why did Baek Hyang save me? It was so confusing that he blurted out, "What on earth is happening?" Only then did Seol Gangrim realize his own words. It caused all three of them to look back. Finally, Kang Do-hyun had to approach and explain to him. Seol Gangrim, do you know why this rift exists? This is the destination for those who are not supposed to die. That is exactly what the rift is. He slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out a shiny object. He held a dagger. Got in his hand and spoke softly, watch closely. His subsequent action made Seol Gangrim's eyes widen in horror. Hey, what are you planning to do? But Kang Do-hyun didn't respond. Instead, he plunged a sharp blade into his own body. Immediately after, he screamed, reaching out his hand as if trying to hold him back. Conversely, something even more unexpected occurred. Kang Do-hyun's wound vanished instantly before he explained. In this place, death does not exist. All wounds will heal themselves over time. Initially, we fought alongside Sue against Baek Hyang, but even after 100 battles, Baek Hyang always overwhelmed us. Therefore, Sue unleashed her blood-crazed ability. She traded her sanity for power. Eventually, all the survivors of Baiho Moon abandoned her, except for us. After recounting those images, Kang Do-hyun returned to a hesitant tone. That's why we spoke with Baek Hyang. Those words left Seol Gangrim, already surprised, even more stunned. What? He lowered his head. While his voice became significantly softer, we had no other choice. Baek Hyang seems to fully understand the rift, and thanks to that, we learned the only way to save Shin Sue. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure quietly stepped out and interjected, that is to kill the heavenly destiny. Baek Hyang slowly walked toward them while continuing her words. When the heavenly destiny dies, the rift will disappear, and the souls here will return to their living bodies. As Seol Gangrim watched her approach, his eyebrows instinctively furrowed. Baek Hyang. He stood facing her and raised a question. Then why did you save me? Baek Hyang stared at Seol Gangrim and replied bluntly, because relying on you is the only choice left. Hearing that firm statement made him instinctively freeze. The two of them stood opposite each other as they slowly continued the conversation. Do you know how to kill the heavenly destiny? I heard from Mamayon that a special sword hidden in this place is required. An image of a glowing sword appeared. The heavenly destiny slaying sword, the only weapon capable of killing the heavenly destiny. Then it returned to the current image of Shin Sue. Shin Sue is holding it. She found it in the bottomless abyss to kill me. He listened intently before sighing inwardly. I knew it. That's why those paper cranes were on her sword. Then those words continued to ring out. But even if you get the sword, you are still too weak compared to the heavenly destiny. Baek Hyang's gaze became significantly sharper as she reminded him. Therefore, you need a stronger power. Especially, for someone on the verge of crossing the boundary of karma like you. Sue's ability, Weight of Karma, will help you immensely. When those words were uttered, Kang Do-hyun behind him spoke up skeptically. What? Seol Gangrim, is Baek Hyang telling the truth? However, he didn't rush to answer, only speaking slowly. You know my abilities well. Back then, to kill Baek Hyang, I seized the 4 pillars of all the deceased Baiho Moon members. This is the price I must pay for the choice I made back then. Seol Gangrim looked at Baek Hyang and asked aloud, but will my fate-snatching work on souls? She didn't think for long and replied, everyone here is already dead, so it should work. He questioned further with a confused look, then what happens to someone whose fate is snatched once more? But this question made her fall silent for a long time, lost in thought. After a while, she spoke up to explain, their soul will be completely erased. Hearing those words made Seol Gangrim's hands clench into fists. Are you telling me to erase Shin Sue's soul? Baek Hyang recalled the memories and spoke gently. I saw your past through Mamayon. Now I understand why you had no other choice. That's why I've been restraining myself. Finally unable to endure any more, he glared at her while growling, then don't provoke me any further, Baek Hyang. Suddenly, from behind the rift, a cluster of vines grew upward. Seol Gangrim noticed and froze in tension. That is, conversely, she calmly assessed, it seems Shin Sue has fully recovered. Anyway, Think carefully, Seol Gangrim. To defeat the heavenly destiny, sacrifice is inevitable. Furthermore, time is running out. The heavenly destiny is about to descend. She looked at him and slowly struck a psychological chord. Choose. Will you save the Shin Sue who is still alive outside? Or choose the Shin Sue who is already dead in this place. At another location, Shin Sue buried her head amidst the long, winding vines surrounding her. Despite her body being covered in wounds, she still trembled and screamed, Baek Hyang, where are you? Her mind remembered those who had lost their lives, and she couldn't help her resentment. I must kill you. It became even more hateful as she stated firmly, I must kill you. Those memory fragments flashed through her head one by one, causing Shin Sue to grit her teeth in frustration and affirm, I must kill Baek Hyang to atone for my sins. Immediately, she became frenzied and roared, where the hell are you hiding? That scream seemed to tear through the sky. Baek. The vines seemed to act as a substitute for those words, wriggling violently. They grew larger and larger until they collided with one another. Seol Gangrim's eyes that now became distant as he stood before Shin Sue's trembling body. A voice suddenly rang out from behind. Shin Sue, stop. Recognizing the voice, that she turned around. Seol Gangrim, despite the anticipation, that she only saw Baek Hyang before her eyes. So, do you recognize me? Her mind became chaotic, her eyes wide with obsession. Stop. Please stop. Seol Gangrim continued to walk forward calmly, speaking each sentence. I missed you so much, even if it was just your back, or at least your voice. But on the contrary, those words drove Shin Sue mad. Even if it's in a dream, it's fine. Blood slowly fell from the corners of her eyes. With a voice still echoing, I just wanted to see you for a single moment. Then Shin Sue stood up straight. Baek Hyang, don't stir my emotions any further. She immediately glared at him with ferocity, using the voice I long for the most. Shin Sue lowered her head slightly. Using her trembling and helpless voice, she spoke, please stop. The blood poured out, gradually forming small puddles at her feet. Shin Sue sobbed softly again, don't use the voice I long for the most. As she spoke, she covered her ears with both hands. She cried out in pain and misery while blood continued to stream from her eye sockets like tears of blood. To confuse me even more, Baek Hyang, soit screamed in trembling despair. Seol Gangrim stood watching Shin Sue, feeling a bit worried and helpless. The others were also observing her with worried eyes. Baek Hyang stood not far away, not observing the current situation with her arms crossed. Gangrim called out softly, Sue, stop. His call accidentally triggered Sue's fierce tiger consciousness ability. Her eyes turned blood red, and her long, sharp fingernails lunged as she bolted forward. Sue's gaze toward Gangrim was full of resentment. She snapped at him, don't call me with that voice anymore. As she spoke, Shin Sue swung her arm. A terrifying source of power immediately appeared. Rocks and stones around flew in all directions. An explosion thundered through the air. Seeing this, Seol Gangrim hastily dodged. He lightly took flight, his silhouette illuminated by the bright moonlight. Gangrim thought with a bit of worry, she's too strong. How can I restrain Shin Sue without hurting her? While he was lost in thought, her figure appeared behind him unnoticed. He felt something unusual behind his back and hurried to turn and dodge. Sue, that swung her arm, slamming the sword in her hand onto the ground. Billowing clouds of smoke rose up as a thunderous explosion rang out, leaving everyone startled and gasping. A long while later, that the dust and smoke finally dissipated. Gangrim knelt on the ground, panting. Shin Sue stood silently, her body covered in blood, hands gripping her weapon tight. Suddenly, she saw the scene before her, and her pupils contracted. Unbeknownst to her, that a pit made of stones and bricks had appeared on the ground. Seeing this, Sue quickly lunged toward the pit. Seol Gangrim saw this, and quickly rushed forward to hug her tightly from behind. Green vines quickly shot out as if they had eyes, wrapping tightly around Gangrim's neck. He shouted, let go, while his hands were still holding Sue firmly. Gangrim tried to reassure her again. Please calm down, Shin Sue. She showed no sign of calming down. She even became more frenzied. Her eyes were blood red as she bit down hard on his hand. The people nearby rushed over, shouting, Seol Gangrim, we're coming to help you. Hearing this, Gangrim yelled out, no, don't come closer. At the same time, he signaled everyone to stop. Seol Gangrim didn't loosen his embrace and whispered, I'm fine. He pulled back her collar to look at the mark winding around her neck like a small snake and whispered, compared to the pain Shin Sue had to endure, this is nothing. Right then, a notification appeared before him. You can inscribe by consuming 0.031 of reserved divine power. Do you want to inscribe? Gangrim quickly made his choice. A source of green light soared through the vast space, followed by a status notification. Blood Craze status has been dispelled. At that moment, the red in Sue's eyes vanished, and her eyes became clear and fully alert again. Gangrim supported her back and checked on her. Are you back to your senses? Sue tremblingly reached out to touch his cheek. She asked softly, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Is this a dream? There's no way Seol Gangrim could appear here. Sue tapped his chest lightly and exclaimed with a trembling voice. Sue lowered her head again, her voice full of sorrow. Gongrim, I just want to protect everyone. I just want to save them. But in the end, I couldn't save anyone. Gangrim's voice rang out, causing Sue's eyes to widen in shock. He lowered his head and said to her, You did protect me. Hearing that, Sue's tears began to fall silently. He smiled gently at Sue and said, Thank you, Shin Sue. Sue couldn't restrain herself and lunged forward to hug him tightly. She sobbed and called out his name, Gangrim. The people around couldn't help but be moved, wiping their eyes. They said happily and emotionally, Thank heaven, thank God, sister. While they were immersed in joy, Baek Eong stood not far away, observing them from above. A voice rang out. Now I just need Shin Sue's 4 pillars. Sue stopped mid-sentence. The others also turned their heads to look at the same time. The person walking toward them was Baek Eong, causing them to cry out in surprise. Seeing her approach, Sue lunged forward, her voice full of resentment. Gangrim, let me handle her. He quickly reached out to stop her. Wait, Gangrim said to Sue, I will explain everything. After a while, having heard the whole story from Gangrim, Sue asked softly, So that means you need my power, Gangrim? Baek Eong crossed her arms and said calmly to her, Shin Sue, currently Seol Gangrim, isn't strong enough to defeat the eternal immutable. Therefore, even if you lose your life, you must pass the weight of karma ability to him. Hearing that, Sue turned to ask him, Is that true, Gangrim? He lowered his head awkwardly and stammered that. Well, then it's great. Her words left Gangrim stunned. Sue looked incredibly happy and continued, I'm so glad I can be of help to you. She then raised her weapon to her own chin. At that moment, Gangrim yelled no and grabbed the blade. Blood quickly stained his hand red. Sue looked surprised and asked, Why are you stopping me? Don't you need my power? Gangrim lowered his head and spoke softly to her. Losing your life here is meaningless anyway. Please don't do that, Shin Sue. There's another way that doesn't require you to die. Hearing that, Shin Sue asked in surprise, There's another way? He took her hand and drew a red inscription on her wrist. A notification appeared immediately, inscribing the following words. You can inscribe by consuming 16.08 of reserved divine power. Do you want to inscribe? Gangrim quickly chose to activate the ability. Borrow Destiny, Divine Grade Level 2. Allows borrowing the destiny of others on the condition that the target voluntarily accepts the contract. When the contract ends, the destiny is returned. Karma does not increase, but the memories of the borrowed life are inherited. Contract condition, destruction of the eternal immutable. Painful and bloody memories flashed continuously, causing him to lose control. He put his finger in his mouth. Blood immediately gushed out, a glaring bright red. Seeing this, Shin Sue frantically lunged to hold him, calling his name in fear. Gongrim. The others also rushed over, calling out Seol Gangrim. In worry, Gangrim kept his head down, biting his own hand. He thought to himself, shouldering memories instead of karma means experiencing the pain of standing at the brink of death firsthand. Yuharang rushed forward and asked him anxiously, Gangrim, are you okay? Is it really okay to use this ability? Gangrim tried to calm everyone, replying with a trembling voice, I'm fine. After a while, he looked up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and told everyone, if it's borrowing destiny rather than seizing it, I can gain the power without erasing anyone. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads sadly. Shin Sue called his name softly, her heart aching. Gongrim. At that moment, Baek Eong sensed someone quietly approaching their group from a distance. She signaled to everyone. It seems we're surrounded. A group of strangers had quietly approached them unnoticed. The leader, wearing a pure white robe with blood-red eyes, stepped forward silently and whispered, Seol Gangrim, take our destinies too. Destroy the heavenly destiny and set us free. They spoke together like pained, miserable pleas. At that moment, similar sounds echoed from the nearby cliff. Us too. Us too. More cries rang out, us too. Similar sounds echoed throughout the space. Soon, hundreds of thousands of people surrounded the group, crying out in such despair and helplessness. Hearing that, Sue was terrified and worried. She thought to herself, if just one person's destiny costs this much, I'll surely go mad if I take all of theirs. She whispered to the young man behind her. Gangrim, I will hold him off here. In the meantime, you must leave quickly. As Sue spoke urgently, a hand gently held her own. Sue turned back to look, her eyes sparkling. The owner of that hand, Seol Gangrim, was also looking at her. He didn't say anything, but his eyes seemed to speak 1,000 words. And at the same time in the luxurious city, the bright moonlight illuminated the vast night. In a certain laboratory, a machine was working at full capacity. Inside was a mysterious egg. Suddenly, the egg's hard shell began to crack, and a notification appeared. Unidentified egg has reached 100 development. The sound of the machine's operation created a noise that was both mysterious and intriguing. A man wearing glasses bowed respectfully and said to Ionio, "We have synthesized his DNA exactly as instructed." She didn't reply, only staring at the person before her who was gradually waking up from some eternal slumber. After a while, Ionio stepped forward, grabbed the person's shoulder, smirked, and said, "Welcome." The person woke up, shaking off the fluid clinging to their body. Ionio continued, Commander 43. That was when the person's eyes opened. Scene change, a funeral home. A silhouette was silently looking outside. How many more agents must die before this battle ends? Anavitasia looked up with sad eyes. It's been a month since I left the Nameless One's divine realm. Since then, I've been investigating the Security Bureau and Captain Siamun. A figure was diligently searching for something, but still couldn't find any critical evidence. Were Seol Gangrim's words back then sincere? Seol Gangrim's handsome face suddenly flashed through her mind. The phone in Anavitasia's pocket suddenly vibrated, startling her. Anavitasia picked up the phone and said, "Yes, Captain Du?" From the other end, an anxious voice rang out, "Anabi, why didn't you pick up? What are you doing?" The situation regarding Seol Gangrim is in total chaos. He said urgently, "Quickly check the news on your phone." Hearing that, she wondered the news? The voice on the other end yelled so loudly that Anavitasia had to hold the phone away. "Watch it now, and then call me back, okay?" She hurriedly opened the news, thinking to herself, what on earth happened so suddenly? Don't tell me there's a new terror alert from the Joker Mask Gang. On the news, the anchor was professionally reporting the identity of the leader of the Joker Mask Gang, the organization spreading terror across South Korea, has been released, shocking the public. Anavitasia's eyes widened in shock. No, it can't be. On the news, Seol Gangrim's handsome face appeared along with the anchor's announcement. Baeho Moon leader Seol Gangrim has been confirmed as the head of the Joker Mask Gang. Police have issued an emergency arrest warrant. Anavitasia was horrified. How did it come to this? Scene change. Cars honking in a traffic jam. A man driving was grumbling angrily. "Hey, why is the road suddenly blocked?" His daughter sitting next to him called out to her father in panic. A giant monster crawled out from beneath the river. It opened its tooth-filled mouth and roared. The father and daughter were terrified. They hugged each other and screamed. Suddenly, a sword appeared. A man appeared out of nowhere and, quick as a flash, sliced the monster into 2 pieces. The daughter looked up in a daze. She looked at the tall silhouette of the young man across from her. Is that, she wondered, Dr. June from Baeho Moon? Dr. June glanced over and coldly reported the situation. Do you copy? All units, the Han River Bridge has been secured. Yoon Gyeon and Yoon Bom, having just killed a monster, also happily reported. Donggak Bridge is under control. Johan Ritter also smiled upon hearing his teammates' happy reports. Bampo Bridge has also been handled. Kong Do-hyun also checked in. Songsu Bridge is safe. Doksa Yoon Wonda silently. His voice transferred to someone's earpiece. Shin-sue, what about Mapo Bridge? Shin-sue stood high up, looking down at the monster below. Then she coldly reported the situation. This is Mapo Bridge, control secured. She thought to herself, just as Gangrim said. Shin-sue watched the monster on the ground, opening the Demon Realm gate right in the middle of Seoul. They've truly gone completely insane. A cup of water flew from nowhere and hit her, startling her. People simultaneously threw trash at Shin-sue and cursed, "Get lost, Joker Mask Gang. Baeho Moon, have you been deceiving the citizens all this time?" Shin-sue was bewildered. What's happening? Suddenly, an urgent sound rang out. Shin-sue, this is bad. Kong Do-hyun said irritably, the government has put a bounty on us. Hearing that, she looked worriedly at the crowd below and asked, What did you say? The people below shouted up, Hunter Shin-sue, lower your weapon. They rushed toward her. The leader yelled, as of this moment, you are under arrest as a high-ranking member of the Joker Mask Gang. Shin-sue was furious and planned to turn and flee. Those agents are just people deceived by destiny. I can't attack them. She skillfully leaped away amidst the screams of the crowd. She's running. Catch her. While fleeing, Shin-sue urgently announced, Attention all By-Home Moon members. Stay away from agents and civilians. Dr. June sighed and remarked dryly, I want to kill them all, but I can't, right? She replied angrily, absolutely not. Shin Sue ran along the riverbank, saying, everyone, please hold on until Gangram arrives. She turned her head in shock. A burst of power struck the roots that Shin Sue had created. Baek but stood above, looking at her, and praised, I didn't expect you to block that attack. She arrogantly brushed her hair and said to her, it would have been better if you had surrendered quietly, but I guess that's not happening, is it? Shin Sue saw her, grew furious, and drew her sword. Baek wouldn't be outdone and took out a long whip. Simultaneously, she screamed, where do you think you're going? She lashed her whip directly toward where Shin Sue was standing. Forcing her to immediately retreat, Shin Sue used all her strength to hurl her sword straight at her. Baek lightly used her whip to swat the sword away. Releasing your weapon with your own hands like that. She gripped the whip tightly and lunged toward Shin Sue. How foolish. Baek whip quickly lashed out, cutting Shin Sue in two. She was suddenly startled, her eyes widening as the wooden doll before her was severed in half. A wooden doll? The real Shin Sue was now standing behind Baek, startling her. So the real body is Baek Sudeni. That glanced back as sparks of electricity abruptly erupted, causing Shin Sue to jump back in surprise. A powerful surge of electricity quickly surrounded Baek's body, forcing Shin Sue to continuously retreat further away. She extended her hand, which was swirling with electric sparks, and said coldly, this is as far as my mercy goes. Lightning bolts continuously lunged toward where Shin Sue stood, forcing her to struggle to escape. Golden lightning bolts appeared. A bolt of lightning lunged straight at Shin Sue, startling her. The direction of the lightning has changed. Shin Sue was struck by lightning, screaming in pain. Baek but slowly drifted toward her, looking at her pathetic state, and said, it seems I haven't explained yet. Shin Sue looked up at her. My book will hunt down those who have been marked until they die. Baek recalled the moment Shin Sue was accidentally struck by lightning and added, from the very moment Shin Sue was first hit by my lightning, my victory was already predetermined. She smiled wickedly, raising her hand to generate lightning aimed straight at Shin Sue, and said, then farewell. Shin Sue still looked up, biting her lip at her. Sin Sua. A giant wave of power lunged toward Shin Sue. She closed her eyes tight, waiting for the pain to arrive, but then she slowly opened her eyes in total amazement. Shin Sue looked up, surprised that someone was standing there, blocking the attack for her. Baek's face darkened at the sight, and she glared, asking, what do you think you're doing? Anavitasia was standing tall, shielding Shin Sue. Agent Anavitasia. Baek frowned and said to her, the mission I gave you was to destroy or capture the By-Home Moon members, right? Anavitasia replied angrily. That's not my mission. Look behind you, Captain Seomoon. Hearing that, Baek turned her head to look. At that moment, the news anchor on the screen was announcing a new update. Breaking news. Through an internal whistleblower from the Security Bureau, the truth has been exposed. The terrorist attacks by the Joker Mask Gang were actually staged by the Security Bureau itself. Thousands of citizens were also watching this broadcast. While claiming to be an organization protecting humanity, the Security Bureau impersonated the Joker Mask Gang to commit crimes. They watched with worry and fear. Furthermore, they threatened and murdered those who refused to cooperate. This news has caused a massive shock to society. Anavitasia held her phone high and said angrily, inside Captain Seomoon's office, there is a secret room. Inside that room, corpses are lying scattered everywhere. I found the bodies of agents and Joker Mask Gang members there and have handed everything over to the prosecution. Baek was so furious her face twisted, gritting her teeth as she uttered each word. Agent Anabi. Anavitasia didn't back down, looking directly at her and saying, the duty of an agent belonging to the Security Bureau is to keep the citizens safe. Hurried footsteps approached. Therefore we, Anavitasia, spoke on behalf of everyone behind her. That will fulfill our duty. Baek suddenly laughed coldly upon hearing that. Do you think everything will change just because you expose the truth? Everyone looked up at her in worry. A monstrous hand and a long tail suddenly appeared. Along with Baek's voice, nothing changes. She laughed insanely while saying, the descent of that being. Thunder Dragon ability activated. Everything has already begun, Anavitasia. I worked so hard to give you the position of captain. Baek lamented while raising her hand, which was glowing with energy. And yet, now it's vacant again. She screamed angrily and lunged with a cluster of lightning bolts, preparing to strike. The lightning hit a clay doll that had shielded Feta. Taking that opportunity, her teammate lunged forward. He knelt to gain momentum, then used light body techniques to approach Baek Hyang. The two sparred in the air, the sound of clashing metal ringing out like drums. Protect Anabi. Nam Ju Jun signaled the order. All units, start. Draw bows and aim guns. Prepare for battle. What a nuisance. A hail of bullets was fired, forcing Baek Hyang to create a lightning barrier for defense. A stranger, both unfamiliar and yet familiar, suddenly lunged into the fight, leaving everyone astonished. The stranger created a magic shield, blocking the attacks from Baek Hyang's book. She gritted her teeth helplessly, watching with her own eyes. I was wondering why you weren't answering. He laughed confidently and said, Are you soloing the boss alone? Dr. Jun nonchalantly rested his sword on his shoulder as many reinforcements arrived simultaneously to provide cover. Dr. Jun, why is everyone? Anavatasia stammered. We installed a tracking feature in the earpieces, didn't you know? Meanwhile, he replied in a provocative manner. You surely released the demons and the circus troupe all over Seoul. Don't you care if innocent civilians die? Baek Hyang rebuked in a rage, her brows furrowed tight. Oh that? He muttered, rubbing his chin and pretending to think. The ones who should help the protagonist. Meanwhile, the members of By Home Moon were sweeping through the city. Key members could easily take down opponents, reducing the burden on the current faction. It's not just us. From By Home Moon to even Mrs. Seol Jong, everyone is joining forces to eradicate the monsters. 2 of them is manageable, but I don't have the strength to face the entire By Home Moon. Baek Hyang raised her hand in a fighting stance, but her strength was already depleted. Suddenly, a solar eclipse appeared unnaturally fast. Suddenly, the sun. Anavatasia felt a clear sense of unease in her heart. A terrifyingly strong surge of energy poured down, making her shudder. What is this? This feeling. Anavatasia turned abruptly and saw a stranger dressed in white from head to toe floating in the air. Slowly approaching. The commander. Not just Feta, but even Baek Hyang was surprised. That person, she stammered. The commander of the security bureau? Just like the name, it wasn't DIY. He radiated a spine-chilling source of power. Recognizing immediately that something was wrong, Anavatasia's eyes widened. My legs won't move. In contrast, her mind desperately, screaming run. Her legs were frozen like stone statues. This isn't a level we can face. As he drew closer, Anavatasia felt death approaching. If we fight, we'll die. Move, move, move. Anavatasia cursed herself. Not just her, but the teammates around her were also frozen. Move. He was very close. The child called the commander of the security bureau drew a sword from beneath his robe. Move. Anavatasia looked at him, her face pale with fear. He swung his sword as she stood helpless. A sword suddenly lunged in. Dr. Jun had blocked his strike to rescue her. Shin-Sue run. He had to use all his strength to struggle with the security bureau commander. Thus, Dr. Jun whispered, hurry. Hearing his loud shout, Anavatasia finally snapped out of it. She used all her remaining strength to run, but he was as fast as lightning. Before she could run far, as she was blocked. Facing her was that terrifyingly strong commander, and at his feet were the bodies of her teammates. She felt a chill down her spine as she looked back. Dr. Jun was lying there. Clearly, he had been defeated in just a few seconds. I can't run away alone. She gritted her teeth, her face visibly pale. Then I'd rather. Anavatasia surged forward and swung her fist. His large hand lunged toward her. He easily squeezed her neck. Gongrim, out of habit. Anavatasia softly called the name of her most reliable teammate. For some unknown reason, his eyes widened in surprise. His hand loosened, releasing Anavatasia's neck. Although his face remained expressionless, his hand was trembling in the air. A magic vortex appeared with a world-shaking roar, simultaneously firing a magical blast like a cannon. That cannon blast was aimed straight at him. The commander glared at it. An explosion shook the mountains, echoing everywhere. Something from the sky kicked up dust, making her rub her eyes. She couldn't see clearly what was in front of her, the silhouette of a reliable teammate. But suddenly manifested before her eyes, his back hunched under a heavy weight. The previous cannon blast had successfully wounded the commander. It was. Anavatasia emotionally cried out, Gangrim. He was panting heavily now because the previous magical blast had consumed too much energy. The commander's mask cracked with sound. The commander's face. Everyone had regained consciousness by now. The commander covered his face, but he couldn't hide it. Everyone was so astonished they shouted together. He looks exactly like Seol Gangrim. He glared in fury. The commander crossed his arms. Innate energy was quickly released. Swirling winds from his power swept the dust as 10 of the eternal immutable descended upon the body of the follower. Gangrym also quickly gathered his inner energy. It's dangerous. If not now, I might not get another chance to win. Then he quickly lunged forward to escape and close the distance. He swung his sword, preparing to strike. Though distracted, he was still able to parry the blow. But he caught the sword using only 3 fingers. What? Gangrym's eyes widened in shock. 10 of the eternal immutable has descended. He raised his glowing amber eyes to look at him. Gangrym frowned. She thought with a bit of anxiety, this is truly dangerous. If not now, we might not be able to win. Suddenly, a flash of light sparked in the silent space, thick with the scent of danger. It was the tip of Seol Gangrym's sword slicing through, but the Security Bureau commander quickly caught the blade's tip. Seeing this, he was completely flustered and thought in a panic. He blocked my sword with just 2 fingers? Opposite him, the commander's eyes flashed dangerously as he effortlessly held the blade with 2 fingers. Right then, a notification appeared. 10 of the eternal immutable has descended. The borrowed Destiny skill ended. Gangrym collapsed to his knees, panting. Baek quickly reached out. He took her hand to pull himself up. A red inscription was appearing on her arm as well, and her eyes began to change color. She whispered to everyone, a new commander has awakened in the current world. Destiny will soon descend to the mortal realm. Hearing this, Gangrym asked while gasping for air, "How do you know that, Baek?" She glanced at him and replied calmly, "Those born from the nameless egg share a connection. That is why I know, even while inside the rift." Seol Gangrym. Aim for the moment Destiny possesses Manson. Descending is a state where a god merges with a human. If Manson dies in that state, Destiny will also suffer damage, Baek explained. But if Destiny dies and the rift disappears, the souls trapped inside will return to their own bodies. Hearing this, Gangrym gave a soft acknowledgement, then asked the person before him, "So, what will happen to you?" She clenched her fist and replied calmly, "That is not important. Even if I vanish, as long as Destiny can be destroyed." Baek frowned slightly, her tone filled with determination as she emphasized this to Seol Gangrym. He continued the battle with the white figure before him, his mind a mess of conflicting thoughts. He looked at the person in front of him, thinking in confusion, Gangrym. Meanwhile, that figure quickly lunged toward him. They both gripped their weapons tightly. Streaks of light flashed in the silent space, creating a sense of extreme tension. The tips of their swords clashed fiercely against each other. Everyone around held their breath, following their every move. Shin-Sue looked a bit worried. She frowned, thinking, I can't keep up with their movements. Just how strong are they? In the meantime, Anabi was also silently observing the two from a corner not far away. Suddenly, a figure darted down, landing lightly next to the clay doll like a swift shuttle. Anabi frowned slightly, letting out a low growl in her throat. The pink-haired girl who had just flown down said softly, "We cannot pass this point." Shin-Sue, standing nearby, also clenched her fist as a signal. "We have to help Seol Gangrym too." A person quickly silenced her. "No." The blue-haired young man drew his sword and said, "That will be very difficult." The situation was extremely critical and complex, with flashes of light streaking across the vast space. As if sparks were flying, Gangrym continued to fight desperately. Both of their eyes were filled with determination. Right then, a notification rang out. 20 of the eternal immutable has descended. A blinding light carrying immense power burst forth. Forcing Seol Gangrym to retreat hastily. He frowned at his weapon, thinking in confusion. Even after gaining all that power in the rift, is it still not enough? At that moment, the supreme sword skill was activated. The Security Bureau commander pointed his sword directly at him. In the air, countless sword tips were also aimed at the ground. Another notification appeared. 30 of the eternal immutable has descended, along with the commander's cold, sharp gaze. Seol Gangrym surged forward gracefully, his body fluid and powerful. The Security Bureau commander also fixed his eyes on him. His gaze was full of wariness, mixed with a hint of contempt. They quickly faced off amidst waves of light. Suddenly, Gangrym's pupils contracted. A voice echoed in his head, "Too late." The Security Bureau commander also seemed stunned. He froze for a heartbeat. A hand gently pulled Gangrym's arm. It was Baek. She softly whispered in his ear now. Hearing this, Gangrym swung his sword with all his might, letting out a loud shout. His blade quickly slashed toward the Security Bureau commander. He trembled and leaned back, blood gushing from his chest following the sword's path. Shin-Sue turned her head to look at him in shock. The others were no different, turning their heads in astonishment. Anabi, pinned to the ground, screamed loudly in resentment and frustration. No. The moon gradually emerged from behind the thick clouds. Gangrim stood looking at the body of the Security Bureau commander, silent and wordless. He gradually sank into a mysterious, hazy black mist. The mist led Gangrim to a secret place. An Inyang gate quickly appeared before him. The doors slightly opened, guiding him inside. Seol Gangrim looked up, asking in confusion, "What is this place?" A voice quickly answered him, startling him slightly. "It is the gate leading to the divine realm of destiny." Gangrim looked at the person before him and called softly, "Baek, your body." She held out her hand to him. Looking at her fading body, she said in a low voice, "It seems I'm gradually vanishing because I have no body to return to." "So Gongrim," Baek called out softly. "You must defeat destiny," Baek instructed him once more. "And change your fate." Having finished her words, Baek blurry figure faded away. Seol Gangrim silently watched as the wind carried her away. Without a word, he looked down in silence. Suddenly, a call rang out, "Gangrim." It turned out to be Shin Sue and the others. They were rushing toward him. Seeing him, she was overjoyed and called out, "Gangrim, are you okay?" He replied to them, "Miss Shin Sue, I'm fine. Is everyone else okay?" She answered quickly, "Yes, of course. We've subdued all the circus members, and no one is seriously injured." After a while, Sue lowered her head and asked hesitantly, "Gangrim, do you have to go alone again?" "Yes," he replied. Hearing this, Shin Sue sighed softly and said to him, "You're always shouldering every difficulty by yourself, Gangrim. All I can do is worry about you." He reached out his hand. His hand touched her cheek as he smiled comfortingly. "No, it's not like that." Sue tremblingly called his name, Gangrim. He also smiled gently and thanked her. "Thank you, Miss Shin Sue. In my past life, and this life too, it has always been like this." Sue was a bit surprised and asked blankly, "Huh? What do you mean?" But he had already vanished, leaving only a faint breeze. The Inyang door slowly drifted shut, then closed tightly as if it had never been opened. A notification simultaneously appeared, moving to the divine realm of the eternal immutable. Seol Gangrim closed his eyes and lowered his head. Another world appeared before his eyes. There, he saw massive pillars of varying lengths, and a soft voice rang out. "You have finally arrived." It was Baek. She rested her chin on her hand and said with interest, "My vessel."